Now, today, we are gonna see, what if innocent Naruto did dirty things on Haku at Forest? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. It was an average day in the village hidden in the leaves. At the front gate, Team 7 was waiting for their sensei Kakashi Hatake. Among those waiting were the finest rookies produced this year. First, the number 1 rookie, Sasuke Uchiha. Then there was Sakura Haruno, who had the highest grades in the class and the Uchiha's number 1 fan. The last member won the team was named Hiro Hyuga. He was the twin brother to Hinata Hyuga and most likely to become the heir to the clan. There was no difference in appearance between himself and his sister. They both had blue hair and the same eye color, They even wore the same style of cloths, except his jacket was always left unzipped. But, in attitude, they were opposites. Hiro was focused and never stammered. He was also a bit arrogant. But not at the Uchiha level. Their sensei finally arrived with their client Tsunade. "Are you sure about them?" asked Tsunade again. "They don't seem all that strong." "Relax," said the lazy shinobi. "I happen to be a jonin. If anything goes wrong, I'll be able to take care of it." No one noticed a small piece of ice on the village gates. A small path of ice was ched to it and went out into the forest. It stopped at a tree about a mile away where 2 figures in masks were watching them from a very large ice mirror. One of them was dressed as a hunter nin the other was dressed as a mist anbu with a fox mask. There were several things that made this pair look odd. One was that they looked no older than 12 or 13. Another was that they shouldn't be in the land of fire. The most curious was the conversation they were having. "So, there's the target," said the hunter nin. His friend didn't reply, he seemed to be staring at the Hyuga. "Oh, that's the guy you have been telling me about these past 6 years, said the hunter. "Let's see their skill level," said the anbu suddenly. "Would you like to go?" "No, not yet anyways. Send out the demon brothers. If they lose, we will inform Zabuza sensei." They both turned and walked in the direction they could find the 2 brothers. As they did, the ice suddenly turned to water and laid there. Team 7 continued their journey until they passed by a puddle of water. Sakura didn't think much of it, but the rest of her team did. When the demon brothers shot out of it, they attacked Kakashi first. Or at least tried to. Hiro used his gentle first one while Sasuke used a kunai to stop the other's chain. After that, Kakashi finished him off with a single punch. "Tsunade, you got some explaining to do," said Kakashi. Tsunade spilled his guts out to them about Gato and the problems in Wave. While this was happening, no one noticed more ice on the tree behind them. "So, think Zabuza will be interested?" asked the hunter nin. "Yes, I believe he will want to fight them personally. With him taking care of this, the mission will be over sooner." "Yeah, then you can go on that date with the fish girl," said his partner with a smirk. A few days later, Team 7 entered the land of waves. Once they got into range, a rabbit was let loose to distract them. That rabbit's color is wrong for this season. Could this mean that, "Everyone get down," shouted the lazy jonin. A second later a Zanbato came flying over their heads and was caught by Zabuza. Well, isn't this a surprise," he said. "Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist," exclaimed Kakashi. "I'm honored that the great copy nin knows me. But, I'm not here for you. If you and your team stands down, I will not hurt any of you." "I'm sorry, but you know I can't do that. Have it your way." With that said, the fight began. I'm not a big fan of this fight. It happens just as if Naruto was there, so it's no big deal. So, here is a time skip of about 10 minutes. Closing parenthesis. Zabuza was knocked into a tree with Kakashi standing above him. "Can you see the future?" "Yes," was Kakashi's only replay. Before he could finish Zabuza, a Fusenbon appeared in his neck. Kakashi checked and confirmed that Zabuza was dead. Suddenly, the 2 who had been watching them appeared. "Thank you for wearing him out for us," said the hunter nin. "Me and my partner, Bloody Fox, have been tailing him for some time now." "Did you say Bloody Fox?" asked Kakashi. Both mist nins nodded. What's wrong, sensei? Asked Sakura. Bloody Fox has a reputation similar to Zabuza. When he was ordered to kill a genin to pass his exam, he mauled his opponent like a wild animal and was shortly assigned to the Mist's Anbu unit. I never believed him to be so young. This information shocked the three genin. He's no older than I am, thought Sasuke. How can he be Anbu while I, an Uchiha, am not? Without a word the two grabbed Zabuza and left as Kakashi fell from chakra depletion. Well, hoped you all liked the first chapter. One more person will be coming in the next chapter and will be Naruto's girlfriend. I left you all a clue. A cookie to whomever figures it out. Also, a flashback to when Naruto finds out Haku is a boy. And remember, more reviews equals faster chapters. Kakashi groaned as he opened his eyes. He was now at Tsunade's home. His daughter, Tsunade, was standing above him. About time you woke up, she said. Hey, the Cyclops is awake. At that, his team quickly came to him. Sasuke and Hiro didn't say much. Sakura was going on about how amazing he was against Zabuza. We have a problem, Kakashi said suddenly. Zabuza isn't dead. What? Cried Tsunade. But you said that he was dead. We saw these two kids take him. Yes, replied Kakashi. And that's the problem. They were supposed to get rid of the body right there, but they didn't. Also the weapon that was used is used to stun, not kill. Also, it is rare to see a hunter nin and an Anbu working together with no backup. With these facts, I'm sure he's alive. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Oh, he's finally here, said Tsunade as she went to answer the door. Suddenly, everyone heard a very loud and annoying voice. Hey, Miss Tsunade, I got that order for ya, said the youngster at the door. Thank you Naruto, said Tsunade with a smile and she accepted a large basket. Would you two like to come in? Sure, said Naruto who dragged a girl in with him. Everyone turned to see a spiky-haired blonde with blue eyes and whisker marks and a girl covered in bandages with black hair. The boy was dressed in a plain white shirt and blue jeans. The girl had on a simple blue dress. Kakashi was the first to realize who he was. Naruto, he shouted. You're. He paused for a moment. I'm sorry, who are you again? Everyone face-faulted. Who he is, sensei? Asked Sakura. It's understandable that you would recognize him, said Kakashi. His is Naruto Uzumaki. At that, Hiro began to worry. Shit, I thought I'd never see him again. Just as long as he has forgotten what happened 6 years ago, everything will be all right. If anyone found out, my clan will be dishonored. Single quote. So, you all know my boyfriend? Asked the girl. No, said the Uchiha. A little, said the Hyuga. Boyfriend? Exclaimed Sakura. Wow, you are just the luckiest girl I know. To have found true love already, I envy you, Miss Isaribi, she said. Okay, said Sakura. So tell me, how did you two meet? It was a while ago. Met along with another guy, Haku. Since then, all three of us have been traveling together and doing odd jobs. Like right now, we are sneaking supplies into the town while they are building the bridge. Gato is placing heavy tax on everything and we are trying to help out and have some fun at the same time. Oh, said Kakashi, a threesome is it? This caused Naruto and Isaribi to suddenly turn red. Kakashi let out a laugh. Well, I wouldn't mind it if Haku was a girl, said Naruto with a dreamy look on his face. That guy has confused many a fellow. Yeah, said an irritated girlfriend. Everyone always gets confused and then they think I'm a boy when they find out. I remember when I first found out, said Naruto with a smile. Flashback. It had been a week since Haku, Naruto, and Isaribi first meet. On their way to their new home, they stopped at a bathhouse to get rid of all the filth. When Naruto was about to enter the men's side, he saw Haku's clothes in a basket. What are these doing here? He asked aloud. Maybe this is co-ed bathing. Haku sure is cute, so I don't mind sharing with her. He entered the bath just as Haku was about to get in as well. This gave him a large surprise. Quote, Ah Haku, you're a guy. Yes, replied Haku with a smile. Did I forget to tell you? Yes you did, responded Naruto. Hey, if you're a guy, does that mean that Isaribi is one too? As soon as he said this, Isaribi was on top of the fence with an angry look on her face. Hey, I'm all girl here Buster. She stopped when she noticed Naruto passed out due to a nosebleed and Haku blushing. What with you two? She looked down. Shit, I forgot to put on a towel. End flashback. Naruto finished reminiscing. Everyone was staring at him. One girl, in particular, shot him a death glacé. Don't tell them stuff like that. Sorry, he replied. So Naruto, said Kakashi suddenly. When are you coming back to Leaf? The third has been very worried about you. I don't know, said Naruto as he brought his hands to the back of his head. Right now I'm a bit busy. Plus I don't think the ninja life is for me. I'm just happy as is. After all, this world is made of love and peace. As he finished, he turned to give Isaribi a kiss on her cheek. Sasuke just snickered when he heard this. He'd never make it as a ninja. Helping others just makes you weak. Well then, said Kakashi, we better get to work. I have to make you all strong so you can help me fight Zabuza when the time comes. Then we'll get out of your way, said Isaribi. She and Naruto then left, promising to come by later in the week with more food and other supplies. Later that day Gato was yelling at an injured Zabuza. You call yourself a demon, he shouted. Not even that girly brat have is scared of you. He then spit on Zabuza. Haku got ready to kill him. But Zabuza told her not to kill the client. Fine then, said Bloody Fox. He was standing next to Gato. He quickly grabbed his arm and ripped it off. Gato fell to the ground, crying and screaming for help. Fox's hands began to glow red and he touched the bloody wound. The smell of burning flesh could be smelt by anyone in the room. Soon the bleeding stopped. Gato looked to where his bodyguard were and saying that they had been knocked out by a girl who looked half human and half fish. Know your place, weakling, said Fox, in a cold and quiet voice. You are only as powerful as we allow you to be. We are only doing this for the money and can easily get another job. Now, the only reason I didn't kill you for that insult to my sensei was because he taught us never to kill the hand that feeds us. Let this be a reminder of what we can do. Why yes, I understand, said Gato as he crawled out of the room. That wasn't necessary, said Zabuza. I know, said Bloody Fox in a more cheerful voice. But I have had some pent-up aggression for a while now and needed to let it out. Besides, that stupid little man was asking for it. Zabuza, said the fish girl. I have sent a letter to Mist saying that our team still hasn't found you and will be staying in this area for about another 2 weeks looking for clues. Excellent, said Zabuza. After this is done, you three will continue to be my spies in Mist till I need you again or I'm ready to try another takeover. Yes, Zabuza-sensei, said all three of them. Well, hope you like this chapter. I'm using something new for this story and I think Isaribi and Naruto go great together. I just love that filler. Plus, Hinata is so overdone. I mean, I'm all for them getting together, but there has to be some variety. Well, next chapter will have training, walks down memory lane, and a double date. Ahahahaha. Chapter 3. Hey Fox, come over here, said Zabuza. Bloody Fox calmly walked over to his sensei. Hold out wrists, I have a present for ya. Kakashi stood in a clearing watching Sasuke try to walk up a tree. Try being the key word. The first day, both Sakura and Hiro had completed the exercise. Only Sasuke had yet to complete it and it pissed him off. He was the only Uchiha left, so failure was not an option. He had to get the power needed to kill his brother. He had to. Hey, came a loud voice. Where is that pervert ninja and that stuck-up ass? We're over here, Naruto, shouted Kakashi in Naruto's direction. He turned to Sasuke. I know you don't like him, but please be nice. He is supplying us with food and other things for a cheap price. Also I want to try and bring him back with us. Sasuke fell to the ground. Why bother with that loser? He has no skills and would only slow us down. He's useless. Well, said Naruto as he walked into the area with a large bag, if I'm so useless, then I don't think I can get you the scroll you wanted. Sasuke had asked Naruto yesterday if he could find a scroll with fire jutsus. Naruto had written it down along with a long list of items that the rest of the team wanted. I didn't think you could do it anyway, said Sasuke. Oh Kakashi, said Naruto. Ignoring the Uchiha, I got the latest issue of that book you order. He reaches into the bag and then tosses an orange book at Kakashi. Sakura's shampoo is here as well. I also got Hiro some new sandals and your scroll, Sasuke. Naruto sets the bag down then grins at the two in front of him. Not bad, Naruto, said Kakashi while he starts reading his new book. We could use someone like you in the supply department in the village. I don't know, said Naruto as he scratched his head. I really like what I'm doing now. I go where I want and do what I want. Plus I have friends that I don't want to leave. I just can't abandon them. After hearing this, Kakashi was silent. He told his team that those who don't follow the rule wear trash and those who disregard their comrades wear below trash. Naruto seemed to know this very well. Hey Sasuke, said Naruto. Why are you training so hard? I mean, what is the reason behind all your hard work? I train so that I may one day kill my brother and then I will rebuild my clan. I may be out of line here, but shouldn't it be the other way around? Sasuke glared at Naruto. Yes, you are out of line. What do you mean by that, Naruto? Asked Kakashi. Well, he is the last Uchiha. If he fights his brother first and loses, then won't that mean his clan bites the dust? At this, Sasuke began to sweat. I mean, if it were me, I'd just focus on restoring my clan so that if I fail, there is a backup ready. But hey, I'm just a nobody and you're a genius. With that, Naruto began to walk away into the woods. Kakashi watched him, his eyes narrowing. Why do I get the feeling he's up to something? What does he know? I'm from a great and powerful clan and he's just dirt. There is no way I can lose. But what if he's right? Over in another part of the forest, Hiro was practicing his gentle fist. His thoughts were elsewhere. Flashback. Brother, when is Naruto coming? Asked Hinata. Ever since she met the blonde, her confidence had begun to increase. She had stopped stammering and had greatly improved to a level where she could beat her brother in a spar. You didn't hear, said Hiro with a small smirk. Hear what? He left the village. To say that Hinata was upset by this was an understatement. She was devastated. He was one of her closest friends. The one person that she trusted more than her own family. The person who she secretly teaching gentle fist to was gone. What was worse was that he didn't say anything to her. Why? She asked with tears running down her face. Who knows, replied who was fighting the urge to shout out the truth. Maybe he got tired of this place and left. Or maybe he turned traitor and is selling secrets to the enemy. Present. Hiro's smirk grew as he remembered that day. That was when Hinata began to revert to her old self. The way she was before she met Naruto and became a threat to him. Normally, if twin boys were born, the first one gets to be head. But, in situations like theirs, the stronger of the two becomes the head. But now, he didn't have to worry anymore. Her strength was gone forever. Suddenly, there was a sound come from the behind him. Hiro turned around to see a very pretty girl in a pink outfit. Her face looked soft and her long black hair seemed only to enhance it. Hiro's mind went into overdrive with fantasies of him marrying her. Yes, she will make an excellent mate. Sorry, said Haku, I didn't mean to bother you. I was just out for a short walk. You're far from the village, are you lost? As he said this, Hiro walked up to Haku until they were face to face. No, I enjoy a long walk. Not to mention the village has lost its beauty. Then, Hiro kissed Haku on the lips. This, as you can imagine, shocked the hell out of Haku. You will be mine, said Hiro as he pulled back. And I always get what I want. I'm sure you do, said Haku as he turned around. As he walked away, his calm face was replaced by one of rage. I'll kill him. Sakura and Tsunade were walking home from the bridge when they came across Isaribi. She was handing out candy to some children when she spotted them. Hey Isaribi, called out Sakura. Nice to see you again, Sakura, said Isaribi. Oh Tsunade, Naruto is dropping off more supplies to your house. Would you like to walk with us for a while? Asked the old man. Sure, but I do have to get ready for my date tonight, said Isaribi as she began to walk with them. You are so lucky, cried Sakura. I have been trying everything to get Sasuke to notice me and nothing works. It was the same with me and Naruto, said Isaribi with a smile. He used to only see me as a friend or a sister. No matter how many advances I made, He remained clueless to how I felt about him. So what did you do? Men little to go on the offensive, she said. See, men like to be the ones making the advances and work for the girls they want. I was making myself too easy for him. So I started asking other people out and Naruto let his jealousy take over. Wow, maybe I should try that out with Sasuke. How about you come with me and Naruto? We can set you up with Haku and we can make it a double date. Are you sure? Asks Sakura as Isaribi begins to walk in a different direction. Don't worry, just meet us by the lake in the woods at 6. Later that night, at 6, Sakura met Isaribi at the lake who had brought sandwiches. Haku was there as well and he kind of freaked out Sakura. I mean, he looked hotter than she did and was wearing his pink outfit. Sakura just stared at him for a while. Haku, I told you to wear something nice. Sorry Isaribi, said Haku, but this is my nicest outfit. That's just sad. Excuse me, interrupted Sakura. Where is Naruto? Over hey, said Naruto as he came jogging up to them. He was carrying a cheap karaoke machine. Sorry I'm late, I had to make an odd delivery. Elsewhere, Orochimaru was looking at the book his assistant, Kabuto, had given him. What am I going to do with a Bible? Asked the snake man. As the boys set up the machine, the girls gossiped. So, how did Sasuke react when he heard you were going out? He flipped out. I had never seen him like that. This was an exaggeration. All he did was grunt louder than usual and destroy 6 or 7 trees. Hey girls, said Naruto as he walked up to them. The machine is ready. Hey, I just noticed something, said Sakura as she looked at Naruto's wrists. They had been bandaged. A little accident, said Naruto as he waved the question. Now let's have some fun. And fun they did have. Haku sang. I need a hero, however his dancing creeped everyone out. Think Shirk too. Naruto did a selection of Linkin Park. Isaribi sang, A Talent for Love, and God Help the Outcasts. Finally Sakura decided to sing, Perfect Day. After they finished singing for a while, they decided to eat a few sandwiches. While they ate, Sakura was asked a lot of questions about her training and what her team knew. Not thinking much about this, she answered each question truthfully. About 2 hours later they headed back towards Tsunade's home and ran into Inari who was crying his eyes out. You're all going to die, shouted the boy as they walked up to him. Gato is going to kill you, so you are wasting your time here. At least someone is doing something, replied Haku. Shut up. None of you know the pain we are feeling. None of you know what it's like to suffer for no reason. You little, started Naruto before Isaribi interrupted him. Calm down, she said. No way, he said before turning back to Inari. What do you know of suffering? Did your family and friends abandon you after a very difficult time in your life? He said glancing at Isaribi. Did your father kill your mother in front of you and then try to do the same to you? He said turning his side glance to Haku. Did you grow up in a place where you lived like dirt and no one showed you any kind of calm passion as you cried yourself to sleep every night? I don't think so. This world is hell, so get used to it. With that he stormed off followed by his friends. Sakura watched them leave for a few moments. She then helped Inari back into the house and told Kakashi what had happened. It seems Naruto found people who have felt similar pain, was all he said. Back at Gato's place, Zabuza was talking to his 3 students. Have you learned anything new? Asked the demon of the mist. Kakashi seems to favor the Uchiha more than the rest. The girl and the Hyuga have trained solo for the most part other than team exercises. They will be easy to pick off, said Bloody Fox. Good, I want you 3 to train and be ready by the end of the week. Fox, I don't want you to take off my gift until you have no other choice. I don't think that will be necessary with these guys, but train hard anyways. Haku, make sure your chakra reserves are full and more on your speed. Fishy, work on those medical jutsus I gave you. Dismissed. Well, that's all for now. Next time we'll start the battle at the bridge. Also, the secret past of Hiro will be revealed. If you like this, try Naruto, Ninja of the Sand. It's my other fanfic. Please read and review. Now if you will excuse me, I'm late for Robot Chicken. Chapter 4. Flashback. Isaribi finally hit land. It had been a week since she left her village, after Orochimaru had let her go. She had hoped that the villagers would have understood that what happened to her wasn't her fault, but hate is so much stronger than mercy. So was fear. Her body was in its transformed state, making her look like some kind of humanoid fish creature. She didn't care who saw her. All she hoped for was an end. An end to the pain and the hungry. Who could love a monster? "Hey, are you okay?" came a voice. "Haku, come here and give me a hand." Isaribi felt two sets of hands grab her and pull her out of the river. She felt the cold snow press against her scaly skin. She opened an eye and saw two other children. They both looked worried about something. For a second, she thought they were worried about her, but how could they? She was a monster. She felt fabric press against her. She opened her eye again to see one of them had taken off his shirt and had been trying to dry her off. A few seconds later a fourth person came. "Well, what do we have here?" said a large man that Isaribi could barely make out. "Two kids with bloodline limits and some other brat." He pointed to the one drying here. "Get out of my sight, you do not interest me." "Shut up," yelled the boy. "I'm sick of people thinking I am worthless. I do have worth. I will be noticed. Who are you to judge me?" As the boy said this, Isaribi could feel an odd power coming from him. And so did the man. "Interesting," said the man. He came over and patted the boy on the head. "Looks like I misjudged you, kid. In fact, you remind me of a clan I heard about. Come with me and I will give all three of you power and respect. In return, you will be my weapons. It is this or death, make your choice." Present, Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 were finally ready to escort Tsunade to the bridge. As they walked out the door, they were greeted with the smiling faces of Isaribi and Naruto. Naruto had in his hand a basket. "Tsunade, I got that order you asked for," he said. "Great, why don't you two come with us to the bridge?" said Tsunade. "What did you order?" asked Kakashi. He was eyeing the basket, but something else worried him. What it was, he didn't know. It was as if something was out of place. "Just some things for the workers who haven't given up hope," replied the old man. "They need it now more than ever." Kakashi nodded. With each passing day, fewer people stayed to help with the bridge. Only a handful of people were left. Over by the bridge, three figures were getting ready to greet their guests as they hid in the mist. They stood amongst the fallen villagers who had been at the bridge at the time. Zabuza looked down at Bloody Fox and Haku. Haku was wearing his usual hunter nin attire. Bloody Fox, however, was dressed like a mini Zabuza. From the way he wore his head band to the side to the style of his pants, there were a few differences. First, he was wearing a black muscle shirt. Second, he didn't have bandages around his face, he had a mask. Finally, no Zanbetu. "Is there something on your mind, Fox?" asked Zabuza. "Only one thing, Zabuza-sensei," replied Fox. "I want to fight the Hyuga. This is an odd request from you, any reason?" "I'll explain later." With that, they were silent for a while. "They're late," said Haku. About 10 minutes later, Kakashi and crew arrived at the bridge and were shocked to see all the work crew dead. "You're late," shouted Zabuza and Haku together. Fox's sweat dropped. "Well, we got lost." "Hey, wait a minute," cried Kakashi as he realized what he was saying. "How can we be late? I didn't know that we had an appointment." Zabuza looked at Haku. He shrugged, saying that he knew he forgot something. Suddenly the area that was covered with mist became thicker. "Crap," thought the lazy nin, hiding mist jutsu. Luckily, Hiro activated his Byakugan. "Kakashi, there are 7 clones surrounding us." As he said this, Sasuke began to shake. This didn't go unnoticed by Zabuza. "Looks like those kids of yours are still weak. Look at that one shake." "I'm shaking," said Sasuke, with excitement. With that, he destroyed 5 of the water around them. "Looks like you might have an opponent in speed, Haku," said Zabuza. Sasuke looked back at his teammate who had not turned off his bloodline limit. "Your math sucks, Hiro. There were only 5 clone, not 7. They are right behind Tsunade," insisted Hiro. Team Kakashi too rened their attention to their rear and only saw Naruto and Isaribi with smirks on their faces. A second later, they dispersed. The mist began to lighten up so that they could see Zabuza and his 2 friends. "I was getting tired of this farce," said Bloody Fox. This was the first time he had ever spoken in the presence of the Leaf team. His voice was familiar. A second later he moved his hand to remove his mask, allowing his enemies to see his face. He had blue eyes, blonde hair, and whisker marks on his face. He smirked at the socked faces before him. Haku did likewise. Naruto. Haku, said Sakura. How can this be? What's going on? I don't understand. You don't know how long I have dreamed of this day, said Naruto, ignoring Sakura. I thought of every possible way I could take my revenge. The ways I could make you suffer. A small piece of me wants to thank you, thought. If it hadn't been for you, I would never have become this strong. So for that, I grant you a quick death. You kill me, snickered the young Hyuga as he received looks of curiosity from his team. Don't make me laugh. It will never happen. I have the council on my side, or did you forget that? I guess you did. It with that puny happy-go-lucky brain of yours. The council isn't here right now. I have no reason to fear them. What's going on? Demanded Sasuke. It was plain to see that there were issues between the two of them. But how did these two know each other? From what he knew about Naruto, he was a street orphan. Hiro was a member of one of the most powerful clans. Their classes were miles apart. Yes, Naruto, said Zabuza. I would like to know as well. All you have ever said was that you wanted to pay back a Hyuga. Very well, said the blonde with a smirk. I'm not a very good storyteller, so please forgive me if I bore you. My story begins the day Kyuubi attacked the Leaf Village. The fourth was praised for defeating it. However, his victory was the cause of my suffering. You see, he couldn't destroy the Kyuubi. So he sealed it in a baby who was born on that day. Me. With that, most of the Leaf team was shocked. Sasuke couldn't believe that they had been lied to about the Kyuubi and its death. Sakura was under a similar impression. Kakashi was wondering how he found out. Hiro was the only one who wasn't shocked, as if he already knew. Tsunade was the next to speak. How could someone do that? Please don't interrupt the storyteller, said Naruto. Believe me, I asked myself that every day when I found out. But that is later in the story. I grew up without love. I was hated by the Leaf with very few exceptions. I wanted one thing, someone to notice me as more than trash on the street. When I was 4, I meet Hiro and his sister Hinata for the first time. Naruto looked up at the sky, letting old wounds resurface. I believed, from the deepest corner of my heart, that I had finally found people who could see me. Hinata was shy and nervous. Hiro seemed like he always had a lot on his mind. They showed me what it was like to play games with other children and be a normal child. I was so happy. Hinata and I began to spar. She needed help with the gentle fist and I wanted to help her. So she taught me the basics of the style and I helped her to the best of my ability. By teaching me, she became better. I remember her thanking me once when she had received a compliment from her father. A tear rolled down Naruto's face and fell to the ground and he paused. Haku wanted to stop him from going any further, seeing the pain he was in. However, Zabuza placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. 2 years later, I stood waiting for Hinata. She was late and I began to worry. She was never late. Hiro came running up to me. He told me that Hinata would be getting the bird cage seal and would become a branch family member if I didn't do something. I trusted him and ran to where I was told to go. I wanted to get there and save Hinata from a fate I knew she feared. I was willing to do whatever it took to save her. If it meant leaving the village, so be it. When I arrived there I didn't see any sealing ritual. I was an advanced training session of the gentle fist and saw 8 trigrams 64 palms. I was discovered and accused of spying on their training. Apparently there had been evidence of someone spying of them for a while. I tried to explain, but they didn't listen or believe me. Hiashi Hyuga soon stood before me and told me to leave the village or the next day, he would kill me for being a spy. I left the village right after that. As I ran past the gate, I ran into Hiro who had a smirk on his face. He had set me up. As I accused him, he laughed at me. I still do, interrupted Hiro. I had a deal with the council. They found out that I was hanging out with you. I told them I only did it because my sister was fond of you. They told me about the fox and asked me to be a spy. I did it gladly. You see, They promised to put my name up in the future for Hokage. That is, if I could get them a reason to have you killed or banished. I thought it would be too long, you being a demon and long for my tastes. But what got me furious were Hinata's improvements. Father began to take more of an interest in her and I could feel my position in the head family slip. So I left the indications of the spy and set you up. The council was pleased with my work. Understanding flooded Kakashi's mind as Hiro spoke. That was why the boy left and his anger towards Hiro. Perhaps he had been misinformed about the demon inside Naruto or some other reason. Kakashi didn't want to lose another teammate, no matter the reason. He decided that once they got back, he would have a long talk with the Hokage. As you told me, said Naruto, not missing a beat. So I left and headed out towards Mist Country. There I meet Haku and Isaribi and the rest is history. I was trained under Zabuza sensei till I was 8 and took the genin exam along with them. I was placed with Zabuza sensei and he got me into the Anbu training program. Haku was sent to the Hunter Nin program and Isaribi into the medic program. Although I am technically ranked a genin, I am as strong as a low to mid Anbu. It was mostly thanks to Zabuza sensei who helped me learn about the demon inside of me and to use its powers. It didn't take long for someone as skilled as Zabuza sensei to figure it out. With that, he sighed his story was over. Naruto, said Kakashi, it's not too late you could come back. No he can't, shouted Hiro as he glared at Naruto. I will never let that happen. If he does come back and that old fool of a Kage dismisses the fact that he is a mist shinobi, there will be problems in the clan. He will be forced to marry Hinata to keep the Seker. ETS that he learned in the clan and she will become the clan head because she will be able to produce a heir. I will become a branch member. Don't worry, said Naruto. I have no intention of going back. I am perfectly happy where I am and helping Zabuza sensei reach his goals. And don't worry about your clan. Its future is not in your hands seeing as I will kill you today. Naruto began to walk over to a corner of the bridge. Let's settle this, he said, not turning back. Hiro followed him, so that he could silence him once and for all. After that, he would lie to the Hokage and the council would support him. Yes, it was time to settle this. Well, hope you liked this chapter. Before I sign off for now I have some things to saw. 1. Naruto isn't evil, he just wants revenge. 2. I am deciding who should die. Haku, Zabuza, or both. 3. I am not crazy. Thank you and be sure to check out my other fanfictions. Coming soon a Rin Naruto story. Later. Chapter 5. Inari, stay back, yelled Tsunade as the two men, who had attacked her, were now dragging her to meet their boss. Inari stood there, frozen with fear. He was going to lose his mother to Gato, just like his father. His grandfather was going to be killed. The bridge would be destroyed. All hope was lost. Then he remembered was Naruto had yelled at him. How there were people who had suffered similar or worse fates. The examples Naruto had told him about seemed personal. Had he lived through those events? If he had, how did he keep going? He had people to help him and didn't cry over every little thing. He kept going. That was what Inari was going to do now. Stay away from my mother. With that Inari started to charge at the two samurai in front of him. They chucked at this and knocked out Tsunade so they would have to listen to her cry. They then unsheathed their swords, ready to kill the brat. When he was in range, they prepared to strike him down, when they heard a sound underneath the dock they were standing on. Two webbed hands shot out from underneath the dock and grabbed the samurai. They then began to pull down, hard. The samurai fell down as their legs were pulled down as far as the wood would allow them. Inari stopped, shocked to what he was seeing. The thugs began to scream, as whatever had grabbed them continued to pull. It came down to what was stronger, them or the wood. Which would give out first? Apparently, it was the wood. The two men were pulled underneath the water, screaming all the way. Inari went over to check on his mother, who was just coming to. When she relieved she was safe, she asked what had happened to Gato's men. Inari told her and then they both looked over at the hole. The water was now red. Looks like Naruto was right about Gato, no honor at all. Is everyone okay? Asked a voice from behind them. The two turned around and saw Isaribi without her bandages. They looked at her with shock. Parts of her skin looked like they had been replaced by scales. "What happened to you?" asked Tsunade. "This happened a long time ago," said Isaribi with a sad smile. "I was taken from my home and used like a guinea pig in some sicko's experiments. After he was done I escaped. But I was shunned because of what he had done to me. My own family helped chase me out of my home." "I'm sorry," said Inari, tears coming down his eyes. "I thought we were the only ones who were suffering and I. "It's okay," said Isaribi. "Now I have to go to the bridge. Naruto will soon be in a lot of pain and I have to help him." "Naruto is helping us?" asked Inari. Isaribi just gave him another sad grin and transformed into her human fish form. She then jumped into the water and swam for the bridge. "Depends on your definition of helping." In an unrelated matter, Orochimaru was crying his eyes out. The book that Kabuto had given him was laid down in front of him, open to Genesis. He was wearing gloves because, for some strange reason, whenever he touched the book his hands began to burn. Why was that nice snake punished? He didn't do anything wrong. The injustice of it all. Back to Wave Country, Naruto and Hiro were walking away from the group. They were going to finish this. Kakashi, however, didn't want them to do this. Naruto had to be brought back to Leaf Village so that he could confirm his story. Hiro had to be there as well so that they could find out which members of the council had conspired against Naruto and broken the law. They both had to live. He moved to stop them, but Zabuza intercepted him. "Where are you going, Kakashi? They'll kill each other." "Well, if you can beat me, then you can stop them. Besides, he isn't your only student who is fighting." Kakashi looked over to Sasuke to see him fighting Haku. They were pairing each other's attacks at an amazing speed. Then Haku began to doing a series of one-handed signs. 1,000 flying water needles of death. Sasuke, seeing the ice needles shoot towards him, expelled a large burst of chakra from his feet and dodged the assault in the nick of time. "Impressive," commented Haku. "To reach this level in only a week is hard to imagine. A pity it is too little too late. Now I will give you a choice. Give up and let me kill the old man or die." "I won't back down," said the Uchiha. "I will beat you and become stronger so I can kill my brother." "Killing your own flesh and blood will bring you no peace." "I should know, because I killed my father when he tried to kill me. You see, in the land of water, those with bloodline limits are hunted down and killed. My mother tried to hide and married my father. So after I was born, we were poor, but very happy. If only I hadn't awakened my powers, my family would still be alive." "You don't understand. I have to do this," shouted Sasuke. "I have no choice. You could forgive him and move on with your life. Like Naruto." Haku paused at that. "I don't approve of Naruto's actions or his lust for vengeance. But that is the path he has chosen to walk. Besides, I owe him this much after all he has done for me." "Like what?" "You would never understand, since you have no friends. Do not deny it. It is written on your face and edged into every action you take. You have no one in this world. I will show you the strength of the difference between us." Demonic ice mirrors. With that they were surrounded by Haku's ice mirrors. "Sasuke," shouted Kakashi. "Well, should we finish our fight, Kakashi?" said the demon of the bloody mist. "Why, Zabuza? Why are you using children like this?" "Hehehehe. They ceased to be children a long time ago, Kakashi. Isaribi is my water weapon with her transformation and healing abilities. Haku's ice and speed make him a powerful assignation weapon. And Naruto, well, he's the strongest out of the bunch. I never thought I'd meet the son of my sensei the way I did." "What?" surprised Kakashi. "Well, I was too. My sensei was Nodoka Uzumaki of the Uzumaki clan, the same clan that was Riendoed as the greatest kenjutsu in history as well as creating the 7 shinobi swordsmen. Add that to his knowledge of the gentle fist and the kyubi inside of him, and well, you have an unstable warrior. I remember when we started training." Flashback. "Here I am, Zabuza sensei," cried out Naruto. Zabuza looked at his new student and saw that he was dressed just like him except for the bandages. "Kid, why are you wearing that?" Naruto looked a little embarrassed. "Well, I never had anyone to teach me before and I think that you're a very powerful person. So I want to become more like you, sensei." "Kid, I'm touched. However, He began to sweat drop when he saw Naruto jump in his direction. Zabuza-sensei. Naruto's face met with the bottom of Zabuza's foot. We will have none of that. Okay sensei, I won't do that again. Believe it. Never say that again either. It's annoying. End flashback. Ever since that day, the boy has been like a sponge, absorbing everything I could teach him and training like a madman. Will your Hyuga be able to defeat him? Over with Naruto and Hiro, they were having their own pre-fight talk. Tell me one thing Hiro, why did you admit what you did? Because the cat was out of the bag and I could use this to my advantage. Once I kill you I'll be a hero with Sakura and Sasuke here has witnesses to tell everyone. The village will love me for doing what they never could to you. And when I see the Hokage I'll give him names, but not the ones he wants. I'll give him the names of the council members who had no idea what was going on. That includes my father. With him out of the way, the clan elders will have to make me clan head. The Hokage isn't a fool. He'll figure out you're lying. You're right. He couldn't even see you as the demon you really are. And if he does, well I'll have the support of the village on my side. Killing me will cause a civil war that will lead to his downfall. I have to admit, you have thought this out pretty well. However, this is assuming you can kill me. With that, Naruto got into the gentle fist fighting position. Slowly, his features began to change. His hands became claws, his eyes became red and slit, and his whisker marks became thicker. Around his claws, red chakra began to glow. Like I'd lose to some lowly demon. Hiro also got into his fighting position. Byakugan. This is the difference between us. I can see your chakra system and your chakra points. This that he charged. The thrusts came flying by both sides. Each one a narrow miss. Naruto sent one thrust to Hiro's chest, which he dodged by leaning back at the last minute and bouncing back and attempting to strike him back. Naruto dodged this by spinning out of the way and then aiming for the shoulder. Hiro stepped back and avoided contact. Then, Hiro attempted a strike at one of Naruto's chakra points. This however was a miss that cost him dearly as Naruto sent a palm thrust that landed in the middle of Hiro's chest. Hiro was sent back several feet, but didn't fall down. He looked down at his chest and saw that his shirt looked like someone had burned a large, palm-shaped, hole into his clothes. Hiro didn't feel any different. Looks like your style is all about show and no effect. Pitiful. Naruto only smirked at Hiro's comment. Then, Hiro felt it. Pain, unlike anything he had ever felt in his past training. He looked down and saw that his skin was swell and charred. The effect seemed to be limited to the area he was struck at. What the hell did you do? This isn't gentle fist. You are correct Hiro. I couldn't master it the way you could due to my incomplete training. However, thanks to Kyuubi and my own dedication, I created the burning fist style which only I can use. Gentle fist sends a burst of chakra into the opponent's organs and damages them from the inside where there is no way to increase the defense. Well, I attack the largest and most unprotected tissue of the body, the skin. ACH thrust will give you a third-degree burn in that location thanks to the Nine Tails chakra. Eventually, then pain will slow you down or, from the multiple strikes, you won't be able to move without your skin peeling off. You bastard. Hold dare you pervert the gentle fist. At that moment, a fog began to cover the bridge. For a few moments, Hiro could see anything. He activated his Byakugan once again, but couldn't see Naruto. This isn't very fun. Now is it Hiro? Asked Naruto, his voice coming from every direction. Looks like Zabuza-sensei is using this mist to block Kakashi's copying powers. I guess we will have to fight like this. Over with Sakura. She watched as her sensei used himself to shield her and Tazuna from Zabuza. Things were happening much too fast for Pinky. Just this morning, she was laughing with Naruto and Isaribi and now they were fighting each other. Zabuza, are you all right? Came Isaribi's voice from behind Sakura. Both she and the old man turned around. and gasped at Isaribi in her transformed form. I'm fine. Kill that girl and then the old man. With that, Kakashi and Zabuza disappeared into the mist once more. Sakura brought up her kunai, ready to fight. Put that down, said Isaribi. You'll only hurt yourself. With that, she turned and began to watch the events occurring in front of them. Aren't you going to fight me? asked Sakura, slightly relieved. Not now, maybe later. She relied as casually as if they were talking about the weather. Right now I'm more interested in what is happening out there, and if my team needs me, I need my chakra to heal them. The Uchiha is becoming a human pincushion and the Hyuga is staring off into space. What? Is Sasuke going to die? Depends on Haku's mood. He could be feeling merciful today. Why? Why did you pretend to be our friends? Information. This is the shinobi's lifestyle. If you can't handle that and you live after this day, then I suggest you quit. You are of no use. Back to Naruto and Hiro. Where are you? Come out here, you stupid demon. Hiro would have kept going, but the touch of Naruto's hand around his neck silenced him. He was behind him. Is it a good thing to insult your executioner? With that, Naruto let go and went back into the mist. The blind spot, said Hiro as his skin began to feel the effects of Naruto's attack. Yes, I really must thank Hinata for telling me about your clan's blind spot. As long as I stand within it, I'm very well hidden. Back in Leaf Village, Hinata let out a sneeze. Is someone talking about me? Could it be BN Naruto? She wondered aloud. She then walked across her family's compound to her room. She then opened her closet and turned on the light. The light shone on a small worshipping area that was dedicated to her first and only love, Naruto. On this shrine, there were locks of hair, old chewed gum, a bust, and some of his old clothes that she found. She sat down and began her 4-hour staring ritual. She's got it real bad, huh? Back to the bridge, now to finish this little farce. And, thanks to my silent killing training, you'll never see it coming. 8 trigrams 64 bombs. 2. Suddenly, Hiro felt 2 strikes at 2 of his chakra points. 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Hiro could feel pain at all the points, but the flow was not stopped. Naruto had done something else. What have you done to me? Surprised. Well, despite what you believe, there are 2 ways to know where all the chakra points are. The first is with the Byakugan and the other is to use a book. Medics have studied the human body for centuries and have discovered the locations of the points. They can't be seen with naked eye, however, which makes it difficult to attack them during combat. I trained with dummies for 2 years until I could strike a person's chakra points effortlessly. As to what I did, I sent 64 small spike of Kyuubi's chakra into your chakra points. However, like the name suggests, they will soon explode from the inside. The result will be, have you ever seen Armageddon? Suddenly Naruto heard rock explode in the direction of Zabuza and Kakashi. A few seconds later, he heard the sound of birds. A lot of them. Zabuza-sensei, whisper Naruto. Get him, cried Hiro, who had tears streaming down his face. You won't let your best friend die. I'm sorry, I was just confused. I was young, I didn't know any better. Come on, I know you big knucklehead. You believe in mercy, right? Naruto brought up his hand and prepared to snap his finger. No, said Naruto as he snapped his finger. Boom. With that, Hiro Hyuga was no more. One part of the old me is now dead, said Naruto as he began to walk away. There is still one more that needs to join it for me to move on. Zabuza-sensei, I'm coming. Well, I hope you all liked this. I got the idea of the modified gentle first from an issue of Battle Angel Alita, Last Order. Also, I was tired of the usual clan that people give Naruto. Genetic memory, eye powers, and other crap that is so overdone. Also, someone else is copying me and using Isaribi. Well, I got new for you, Buster. I did it first. Now, will Naruto be able to reach Zabuza in time? What is the secret of the Uzumaki clan? Does Sasuke know he's fighting a guy? Well, you're going to have to wait till next time. Please check out my other story, Naruto, Ninja of the Sand. I got 10 chapters and very few reviews. Chapter 6. The Scene. The Studio. Konohamaru has tied up the audience so that they can't complain about what I am going to do before the fanfic can start. LOL. Hi everyone. I hope you are all comfortable. In the last 5 chapters, I have gotten more than 70 reviews. Naruto. Ninja of the Sand has the same amount, but it has 11 chapters. I guess people like Haku more than Gaara. Oh, where are my manners? my name is Darth Valgov and I am here to talk to you about the creation of this story and answer some questions that have been popping up. When I first started, I planned on having Naruto dressed up like Haku and only being able to do water clones. Then he would go back to Leaf, there was no hero, and so on. Yeah, I know, sucked. Then, I read a Battle Angel, Last Order manga and thought about Kurzbombekunst. Placing invisible explosives on your opponent and controlling when they went off sounded like an awesome jutsu. But, how to know where to place it? That's where the Hyuga clan came in. Then I thought, why not make Naruto into a mini-me version of Zabuza like Lee and Guy? That night, while I slept, it all came to me. That was before the dancing camels and the naughty stuff with women I don't dare name for fear that they will find me. I was great wink, wink. In the future, we will be going to the chunin exams. How? You asked. I'll tell ya at the end of the chapter. Now for the questions. No, this is not a dark Naruto story. Just because he killed the asshole who betrayed his trust does not mean he is evil. If he was, I would have had him do an Itachi and kill the whole clan. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, yeah, to Naruto 21. Hell no, this is not a Naruto Hinata story. He has Isaribi, she is there for a reason you will find out later. Sorry, for yelling. Now, some of you are complaining about the short chapters. I am doing it on purpose because I can update faster and it helps with the suspense. Oh, Holy Knight 5. Thank you for the award. However, I don't know what it's for. I hope it's for most original way to kill an asshole. One more thing, if you all like gender-confused cross-dresser, then you in my other fanfic is for you. I didn't do that on purpose. Right now, in that story there is a poll going on to decide if I should do wave with Naruto, Gaara, and Temari or skip it. If they go, Haku lives and goes to Sand Village with them. If not, then Gaara goes on a date. Let me know what you think. Well, I can see some of you have chewed through your ropes, so on with the story. Flashback. Forget get him, cried Hiro who had tears streaming down his face. You won't let your best friend die. I'm sorry, I was just confused. I was young, I didn't know any better. Come on, I know you. You big knucklehead, you believe in mercy, right? Naruto brought up his hand and prepared to snap his finger. In that moment, the world turned black for Naruto. There was nothing below him and nothing above. Only he existed in the void. Then, before him, stood himself as a 6-year-old boy. Please don't do it, cried the boy. This isn't right. He was our friend and he just said sorry. Let go and maybe we can go back home. Never, said Naruto. I have come too far to let go of the chance. They saw me as nothing but a monster. So I will be a monster. His younger version looked down. What about the old man? Will he not miss us the way we used to be? Will he not be ashamed of what we have become? You still care about him and Hinata? No, said Naruto as he snapped his finger. Boom. With that, Hiro Hyuga was no more. One part of the old me is now dead, said Naruto as he began to walk away. There is still one more that needs to join it for me to move on. Zabuza sensei, I'm coming. End flashback. Haku began to hear the sounds of birds. He sensed a large burst of chakra that went with it. However, his own reserves were almost gone. The Uchiha had activated his bloodline limit and had been dodging very well. But, like Haku, he was also low on chakra. Haku decided to launch one last barrage against him and in an instant, Sasuke was showed by some bombs. Haku had not killed him but only knocked him out. Isaribi was relaying what was happening to the two non-fighters. Her eyes had been altered by the experiments so that she could see in even the densest fog. When she said that Sasuke fell, Sakura ran for him with knowing what happened to Hiro. She lacks much, said Isaribi as she turned to Tsunade. Are you going to kill me now? She looked at him with a smirk. I could, seeing as your bodyguard left her post. But, right now I have more important things, like helping all of my teammates. With that she went to help Haku who was suffering from minor chakra depletion. Naruto ran to where he had heard Zabuza and Kakashi fighting. Seeing that the mist was fading fast was a bad sign. He had to make it there in time. To him, Zabuza eat more that ramen and Isaribi combined. He stopped in shock as he saw Kakashi's hand in Zabuza's side. On the ground was the Zanbato, the Kubikiri Houcho. Zabuza-sensei, he shouted as he ran towards his sensei. Naruto was able to catch him as he fell off the arm that had supported him. "Don't worry sensei," he said. "I'll make sure you get out of here. In a week you'll be good as new. Just hold on, kid," said Zabuza in a weak voice. "Don't be a fool. I won't last more than a few minutes, even with a medic here right now. Now, time to do my last task as your sensei." As he said this, Isaribi and Haku, who was being carried by her, slowly walk over. Kakashi just watched. "You have all made me proud. You all overcame more hatred than I ever had to deal with. You are the best people someone like me could ever know. Naruto, I want you to take them back to Mist. Show them what a real shinobi is, not those pussy cry me a river types. Also, I pass on my title as a legendary swordsman to you. Don't speak. I have little time left. Only you can use the Kubikiri Houcho the way it was meant to be used. Your mother gave it to me before she left Mist. It only feels right that I give it to her son. Now, do what you have to do." Quote. At this, Naruto's eyes widened. He knew what Zabuza was asking him to do. The only way to return to Mist with the Kubikiri Houcho and not draw suspicion. He went over and picked up the sword with one hand, much to the shock of Kakashi. He then stood over Zabuza with the blade raised. Then, in a sudden motion, he cut off Zabuza's head. It would be the proof that he was dead and that they had caused his death. Haku and Isaribi began to cry at this. Naruto's face was hidden as it was lowered to the ground. Chizuna was watching all of this. He couldn't understand why the boy had done this. Was it because he wanted to end the man's pain, or was he heartless? If this was the ninja life, they could keep it for all he cared. It was then they all heard footsteps. "So, that fool Zabuza is dead. Thanks for saving me the trouble," said Gato. In front of him is a small army of thugs. "I was going to kill him later anyways. Pity he couldn't kill the old man before his death. What a weak and puny devil he turned out to be." With that, he and his men began to laugh like there was no tomorrow. As they laughed, Naruto slowly reached behind his back for his mask and put it back on. He then turned to face Gato's army. "Shut up," he shouted. "If anything, you should be mourning his death." "Now why? Oh, why should I do that?" sneered Gato as his men began to laugh again. "Because he was the one who kept you safe from me." With that, he placed the sword of his shoulder and began to run towards the army. The goons saw this and a few in front began to prepare for a small fight. Gato stood there, confident that a kid couldn't beat all his men. What they didn't know was that Naruto hadn't used any of his chakra. He wasn't even fazed by his fight with Hiro. In a sudden motion, Naruto placed the Kubikiri Houcho against his chest and then began to spin like a top. He went right into the mob, slicing through them like they were nothing. "What is that?" asked an astonished Kakashi. "Uzumaki style. Tornado blade," explained Haku. "A kenjutsu move of the Uzumaki clan that causes them to spin at an incredible rate by pushing out chakra from a foot placed in a certain position. The spinning adds to the power of the sword and makes it difficult to get close enough to fight back. By shifting his body weight, he can control the direction." The CK continued as Naruto mowed down Gato's forces, their insides launching out of their bodies as his blade hit them. When he finally stopped, there were only 5 people left including Gato. Naruto just stood there for a few moments. And then he slowly began to walk towards Gato. "Go now," shouted Gato, who looked panicked. "He has to. He tired now." "No, don't do it," said an old swordsman who looked to be about 60. "Why not, old man?" said another. "When I was only a youth, I saw a battle being raged. Then, I saw that very same jutsu used by a few men who mowed down half of the enemy's forces. Then they kept going. They were like monsters." "Shut you trap, old." He never got to finish that sentence as he realized that Bloody Fox was standing right in front of him. "Please don't kill me. I'll pay you whatever you want." Naruto placed his hand on Gato's shoulder, the one that still had an arm, while the other held onto his blade. "Gato," he said, "money doesn't interest me. Why would I desire something that everyone has? The only thing that it can give you is headaches and disappointments. There is no pride in money. Then only thing I desire is something that can't be given, only earned. Think about that in the afterlife while you and Zabuza-sensei have a nice long chat. With that, the Kubikiri Haucho went into Gato's chest. Now dead off my sword, asshole. With a sudden motion, he launched Gato's body off his sword and into the water, dead. Haku, during the massacre, had taken the remains of Zabuza and was gone. Isaribi ran to her boyfriend and held him tightly. He would have been proud of you, she said in a low voice only he could hear. Naruto, said Kakashi, I think it's time you came with me. You have an appointment with the Hokage. No, was the reply. I belong to the mist, now and forever. Now you are as tired as I am now. Besides, you have to scrape Hiro off the bridge. Kakashi turned to look for Hiro, wondering what had happened to him. He then saw the remains that looked like someone had forced him to eat some exploding tags. When he turned around, Naruto and Isaribi were gone. Are we late? Said Inari as he and the villagers had finally appeared to do something. The next day, Orochimaru had done what many people do when they start reading a new book. He went to the last chapter, Revelations, and liked what he read. He quickly called in the Sound 5 to his office. I have called you all here to tell you something very important. He points to the Bible. I have found the key to defeating the Leaf. What? Said the red head. Are we going to preach them to death? No, we are going to talk in biblical verse, he said with a grin. It'll add to our evilness. The rivers will run deep in the blood of the innocent as the fangs of the snake strike out at the people who once caged him. Stuff like that. The 5 of them just stood there, staring. They all believed that he had finally lost his mind. The next day, how long is he going to stand there? Complained Isaribi. Naruto has been standing there for 2 days straight. Give him time, said Haku gently. He needs time. Over by the grave they had dug for Zabuza's body, Naruto was just getting ready to say his goodbyes. Zabuza-sensei, I couldn't cry in front of you for fear that you would be ashamed of me if I did. You were like a father to me. The first son who believed that I had worth and could amount to something. You showed me my family history and told me about my mother, your former sensei. I will honor your memory and stop those fools running our village who are making our forces soft. When that day happens, I will be able to place flowers on your grave. If I don't, it'll be because I am in the same place as you. I don't mind that at all. With that, Naruto walked away to his teammates, ready to return to the mist. Their time in Wave was over. You're naming it what? The shouting of Sakura could be heard for miles. Yes, we are naming it the Great Naruto Bridge. After all, he killed Gato and his men. Despite the other things he did, I will think of him as a hero for what he lived through in your village and never giving up. With that, Tazuna walked away from the Leaf Ninjas. Their time in Wave was over. All right people, Wave is over. Now comes the chunin exams. Now, I can work this one of 2 ways. Should Naruto be on Team 7 or with his team, Haku and Isaribi? Don't ask how because I won't tell ya. Haha. Vote now or forever hold your peace. Chapter 7. It was a week after the battle at the bridge and Naruto and his team were on a new mission. According to sources, most of the leaders against the daimyo were going to be having a meeting in a small town to decide their long-term battle plans. The Mizukage had ordered Naruto and his teammates to eliminate them quickly. After that, bring back their war plans to the Mist Village. Naruto came up with a very interesting idea. Welcome to the grand opening of the Wildflower Brothel and Strip Joint, yelled Naruto in front of a building he had rented. He had used a genjutsu on it to make it appear more like the kind of joint he was claiming it to be. Today only, all people fighting against that asshole daimyo get in free. That caught everyone's attention. It's a funny thing, war. Lots of men together all the time and no women. Being away from the girl you love. What a guy won't do to take the edge off after, I don't know, years of inactivity. Soon, there was a line at the door as general, sergeants, and soldiers were standing in line. They all caught a glimpse of one of the girls. In reality, Haku they would be seeing. Naruto was at the front door, checking their ids. Son, said one of the general, aren't you a little young for this? Well, a guy's got to start somewhere. I mean, I can't keep traveling around forever, said Naruto with a foxy grin. Wait, said another guy, I know who that is. It's Naruto Uzumaki. He goes around making deliveries from people. Just ask him to get ya something and he will. He helped me out when I needed a new pair of pants." Naruto chuckled at that. Part of the reason was that he was glad no one knew about his real job. The other was remembering the mission he was assigned at that time. It was a simple espionage mission and the fool gave him everything he needed and more. No one ever suspected Naruto of being a spy. He was too loud for the job and the fact he was short fooled people into thinking he was younger than he really was. As the last of the people entered, Naruto closed the door and blotted it shut. He then reached into his jean pocket, he's wearing his civilian outfit, and took out his communicator. "You two ready?" he asked. "Just about," replied Isaribi. "Why do I have to do this?" cried Haku. "Because bandages and scales aren't a turn-on to most guys," said Naruto. "Now let's start the show." With that, Naruto put away his communicator and went into the main hall. "Welcome to the grand opening," said Naruto once he got on stage. The men cheered. "Now, meet the lovely Haku." Naruto then quickly got off stage as the music started to play. Haku came out dressed in his pink outfit and twirled on stage. All the perverts were drawn to him, thinking what most people think when they see him. Haku kept dancing for a few moments till he saw Isaribi give him the signal that everything was all set. He reached into his shirt and got the excitement of all the men. They were surprised when he pulled out a gas mask. A few seconds later they heard a whizzing sound and everything went dark. It didn't take long for the three of them to check the bodies and find the plans. 2 days later in Leaf, the Hokage was talking to Kakashi about his mission. At the first mention of Naruto, the old man's heart soared. He had believed the boy to be dead, but now he had hoped that he would see him once again. That hope dissipated quickly as the story continued when he heard a boo. Chihu had taken in Naruto and the conspiracy of Hiro and the council. Then he heard about the death of Hiro and Naruto's actions after Zabuza's death. "It would seem, Kakashi, that there is nothing we can do about the council now." "What do you mean? We have no proof other than your words. If either boy had come back with you, we could have gotten to the bottom of this." At this, the Jonin was silent. He cursed himself for the fact he was unable to do anything to help Hiro. No matter what he had done in his past, he was still a teammate and a Leaf shinobi. Then he remembered what Zabuza had said to him. "What do you know about the Uzumaki clan?" asked Kakashi. "Well, you are too young to remember them," replied the Hokage. "To give you a full understanding of them, we need to go back before the formation of the 5 great nations. Back then, all villages were small by comparison and some clans roamed free. The Uzumaki clan was one of them. They combined samurai sword skills with the ones of the shinobi. They were also incredible swordsmiths, the best anyone could find. Once the formation of the great nations began, they decided to stay where they were, in water country. At the beginning, they supplied the village with weapons like kunai and shuriken. Then, about a year after the formation of the village, there was an attack on the village by another who desired to take their place. 700 shinobi were about to attack the village, but before they reached their target, they were stopped by 7 of the stronger members of the Uzumaki clan. These 7 took out the army and started the legend of the 7 shinobi swordsmen. "So, how did Naruto get here and what happened to the clan?" asked Kakashi. "Sadly, there was a plague that hit their clan. Very few survived. The last surviving member left the village that held so many of her memories to find a degree of peace. Perhaps she thought it was retribution for all the lives the clan had taken or something to that effect. The only thing I know for sure is that she arrived here shortly before the Kyuubi attacked and was in labor. The rest you already know." Kakashi nodded. "So what will we do now about Naruto?" asked Kakashi. "We can't let what he did go unpunished. I am sorry, Kakashi, but he is not a citizen of this village anymore. He is a shinobi of the mist and fought with a shinobi of the leaf. We cannot punish foreign shinobi. However, I hope to bring him back." "How?" asked Kakashi, his single eye growing big. "That is my secret. Now you will need a new member for your team." 2 days later, Naruto and friends were just arriving in Mist Village. Despite what people thought of the village, it wasn't half bad. People were starving in the streets and killing each other like bloodthirsty monsters. The village was quiet and was designed with canals instead of streets. As they walked towards the Mizukage's tower, they ran accused the remaining 4 swordsmen of the village. The first one was Kamatari Honjo, who wielded Ogama. Then there was Jikatsu, who wielded the snake blade. Then there was Zangulus with his howling sword. Shigur, with his circular blade, was last. "Hey there," called out Kamatari. "How did your mission go?" "Way too easy," said Naruto. "These idiots were so easy a genin could do it. I believe that's the reason they sent you," said Shigur in a serious tone. "Yeah," agreed Jikatsu. "You 3 are still genins. When are you 3 going to advance?" "Shut up," yelled Naruto as he grabbed his head. "It's not our fault." "Naruto is right," said Isaribi. Quote, "We have been very busy and have not had time to do the exams. Now if you will excuse us, we have to speak to the Mizukage about the mission." "Yeah, we have to go as well," said Zangulus. "See ya around." With that, the 4 of them left. "Why can't I get on that team?" moaned Naruto as they walked toward the tower. "I'm a good swordsman and they have 3 openings." "Naruto," said Haku firmly, "you have to be at least chunin to get on the 7 shinobi swordsmen. Just wait for the next time we are free for the exam and we'll do it." "I don't know what the big deal is," said Isaribi as she leaned closer to Naruto. "If you do that, you'll have less time to spend with me." At this, Naruto's face turned bright red. They were soon checked into the tower by the guards and were sent into the Mizukage's office. The Mizukage was a fat man, to say the least. He made people like Dale the Whale monk reference look skinny. Add to that he was lazy, couldn't leave the office, and wanted to change tea. He traditions of the village like the graduation exam. And people wondered why Zabuza wanted to take over. "Ah, good you're bad," he said as he put down his pudding. "Now, give me your report." "The mission was completed," said Naruto. 66 rebels have been eliminated and we have their battle plans. It also contains information on their hideouts, bases, and other detailed information. We took the liberty of leaving it with the Anbu before we came to see you." "Very well done," said the Mizukage as he took a bite of a cookie. "Now, I have something to tell you 3. Yesterday, I received a message for the Hokage concerning Naruto. He apparently wants to trade for him." "What?" they all cry out. "Yes, I was surprised by that as well." "They can't do that," said Naruto. "I am a citizen of this village now. Back there they treated me like shit and now after 6 years want me back. I don't get it." There was silence in the room until Haku spoke. "What is their reason and what are they offering?" "Glad you asked. The reason is that Naruto was born in their village and thus his citizenship there takes priority. Also, the fact that his mother chose to leave Mist tells them that it was her wish that Naruto not be raised in this village. Now to what they are offering, assistance in this civil war. This could save hundreds of lives and end the war in our favor," said Isaribi quietly. She turned to Naruto as saw the look of utter devastation in his eyes. They were once again taking away everything that made him happy and caring nothing about what he felt. Isaribi clenched her fists. "Now, what with all the long faces?" asked the Mizukage. "Do you really think I'll give them Naruto, who is the last of the Uzumaki clan?" "I think not." This news brought smiles to the 3 genins. "But this does give us an opportunity for a mission I had saved for another team. You see, once it was decided that the Leaf Village would hold the next Chunin exam, the Cloud came to us with information of an invasion that their spies had discovered. They saw this as a chance to collect something there that they wanted, but can't since the Leaf will be on high alert with them in regard to this. So, they want us to collect it for them." "What do they want?" asked Isaribi. It was Naruto who answered. "A Hyuga." "That is correct," said the Mizukage. "They want 1 female from the main house of the clan so that they can gain the secrets of their bloodline limit. If we accept the mission, they will help us and if it is completed they will give us their demon container." Naruto's eyes grew wide at this information. His emotions were a mix. On one hand, he didn't want to hurt the Hinata. On the other hand, the chance to meet a fellow vessel like himself and have him or her live in the same village was an amazing opportunity. "They think that a Hyuga is worth that much?" asked Haku. "Well, there are a few other things that they want. Like Naruto giving them lessons in the gentle fist style. I think the reason they want this is because they are looking at things down the road. A long-term plan if you will. Their vessel won't be around forever and they need better insurance for the future. Here is your mission, said the Mizukage. I will inform the Hokage that you will be going using the exam to make up your mind on where you want to live. You will take the chunin exam and wait for the invasion to start. Once it begins, you will abduct a Hyuga and bring her to the Cloud Village. Dismissed. Back with Orochimaru. The snake was about to enter the building once again. Are you sure you want to do this? Asked Hyuga. Orochimaru nods and steps into the church, only to burst into flames a second later. He begins to roll around screaming in pain. Hyuga finds some water and splashes it on him. Ah, it burns, cried Orochimaru. Guess I shouldn't have used holy water, she said as she sweat drops. Later that night Naruto was on top of his family's castle looking at the moon. That's right, castle. It was a design similar to that of other Japanese castles, but a bit smaller. Only 5 stories tall. But that's not the point right now, is it? Naruto was on the roof, holding his sword up, this one hand next to the moon. His mind was a mix of emotions and old memories that had long since been forgotten. The mission had been issued and he had to do it. But did he want to? Did he want to stay behind and help in the invasion or stop it? Part of him wanted to see all the people who made his life hell suffer. But there were people in that village that had never done anything or didn't know any better. Was it right for them to die? Hey, you look weird, said Isaribi as she appeared next to him. She sat down next to him and began to hug her legs. I just have a lot on my mind, said Naruto as he put down his sword. I bet you're finally going to be able to go home. This is my home, said Naruto with a hint of annoyance. She looked down at her feet of a moment, and let out a sigh. She too had a lot on her mind. She was afraid that Naruto might decide to stay in Leaf and pick up where he left off. She was afraid that she would lose him forever when he saw Hinata again. She decided to voice her concerns. So, you'll finally get to see her again. Who? He asked. Hinata. I can tell that you want to. We were friends once, said Naruto with a sigh. But a lot can happen in 6 years. Besides, whether or not I want to see her is a moot point. We are assigned to kidnap her and take her to Cloud. But, she started but Naruto interrupted her. If you are worried that I'll leave you for her, you're crazy. If there was anything between us, it would never work out. Not after I killed her brother. Besides, he said turning to face her, she's nowhere near as cute as you. She smiled at that and gave him a nice long kiss. Well, that's done. Just so we are clear, Naruto and his team will be in the exams. Sorry to repeat myself, but I don't want any confusion or angry comments. They scare me. Haven't figured out if I should mention Naruto's father, not the fourth. Sorry. Well, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Also hope you all like the choices I made of the remaining swordsmen. I wanted variety with the weapons and skills. And to all you people who are sad about Zabuza, I'm sorry. Starts to cry. I didn't want to do it. I felt Chi was the best motivation for Naruto and gang. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm done. On another note, there will be another voting. It will be for my next fanfic. I have so many ideas. So please help me decide. Time travel. Naruto and Sasuke's fight at the Valley of the End creates a hole in time and space. When Naruto wakes you, he is meet with the legendary 3 when they were his age. Naruto x Tsunade. Rin couldn't take losing Obito. She asked the fourth to seal her away so that she could be alone for a long while. Pity he died and she was left in the Forbidden Scroll till Naruto came along. Naruto, Rin. The future is hell. 2 people travel back in time to meet their fathers and prepare them for what is to come. They are Naruto's daughter and Gaara's son. Starts at the beginning of the Chunin exams. Crossovers. I'm sick of Kyuubi always being sealed in Naruto. What if Ryoko had attacked the village in Ryo-Oki and was sealed inside Naruto? Naruto, harem. One day, 4 strangers enter the Leaf Village. Completely lost. They were heading west, but got turned around. Then, they meet Naruto and things change for him. Meet him where he returns with the skills and powers he learns for the cast of Sayuki. No pairing yet. The final battle takes place in Leaf Village as Sasuke and Naruto fight to decide the future. But somehow they are sent to another dimension called El Hazard. Can Naruto stop Sasuke from destroying this world like he was doing in theirs? Please vote and tell me what you think. See you at the exams. Chapter 8. Naruto, Haku, and Isaribi walked past the front gate of the Hidden Leaf village with less problems than they expected. Well, than what Naruto expected at least. They were wearing their fighting outfits like they had when on the bridge. Haku in his hunter nin uniform, Isaribi in her blue dress, and Naruto wearing the Zabuza look. Would you stop fidgeting? Said an annoyed Haku. I can't help it, said Naruto. I keep expecting an ambush to happen at any moment. Then, in a swirl of leaves, the Hokage and several Anbu appeared in front of the mist nins. Naruto, said the Hokage, it's nice to see you again. Same to you, old man, said Naruto as he put on his fake smile. He hadn't had to put it on since he left this village, but some things a person just doesn't forget. Haku and Isaribi noticed it immediately. Thank you for greeting us, said Haku, who politely bowed before the third. It was my pleasure, he replied as he turned back to Naruto. Look how you have grown. I can't believe it's been 6 years. How have you been? I've been fine, Gramps. I found everything I ever needed and found people who were willing to accept me. That part made the Hokage wince a bit. He had tried to get people to accept Naruto, but things rarely ever go as planned. He had failed his student Orochimaru and then he failed Naruto. The Hokage was about to say something, but an Anbu spoke up. Lord Hokage, we should be returning to the tower for the meeting. Yes, you are right. I hope to speak with you later, Naruto. With that they disappeared. Naruto began to continue walking but stopped when he realized that his teammates weren't moving. What? He asked them. What was that about? Demanded Isaribi. He seemed like a nice old guy and you say that to him. The poor old guy looked like he was about to cry. Naruto said nothing for a while. He tried to think of something he could tell them to make them understand. He had finally found some happiness in his life and the old man was trying to take it away from him so he wouldn't feel guilty. That was how Naruto felt about this. Then there was the fact that he was once again in the place of his torment. The place where he had been starved, beaten, and treated like a thing. Being here didn't put him in his best mood. I guess I vented a bit too much, he said at last. I'll apologize later. You better, she said as she walked over to him. Don't worry, I never break my word. Back at the tower, the Hokage was confirming which of the current genin would be taking the exam this year. To his surprise, all 3 of the rookie teams were nominated. Lord Hokage, I must object to this, said Iruka. They are you green for this exam. It is not your place to question the decision, said the Hokage. You are no longer their teacher. I know you care for them, but why? Oh, you must put aside your personal feeling on this matter. Yes, sir, said the defeated chunin. The rest of the meeting took place without any other instances. When they were leaving, Hyuga entered the room. I have heard that Uzumaki has returned, he said. This caused the room to become silent. Very, very silent. Yes, he has. Is there a problem? Asked the old man. That demon killed my son. He should be killed on the spot. No, he is here for the exam and you know what will happen if he is killed by someone other than an examen. It would start up a war. Perhaps we wouldn't be having this little chat if you hadn't taken it upon yourself to banish the boy. Hiashi remained silent. The Hokage had questioned him about Naruto shortly after the report from Kakashi had been summated. Hiashi admitted that he had banished Naruto, but refused to believe that his son had any part in it. They glared at each other and then finally, the Hyuga left. So, what should we do first? Asked Haku. Why are you asking me? Complained Naruto as they turned a corner. Well, you know this place better than we do. A nice trip down memory lane. Where to first? Maybe where I was beaten, tied it up, and used as a piñata by some drunks. Quote, sorry, said Haku quietly. No, sighed Naruto. I'm sorry, I snapped again. He would have said more, but he heard a voice several yards in front of them. Watch where you are going, said a guy in black pajamas. Sorry, he heard Sakura say. We were playing and not watching where we were going. Stop it, Konkuro, said a blonde girl. Sorry, but I don't like these little kids. Seeing them makes me want to kill them. Before he could do anything else, Naruto grabbed the handle of his blade and rushed at him. Kankuro stopped in mid-swing when he felt a blade press against the back of his head. He gulped in fear. How big of you picking on little kids? I guess that's the best anyone can expect of a sand nin, said Naruto in a cold voice. Kankuro put the kid down. Sasuke jumped out of the tree he had been hiding in and looked at Naruto in anger. He was getting ready to make a big entrance and amaze everyone with his skill, and this loser messes it up. Sakura was angry as well that he was making her Sasuke look bad. Naruto noticed this. I take it those angry looks are because I killed a teammate of yours, he said as he slowly lowered his sword. Or at least I hope so. I hate to think that it was something trivial like an egomaniac's image. He gave them a grin. You interest me, came a voice from the tree Sasuke had been in. Gaara, said the person called Kankuro with fear. Kankuro, you are an embarrassment to our village, said the person named Gaara. Sorry, was all he had to say. Gaara disappeared in a whirlwind of sand and appeared next to Naruto. They stared at each other for a few moments. I am Gaara of the desert, he finally said. Naruto Uzumaki, also known as Bloody Fox, said Naruto with a grin. He then held up his hand to shake Gaara's. When he didn't respond, Naruto simply grabbed his hand and shook it. That's what you're supposed to do when you meet someone. I see. You seem to know those leaf nins. Are they noteworthy? Nope. Pinky has no skills and Mr. Anger is just an Uchiha. Nothing special about them. With that, Naruto and his team began to walk away with the sand trio. What do you mean? Just an Uchiha? We are the best in this village. Say that again when you are able to do something original, shouted Naruto as he continued to walk away. Wait, yelled Sakura. When they stopped, she continued. Why are you here? Foreign shinobi aren't allowed in other hidden villages unless they have permission. You are correct, said Haku politely. We are here for the chunin exams. What? Shouted Sasuke. He would have said more. But they had left. Later they checked into a hotel where all of the other shinobi were staying for the exams. In the next room, a group of grass nins Orochimaru and the Sound 4 were settling in. Orochimaru turned on the TV to watch one of his favorite shows. You can do it, Puka, said the famous snake Sanin. You can get that kiss. Go, do it for love. The others in the room sweat dropped. The next day, the Mist Shinobi went to the Leaf Academy, where the exam was to take place. When they arrived, they saw a large group trying to get into a room on the second floor. Haku asked Isaribi, what floor is the exam taking place on? The third, came his reply. With a nod, they left the group to figure this out as Team Guy appeared on the scene. In the exam room, they quickly found a corner and stayed there. A few moments later, Team 7 came into the room with some black-haired guy with a paintbrush. Must be the new member of their team, thought Naruto. Hey, how did you guys manage to get in? Came a loud voice from a guy with a dog sitting on his head. Don't bother Sasuke, said two girls in unison. Man, we're all here. How troublesome. Where is Hiro? I haven't seen him around lately. He's dead, said Sasuke in an expressionless voice. I would suggest you all keep it down, said a guy with glasses and silver hair. This must be your first time. Yeah, so what about it? Said Sasuke. Well, I'll give you a hand, this being my 7th time taking this exam and all. This year I have an edge. These are my info cards. They contain information on the different villages, topics, and people who are taking this exam. Got anyone you want to know about? Rock Lee of the Leaf, Gaara of the Desert, and Naruto Uzumaki of the Mist. When Hinata heard that last part, she gasped. He was back and she might be able to see him again. That's no fun. You know their names. First is Rock Lee. According to this, he has done 20D ranked missions as well as 12C ranked. He specializes in taijutsu and his other skills are unknown. This is his first time taking the exam. Next is Gaara of the Desert. 8 Cs and even a B, and he has never been hurt in any mission. That's all I have on him. Last is Naruto Uzumaki. Wow, he has done several ranked missions and he is only a genin in rank. He is very good in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and kenjutsu. Wow, there are a lot of amazing people taking this exam, said Sakura. Yeah, we have the Mist taking the exam for the first time in a while. Also the newly formed Sound Village, but don't worry about them too much. They aren't too important. The trio from Sound didn't like that last comment and decided to do something about it. They moved quickly, launching an attack on Kabuto. "Add this to your notes, brat," said the mummy man as he got ready to launch his attack in the air. However, it never came. The genin of Leaf looked surprised as they saw the Sound nin get kneed in the chest. By a blonde wearing a mist forehead protector on the side of his head. "Don't get too worked up," said Naruto. "The exam hasn't even begun." "What happened to that? A ninja should never lose control of his emotions, bit." "I'm waiting, Mr. Mummy." Said person was gasping for air. He turned to his teammates only to see Kin with a senbon pressed against her neck by Haku and Zaku was in a full Nelson by Isaribi. "Thank you for the help," said Kabuto. "No problem," relied Naruto. The other genin were amazed at his speed with a Zanbato on his back. Then there was a reaction they didn't expect. "And Naruto, is that you?" asked Hinata with tears in her eyes. Said boy looked at her. "Damn, she grew up nicely." "It's been a while, Hinata," was all he said. Before any more could be said, several jonins appeared. "That's enough, maggots. Fighting will not be tolerated unless we say so. Try this again and you will be failed." Naruto looked at this man and blinked. "I have seen this guy before, but where?" A few moments later they were all seated for the written portion. "All right, I'll go over the questions once and there will be no questions. The exam will have 10 questions. You will start out with 10 points, and for every question you get wrong, you will lose 1 point. If you are caught cheating, you will lose 2 points. Caught cheating 3 times and you fail automatically. Also, this test will be taken as a team. If one of you fails, you all fail. The 10th question will be given at the last 15 minutes. The test was given out and was quickly begun. Naruto looked over the exam and tried to decide what to do. He closed his eyes and remembered what he was taught. Flashback. Naruto had asked Zabuza what he should do when he was faced with an impossible task. "There is no such thing, kid," replied his sensei. "Just because you can see the answer doesn't mean it's not there. Figure out what you know and look at the situation from all angles. If that doesn't work, then you lose." End flashback. Naruto opened his eyes and went over the information that he knew. He was given a test with questions any shinobi would have problems with. They were taking it as a team. If you got caught, then you only lost 2 points. That's it, he realized. They weren't testing them on knowledge, but information gathering. Haku and Isaribi had also gathered this in with the ice mirrors. Haku gathered the information and relayed it to his teammates. Soon, the 15-minute marker came up. All right, time for the last question. However, there are special rules to it. First, you have the option of not taking it. If you choose that, you fail. If you take the question and miss it, you get an automatic 0 and are banned from ever taking this exam ever again. "That's bogus," shouted the dog boy. "There are others here who have taken this exam before." "That's true, but I wasn't in charge before. Now I am and I'm making the rules. It's just your unlucky break." Soon several teams were dismissed due to fear. "Anyone else?" he asked. That was when Naruto slammed his fist onto the desk. "Hey, just give us the damn question already. Are you sure? You might be stuck as a genin for the rest of your life. If I didn't have confidence in myself, then I wouldn't be taking this test. I'm not going to back down just because there is a possibility that I might fail. So give us the question and shut your trap." Ibiki noticed that everyone else had been encouraged by his words and were standing their ground. To say he was impressed was an understatement. He had never met anyone who could dispel the fear he placed in others with such ease. "Very well then," he said and paused for a few seconds. "Everyone in this room passes." "What?" cried several people. "I will explain. Many of you figured out the purpose of this test was not to see what you knew, but how well you could gather information. To supply you with correct answers, several people were placed in the room as your targets. Then, it was up to share this information with your teammates." "Okay, we get that," said the blonde sand nin. "So what was the deal with the 10th question? In the world of the shinobi, you will be given many difficult tasks like the one I gave you. When you get them, will you be able to say no because you don't have enough information? The answer is no. As chunin, you will Be placed in many difficult situations and will have to think on your feet and will not be able to say no to them. The last question was to test your resolve. I congratulate you all on passing the first test. The celebration was short-lived as a large ball came in through the window, and out popped Anko behind a banner. All right maggots, no time to celebrate. I am Anko and will be the proctor for the second test. Follow me. Everyone just sweat dropped. Isaribi and Haku were wondering if she was somehow related to Naruto. Naruto looked like he was thinking very hard. You're early, said Ibiki. 28 teams. You're getting soft, she replied. Maybe we just have a more talented crop this year. I doubt that. Don't worry, I'll cut them in half. Now I remember, shout Naruto. I saw you two in the park one night 7 years ago. In the park 7 years ago, thought Ibiki. Ah shit, he saw us. What are you talking about, loser, said Sasuke. Let's say I saw a very memorable show, he said with a grin towards Sasuke. Then he turned back towards Anko and Ibiki. I think the chains and candles were a bit much. All right, said a beet red Anko. Let's go and start the next exam. Well, that's it for this chapter. Hoped you liked the ending. I couldn't help myself. Well, it looked better in my head at least. Sigh. Well, thank you all for your reviews and comments. Now, in both of my stories, I am at the chunin exam. I had a hard time with Naruto, Ninja of the Sand, because I wanted all of my OCs to interact a bit in the Leaf Village. I really liked the first between Mitsukai and Hanabi. I am planning on a love triangle between them and Konohamaru. Lol. If any of you get the chance, please check out my first work ever. Now on to the votes. Naruto, Rin. 12. Ryoko. 9. Sayuki. 1. L Hazard. 2. Naruto, Tsunade. 12. Future as Hell. 1. Wow, a tie. Well, I'll decide later on what I'll write about. Till then, PLZ read and review. Chapter 9. Before I start today, I want you to read the lyrics to this song called Missing Person by Michael W. Smith. Another question in me, one for the powers that be, it's got me thrown, and so I put on my poker face and try to figure it out. This undeniable doubt, a common occurrence, feeling so out of place, guarded and cynical, now can't help but wondering how my heart evolved into a rock beating inside of me, so I reel, such a stoic ordeal. Where's that feeling that I don't feel? Chorus. There was a boy who had the faith to move a mountain, and like a child he would believe without a reason. Without a trace he disappeared into the void, and I've been searching for that missing person under a lavender moon. So many thoughts consume me, who dimmed that glowing light that once burned so bright in me. Is this a radical phase? A problematical age that keeps me running from all that I used to be? Is there a way to return? Is there a way to unlearn that carnal knowledge that's chipping away at my soul? I've been gone too long. Will I ever find my way home? Chorus. There was a boy who had the faith to move a mountain, and like a child he would believe without a reason, without a trace he disappeared into the void, and I've been searching for that missing person. He used to want to try to walk the straight and narrow, he had a fire and he could feel it in the marrow. It's been a long time and I haven't seen him lately, but I've been searching for that missing person. My brother asked me why I like Naruto. I used this song to explain it to him. In a way, he is that missing person. The part in us that we have lost. He is trusting, kind, and loyal. No matter what has happened to him, he has stayed true to himself, which is more than I can say about most people nowadays. It takes courage to do what he does, being himself. I know that in this fanfiction, I have changed him to suit my needs for the story. That makes him more like us, changing so that others will respect him. I just want to take a moment to say sorry for destroying the reason I like the show so much. I don't know if you care or not, I just wanted to say that. In a way, I am ashamed of how my mind works. However, I will not quit writing this. That is my way of life, to finish what I start. I know this seems different from the other messages I have put out in the past, but I just wanted a moment to be serious and address this issue that has been bothering me. Well, enjoy the chapter. Genin teams arrive at an area that was named the Forest of Death. It seemed fitting, in a strange way. Looking into the tree line, there was only blackness and the strange noises that came out of sent chills into the most seasoned shinobi. All right maggots, cried Anko. This is where you will be taking the second part of the exam. It will be an extreme survival test. Each one of you will be getting a scroll. There are Earth and Heaven scrolls. You need to steal an opposite one from another team and make it to the tower in the center of the forest. However, you may not look at the contents of the scroll until you reach the tower. This part will last a total of 5 days. What? Cried a fat boy. What will we do for food? Anko snickered. Don't worry. There are plenty of things to eat in the forest, along with many poisonous snakes, spiders, and other things. Oh, one more thing. I need you to sign these weavers so I won't be responsible for your deaths. With that, she handed he papers out, and the genin had a half an hour till they got their scrolls and another 15 minutes till the exam started. Naruto was sitting by himself for a moment while his teammates were gathering up some last-minute supplies. Isaribi wanted to get some extra bandages, in case she needed to replace the ones she had on, and Haku needed scrolls so he could seal some water into them. Naruto felt confident that his close combat skills would be enough for this part of the test. Soon, he saw someone walking over to him. What do you want, Hinata? I wanted to talk to you, she replied. You shouldn't. We are enemies. Or have you forgotten? I could never think of you as my enemy. And Naruto sighed. Fine. What do you want? Where have you been all this time? Didn't you write or even say goodbye? I was worried. Is that all? Fine. I have been in water country as a mist shinobi. Your brother framed me and I was kicked out of this village by your dear father. After that, I was taken in by my sensei and learned of my heritage. Finally finding some happiness in life, I decided to cut all ties to my past. That includes you. The only reason I'm here now is because the old man made a deal to try and get me back. Hinata looked devastated. He brother was the reason Naruto left. Why would he do something like that? Hinata, hate me, said Naruto as he stared at her. Hate me, loathe me, and despise me. Forget about our past and more on with your life. At that point, both Kiba and Shino had walked up and could hear everything. There could never be anything between us at this point. No one could ever love the person who killed their brother. At that, tears began to fall from the eyes of Hinata. Kiba charged at Naruto and grabbed him by his shirt. You did what? He shouted. I killed Hiro, said Naruto with a sad grin. It was sad really. He begged me to spare him. So much for the Hyuga pride. You bastard, growled Kiba. I may not have known him all that well, but he was a fellow leaf shinobi and around here that means he's like family. At this, Naruto began to laugh. Kiba let go in confusion. Family, chuckled Naruto. That sounds nice, but it's only words that a fool would believe. Because if it was true, then what was I in this family? With that, began to walk away. As he passed by Hinata, he moved a hand to her cheek to wipe away a tear. Sorry I made you cry, he said in a low tone that only Hinata could hear. Soon, he and his team were standing at their assigned gate, waiting for the signal to start. You guys ready? He asked. Yes, they said. The gate suddenly opened and they walked into the forest. They were in a hurry. In fact, the slower they moved, the more likely the prey would come to them. About 20 minutes into the exam, they saw a grass nin flaring a large amount of killer intent in a clearing. Sorry, coming through, said Naruto as they walked into the clearing. They then saw who the grass nin was attacking. It was Team 7. Small world, said Haku. We just can't seem to get rid of you. The grass nin looked at them and smirked. Well, it seems help has arrived for you. It will do you little good. She then flared a blast of killer intent to freeze the mist nins in place. Not bad, said Isaribi. That would have worked if we were not already seasoned fighter. Is that so? Said the grass nin with a smirk. Then maybe you could lend me a hand. I want to see what Sasuke can do, but he won't play with me. She turned her head to indicate Sasuke, who was shaking with fear. Perhaps you would give me a hand if I give you my Earth Scroll. Hell, I'd do it for free, said Naruto. But since you offered, we accept your offer. She tossed them her scroll and Isaribi caught it. I have been meaning to fight an Uchiha for a while now anyways. I mean Kisame has been spotted with your brother and if I want to fight him, I'll have to go through Itachi as well. At the sound of his brother's name, Sasuke looked up and stared at Naruto. He noticed this and chuckled. Don't think you are the only one after him. Kisame was once a member of the 7 before he became a missing nin. And if your brother is with him, well, I might as well fight him too. No, said Sasuke. Excuse me, said Naruto. No, I will kill Itachi. With that, Sasuke raced towards Naruto at a blazing pace and Sharingan activated. Naruto sidestepped and the attack missed him completely. Sasuke turned around and tried again with the results being the same. Soon they were in the trees, Sasuke RGING and Naruto dodging at the last minute. You waste too much energy like that, said Naruto. Naruto didn't have a bead of sweat on him while Sasuke was panting for breath. It looks like your sensei did a crappy job of teaching you. Well, consider this your lucky day as I drill the basics back into that little head of yours. Shut up. Great fireball jutsu. With that, a large ball of fire came flying towards Naruto. Too easy. Dance of the full moon. With that, he grabbed the Kubikiri Haucho from his back and began to twirl it in front of him till it resembled a disc. This acted like a shield from the flames. No way, said Sasuke as the blade slowed down. Your first problem is your anger. The first mention of your brother and you blow a fuse. If you can't control your emotions then they end you controlling you. That will give your enemy the advantage they need. Shut up. What whould a loser like you know? This time he threw some kunai with wire around them at Naruto. However, instead of hitting him, they wrapped him around a tree. Now die loser. Dragon Fire Jutsu. As the flames came down towards Naruto, Sasuke didn't notice the one-handed signs he was making. The flames hit Naruto and Sasuke smirked. It quickly disappeared as he saw that Naruto looked unharmed. Naruto noticed his confusion as he walked back towards him. Please, you saw Haku doing one-handed jutsus, so what makes you think I couldn't? The jutsu I used was called the Water Shell Jutsu. It's a decent defense against fire-based jutsus. With that he disappeared and reappeared in front of Sasuke with his first in his stomach. Lesson 2. Never underestimate your opponent. Despite what you think, you aren't the greatest. How many real missions have you down? One and you lost your fight against Haku. I bet after that you didn't increase your training regiment at all. Sasuke gave Naruto a hateful glare. Even with his bloodline limit, the result was the same as the time he fought Lee. He was simply faster. Hey, grass girl, was that enough of a demo? With that, she appeared next to Naruto. Yes, that was most helpful. If you don't mind I would like to take my turn and fight him. Well then, take care. With that, flashed a smile and salute. He then dodged an ink clone attack from the new member of the group. Gotta go. Naruto then disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves along with Isaribi and Haku. They reappeared in a different clawing a ways from where the fight had taken place. Haku was giving him a look that said, "Why did you do that?" "Stop that Haku," said Isaribi. "We got a scroll out of that fight and hopefully got rid of an enemy team. It's not like we sold ourselves to an asshole like Orochimaru." If only she knew. For the next 3 days, the Mist team decided to do some light training in the forest. Part of the reason was that they knew what the next part was and didn't want their skill to dull. Another reason was that they wanted to get rid of a couple of teams while they waited for the deadline. On the 4th day of the test they headed towards the tower. When they arrived at close to the tower, they heard some noises and decided to see what it was about. Hiding they saw the sound team. The mummy man seemed to be beating the shit out of his teammates. "You cocky fool," he shouted at a guy who had both his arms in a sling. "You had to ignore me during that fight. Now look at you. The mission failed because of you, Zaku." He gave him a right hook then turned to the female teammate who was lying on the ground. "And you kin, what good are you?" He kicked her in the stomach. "Hey, cut that out," shouted Isaribi as she jumped out of her hiding place. What kind of jerk kicks his own teammates when they are down? They are trash who failed in their mission. They have no real use. "So, they are not precious to you?" asked Haku as he appeared. "Normally, I avoid a fight as much as possible. But, I will make an exception. I'm with you there Haku," said Naruto as he appeared behind the mummy. "I had to hold myself back a great deal. Consider yourself lucky. You got to live for a few extra moments. No, said Isaribi. I want this one. Isaribi, said Naruto sternly. Heal the others. Don't waste your skills on trash like him. Fine, she said as she went over to check up on the other two. Well then, said Haku, mind if I knock yourself out, replied Naruto as he took a few steps back. Demon Ice Mirrors. With that, 4 mirrors squared the mummy man into a tight situation. Haku then stepped into one on then and began his barrage. Dosu did his best to counterattack, but it was no use. Haku was too fast and soon he was covered with Senbon. Forgive me, Orochimaru. At this Isaribi's eyes light up with anger. What name did he say? She asked Kin who was now healed. Orochimaru. He is our village's leader. This information enraged Isaribi. The bastard who had ordered the experiments on her controlled the village. He had become more powerful due to her sufferings. I refuse to help them anymore, she shouted and walked away. I understand, said Naruto. He turned to face Kin and her teammate. I would be careful around him. He has a habit of using others for his own benefit. Isaribi was taken by him and a guy named Itachi and used in his experiments. Well, have a nice day. With that, he walked away, leaving the two to think about who they served. Well, next chapter will start the prelims. Yay. Also, about my next fanfic, it will be coming out sometime this weekend. So keep a lookout for me. Till next time. Oh yeah, Naruto Shippuden rocks. I love the new theme song. Also, I didn't my version of the bitch song in my other fanfiction for Sakura. Check it out. Chapter 10. Sorry I'm so late with this latest chapter. You see, there was a black cat sitting on my keyboard and I had to wait for him to move. Then the old lady next door needed help. Then I had to rescue so children from a burning building. Why are you all staring at me like that? Well, before I begin today, I would like to comment on the latest Naruto episodes. So far, I am content. I mean, I wanted to see that new perverted jutsu Naruto created. It's so unfair. Also, with the fight with Kakashi, how can he last that long? I mean, when he fought Zabuza it only lasted maybe 20 minutes and now he's using the Sharingan for hours at a time and not fainting due to chakra exaction. What is with that? Now we are at the preliminary round. I hope you all enjoy the matchups I have selected. Also, Naruto will be talking about what makes someone a true genius. This is my personal belief when I heard this story of a man named Andrew Carnegie. He was born with nothing and his father brought him and his mother to America to get a better life. The Andrew worked hard on the railroads and eventually ended more money than his father, who later deserted the family. Eventually, he started his own business and returned to his homeland, Scotland, to rub it in the faces of everyone who said he was nothing. Well, read my story and tell me if you agree. Enjoy. Kabuto was walking down the corridor that led to where the Jonins were staying. He knocked on the door that was for the Jonin of the Sound Village and his roommate. Not getting an answer, he went in and saw Orochimaru, in disguise, sitting in a corner rocking back and forth slowly. His eyes were wide had he looked like he was in shock. Sir, said Kabuto, your team didn't qualify for the third part. Are you okay? Orochimaru slowly turned his head to face Kabuto. Gee, thank you, he stammered. I don't think I could have taken another day with my roommate. Kabuto was about to ask who his roommate was when Guy came bursting into the room to chat with his youthful roommate. Kabuto decided that he had better get going, not wanting to be near this strange-looking Jonin. Naruto was in the medical wing of the tower looking for Kin and Zaku. He walked for a short while till he found their room. Like all of the genin who had been rescued in the forest, they had been brought here for medical attention and to wait for the sensei. Yo, he said as he walked in the room. What do you want? Asked Zaku. Both he and Kin were on edge due to fear of what Orochimaru would do to them for failing. I came to apologize for my teammate and to warn you, said Naruto with a sigh. I realize that you didn't know about the things he does to people. To him, everyone is a pawn. Whatever plan he has for you will only serve his interests in the end. When he is done with you, he will discard you without a second thought. Naruto noticed the two of them starting to shake. If you wish, you could become members of my village. If you do want that, I'll ask the Mizukage and back you up all the way. Naruto turned to head out the door. Why are you doing this to us? Asked Kin. You know nothing about us and you're trying to help us. Why? Naruto turned around slowly and looked at her. Because, when I was abandoned, someone helped me. That's all you need to know. With that, Naruto left and began to walk over to the fighting arena. When he got there, he stood with Hi's team and began to observe the others who had passed. He saw a total of 4 Leaf teams and the team formed Sand. This soon changed when Sasuke's team came in at the last moment. So, looks like you got lucky at the last minute, said Naruto to Sasuke. Whatever Dobi, was the brooder's only reply. Soon the Hokage appeared before them and began to explain the reason for the exam. The reason why it W. As an alternative to war and to show of the nation's shinobi. Soon Hayate Gecko appeared before them and said that there were too many of them, so they would be having a one-on-one preliminary match. A screen on the wall soon decided the first fighters, Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Akato. All of the other contestants went up to the balcony to watch the fight in safety. The fight looked one-sided for a while. The guy named Yoroi had some sort of ability that allowed him to drain his opponent's chakra. Sasuke managed to escape his grasp, however he was greatly weakened. Then, with a familiar smirk, Asuke charged at his opponent and gave him a powerful kick that sent him flying. Sasuke then used the Leaf Shadow Dance and followed it up with a series of kicks, the last one in his gut when he hit the floor. Never seen an attack like that, said Isaribi, who was slightly impressed. It was similar to a move of the strong fist style, replied Naruto. Most likely he copied it from someone else and claimed it as his own. I just hoped he wasn't from a member of his own village. Soon the scene was going over the names to decide who would be fighting next. While everyone waited, Naruto watched Sasuke walk over to his teammates, who gave him worried looks. Something was off with this picture, but before he could think about it any further, the next names were called. Shino Aburame and Shikamaru. Nara walked down to the floor and got ready. As soon as the fight began, Shikamaru's shadow stretched and attached itself to Shino's. Shadow imitation successful, he said. However, bugs shot out of Shino's jacket and soon covered the Nara. Soon, the lazy boy was out of chakra and fell to the floor. Shino was declared the winner. That was fast, commented Haku. Must have been a bad match-up, said Isaribi. Naruto just stared with his arms crossed. He wanted to start jumping up and down, demanding that he go next. In truth, he wanted to have been first and finish off Sasuke and put an end to his arrogance. But the thought of doing that in the finals sounded much better. The next 2 fighters were Konkuro and Masumi Tsurugi. The two began to trash talk and Naruto became bored. He then saw 2 figures walking over to him and his group. It was Zaku and Kin. What do you 2 want? Asked Isaribi in a harsh tone. Zaku looked at Naruto in the eye. We thought about what you said and we made a decision. We would like to become Mist Nins, if you can do it. Naruto gave them a smile. Sure I can. I can do anything as long as I put my mind to it. Kin chuckled at that and Zaku just grinned. They then stopped and looked at Naruto's teammates. Well, Naruto is a good judge of character, so I have no problem with it, said Haku. Trust will take time, was all Isaribi said. The 5 of them turned their attention back to the fight and noticed it was over. Konkuro was wrapping up his puppet as the next 2 names came up. Would Isaribi of the Mist Village and Sakura Haruno please come down, said Hayate Gecko. Sakura looked a little scared but went down to show everyone that she had what it took to hit chunin. Isaribi simply walked down to the floor and took her stand. I never thought I would be fighting you here one day, said Sakura. I never thought you would live long enough to get this far. The last time I saw you, all you did was watch as one teammate died and the other got his ass kicked, said Isaribi. You should just give up. You are not a shinobi. You are just a fangirl trying to impress a boy. Didn't you do the same? Shouted Sakura. Didn't you become a shinobi to get closer to Naruto? No, said Isaribi calmly. At first, there was nothing between us other than friendship. I admired him for his strength, his dedication, and his kindness. Yes, I did fall in love with him. But I kept my personal feeling on my own time. Enough, said Hayate Gecko. 4th match begin. Sakura started with some simple clones and surrounded Isaribi, who just stood there. The clones began to circle her until Sakura ran at her and punched Isaribi in the face. However, Isaribi didn't move an inch. It was like hitting a tree. Sakura backed away slowly as her clones disappeared. "Was that the best you got?" asked Isaribi. "I guess you should have spent more time training than with your hair or trying to get dates." "Oh yeah," replied the pink-haired girl with anger. "At least I'm not some sort of freak like you." She instantly regretted those words. And if she didn't, well, she soon would. Isaribi made same hand signs and then stretched out her right hand. Mini water prison jutsu. Around her hand appeared a sphere of water the size of a basketball. Isaribi then charged at Sakura and the jutsu hit her head. However, it didn't hurt her or disappear as soon as it hit. It just stayed there around her head. She tried to move, but her head wouldn't leave the confines of the globe of water. "I heard you were supposed to be the smart more," said Isaribi as Sakura began to trash at her. "This is exactly like the jutsu that Zabuza used against Kakashi. The only difference is its size. With your weak strength and no other jutsus other than the basics, you have no chance of escape." A few seconds later, Sakura's eyes rolled to the back of her head and Isaribi let go of the jutsu. She was declared the winner as medics came to save Sakura. She would live. "Was that necessary?" asked Haku as Isaribi rejoined her teammates. He understood why Isaribi got angry, but that just went too far. "Haku, don't bother," said Naruto. Isaribi did what she did and made a point. Someone like that shouldn't be a shinobi. She probably only passed the exams of this village due to her high grades. "Why her? Sensei thought she was ready, I'll never know." "Probable so the Uchiha could advance," suggested Kin. The other nodded in agreement and Naruto became furious. He had seen senseis favor one student before, but at least they taught the other in the team a little. To teach nothing to a student and then send her to something like this was foolish and irresponsible. The next match was Temari vs. Tenten. Tenten began her long-range attacks as soon as the fight began. However, none of her kunai and shurikens hit the target. Tenten just continues with an increased number of projectiles, but to no avail. "What's wrong with that girl?" said Naruto. "She should have realized by now that that won't work." Quote, "Maybe her sensei trained her to be the long-range specialist of the group," said Isaribi. She had seen it before with other team in the mist. The Jonin Inst. Rukter would decide what they were best at and train them so they could perfect that one skill. If she was with the rest of her team, then it would have a better chance of working, said Haku, putting in his own 2 cents. She should have realized that this wind user has the advantage against projectiles and gone to close-range combat. A few seconds later, the match was over with Tenten's back on top of Temari's fan. A boy in green spandex jumped down and started to yell at the Sand Nin for treating his teammate like that. A smile came across Naruto's face. "That's the kind of attitude that I like to see." The next match will be Haku of the Mist vs. Ino Yamanaka. With that, Haku bowed to his teammates and walked down to the arena. Ino was shouting her loud mouth off about how this was going to be a piece of cake. Isaribi began to think that Naruto could have been related to this Ino girl in some way. When Naruto wasn't on duty, he was very loud as well. Soon, the two fighters were facing each other. "I hope we can have a peaceful fight," said Haku, who ignored everyone's sweat drop. "Fine, but don't think I'll go easy on you just because you were a girl," replied Ino. Before Haku could correct her, she lunged at him, trying to punch him in the gut. Haku easily dodged. How barbaric, he thought. Maybe I can take her out with my senbons. No need to show everyone what I am fully capable of if I don't have to. Soon his senbons were soaring at Ino and made contact. She soon felt paralyzed in her right leg. "How did you do that?" she asked. "I have a great deal of knowledge of the human body. While my senbons aren't enough to kill you, they can hit pressure points in your body and the result is evident." Haku gave her a grin similar to Naruto's foxy one. While his eyes were closed, Ino quickly did some hand signs and shouted, "Mind-body switch jutsu." The jutsu hit Haku and Naruto just sighed. "She doesn't know what she's in for." "What do you mean?" asked Zaku. "Haku has had a troubled past. You'll see what I mean soon." Ino was now in Haku's mind, slowly taking control of the body. Suddenly, the scene changed and she was no longer in the tower. She was standing in The middle of a long road with snowy banks on both sides. Where am I? She asked aloud. She heard a noise behind her and she saw Haku. Welcome to my mind. Right now you are trying to access total control over my body. Before you can do that, you must get past my mental defense. There are 3 stations ahead over you. Get past all 3 and you will have succeeded. If that's all, it'll be a piece of cake. With that, Io began to run down the road and soon came up to a small cottage. In its backyard there was a small river and the fields were covered with snow. She looked at the path and it led to the cottage. She began to walk slowly and when she got to the door she opened it. Please, don't kill me, Daddy, cried a little boy in the room. Before the boy stood a man who looked a little thin, but still powerful. Next to him was the body of a woman, dead. Her blood covered the floor. Ino ran in front of the man. What the hell are you doing? She shouted. This is your child. How could you even think about this? She got no reply from the man. In fact, both he and the child didn't seem to notice. She turned to grab the kid. Soon something happened. Ice shot out of nowhere and impaled everything in sight. Back in reality, Haku's body was on its knees banging its head on the ground. Soon it stopped and Ino's body began to move again. That's impossible, shouted Choji. Your friend forgot the basic rule of the mind, Naruto shouted back. He had a smirk on his face. The mind is a very dangerous place. For people like Haku, there are monsters around every corner, ready to attack. Level after level, pain after pain she could search and all she will find is a sad soul with a broken heart. I have never been had so much trouble getting into someone's mind, said Ino as she tried to climb to her feet. My sensei taught me how to build mental defenses in case I am ever interrogated for information, said Haku as he climbed to his feet. A second later he disappeared and 3 senbons pierced Ino's neck. She fell down and just laid there. Haku was declared the winner. Kiba was getting worried. Now, only the strongest seemed to be left. The one he wanted to fight was Naruto. How dare he kill Hiro? Sure, he was an arrogant ass, but he was Hinata's brother. That bastard made her cry and I'm going to make him pay. He shoot Naruto a nasty look. Naruto noticed this and smirked. So, puppy boy wants to take me on. Not that I wouldn't mind an easy win, but I'd rather fight a Hyuga or Gaara. Maybe the green kid as well. There is something about him. Naruto was snap. Out of his thoughts when he heard a loud no from Kiba. He looked at the board that said Gaara vs. Kiba in Izuka. As soon as the 2 shinobi got down, the fight was started. Kiba instantly went into his beast mimicry jutsu. Naruto glared at him with hatred. They called me a monster and a beast, yet he does something like that and everyone is okay with it. Fools. Kiba charged at Gaara only to be stopped by his sand. Kiba tried several more times, but they all ended with the same results. Kiba then gave Orochimaru a soldier pill and then preformed a beast clone. Double piercing fang, he shouted as the attack came at Gaara. This, however, was not enough to get past Gaara's wall of sand. You are weak, said Gaara with a bored expression on his face. Quote, desert coffin. Soon, the 2 Kibas were held by the sad. We give, shouted Kiba. He had seen what the next attack would do earlier and didn't want to die. The proctor called the match and Gaara, reluctantly, released the boy and his dog. Haku jumped down and raced in Kiba direction. Does she like me? Thought Kiba. Kiba got his answer as Haku went and picked up Orochimaru. Oh, you poor doggy, cooed Haku. Did that mean old sand bully hurt you? And he wonders why people think he's a girl, said Naruto. Everyone heard this and just stared at Haku. Why your AAB boy, stammered Kiba. Haku just grinned and nodded. Does that mean that that's a boy as well? Asked Neji as he pointed at Isaribi. Naruto quickly restrained Isaribi before she could kill the pale-eyed boy. I'm a girl, you asshole. Soon the board became active and the names of the 2 Hyugas shown. Hinata and Neji slowly walked down. So, who do you think will win? Asked Haku as he stared at Naruto. Naruto said nothing. He just stared at Hinata with a look of pity. He remembered the few times Hinata spoke of Neji and she always said things with the deepest respect and love. It seemed unfair that they had to fight, but life isn't fair. Hinata, you should quit, said Neji in a harsh voice. Fate has decreed that I shall win. He then activated his Byakugan and began to stare at Hinata. Face it, you have never been good at anything. You are just a useless member from the main house. I know you have tried to change, but it is useless. One can never change themselves. Hinata was trembling all over. Everyone looked at her with pity and wondering why she wasn't defending herself. Hey, said Naruto suddenly. I get enough arrogance from the Uchiha over there. I don't need it from you. Hinata, he gave her a kind smile, do your best and you'll do fine. Immediately, Hinata's fear was gone and she activated her own bloodline limit. I will prove to you that a person can change, said Hinata without stuttering. They charged at each other. ND began a series of palm thrusts that each dodged. What's that style? Asked Kin. That, replied Naruto, is the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Rather than breaking bones, it targets the body's organs and chakra system. It's very powerful and can only be done by a select few. Naruto grinned at that last part. Only the Hyuga and he knew how the style worked. The battle was not looking good for Hinata. During Neji's thrusts, he had closed many of her chakra points without her noticing. Soon, she was struck in the gut and sent flying. You see, said Neji in a cold tone. What you are doing is pointless. This match was over long before the fight began. He began to walk away, but stopped as Hinata got up. He turned and told her to stay down. When she didn't reply, he raced over and read a few more strikes and walked away again. Hinata got back up despite everyone's cries telling her to stay down. Neji turned and stared at her. Why do you keep getting up? Because, and now the person I have waited for is watching me. She began to cough. Neji, I know what you are going through, but you are not alone. But, what are why you fighting for? For some reason, Neji grew furious. He charged at the barely standing girl in front of him. The proctor shouted at him to stop, but he didn't comply. The Jonin began to move to stop him, but he was too close. He shot a palm at her with all his strength. The attack collided with the flat side of the Kubikiri Haucho. The Jonin stopped where they were. Naruto stood in front of Hinata with his sword along his chest, giving Neji an evil glare. Naruto, said Hinata as she began to cough out blood. Why did you save this piece of trash? Yelled Neji. I know you killed Hiro, so why are you protecting her? Is it some sort of penance? No, said Naruto. I feel no regret for what I did to him. He deserved his death as did the other people on the bridge that I killed. This shocked most of the remaining people in the room. Naruto continued. People like you make me glad I never had a real family. From what I have seen, you are nothing but an arrogant brat who enjoys belittling those who show him kindness. She could have crushed you in a second. That's a laugh. Her, beat me, how? Naruto simply pointed to his forehead, where the caged bird seal was. Neji realized what he meant. All Hinata had to do was activate Itachi and he would have been down for the count. As to why I saved her, I don't know. I just felt I had to. Naruto felt Hinata begin to fall. He dropped his sword and grabbed her just in time. Hinata looked up into his eyes and a few tears began to fall. Have IG gotten stronger? She asked. Before Naruto could say anything, she passed out. Kurenai shot Neji a dirty look as she moved over to Hinata. If you have time to give me dirty looks then you have time to save that trash's life. It doesn't matter really, she's better off dead than returning home. Isaribi, come quick, we need your healing powers. Isaribi nodded and jumped down. She placed her palms on Hinata's chest and began to heal her. To the best of her abilities at least. What do you mean? Asked Kurenai. She was now sitting next to Hinata, praying that she was all right. However, what Neji said worried her more. It was Naruto who answered. It's part of the Hyuga clan laws. If a main branch member defeats a main branch member, then the main branch member will be demoted. Kurenai's eyes went wide. She knew how harsh that family was, but that was going too far. And Neji didn't feel bad at all. Even Lee was giving the boy a dirty look. She's stable, said Isaribi, but she'll need some bed rest for a couple of days. I wish I could do more, but you've done enough, said Naruto gently. Isaribi nodded and helped the medics take Hinata away. Naruto turned to face Neji and let out a powerful killer intent that shocked everyone. Neji began to see himself die in 100 different ways. It's hard to believe that you are the one she spoke so highly of. When we next fight, I shall give you the same death as Hiro. With that, Naruto picked up his sword, placed it on his back, and went back up into the stands. Tea would be a few minutes before the next fight, as they had to clean up the blood. While they waited, Naruto stared at Neji. He began to picture all the horrible way he could kill him. Yes, he would do that. He would leave Neji's mangled corpse on the front door to the Hyuga compound. Naruto, is something wrong? Isaribi, are you okay? I'll be fine. I'll just let out some steam when it's my turn. This caused all the people near him to back away slowly. The board sprang to life again. This time it read, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Rock Lee. Battle of the Mini-Me's, joked Haku. Yes, it's finally my turn, shouted Lee. Calm down, Lee, said his sensei. Before you go into battle there is something that you must know. That sword looks dangerous. Lee pulled out a notebook and wrote that down. Naruto's sweat dropped. Now go and show everyone the power of youth. Guy sensei. Lee. Guy sensei. Lee. Guy sensei. Lee. Guy sensei. Lee. By this time, Naruto was already down on the arena floor. He thrusted his sword into the ground next to him and crossed his arms. Lee soon jumped down and got into his battle stance. Let's have a good match, he said. Naruto just looked at him, observing him. Let's see what you got, said Naruto as he placed a hand on the handle of his sword. Begin. Lee, with his incredible speed, ran at Naruto and punched him face. Naruto should have been sent back several feet, but the Kubikiri Haucho allowed him to spin around and delivered a powerful kick to Lee's head, sending him flying. Lee landed on his feet and got back into his battle stance, ready to fight. Naruto, who had landed on his knees, got up and began to smile. Wow, that was better than I expected, he said as he began to laugh. I haven't been hit that hard in a long time. Too long for my tastes. I am happy I am able to meet your expectations. No, Lee, you surpass them. With that, Naruto pulled out his sword from the ground and flung it into the wall. He then began to do some stretches. It's been a long time since I fought a genius. I will enjoy this. You have the wrong idea. I am not a genius, said Lee as he looked down at his feet. I don't have a bloodline limit or anything special. Naruto stopped stretching and gave the Hokage a dirty look. What is that old man teaching these kids? I guess I'll have to knock some sense into him. He turned to face Lee. Lee, I don't have a bloodline limit. However, my eyes are very special. They allow me to see that heart and soul of my opponent. Anyone can have this power. It's called the power of observation. My EYs tell me that you can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu. You have had a hard life, teased and discouraged by others for something you had no control over. You have worked hard to obtain what others that for granted. Well, am I wrong? And no, stammered Lee. How did you know? First was the girl named Tenten. After watching her fight I realized that your sensei must have had you all specialize in certain areas. Since the Hyugas refused to allow any other technique to be taught to their member other than the gentle fist, he would be the close-range fighter. This would have left you with either GE, Enjutsu or ninjutsu to help back up your teammates. Judging by your bandaged hands, you didn't. So I ask myself why and it hits me. You can't. The second clue was that punch you gave me. In order for you to gain that strength, would have to train very long and hard to obtain it, leaving little room for any other skills. Alright, but how did you know about the teasing? It's in your eyes. They have the look of someone who has had to fight to get recognition and power. Also, people will take any advantage they can get to hurt others. The fact that you can't use chakra makes you a target for ridicule. Naruto paused for a moment and looked down at his hand. I know how you feel. To be born different and hated for it. To be called names and to have few people who will accept you. It's very painful, when the world turns against you. Naruto brought up his head and gave Lee a look of determination. But, it seems we both found people who could see use. People who we would later call friends and family. Our precious people. It was because of them that I learned what made a true genius. It isn't what we are born with but what we lack and how hard we work to surpass those who have more that makes a person a genius. Naruto, I am moved by your words. You must have had a great sensei like Guy Sensei. I did, replied the blonde. He took me in when I had nothing and nowhere to go. He saw me for who I was and relieved my worth. He gave me a purpose and shared with me his wisdom. Now I live to fulfill his dream. What is that? Lately, the world of the shinobi has gotten short. More and more villages are beginning to cuddle their ninja rather than train them to their fullest. D-rank missions, weak academy exams, putting fangirls in the cells, and weak leadership. He's are causing the world we live in to produce weaker shinobi. For example, the third of this village trained 3 of the most powerful shinobi ever. After that, what happened? Only 2 more came from this village that could eventually surpass them. One died in the Kyuubi attack and the other killed his family and became a missing nin. Zabuza sensei wanted to fix this problem and restore the Nam-e of the shinobi before it became a child's plaything. Only hard-working shinobi and those with the willpower to try to surpass the current elites may call themselves shinobi. I see, said Lee. I think I understand a bit. However, this is not the time for such talk. I agree, Lee. Let's give these people a fight to remember. With that, both fighters charged at each other and began a series of rapid punches. Sasuke, who couldn't activate his Sharingan, did his best to keep up with them. Kakashi pulled up his forehead protector and Kurenai didn't ever bother to try and keep up. Guy, other than the Hokage, was the only one who didn't need anything to keep up with the blows. While the punches and kicks were flying, Naruto accessed a tiny fraction of the Kyuubi's chakra and placed 2 chakra bombs on Lee. One on his right leg and the other on his left arm. Nobody noticed this by Neji, who activated his bloodline limit and saw that 2 of Lee's chakra points were red. Lee broke away owned the fight and jumped onto a statue in the room. Both he and Naruto were panting lightly. They also looked happier than ever before. Perhaps it was because they were fighting someone who understood their pain and appreciated hard work. Or perhaps it was because they were fighting strong opponents. Lee, take them off, called Guy. But Guy Sensei, you told me never to take them off unless I was protecting someone precious to me. I did say that, but I'm willing to make an exception this one time. With that, Guy did his nice guy pose and Lee began to take off his weights. When they hit the floor they created large craters. I see you were holding back, called Naruto. I guess I have no room to talk. Since you're kicking it up a notch, so shall I. With that, Naruto went for the bandages around his wrists. Flashback. Hey Fox, come over here, said Zabuza. Bloody Fox calmly walked over to his sensei. Hold out wrists, I have a present for ya. End flashback. Under Naruto's wrist were seals. As soon as they were out in the open, a chain made of chakra became visible that seemed to be restraining Naruto's movement on his legs and arms. Kakashi-sensei, what is that? Asked Sasuke. Those are chakra binders. They are an extra type of body restriction that uses one's own chakra as a force against them. In time the user's chakra, speed, and strength are greatly increased. However, there is a downside. If wore for too long, the wearer could die from chakra depletion. You are correct, Kakashi, said Naruto. These things take up a large chunk of my chakra. If I was a normal shinobi, I would have died within 6 hours of wearing these. But, as it turns out, I'm not. Release. As soon as he said that, the chains broke and disappeared. Now where were we? Lee disappeared and D reappeared in front of Naruto and delivered a powerful punch to his gut. Naruto was sent flying backwards and was caught by Lee, who was now behind him. Lee threw him forwards and then reappeared in front of him and kicked him into the air, preparing to do the primary lotus. Soon, Lee's bandages were around Naruto's body and Lee began to spin them towards the ground. Primary lotus. Crash. And the smoke cleared. Everyone saw Naruto head in the floor and Lee swaying away from the body. Hayate was about to call the match when Naruto pulled his head out of the ground. His face was covered with blood, but other than that he looked fine. He wiped the blood away with his arm warmer. Impossible, shouted Guy. Who is this kid? Lee, I have nothing bad to say about that attack. Naruto paired and then reappeared holding Lee by the top part of his spandex. Now, it's my turn. With that, Naruto let go and then gave him several punches in the gut. When Lee hit the floor he tried to move, but he was into much pain. Naruto casually walked over to him, taking his time. I can't believe it, thought Sasuke. He was holding back when we fought in the forest. How could this loser be this strong? If only I could fully activate my Sharingan. Naruto, just finish this, shouted Isaribi. Sorry, but this is the most fun I have had in a long time. Please, just 5 more minutes, pleaded Naruto like a little child. Lee managed to get on his feet and saw Naruto throwing a fist at him. Lee barely dodged it in time. I have to do something. He'll win if I turn this around soon. I have one choice. Lee was back on his feet. Naruto, I was saving this for my fight with Neji. However, if I can't beat you, then that will never happen. I'm honored, said Naruto with a large grin. Gate of initial open. Gate of rest open. Gate of life open. Gate of pain open. Gate of closing open. Lee's body was now covered with veins. His skin had turned orange. Small rocks and pebble began to lift off the floor. Lee punched Naruto into the air and began to knock him around in midair. Finally, when his body couldn't take it any longer, Lee made one final punch and yelled, Tsunade Lotus. Crash. Now Naruto's body looked mangled. Several of his bones were showing and more than his face was bleeding. Lee was on his hands and knees sweating and panting. Hayate was once again about to call the match when the red chakra began to fill the crater like water fills a bowl of water. It then began to bubble. Cut it out, Kyubi, came a voice from the bubbling chakra. Every time I need a complete body recovery you do this. There was a pause. No, I am not being ungrateful. You're being a showboat. With that, Naruto stepped out of the red chakra and looked completely recovered. His clothes were a mess. But that didn't matter. How? Asked Lee. Remember when I said that I knew what it was like to be hated and despised for something I couldn't control? Well, the great and powerful fourth couldn't kill the Kyubi. Instead, he sealed him inside me. Everyone stared at Naruto. The Hokage sighed. Only Naruto was allowed to tell people about this secret. It appeared he didn't care who knew. Naruto raised his hand next to his face and got ready to snap his fingers. Lee, I will give you a choice. You can give up or we can continue. It's your choice. I will never give up. Not till I prove I can become a great shinobi without ninjutsu or genjutsu. I see. If it makes you feel any better, you have proven it to me. I'm sorry, Lee. With that, Naruto snapped his fingers. The red chakra in Lee's arm and leg exploded, ripping his flesh and muscles and damaging his bones. Naruto began to walk over to where he threw his sword. He grabbed it and placed it on his back. When he turned around, he saw Guy in front of Lee. I will not allow you to kill my student, he said with a look of determination. I have no further desire to continue, said Naruto. I was only able to place Wo chakra bombs on Lee, so there is no need to worry. It is sad that he didn't choose to give up. I would have enjoyed another spare with him. However, he made his choice and now he must live with the consequences. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he saw Lee stand up while unconscious. Guy turned around and was shocked at what he saw. It's all right, Lee, he said with tears running down his face. You can stop now. Ya no, said Naruto softly, he's lucky to have found you. If I had met someone like you before I left, it's too late for that. With that, Naruto walked back up to his team. The final match was Sai vs. Choji. The battle was short, very short. Sai used his ink clone to surround Choji and beat the shit out of him. Once that was over, the winner stood before the Hokage, who told the that the final matches would be held in 1 month. They would have that time to prepare and train. After that was said, they drew number from a box to decide the order of the fights. They went as follows: Naruto vs. Neji, Sasuke vs. Sai, Konkuro vs. Shino, Isaribi vs. Tamari, Gaara vs. Haku. Wow, this was a long chapter. 16 pages. Well, you all asked for longer chapters. Next time will be called You're So Pathetic. Also, in Brown Eyes Meets Blue, there is voting going on to decide on a bloodline limit for Naruto and his teacher. They have never been given to him before, so this should be exciting. Later, Chapter 11, Naruto and his team began to leave the tower after they found out who they would be facing in the finals. They didn't get very far as they were stopped by an arrogant Uchiha. Hey Dobi, he said with a smirk. I think you should forfeit now. You just got lucky with that weakling. If you had faced a true genius, you would have been toast. I doubt it, replied Naruto. Kakashi was walking towards them now, ready to step in if there was any trouble. Also, he still hadn't sealed away the cursed seal. That weakling, as you call him, was a far superior shinobi than you will ever be. He realized that only hard work can only make you stronger. Like your brother before him. How could you know something like that? Snarled Sasuke. He placed his hand on the side of his neck as he began to feel the pain. I met him once, replied Naruto. I was 5 then and it was only for a short time. Flashback. 7 years ago. Naruto was running through the woods near the training grounds. It was October 10th and, as always, he had more people than usually trying to kill him. He had only stepped out for some milk when some of the villagers began to throw glass bottles and rocks at him. Due to the hits his face was covered with blood, he had cuts all over his body, and he was missing several teeth that weren't missing that morning. He had slipped away from them for the moment, but he knew that they would find him sooner or later. While running, he entered a clearing that was being used by a single person. The person had black hair and onyx eyes. The boy appeared to be about 5 to 7 years older than Naruto. He stopped what he was doing when Naruto entered the area and gave him a curious look. What happened to you? He asked calmly. Naruto didn't answer, he just jumped head into a nearby bush and prayed that the boy would forget that he saw him. However, before either one of them could make another move, more people entered the area. Some of them were part of the village's military police and others were chunins and civilians. One of the people stood out, Shisui Uchiha. Hey Itachi, he said, have you seen a blonde running around here? Naruto held his breath. He began to prepare for the beating he would soon be getting. This always happened. Every time he hid, there was always someone who would rat him out. Sorry, haven't seen anyone around here, lied Itachi. I have been here all day training alone. You are the first people I have seen all day. Naruto's eyes widened at this. Why was he helping him? I see, said Shisui as the others began to walk away. May I ask why you are training out here? The training area back in the compound is much better suited for our clan's training style. Just wanted a change of scenery, was his answer. As long as it is clan-approved training there won't be any problems. Later, Itachi. Naruto waited a while before coming out. He wanted to make sure that all the bad men were really gone. When he got out, Itachi had a disgusted look on his face. He couldn't believe that so many people could take enjoyment in hurting a little boy. Thank you for helping me, said Naruto with a big smile on his face. Don't mention it, replied Itachi. I can't believe that members of the military police would be doing something like this. I'll have to speak to the captain about this later. It's all right, said Naruto. This always happens to me so I'm used to it. No one should ever have to get used to something like that. Hey, why are you training out here? Asked Naruto, trying to change the subject. I want to become stronger, replied Itachi truthfully to the boy. I want more than what my clan teaches so I come out here to train on my own. As he said this, he reached to his back pocket and pulled out some pocky. So your clan only wants you to learn only some things and not others. That's right, most clans want to pass only what they have learned to their children because it's a family thing. It's even more so when you have a bloodline limit. Like the people with the white eyes, replied Naruto. They only know the gentle fist. Hinata told me that the elders say that everything else is just a waste of time and stuff like that. Itachi knew what clan the boy was referring to. Not too many clans had white eyes. But, how did he know about the gentle fist and how could he be so close to the clan's heiress? You sound as if you know about the gentle fist, said the Uchiha. I know only a little bit, said Naruto as he scratched the back of his head. Hinata and her brother have been teaching me for a while since I don't have parents to help me. Could you please not tell anyone? Sure, but only if you show me what you know, said Itachi with interest. Naruto nodded and began to some palm strikes in the air. He continued to do some more for a while till Itachi told him to stop. I'm impressed, but I have a question for you. Do you think that the elders of the White-Eyed clan are right? No, was Naruto's reply. You should do whatever you think is best to become stronger. The more you are able to do the better. Beside, what do those old farts know anyways? At if someone figures out a weakness in the gentle fist style. They are fools. Itachi nodded. This boy understood why he was training. There were powers out there that couldn't be copied with the Sharingan. Ya know, I have a little brother about your age. The name's Itachi Uchiha. What's your name? Naruto Uzumaki. End flashback. That was the first and last time that we met, said Naruto as he finished up his story. He understood the difference between earning and stealing power. As you are now, you'll never be able to defeat him. You're just so pathetic. With that, Naruto and his friends walked away, leaving behind a stunned room. Naruto sat down at the Ichiraku about an hour later. To put it simply, he was starving and he wanted his all-time favorite. Zabuza had tried to get him to kick the ramen addiction. But some things are stronger than the Kyuubi. This happened to be one of them. So, said Isaribi as she finished her bowl. Naruto was on his 6th. How are we going to be training this month? We aren't, said Naruto as he eyed a stone rock coming towards them. We are going to be doing our own things. It wouldn't look good if we were to train like a team when there is a chance that we will end up fighting against each other. Good point, said Haku. Zaku, would you mind lending me a hand with my training? Zaku shook his head and said there would be no problem. Well, I could use some help with genjutsus, said Isaribi. I can help you with that, said Kin. Great, it's all settled and what the hell do you want, kid? Shouted Naruto, who had lost his patience with the rock. I see I was right about you, said the rock. You must be a great shinobi to see through my disguise. The rock then exploded and out came a boy with a green scarf around his neck. I'm Konohamaru and I heard that you are a great shinobi from my grandfather. I want you to train me. No, said Naruto simply and order another bowl of ramen. Why not? Asked the boy. I'm the grandson of the third. I have no reason to train you. I am not a member of this village. Also, being the grandson of the third doesn't obligate me to do anything. But I want people to see me, said the boy quietly. All people see is the honorable grandson of the third. No one ever sees me. Naruto gave a sigh and finished his meal. He then got up and paid for his meal and began to walk away. He turned his head and looked at the boy. Well, you coming? He asked. The boy's face lighted and began to follow Naruto. Why did he change his mind? Asked Kin. Naruto knows what it's like not to be seen for what you truly are, said Haku as he got up and paid. I would have been surprised if he hadn't taken the boy up on his demand. Naruto had taken them to a training field by a river and stopped. All right, let's get a few things straight. Number 1, I am not going to train you all out. Number 2, this is only for today because I don't have time to waste with you. Number 3, you annoy me. Now, tell me what you know. All right, I know how to punch, kick, and the transformation skills. Naruto's sweat dropped. That's all. Talk about a work in progress. Okay, I'll show you how to make water clones. With that, Naruto began to do the hand size in slow motion and soon had 2 water clones beside him. It's best to do this jutsu close to a body of water. You try it. So he did. However, he could get it to work once. Naruto gave him several pointers, but the boy couldn't get it. Soon they were interrupted. Young master, cried Ebisu. What do you think you are doing? Come with me quickly away from this trash. Anything that he does will only be a hindrance to you. I am the best shortcut you can get to becoming Hokage. For some reason, Naruto became angry. Maybe it was being called trash by a stranger. Maybe it was because of the shortcut part. Whatever it was made him angry. I think I see the problem, said Naruto. Believing that there are shortcuts only hinder growth. He stared at Ebisu. Let the boy be or fight me. It's your choice. It's been a while since I got to put someone in his place, smirked Ebisu. I'll show the young master why I'm best suited to train him. Naruto started to do some hand signs. Water Dragon Blast Jutsu. With that, the water behind took the form of a dragon and charged at Ebisu, who was shocked someone so young could use it. Ebisu dodged it, on to have the back of his head kicked by Naruto. Ebisu tried to get up, but Naruto's foot on his back and his sword next to his neck stopped that idea. It seems what they say is true. If you can't do, then teach. Naruto chuckled for a moment then turned to Konohamaru. There are no shortcuts in life. If you want true power you have to work for it. It take time, but it is worth it. With that, Naruto placed his sword back on his back and began to walk away. Kukuku. Well said Naruto, said a voice. They all turned to the source and saw Orochimaru appearing before them. Ebisu ran away to get help, leaving behind his student and the mist nin. Orochimaru. So we met at last, said Naruto calmly. Konohamaru's eyes widened at the name. What do I owe the pleasure of your white-assed presence? My, aren't we forward? I was hoping to chart for a while. Just say why you came here for and get lost. Very well, said Orochimaru with a grin. I came here to offer you a deal. I was very impressed with the power that you displayed. So, I want you. Join me in the sound and I will give you what your heart wants the most. I will revive your sensei. Really? You don't say, was Naruto's response. Kukuku. Yes Naruto. I could do it right here and now. We aren't that different, you and I. Both of us are hated and we both choose to leave this hellhole. He would have continued, but Naruto's laughter stopped him. We are nothing alike, so get that through your head. I know all about you. You were once just like the Uchiha, a spoiled shinobi who always got what he wanted. You were the favorite in your team and loved by this village. Then one day, you didn't get what you wanted. For the first time, your sensei denied you what you wanted and you couldn't handle it. You thought that if you knew more jutsus, the old man might reconsider. Or, if you were immortal, then you could simply wait for the next time the position became available. You were then chased out of the village after they found out about your experiments. To me, you're nothing more than a little baby crying over spilled milk. Orochimaru's face was twisted with anger. No one talked to him like that. But, one thing came to mind. How did you know? He asked. Naruto sighed and pulled out a bingo book. I read your profile and then guessed the rest based on your history. Pity you didn't just say oh well and wait. All you had to do was wait for the Kyuubi and you could have been wearing the Hokage's hat. Grr. What about my offer? Think about it, you could see your sensei again. Or is it your mother? Who among the dead do you wish to see again? I will see them again, but not in this lifetime. Unlike you, I am not afraid of hell. Once my time in this world is over, I will be with Zabuza once again. I may never see my other teammates again, but they deserve a much better place than I do. Also, what makes you think I would trust you after what you did to my teammate? Now get out of here before I let out the red chakra. I wonder how many will come just for the chance to kill me. Maybe 100, 2, 3. Can you take on that many at once? Orochimaru began to sink into the earth. This isn't over, was all he said as he disappeared. Soon, Anbu arrived finding only Konohamaru and a note saying that the old man owed him one. Later that day, Naruto was sitting on top of the fort's head. A meeting of the council had taken place and Naruto had a clue what it was about. No doubt it was on him and Orochimaru. Those asses probably believed that Naruto had teamed up with that snack. And they were plotting to steal the great Uchiha away from them. And they wonder why he hated them. Naruto was about to get up and leave when he felt a familiar chakra signature. What do you want, old man? Asked Naruto, who didn't turn around to look at him. I wanted to say thank you and to see how you were doing. We haven't spoken since you entered the village. Naruto said nothing at this and the old man decided to continue. I'm glad to see that you are all right, I was worried about you. At this, Naruto laughed. If you ever cared for me, you did a crappy job at showing it. You didn't do a damn thing to help me. Naruto. That's not true. I did everything I could too. He was cut off as Naruto suddenly turned to face him. His eyes burned with hatred. That's complete bull. NK passing a couple of laws did anything. There were hundreds of things that you could have done for me, but you didn't. You could have found a family to take me in. You could have taken me in yourself. You could have never have told anyone about the Kyuubi being in my gut in the first place. Now you want me back after all the shit I had to endure in this hellhole. At this point, Naruto was down on his hands and knees. The sound of his voice made it clear that he was holding back tears. Ones that should have been shed ages ago. Why are you doing this to me? I am finally happy and you do this. Why, Naruto, I couldn't have taken you in. I was too busy to take care of a baby or give you the attention that you would have needed. Also, if I had, the council would have done its best to replace me with a Hokage that hated you and done everything he could to see you dead. There was no one I felt that would care for you enough or be there for you enough to raise you. I hope the people would understand that you weren't the Kyuubi, but I was wrong. But I want to try again and make things right. So, in other words, said Naruto as he got up, you just want another chance. Well, sorry, but I am happy where I am. Hell, the best day of my life was when I got to the Mist Village. Flashback. Naruto sat on the doctor's table. As soon as Zabuza had gotten them to the village, he had taken them for a checkup. However, Naruto was a little scared. Back home, the doctors had treated him badly and inflicted more injuries on him than healing him. He was also worried about Haku and Isaribi. Are you sure? He heard Zabuza say. He was speaking to the doctor who had examined Naruto and had taken a bit of his blood. Naruto thought that the doctor had been very nice to him. Yes, but do you know what the chances are? And Uzumaki after all this time and Nodoka's son. I checked the DNA results twice just to be sure. I can't believe it, said the doctor. Neither can I, replied Zabuza. He then entered the room and looked at Naruto. Well, it seems I was right about you. Welcome home. End flashback. Do you know how it feels go through life never knowing where you come from and then finding out from complete strangers? I have a chance to be happy there. What will I get here that I can't get there? With that, Naruto left the old Hokage alone. Hyuga was walking home from the council meeting. He had stopped at the hospital to see if Hinata was awake. For the people who thought it was because he was a caring father, they were wrong. Hiyashi had gone over to inform his daughter that she was being disowned. Fortunately, she wasn't awake yet. It was now dark out as he neared his family's compound when he saw something strange. There weren't any guards at the front gate. He ran up to see what the matter was and was shocked. In the compound, there were bodies on the ground. The entire Brach family was unconscious. Now fear was seeping into the 40-year-old Jonin. He looked at some who looked like their skin was burned, but not their clothing. Some looked like they had been beaten into submission. He activated his bloodline limit and, just on the other side of the compound, he saw two figures waiting. One appeared to be tied to a tree. He deactivated his bloodline and raced over to them. If he was scared before, he was when he got there. His daughter, Hanabi, was the one tied to the tree. The boy called Naruto had a kunai at her throat. In one simple action, the kunai struck and he fell to his knees and began to cry. However, the sound of water splashing made him look up and the bodies of Naruto and Hanabi were gone. Nice to see you again, said Naruto, who was sitting off on the side. He was sipping some lemonade that Hanabi had made for him. How long has it been? How are you doing? How's the health? You, said Hiyashi with all the anger he could muster. How dare you do this? I will. You will do nothing, said Naruto, interrupting the elder Hyuga. I think this makes us even. Don't you think so? I was a bit surprised at how weak the security is around here. I mean, you guys are Hyugas. You don't do weak. It only took one genin to take down the Branch family. Hiyashi was fuming. If word of this got out, his clan would be the laughing stock of the village. Where is my daughter? I believe she is at the hospital. Oh wait, you disowned her. I keep forgetting you have a new squirt around. She's all right, don't worry. She actually gave me this nice drink after I humbled her. Nice kid, a little arrogant, but still nice. Get out now, commanded the Hyuga. Why going to put a birdcage seal on her as well? Never, she has worth. Unlike her sister, there are no bad students, only bad teachers, said Naruto as he got up. I must say, you did a lousy job at teaching Hinata. I bet you just gave up because she had a harder time learning it. Or, is it something more? What are you getting at? Asked Hiyashi. I think it's time you stopped blaming Hinata for your brother's death, said Naruto with complete seriousness in his voice. She was 3 years old, what could she have done to stop that Cloud Nin? You have been blaming her ever since then and it's time you stop. This has nothing to do with you, growled Hiyashi. You know nothing about Hizashi and the circumstances of that night. Cloud Nin breaks in, grabs 3-year-old girl, you kill Cloud Nin. And your brother is killed and his body is sent to the Cloud Village. Does that sum it up nicely? You're pathetic. At that moment, a wind blew across the courtyard. How did you know? Stammered Hiyashi. Wow, so that's where Hinata gets it. Well, Hinata told me during one of our spars. Well, some of it anyways. The rest I found out in mist. We happen to be on good terms with the Cloud. Naruto began to walk towards a wall. You think I'll let you leave after you killed my son? It's not like you have a choice. I will leave here and I will make sure that Hinata doesn't get that nasty seal placed on her forehead. You will leave her alone. You're about to disown her. Why do you care? You failed to make her into a fine blade, but I will fix the problem. Till we meet again, Hiyashi. With that, Naruto disappeared over the wall. About 2 hours later, Naruto had placed Hinata's body on the forest floor of the Forest of Death. He placed his hands over her body and red tentacles shot out of them and began to heal her body. Hey kid, why are you doing this? I wish to sever the last chain that binds me here. Well, things are starting to get interesting. So, got comments or suggestions? Hope to get a lot of reviews. Please. Chapter 12. One of the things that I love about anime is that anything can happen. At times it can be completely serious. Other times I'm laughing my ass off at the insanity of it all. Giant robots, hot alien girls, kick-ass fighting, hot girls, cross-dressing, crazy relationships, very hot girls, magic, sword fighting, and did I mention the girls? Create an anime that is a mix of Love Hina, Neon Genesis Gundam Wing, Ranma 1/2, Record of Lodos War, and the Slayers and all be in pure heaven. Sigh, as if that will ever happen. I still have my troublesome dreams at least. But, you're not here for this little rant. Oh no, you want to know what the hell is going on with Hinata and Naruto. What is going on? Will Naruto be able to carry out his mission and turn a Hyuga over to the Cloud? Will Hinata hate Naruto for what he did to her brother? Will Kakashi ever stop reading porn? Kakashi. Hell no. Let's begin. It was bright and early the next morning after the preliminaries, and in several parts of the village people were busy. This is very understandable considering the size of the village. However, some of these people are more important than others. These people were getting ready for the third and final part of the chunin exam. In Training Field 5, Neji and Tenten had just started their training. They had their own motives for Neji becoming stronger. Tenten wanted to help Neji so that he could avenge Lee. She had heard what had happened and despised Naruto for what he had done. Lee might never be a shinobi again. Sadly, Neji didn't feel the same. He didn't care what happened to his weaker and more inferior teammate. His desire to crush Naruto rested purely on his defiance to save Hinata's life. He had wanted to kill her for words and he had protected her. Now, Neji would kill him. It was fate. In a different training field, Shino and Kiba were training as well. Shino had watched all the fights and felt that his best chances of winning rested on him increasing his stamina. Kiba was distracted. Most of the time, he had been worrying about Hinata ever since he had heard about her being disowned by her father. After he was done, he planned on visiting her at the hospital to try and cheer her up. Unknown to him, she wasn't there. The Sand team, at the moment, was getting ready for breakfast. They were very confident in their skills and that extra practice was unnecessary. Tamari cooked the meal while Konkuro joked about food poisoning. Gaara simply glared at them. He had more important things on his mind. Like that red chakra he had seen in Naruto's fight. Also, he had somehow caused Lee's leg and arm to explode just by snapping his fingers. There was also the Uchiha to worry about. His eyes were like his, fueled by hate. And what of Haku, his first opponent? How strong was he? Gaara, would you like sugar in your coffee? Asked Tamari. Gaara blinked and became aware that his sister was standing next to him about to pour coffee into his mug. No, was all he said as Tamari filled his mug and left it be. In a training field of their own, were Isaribi and Kin. So are you sure this will help? Asked Kin. All she knew were genjutsus and throwing Senbon. Yes, said Isaribi. My chakra control is fine, so my medical jutsus are fine. I know a couple of water-based jutsus. As well, and taijutsu is not a real problem. However, my genjutsu defense needs improvement. I need to be ready for anything. Alright, replied the former sound nin. Let's begin. Thing were very much the same with Haku and Zaku. I need to improve on my offense and increase my chakra amount, said Haku. You have a higher amount than I do, so I will under you. Care. Haku gave Zaku a warm grin that sent shivers down his spine. Don't do that, said a blushing Zaku. Do you realize how girly you look when you do that? It's embarrassing. Oh, I'm very sorry, said Haku as he got on his hands and knees to beg for forgiveness. People walking by, who didn't know Haku's gender, gave Zaku angry glares for picking on a girl. With Orochimaru, he was getting ready. However, it wasn't to get Sasuke or for his invasion. He was changing into a black suit that made him look like Michael Jackson with long hair. Tonight we party, he said as he got out of his room. His followers sighed as they followed their crazy leader who was humming, "Beat it. That's it. The next chance I get I'm hauling ass away from this fucker. I joined up because I wanted acceptance, but this jackass is just too weird." 3 guesses whose thoughts those were. Ino and Sakura had entered the hospital to check up on Sasuke. Sadly, he wasn't there, and they had brought him flowers. Instead, they decided to check up on Lee and Hinata. "Have you heard," said the nurse, "that Lee boy might never be able to be a shinobi again? It's so tragic." Both girls were shocked at this. The nurse continued, "Last night he tried to do some push-ups, but his teammate came in and stopped him. Told him to rest up and not to put too much stress on his body." "What a thoughtful young man. I can't believe someone like Neji Hyuga would visit Lee," said Ino. From what she remembered from his match, he was anything but kind. "Maybe he did have a sweet side." "No," replied the nurse, "he wasn't a Hyuga. It was some blonde kid with a large sword on his back." Now the girls were confused. Naruto, the boy who did this, visited Lee. Why? When they got to the room, Lee was in his bed, staring at the ceiling. On the table next to him were flowers and a card. On the card was a hand drawing of Naruto sticking out his tongue. "Hi Lee," said Sakura. "So how are you doing?" "I am doing very well on this youthful day," said Lee loudly. "So Naruto was here?" asked Ino. At that, Lee's face light up. "Yes, he was. He came in and told me to stop training for now. I ignored him until he hit me over the head and then placed my youthful self back into bed. Then we had the most youthful conversation. He offered to come with him to Mist. He said that they could use more people like me around there. I politely refused, of course. I told him that it would have been a betrayal to my youthful teammates and my very youthful sensei. He told me he understood and started to walk out. Before he left, he wished me the best and asked that when I got better for another spar. But the doctors," started Sakura, but Lee interrupted her. "Anything is possible. Right now, it may seem like I may never get better. But I will not give up." His face fell and began to clench his blanket. "He took my best moves and shook them off like they were nothing. I want to get stronger and face him again. I don't care if I lose or die. I just want one more fight with him." With that, he began to cry. How did he get that strength? How is he so much better? "He has a demon inside of him," said Ino. "He cheated. He talks about hard work, but he has a demon to fuel him." Lee shook his head. "No. When we fought, he fought me with his power. The demon may have healed his injuries on the second lotus, but not the first. I was next to him when that red chakra AP paired, and it was different from his regular chakra. That was all him in that fight." Lee continued to cry for a bit more, then fell asleep. The girls placed their flowers in a vase and left to find Hinata. When they got to the room that she was assigned to, she was gone like Sasuke. With Sasuke, he was training with Kakashi in the mountains. I would say more, but he's a prick and I don't like him. So, moving on. Sai, well, is doing whatever Sai likes to do. Naruto was watching Hinata while she was asleep. He knew she was fine now, but they were in the forest of death. It was much more dangerous than anywhere else in the forest. Besides, he couldn't sleep. He was happy with himself for bringing down the Hyuga clan. Sure, they were alive, but their pride was destroyed. He remembered how he used tear gas to blind all of the residents in the compound. After that, they were easy pickings. "You enjoyed that," said Hiro. Naruto didn't turn around. For a while now he had been hearing Hiro's voice and seeing his image. Damn ghost didn't know how to get to hell and stay there. He was an annoyance that Naruto did his best to ignore. We all want power. We are so much alike. Willing to sell out people we claim to care about to get what we want. We don't care who we hurt. Naruto moved his eyes to where the image of Hiro was. He stood there with half of his body missing. Blood leaked like it was still pouring out of him. Go back to hell, said Naruto as he swung his arm through the image of Hiro. The phantom faded away like it was never there. After all, it wasn't. Hinata slowly began to stir out of her slumber. She was dressed in a hospital gown with a thin blanket over her. At first she was shocked at her surroundings. Frantically, she began to take in her surroundings. Shish. Was in a den inside a tree and Naruto was in the back of it. Little did they know that the location they were at was the same place where the Sound Trio had fought Sakura, Team 10, and Lee. Naruto walked up to her and gave her a grin. Good morning, he said in a very warm voice. I hope you slept well. Naruto, why am I here? It was a fair question. After all, how often are you kidnapped, and taken to the middle of the forest? I haven't. I'm here to train you like I once promised, replied Naruto. I promised you that I would help you get strong and I will keep my word. Then the last thing binding me here will be gone. He said this casually, like he was talking about the weather. Hinata just looked down. It's too late. My father will disown me. Nothing can change that. Maybe. But, we are doing this, and the first step is to see what is holding you back. I have an idea, but I would just like to make sure. As soon as he said that, his right hand began to glow red. He moved so that he was facing Hinata and placed his hand on her head. Suddenly, Hinata was no longer in the forest. She was sitting in a rose bush maze. All of the roses looked dead and there were no leaves on the bushes. The ground was cold and when the wind blew she became colder. She got up and went to one of the roses and touched it. Images flashed in her head. She saw her brother laughing at her when she messed up during her training of the gentle fist. She then let go of the flower and the images stopped. She then walked down to another flower and touched it as well. Like before, images appeared in her head. This time the elders were shouting at her for her weakness. Her brother, sister, and father were there as well, casting anger glances at her. Naruto was in his soul room. His arms were crossed and he was looking down in the water that covered the floor. What he had done was send them to their own soul rooms. For him, each lever and pipeline connected to a different memory. As he looked down, he could watch Hinata as she went looking at her past. This is cruel. Be silent. No matter how much that girl looks, odds are she will not find a happy memory. She is in the garden of her soul and the weeds of pain have grown strong. Her soul is nothing but a barren wasteland. Just take her to Cloud or put her out of her misery. I might, but first, I want to keep my promise. I have never gone back on my word before and I will not start now. So shut up or I will punish you. The great Kyuubi winced in fear. Over the years the boy had discovered how to control things in his soul room and only changed things to torment the kitsune. Naruto continued to watch Hinata for some time. Time passed differently in the soul rooms than it did in the real world. To them, it felt like 3 hours when it had only been 3 seconds. Eventually, Hinata couldn't take any more painful memories and just curled up into a ball. She's done. I now know for sure what her problem is. Kit, when will you give up this act of not caring? How much longer will you hold back these tears? He lifted his paw out of the water and then placed it back in again. It is getting on my nerves. Naruto didn't answer him. He simply faded away, leaving the fox alone. Naruto removed his hand from Hinata and she found herself back in the forest again. Tears streamed down her eyes. Why had he done that to her? It was bad enough the first time, the second time tore her heart in two. Well, congratulations. The first part is done. I know what the problem is. I lack confidence. No Hinata, that is not the problem. Hinata looked up at Naruto wondering what he meant. Confidence is only a branch on the tree of problems that you have. Now, you must discover the root of your problems on our own. Naruto walked away to the back of the tree den and came back with some clothing. But this on and come outside. He then exited the den and waited. Naruto waited about 10 minutes before Hinata finally came out. He had given her his spare outfit. The tight black shirt helped show off her developing figure, which was very nice in his opinion. At least she had breasts, unlike Pinky, and they were bigger than that Ino girl. The dark pants seemed a bit loose, but seemed to fit well enough. Okay, now that that is done, I will tell you what to do. Flashback. Naruto, said Zabuza, getting the attention of Naruto after his third day of training. I will give you an important test. I want to see if you lack what is needed of all shinobi. You have 1 month to train and then we shall fight. I will not hold back at all and you must come at me like you want to take my life. During the fight, I will see if you have what is needed. If you do not, I will end your life. Yes, Zabuza-sensei, replied the 6-year-old Naruto. End flashback. Hinata, you have 1 month to discover for yourself what you are missing. At the end of the month, it is do or die. If you haven't discovered the problem, I will kill you myself. Hinata brought her hands to her face. Naruto then began to smile. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll figure it out. And don't think I'm just going to leave you out there all alone. There is a variation of the gentle fist that I have never been able to master. That will be your training while you think about what you lack. I don't understand. You will, don't worry. This jutsu is called Protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. I attempted to create a different type of defense based on the Kaden in the 8 trigrams 64 palms. I will NLY show you once, so please pay attention. Naruto got into the stance and gathered chakra into his palms. He then began to move them around his body, however he couldn't reach all the way around. There were holes in this jutsu. After a minute, he stopped. I hope you can see the problem. I lack the flexibility to use the jutsu. I tried to fix the problem, but in the end gave up. So I decided to create the burning fist. Still, maybe you can complete my unfinished work. I don't think I can. We'll find out in a month. A little hint before you start, use water. With that, the month of training began. Following Naruto's advice, Hinata got up each day and went to a river to train. On some days, he would watch her to see how she was progressing. The rest of the time, he trained on his own and did other little thing. On one day, he sent 2 letters out to the Mist Village. One was for the Mizukage to inform him of Kin and Zaku. The other was for Shigure with a personal request. He used Courier Nin to get the messages to his village without others checking them. About a week into the training, Hinata had asked Naruto why he had killed Hiro. Naruto told her to sit down and she complied. He then told her about the Kyuubi and the reason he was always alone. This shocked her. She had been told lies her whole life by everyone in the village, but didn't understand what the Kyuubi had to do with his disappearance. He then went on to tell her about Hiro and the council's deal and how he had been set up. By the time he was down, Hinata was in tears. I had blamed myself for that, she said in between her sobs. I thought had chased you away. At that she began to cry louder. She was quitted when Naruto embraced her in a hug. Don't say that, he said as he gently rubbed her back. Hiro just made you feel that way to bring you down. You were never the reason I left. Hinata's face went red. Suddenly, a question came to her mind. She wanted to know the answer to this question so badly. Was I the reason why you came back? Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. Hinata felt her heart slow down a bit. In a way, yes. After those words were said, Hinata fainted. What the hell, I guess she must be teared. Kit, you're an idiot. The next week, Naruto noticed Hinata training harder than ever. One day, Naruto had an odd visitor appear at the campsite. Naruto as making dinner when he felt a presence behind him. What do you want, Gaara? He then turned to face the red head. I want to know why you didn't finish off your opponent. He lost, you should have killed him. I do things differently. I only kill those who I hate, are assigned to, and those who have reached their peak. He was none of these. I was given the option of killing him and I declined. I don't hate him and he can become stronger than he is now. I see. With that Gaara began to walk away. Then, Naruto called out to him. Gaara, do you have anyone precious to you? Gaara turned around and moved back towards him. No, I live only for myself and kill for myself. Others make you weak. It must have been hard for you, said Naruto. Living alone with a pain no one but people like us can understand. The pain of being alone and the pain of seeing each day what others have and what we have been denied in life. Are those what your eyes tell you? Asked Gaara. He remembered what he had said during his fight with Lee about his eyes having the power of observation. Yes, and they tell me that you have also been betrayed by one you once held dear. But there are people who are trying to reach out to you. You just can't see it. Can you honestly tell me that no one has ever tried to communicate you? Gaara began to think. There were times when his sibling tried to talk to him, but his glares always silenced them. Then there was Baki, who would try to start a conversation with him at times. He recalled one time and decided to share. Before we came here, my father walked to have some kind of talk with my siblings. I was excluded from it. Later, Baki told me my father had given them the talk. I was confused. Baki asked if I wanted to know more, but I felt it was unimportant. Naruto's eyes grew wide and a smile came to his face. Your father never gave you the talk. As in the birds and the bees. Gaara shook his head. Sit down, all I tell you the same way my sensei told me. 20 minutes later. That sounds unpleasant, said Gaara. I have seen the dirty deed down a couple of times and it seems people enjoy it. Is there no pain or blood? Well, sometimes there is. I guess it depends on what the partner's like. So, tell me, is there a girl you like? No. A guy then? No. I don't like anyone. My red-headed friend, life is much more pleasurable my you. Have the girls of your dreams next to you. Girls. I mean girl. As in one. At this Naruto was blushing at his mistake. Whatever. I going. Thank you for this talk. It was interesting. With that, Gaara left. Where is Hinata? Wondered Naruto. Getting up he went to the area where she usually trained. When he got there, he found her passed out due to chakra depletion. He sighed as he picked her up and gave her a piggyback ride as they walked back to camp. And Naruto, said Hinata in her sleep, love you. Naruto blushed. That night he had a strange dream. He was in a boat sitting across from Hinata. They were drifting down a long river that went nowhere. On the banks of this river was the Kyubi. He suddenly began to sing. There you see her, sitting there across the way, she don't got a lot to say. But there's something about her. And you don't know why, but you're dying to try. You wanna kiss the girl, yes, you want her. Look at her, you know you do. Possible she wants you too. There is one way to ask her. It don't take a word, not a single word. Go on and kiss the girl, sha la 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 la. My oh my, look like the boy too shy, ain't gonna kiss the girl, sha la 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 la. Ain't that sad, ain't it a shame, too bad, he gonna miss the girl. Now's your moment. Floating in a blue lagoon. Boy, you better do it soon, no time will be better. She don't say a word. And she won't say a word until you kiss the girl. Sha la 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 la. Don't be scared. You got the mood prepared, go on and kiss the girl. Sha la 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 la. Don't stop now. Don't try to hide it how you want to kiss the girl. Sha la 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 la. Float along. And listen to the song say kiss the girl, sha la 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 la. The music play. Do what the music say. You got to kiss the girl, you've got to kiss the girl, you wanna kiss the girl, why? Oh've gotta kiss the girl, go on and kiss the girl. What are you doing? Asked Naruto as he glared at the Kyubi. Trying to get you in better touch with your feeling, kid. Maybe it's time you two sang. Don't you dare, I'm warning you. Naruto's face looked like he was ready to kill. Kyubi ignored him. Kyubi, can you feel the love tonight? The peace the evening brings. The world, for once, in perfect harmony with all its living things. Naruto, so many things to tell her, but how to make her see the truth about my past? Impossible, she'd turn away from me. Hinata, he's holding back, he's hiding, but what? I can't decide. Why won't he be the shinobi I know he is, the shinobi I see inside? All three of them. Can you feel the love tonight? The peace the evening brings. The world, for once, in perfect harmony with all its living things. Can you feel the love tonight? You needn't look too far. Stealing through the night's uncertainties, love is where they are. At that point, Naruto felt his dream bow. Lean over to give Dream Hinata a kiss. Just before their lips touched, Kyubi is chanting, do it and then let the best part commence. He woke Kyubi. Shit. Naruto then began to meditate and was soon in his soul room with an angry look that caused the fox to take a gulp. Fox, it's time for a punishment session. Fine, fine. How long, Mr. Jailer? Until the exam ends. What? That's unfair. Suddenly music began to play in the soul room. It was the I Love You song. As it began to play, the Teletubbies appeared in Kyubi's cage and began to hug him. It burns. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was too late. Naruto had already left. It was now the morning of the last part of the chunin exam. The sun was just starting to rise. Hinata stood before Naruto, but at a distance. She looked scared. Judging by that look in your eyes, you didn't figure it out. Hinata nodded. Then I will tell you before you die. What you lack is a will of your own. You let others tell you what to do and never stick up for yourself. Naruto grabs the handle of the sword. Because of this, you are useless. I told the truth when I told you that you are the reason I came back. However, it wasn't for the reasons you think. I came back to kidnap you and hand you over to the cloud. Hinata gasped at this. She then began to bite her thumb. However, I cannot do this as you are now. You are as useless to them as well as to your clan. I tried to help you so I could install in you so glimmer of hope and well as fulfill my promise to you. Killing you now will be much kinder. Do not move and I will make this painless. Naruto then charged at Hinata and drew his blade. At the moment, things began to slow down for the both of them. Hinata found herself back in her soul room. The flowers were still dead. For a moment she wondered why she was here. Then she saw a rose that wasn't dead. She then reached out and touched it. She saw herself at the age of 5. She was hugging Naruto with tears in her eyes. She told him that her father praised her and it was all thanks to him. Hinata, you did this yourself, said the smiling Naruto. You worked hard and despite what everyone said, you proved them wrong. I was just glad I helped. Hinata let go of the rose. I worked so hard for those few words. I pushed myself and didn't let others tell me to stop because I was too weak. Why did I stop? Why didn't I keep going? She began to remember all of the things that others said to put her down and how she listened. She remembered following everything others said to her. No more. I will stand on my own 2 feet and live my life. I don't need my father to tell me I have worth and I don't need a clan that places value on brute ardent alone. I am Hinata, Hyuga and not just another Hyuga. With that he awoke in the real world with fire in her eyes. Naruto found himself looking at himself, Hinata, and Hiro playing. He was standing at the edge of the playground. Those were happier times. Back when I didn't hate anyone. All I wanted was to smile and make others smile. I wanted them to be happy, not kill them and cause them pain. How far have I gone down this path? I want to go back. I have killed people. I have caused people to suffer. I have let go of ideals like innocence. No, I can't go back. That time is past. I can never go back. I still have things to do on the path I am on now. Kisame, we have unfinished business. You and I. But, maybe, no, this dream has ended for me. Goodbye, my past. Naruto awoke in the real world and began to swing his sword. However, the blade was stopped as Hinata shouted. Protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. The blade was stopped and Naruto was sent backwards and stared at Hinata in awe. She stopped her jutsu and charged at Naruto. I will live, she shouted. However, before any palm thrusts could take place, she felt a knee dig into her gut. She quickly lost conciseness and Naruto caught her before she fell to the ground. Then live you shall, Hinata. I faced the same thing with my sensei. The thing that all shinobi need is the will to continue and live as your own. No one is alike in this world. We are each a different kind of weapon and are forged differently. That is what my sensei showed me that day 6 years ago. I have fulfilled my promise to you. I have no more reasons to return to this village. I am now free. Thank you. At that, Naruto began to carry Hinata out of the forest. This day was far from over. Well, there you go. Next time we'll start the beginning of the finals. Unlike other people, I will have Naruto fight until the end. So hold on to your hats and wigs because this story is just getting started. Please read and review. Chapter 13. Hi everyone, sorry for the late update. I have been thinking out this fight for a while and how it should go. I decided to use my first idea, which you will find out late. The one I reject had Naruto blocking the 64 palms with his arms and then taking out Neji with a kunai in his mouth. I decided against this because I wanted to show off Naruto's jutsu move that I gave him. If you hate the name, too bad. I thought long and hard on it, so no complaining. As always, Sasuke is late, so I had to do something about that, so you can all see, well read, his ass getting handed to him. So, get ready for a couple of good fights and the beginning of the second round of the final part of the chunin exam. Oh, one more thing, Isaribi isn't related to Kisame. I am sick of people asking me that. Watch the anime fillers or look her up on the web. I feel better now. The stadium was full that day. It was the day of the final matches of the chunin exam. Daimyos, top businessmen, jonin, chunin, and people of all sorts came to see this. Many had placed bets and were hoping to earn a large sum of money. The most likely to win was Sasuke Uchiha, then Neji Hyuga, and last Gaara of the Sand. That's where the polls of the Leaf Village put them. The hate for Naruto was strong and he was put dead last. In the stands, the Leaf Genin who had last in the preliminaries were sitting next to each other. There had been a bit of a fight over who would sit next to Guy and Lee. In the end, Tenten moved over and spared everyone else. After that, they were silent as they looked at the fighters. Neji was staring at his uncle with hate in his eyes. Gaara looked like he was trying to talk to his sister. She seemed on edge and flinched every time he started a new sentence. Kankuro was yelling at Sai for some comment he made about his penis. Haku was quietly watching some bird in a tree, and Isaribi was pacing back and forth. "Where is he?" asked Isaribi. "That blonde idiot is late. I swear if he doesn't show, then you'll what?" asked Naruto, who appeared right behind her. She turned around and saw his grinning face. "It's not like I'm late. That's not the point," she said. "I haven't seen you for 3 weeks and..." She was cut off as Naruto's mouth and hers met. She gave a slight moan as they kissed, wishing it would never end. She had missed this feeling. "Excuse me," said the proctor. Naruto and Isaribi broke away from their kiss and gave him their attention. "The Hokage will be addressing you now." Up in the Hokage's box were 3 people besides attendants. They were the Hokage, Kazekage, and Mizukage. As Naruto looked up, he wondered how they got the fat ass known as the Mizukage out of his office. Probable took down a wall. The Hokage stood up and began to speak. "Welcome everyone to this year's chunin exam. We know you have traveled far and would like to begin soon, so I will make this short. Before you stand representatives of 3 different villages who will be competing for the title of chunin. The fight will be tournament style with the winner advancing. Now, let the first round begin. Will the people not fighting please head up to the contestants box?" With that, all but Neji, Naruto, and Genma. Naruto stared at his opponent, and the reverse was also true. Neji hated Naruto for helping Hinata from both him and her father. How dare she escape while he couldn't? He was going against fate and he would not allow that. Naruto, who had his arms crossed, was simply bored and he didn't hide it at all. "Looks like that kiss was the highlight of my day," said Naruto with a yawn. "Please tell me that you're going to try something other than the gentle fist." "It won't work." "Shut up, loser," said Neji. "Fate has decreed that I shall win. Fate controls everything that we do and we must do it unquestionably." At that point, Naruto stopped paying attention. Instead he began to think about food. "I'm hungry. I haven't had any ramen for 3 weeks. Damn, that has to be a record for me. That cloud reminds me of a ramen bowl. Kami, why are you torturing me?" "Fighters ready?" Genma asked. "Begin." Neji got into his stance and Naruto just kept thinking about food. Neji was waiting for him to make the first move and Naruto began to wonder if he had any food on him. Neji began to grow impatient. He charged at Naruto, whose face light up. "I forgot about that," he said. Neji smirked. So the blonde fool finally realized his error. Too little too late. Just before Neji's attack could connect to its target, Naruto vanished, leaving a shocked Neji. He turned around and saw Naruto on the other side of the field with a sealing scroll. When he undid it, out pooped a container of water, a trail stove, a pot, and ramen. "I can't believe I forgot about my spare ramen supplies." With that, Everyone face-faulted. "Hey you!" shouted Neji as he got up. "What do you think you are doing?" Naruto turned around and looked at Neji. His bored look returned. "Oh, you're still here. Just forfeit and leave me alone." This caused the Hyuga genius to become pissed. No one talked to him like that. He charged again at Naruto, who let out a sigh and moved away from his cooking area. Once Neji was in range, he launched a palm thrust at Naruto. Nah! Naruto grabbed his arm before it made contact and used the momentum to twirl around and toss Neji away. Naruto then turned back to his stove and finished setting it up. Up in the Hokage's box a small discussion was going on. "Why is he not fighting?" asked the Kazekage. "He tossed him away like he was nothing but didn't finish him off." "I learned a while back not to question his methods," said the Mizukage as he ate some pudding. "If I had to guess, he wants to draw out this fight and use it as a warm-up. That or he's just hungry." Zaku and Kin were also talking along those lines from their seats. "Will he just fight?" shouted Zaku. "He could be down right now and cooking up in the box." "Maybe he doesn't want to wait," joked Kin. Back on the field, Naruto rose up. His meal would be done in 6 minutes. 6 minutes to kill, yeah, that would work for him. His opponent was already up and glaring at him. Naruto gave him his foxy smile. "Relax and have some fun," said Naruto. "I know I will." With that, Naruto began to towards Neji with his hands in his pockets. His grin was plastered on his face. "I see," said the arrogant Neji. "So you're finally going to fight. I don't matter because fate tells me that I will win." At that, Naruto stopped. "Do you actually believe that crap?" Neji's glare was his only answer. "With that attitude you can never be a chunin. When you are on mission at fails you can't say that your teammates died because it was their fate. That just won't cut it." With that, Naruto disappeared and reappeared in front of Neji and punched him in the face. The force sent the boy back several feet. As he got back up, he saw Naruto slowly walking towards him again. "He's toying with me," thought Neji. "He thinks I'm not good enough, but I'll show him." Neji charged Agai and went into a barrage of palm thrusts. Naruto dodged them with ease and then began to go some hand signs. Hiding mist jutsu. Soon the area was covered in a heavy mist. Neji activated his Byakugan and began to look for Naruto. Suddenly, a blade shot out of the ground in front of him. Acting on instinct, Neji started his Kaden, blocking the attack and sent Naruto back a few feet. The spinning also caused the mist to be pushed back, clearing the field once again. "That was interesting," said the Hokage. He used the mist to make Neji think he was going to attack from one of his sides. Instead, Naruto went underground and shot up near Neji. If Neji hadn't used the Kaden, he would have been killed. "Few have ever gotten away from that attack," said the Mizukage. "He should be proud. But this fight is far from over." "So you know Kaden," said Naruto when the attack stopped. He placed his sword back on his back. "That's pretty impressive. I thought only the main house could do that." "You haven't seen anything," smirked Neji. "You were in my field of divination." "Same to you," replied Naruto. They both got into their fighting stances. Naruto got into the burning fist stance and Neji got into the gentle fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms, shouted Neji. 8 trigrams 64 bombs, shouted Naruto at the same time, looking a bit more demonic. 2. Their attacks collided with each other. 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. They pushed away from each other. Both were unhurt and unaffected by the attack. Hiyashi was shocked. Neji knew the Kaden. Naruto had used something similar to the 8 trigrams 64 palms. "How could this be? How could you do that?" asked Neji. "What kind of demon are you?" "I am not," said Naruto as his eyes narrowed. "But I will be happy to show you one." Hiding mist jutsu. Once again, a mist crept over the field. Then Naruto shouted something else. Demonic mist beast jutsu. With that, the mist began to take shape. Neji activated his bloodline and saw that Naruto was pouring his red chakra into the mist. Soon most of the mist was gone and what was left was a creature that was no bigger than a Doberman Pinscher. It looked like it was made of both the mist and the red chakra, which was moving around like the stuff in a lava lamp. The creature had 9 tails that seemed to sway around wildly. The sea Reacher was the spitting image of Kyubi. Naruto then turned to the beast and touched his stomach, and when he pulled it away there was a small red sphere in it. Naruto placed the in the Kyuubi look-alike and its eyes began to glow red. Finally, the punishment is done. Hey, wait a minute. What am I doing out here? Quote, well Kyuubi, said Naruto with a smirk. This fool thinks that I'm a demon. Think that he should see what a real demon can do. The people in the stands were too scared to move. The boy could let the Kyuubi out. Naruto looked up at them and began to laugh. How see can why you do that, stammered Neji. Kyuubi licked its lips. Kit, why did you only give me 2 of my chakra? That's not a lot, it's more than you need, replied Naruto. Neji, the truth of it all is that you are weak and blame others for your weakness and your problems. You blame Hinata and her father from your father's death. You blame your clan for holding you back. You blame your ancestors of creating the system that you are living in now. But know this, nothing in this world is written in stone. Fate only exists when you don't make a choice. Every action we make affects everyone and thus is continually causing this world to change. So why don't you stand up and stop whining like a little baby? You don't understand, said Neji, letting his anger rise. You never had to live with a seal on you. This caused the Kyuubi and Naruto to fall down laughing. That haha a good haha one. Do you haha think that I haha choose to haha stay haha with this blonde? Naruto slowly got up and regained his composure. Like Mr. Fuzzy here said, we never choose to be together. That asshole you call the 4th sealed him in me. I guess you forgot about that. It's interesting how things turned out. He paused and looked at the crowd. He wanted them to see me as a hero. I alone am the jailer of the Kyuubi. But I am no hero. A hero is only a hero when they make a choice. I had no choice. But now I do. Now Kyuubi, play with your new chew toy. Quote, gladly. With that, the beast lunged at Neji. Neji preformed Teikaden and blocked the beast. When it was thrown back, it went splash and then reformed. It charged again and got plowed into Neji and pressed him, with its 2 front paws, into the wall. So tell me Neji, said Naruto as he slowly walked over to him, how does it feel to be at someone else's mercy? I bet this is how Hinata felt. Now tell me, does fate still say you are going to win? Will I spare you or will I kill you? You see, I have a choice. Naruto was beginning to sweat a little. Kit, let's finish this. You know I have a limited time out here. Neji, you have damned your own clan with your actions and hate. You had a chance to help your clan and you threw it away. What are you talking about? Asked Neji. He was scared. Holding him was Kyuubi, the creature that destroyed the village years ago. Then there was the one who controlled it, a person who had every right to take this village and could unleash this power on a whim. Hinata wanted to save her family. She was your clan's best chance to be free of the seal and become one big happy gag me with a spoon family. But you never saw her like that. You only saw her as the weak heir to the main house. Did it ever occur to you that she could have helped you? Realization hit Neji and it hit hard. Pity it's too late. Now you must live with the consequences. Are you going to kill me? He asked. No, I'll let you live with your burden. Killing you is not necessary. I think letting you live with the knowledge had you have kept the Brach family chained is more than enough. Besides, I don't want to make her cry. Kit, I better be getting back in. With that, the red orb shot out of the mist beast and back into Naruto. The beast then turned into a puddle of water. Neji fell to the ground and didn't get up. I declare Naruto Uzumaki the winner, announced Genma. Naruto walked over to his ramen and prepared to eat it. Before he began he spoke to Neji. Neji, I am no demon. In fact, when you think about it, we are no better than demons. They kill and so do we. They hold great power and so do we. The only difference is our motives. They kill for power and to defend their territories. We kill because of greed and hate. Think about that for a while. With that, Naruto took his meal and began to walk up the steps towards the contestants' box. Lee, who had watched the fight, was starting to cry. He wanted to have been the one to defeat Neji and now Naruto had done that. Guy looked down at his pupil with a look of understanding. Will Sai and Sasuke Uchiha please come down, called Genma. I'm sorry, shouted Sai. I forgot my inks I can't fight. Fine, Then it's Konkuro versus Shino. I forfeit as well, said Makeup Boy. Fine. Temari and Isaribi get done here now. Both girls left the box their own way. Temari used her fan to glide down and Isaribi appeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto looked at Sai. Your ink is right there, said Naruto. Yes, replied Sai. I lied so that Sasuke wouldn't get disqualified. The council ordered me to let Sasuke win. They want him to be promoted as soon as possible. Back of the field, the girls were having a glaring match. Isaribi brought her hand to her sides. On each side was a pair of scroll. Begin. I have been wondering what you look like without those bandages, said Temari. Maybe Till will help. Cutting whirlwind jutsu. The attack sent Isaribi back a couple of feet and had the effect its owner wanted. The crowd gasped when they saw what Isaribi hid. Temari was in shock. What happened to you? Orochimaru happened, said Isaribi. He kidnapped me and performed his experiments. I was nothing more than a lab rat to him. When he was done he threw me away. With that she turned right and ran to the wall. She got there she began to run up it. When she got to the halfway point, she grabbed one of the scrolls, opened it, and placed it on the wall. It began to glow blue as it stuck there. Isaribi began to run around the stadium and did the same thing to the other 3 scrolls. What is she up to? Thought Temari. She was standing there, watching her opponent. There were 2 possibilities on what those scrolls did. One was they would launch weapons at her. If that was the case, she could easily deflect them. The other was that they were explosives. That would be a problem. Also, her mind was going into overdrive at the information she had heard. Orochimaru had done that to her. When Isaribi was done, she ran down the wall and headed for Temari. Seeing this, Temari countered with another cutting whirlwind that sent her flying. I was hoping that I could hit you with that speed, said Isaribi as she slowly got up. Quote, but that fan and those wind attacks are a pain. I guess I'll have to take care of that. Poseidon's Gate. With that, the 4 scrolls began to shoot out water with the same amount and ferocity as opening the floodgates to a large dam. Genma puffed out of there to avoid being wet. There was nowhere for the water to go except the stairway to the contestants' box. The other doors had been shut and were keeping the water in. Within seconds, the water was up to their necks. What are you doing? Cried Temari. Cutting off your wind, replied Isaribi as the water raised over her mouth. Isaribi began her transformation. The rest of her skin became covered in green scales. Her black hair seemed to come together and became green and scaly as well. Her hands and feet became webbed and a dorsal fin appeared from the back of her head. The water was now deep enough to swim in and Temari was trying to get to the top. Isaribi swam at her at an unthinkable speed and was on her in seconds. She grabbed the fangirl by her feet and began to drag her down. As long as they were in the water, she would win. Temari tried to kick her feet, but it was no use. This girl had her. She had dropped her fan while she had tried to swim and that had proved to be a mistake. At the time, the fan seemed like dead weight and would have only slowed her down. Now she saw that it might have held back the fish girl. She struggled for another minute before she passed out due to a lack of air. When Isaribi saw that Temari was out, she went to the large wooden doors and gave it a powerful punch with her right her left arm held onto Temari tightly. The door broke and the water flushed out with great force. Using her chakra in the same manner as the tree climbing exercise, she was able to remain where she was. The water had stopped gushing out of the scrolls and the field now had many puddle. She dropped Temari to the ground and began to turn back to normal and reapply her bandages. When she was done, Genma reappeared. Isaribi is the winner. The crowd was silent, well except for the daimyos and her teammates. They were cheering for her and shouting congratulations. When she got back up to the box, Naruto's lips soon met hers. Haku just sighed. He was used to this. It happened every time she used that jutsu. Will Haku and Gaara please come down to finish the first round, announced Genma. He was hoping this fight wouldn't be so nerve-wracking. Well, wish me luck, said Haku cheerfully to his teammates who were still lip-locked. I need a girlfriend, but all the girls complain that I look cuter than them. Well, I am pretty, but Naruto says that guys aren't supposed to be pretty. Why me? Those were the thoughts of Haku as he walked down to the field with his head down low. Good luck Haku, said Isaribi as she pulled away from Naruto. However, he was gone. I think we hurt his feeling. We'll make it up to him later, said Naruto as they walked over to the balcony. Maybe do something that he likes when we get home. Like shopping or looking at the animals at the zoo. Naruto sighed at this. I guess so. Why does he like girly things? Back on the field, Gaara and Haku were ready. Gaara had on his emotionless face while Haku was giving him a warm smile. I hope we can have a pleasant battle, said Haku. Gaara didn't respond as he undid the cork on his gourd. Begin. Gaara went to work as he launched his sand at Haku. Haku dodged the attack and decided to go all out. Demonic ice mirrors. Gaara was shocked as the mirrors appeared around him. Haku ran into one and his image appeared in all of them. Haku began his barrage on Sanban but the sand protected Gaara from every needle. Then, the sand shot up and attacked the mirror that was directly above him. Desert funeral. With that, one mirror was destroyed. Impressive, said Haku who looked calm. No one has ever done that before. I will finish this now. Haku stepped out of a mirror and unleashed his newest jutsu. Demon Ice Prison. With that, all of the mirrors seemed to melt together and reshape themselves. They became thicker and merged together to form a box. Gaara's sand was hitting the walls but to no use. This jutsu is impossible to escape. Even with both arms, Zaku was unable to blast his way out. Soon, you will pass out due to a lack of air and I will be declared the winner. Gaara's face didn't change with this new information. The sand then seemed to cover the inside walls of the ice. Gaara then used it to push at it from all directions. Haku began to see cracks in the ice and began to patch it up with some ice. Bit by bit more cracks appeared and Haku kept patching them up. However, they started appearing faster and getting bigger each time. Haku didn't have a very large amount of chakra was getting tired. In the end, Gaara's sand defeated Haku's ice. The ice prison was shattered into hundreds of pieces. Haku looked at Gaara and began to look at this from every angle. He had little chakra and was now tired from using those two jutsus. Also, Gaara didn't look tired at all. Only one thing left to do. I give up, said Haku. Genma nodded. Gaara is the winner. Gaara and Haku walked back up to the box in silence. You did all right, said Isaribi as Haku walked over to them. That was an impressive jutsu you created. You should be proud of yourself. Haku shook his head. I wasted too much chakra in that attack. I also underestimated the power of his sand. Well, don't worry about it, said Naruto as he walked to the door. Just look at this as a reason to improve. After all, a weapon is still a weapon even after it has been nicked. As Naruto walked to the field he was interrupted by two grass knees. Hey kid, our boss wants you to lose in this next match, said one of them. He bet a lot of money on the Uchiha to win, said the other. Pity he isn't even here, replied an uninterested Naruto. Now beat it before I kill you both. Don't get cocky kid, said the first. We are chunins and we are older than you. You should know that the real reason for this exam is for the daimyos to place bets. Then they should know the risks, said Naru. Too as he grasped the handle of his blade. Now move or die. I will not ask again. No, you die, they said in unison. As they charged at him with their kuniyas, there was a bright flash of light. They fell to the ground. They were cut in half from the head down. They didn't even see the attack coming. As Naruto walked, the only sounds heard were his footsteps and the dripping of blood from his sword. Naruto walked into the field and saw that the prick named Sasuke still wasn't there. The ref had taken out a watch and was keeping track of time. You have got to be kidding, said Naruto. Don't tell me he is getting special treatment. The ref just looked at him for a second and smirked. His eyes then went back down to the watch. Up in the cage box, the Mizukage was furious. How can you do this? He demanded. Staring at the Hokage. That brat didn't show up for his first fight and you are still giving him more time. Patience, said the cage. Everyone wants to see this fight. Don, tell me you don't want to see a battle between the last two members of two great clans. I remember when shinobi didn't play favorites, replied the Mizukage. If he is late for this, they would guess you think he will be on time for a real mission. My shinobi got here on time and are ready, which shows our dedication and seriousness of purpose. Just then, Sasuke and Kakashi appeared in the field. "You're late, assholes," said Naruto. "Sorry, but there was a black cat in the road and we had to walk around it." He then turned to Genma. "Can he still fight?" "Sai forfeited, so yeah, he can fight." "Good," replied Kakashi. He turned to Naruto. "You might want to back out. Sasuke has greatly improved." "I'll believe it when I see it," was Naruto's response. Kakashi then went poof and Genma decided to start the match. "Well, Dobi, are you ready to lose?" asked Sasuke. Naruto put on his bored look. "Just do something," said Naruto. "Fine, Grand Fireball Jutsu." Naruto dodged it with ease only. To have several kunai thrown at him while in midair. Naruto twisted his body and only one touched him. It didn't wound him, it just cut the sash on his waist. A small doll that looked like a chibi Naruto, which had been hidden under the sash, fell to the ground. As it fell, memories flooded Naruto's mind. He saw a small blue-haired girl handing him a doll that looked like him. The next image was less pleasant. Naruto was now holding the same girl who now dead from multiple stabbings. He looked up and glared at the man responsible, Kisame. He fell back into the real world as he hit the ground. "Lo, oaks like the Dobi is still playing with doll," laughed Sasuke. "Don't worry, I'll help you grow up." Grad Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke shot the large fireball in the direction of the doll. Naruto dove on it and acted like a human shield. When the attack ended, Naruto got up and checked to make sure both he and the doll were alright. The doll was fine. As for him, his shirt had been burned off and his pants had become shorts. As he turned to face Sasuke, the Uchiha noticed two things. First, Naruto had no fat on his body. A six-pack didn't cover how buff he was. Many of the girls in the stands were swooning over him now. The other thing was the look in Naruto's eyes. It was pure and unrefined hate. The killer intent that was coming from him made even Jonins cringe. "No one does that to this doll," said Naruto in an icy voice. "Why is it so special?" asked Sasuke in a mocking tone. He was trying to put up a brave front. "It reminds me of those who have the will to fight. It reminds me of those who have fought hard when they were born with disadvantages. It reminds me of the one who I have unfinished business with." Well, that's it. Cliffhanger. Well, I'll give you some info on the Demon Mist Beast Jutsu. Similar to Gaara's sand, it allows Kyuubi to take form and fight with Naruto. His strength and size is dependent on how much chakra Naruto gives him. However, there is a time limit or how long Kyuubi can be outside of Naruto's body. The limit is a half an hour before Naruto slips into a coma and dies. Remember, if Naruto dies, so does Kyuubi. Next time, the hate between Kisame and Naruto. I have hinted at it for a while and I'm surprised that no one has noticed. If you think Hiro was an ass, just wait till you hear this story. Chapter 14. Hey everyone. Before we begin, I just want to say check out a fox, a snake, and a Hyuga. It rocks. Well, here is what you have been waiting for. What happened with Kisame and our favorite blonde? How will this affect the rest of the fights? Well, why don't you read and find out? Fool, said Sasuke after a moment. It's just a doll. They have no meaning. You won't say that if you knew the story, replied Naruto. Flashback. Naruto. Uzumaki was doing the one thing in the world that could calm him down. He loved their sizes and how they felt against his skin. How could he decide which ones he liked more, the small firm ones or the larger ones? One thing was certain, he never wanted to leave them. Hey you, shouted a voice that took 9-year-old Naruto away from his thought. When he turned around he saw a small 5-year-old girl with short blue hair and teal eyes. She was wearing a dark blue dress. What do you want? Asked Naruto as he turned his attention back to his tomatoes. Naruto had turned his backyard into a vegetable garden shortly after he had arrived in Mist. He had everything from carrots to watermelons. He even had some granny apple trees and a peach tree. Naruto had been working in his garden since it was his day off from Anbu. He had been in their training program for about 6 months now and needed the break. Right now he was dressed in white shirt with the symbol of the mist on the back and a pair of blue shorts. I want you to teach me how to use a sword, said the girl as she got on her hands and knees. No, said Naruto as he moved to the next tomato. Please teach me, she cried. I said no, so please leave. Suddenly, his left leg felt heavier than usual. He looked down and saw that the girl was now clinging to him. Let go. Not until you teach me how to use a sword. Naruto didn't respond. He lifted his leg and started to shake it, hoping she would let go. Then he tried running around like a crazy person. He tried everything from dousing her with water to the dreaded tickle torture. He could have used more drastic methods, but those would hurt the kid. You sure are a stubborn kid, said Naruto. I guess there's only one option left. You'll teach me how to use swords. No, I'm going to get someone else to get you off of me. With that, Naruto made his way towards Haku's place. The trip took a long time since he was dragging his left leg. Also, there were many people smirking at the sight of this. Especially from the people who knew him as the Bloody Fox. About an hour later they arrived in front of Madame Misuto's, a store that sold kimonos and dresses for the women of the village. The reason they were there was that Haku had an apartment right above it. It explains so much, doesn't it? As soon as they entered, Kanari Misuto looked up from her counter. She was a woman about 45 years old and had dark hair. She was wearing a nice red kimono. She noticed it was Naruto and called Haku down. She knew the drill. Naruto went back outside and waited for Haku. About 3 minutes later, Haku came out and was wearing a violet yukata with pink hearts on it. Naruto looked at this and his eye began to twitch. What have I told you about wearing that crap? He practically shouted. But I like it, whined Haku. Naruto just gave a sigh and pointed at the girl that was clinging to him. Just get her off of me, he said. Haku nodded and took out a senbou NS from seemingly nowhere and pressed it against the girl's neck. She then quickly passed out. Thank you, said Naruto as the girl fell off his leg. Naruto then moved to pick her up and place her under his right arm. Much better. Now let's take this brat to the Mizukage's tower and let them deal with her. Fine, I've got nothing better to do, replied Haku. With that, they headed towards the tower. Along the way they passed by the Mizukage fountains. Like with all the great shinobi nations, the Mist Nins had a sort of dedication for their past Mizukages. Each fountain was life-size and EACH had a plaque that listed all of their major contributions to the village. When they got in the building, 2 people were arguing with the receptionist about someone missing. I will inform the Mizukage that your daughter is missing, but is this her? Interrupted Naruto. The 2 people turned around and then rushed over to her and grabbed her. After saying thank you for finding her, they left. Glad you found her, said the receptionist. That girl is quite ill. Didn't seem ill to me, replied Naruto. She has a condition where every time she molds her chakra, she does damage to her heart. They were lucky to have found it out at birth. So, she can't be a shinobi, asked Haku. Well, it would be too hard for her. Not being able to ever do a simple clone is a huge disadvantage. Naruto took all of this in. So that's why she wanted him to teach her kenjutsu. It was well known that the members of the Uzumaki clan were the best sword wielders and makers in the village. However, Naruto was still learning himself. That was one of the reasons he said no. The other reason was that he felt that it was just a passing whim for her. 1 minute it's kenjutsu and the next it's kittens. It was a week later and Naruto had just returned from a mission. It was a simple one. Kill 3 bandit gangs that were fighting in some town. A little mist here and a few chakra bombs there and he was done. As he walked down the street in his civilian clothes he saw that girl again. However, this time she was in the middle of a circle with older kids pushing her around. Some of them looked like academy students and others resembled rookie genins. Then, the name-calling began. Freak. Loser. What's the matter? Going to cry. With each insult the girl was pushed around like a living doll. Each time she fell down, she got back up and took the abuse. No matter what they did, she took it. This angered one of the genin. So, acting tough for you. He brought his hand back and got ready to give her a hard right. However, he never got the chance. Naruto was standing behind him and kept a firm grip on the older boy's arm. You must be so proud of yourselves, said Naruto in a slow and calm voice. The kind of voice that is full of killer intent and wants to make the pain last a long time. All of you strong genins and students showing off your strength against a small 5-year-old girl. When he finished that sentence, he let go of the boy's arm and gave him a powerful kick in the back. The poor boy was set flying several yards. If I ever find any of you doing this again, I will make sure to make the rest of your lives as painful as I can imagine. Now leave before I decide not to wait. The group didn't need to be told twice. They ran like a demon was chasing them. They knew who he was. I mean, how many people in the world have blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker marks? Not many. The girl looked at Naruto and he looked back at her. Both of them seemed to be at a loss of words. It was the girl who made the first move. "Thank you," she said in a quiet voice. "No problem," he replied. "I want to ask you a question." "What is it?" "Why do you make to learn Kenjutsu? So I can be a ninja." "Why do you want that?" At this, the girl gave him a look. "My parents are always worried about me, acting like I can't do anything. I want to show them that I can become stronger and improve myself. Also, I want to protect this village because it is my home." Naruto smirked. "Even if they treat you like this, no matter what happens, they will only see you as you are now. That is the sad reality of this world." With that, Naruto began to walk away. It was better, in his mind, to discourage her as much as possible. "You're wrong," shouted the girl. Naruto stopped and turned around. "I will become a shinobi and everyone will stop thinking I'm weak or a freak. I'll become the strongest ninja in this village. And if you won't teach me how to use a sword, then I'll just kick people." This caused Naruto to smirk once again. "The strongest person is the Mizukage. Are you telling me that you want to become a Mizukage?" The girl looked a little confused. "The Mizufut." Naruto couldn't help it anymore. He started to laugh. It was too rich. This kid was so much like him, or at least the way he used to be. Same desire to prove oneself and the same dream to become a Kage. It took him a few moments to calm down. "All right kid, I could use something to do to pass the time." He started to walk away and the girl just stood there confused. Naruto stopped and turned around. "Well, are you coming?" She quickly ran up to him and started to walk next to him. "Thank you," she cried. "My name is Ren Isui. I am Naruto Uzumaki. You can just call me Naruto. No need for that sensei stuff. It just makes me sound old." Naruto: "Yes, will learning how to use a sword make me stronger?" "Sure it will, and you will be strong enough to become a member of the Seven." End flashback. The crowd was quiet. They listened to the story with interest and wondered what would happen next. Even Sasuke seemed to chill out a bit. The Kages were listening as well, except for the Mizukage. He knew what was coming next. "So you started training her," said Sasuke. "Yes," replied Naruto. "I taught her as best I could. I trained her so she could handle a variety swords and so taijutsu. Each practice she put her heart and soul into and gave me 110% of her effort. I doubt I will ever see some like that again." Flashback. "That's enough for today," said Naruto. Ren put her kodachi back into its sheath and went to put it back on the wall. They trained in the Uzumaki's personal training hall. The walls were full of different swords and each one was different. Naruto was now 10 and it was almost a full year since they had started their training. He trained her on his days off and after he was done training with his team. "Naruto," said Ren in a quiet voice, "I was wondering if you would come to my birthday party tomorrow." "Sure," he replied as he gave her his foxy smile. "I would love to come and see you on your birthday. What time does it start?" 3 o'clock. I'll be there with a special gift." The next day came quickly and Ren was excited. It was her birthday after all. One by one, her friends came and each one wished her a happy birthday. Her parents were watching her with smiles on their faces. When they had first heard that Naruto was training her, they were livid. Her condition was serious and they didn't want her to be put in a situation where she would be tempted to use a jutsu. However, they began to notice changes with her. She was making more friends and the bullying had gone down. In the end, they decided to allow the training to continue. At 3 o'clock on the dot, Naruto and his teammates puffed in the middle of the backyard where the party was taking place. Isaribi had with her a necklace made of coral. Haku had decided to give her a battle kimono. Naruto gave her a pair of Chinese hook swords. "I figure that it was time you got your own pair," he said with a smile. Everyone else was looking at him like he was crazy. What kind of person gives a 6-year-old girl swords for her birthday? Thank you, she shouted. She set the swords down for a second and reached into her pocket. Quote, I made this for you to saw, thank you for training me. With that, she handed him a little doll that looked just like him. It ever had its forehead protector on the side of its head just like Naruto. Thank you, said Naruto. Isn't that sweat? Shut fuzzy wuzzy. Never. I almost forgot about the extra special gift for you Ren, said Naruto with a dark smirk. A second later he preformed The hiding mist jutsu and the demonic mist beast jutsu. However, this time Kyuubi was dressed up in a clown outfit complete with a hat and a bow tie. You have got to be kidding me. Now Kyuubi will be doing some tricks for everyone, said Naruto to the children. They all gave out cheers. The adults smirked. It's not every day that the most feared demon ever does a birthday party. I will do no such thing, said the Kyuubi. I refuse to lower myself to the level of a clown. Naruto looked at the Kyuubi and smiled. Furball, walk with me for a moment. The two of them walked to the side of the house, away from the eyes of the children. However, everyone could still hear them. Listen you stupid fox, I don't ask much from you so you can do this. Don't. Give me that look. Everyone heard a loud smack. Just one favor and I get this. How about next time I make you the size of a poodle, would you like that? I'll even give you the hairstyle. Now, go make those kids happy or else I'll figure out how to torture you. Inside my head, if you don't think I can, just try me. Several more smacks were heard as well as whimpering. When the two came out, Kyuubi looked humbled. I'll be good now, said the defeat fox demon. With that, he created a ball made of chakra and began to walk on it with his back legs. He then did some back flips and gave a couple of rides for the kiddies. All in all the party was a blast. End flashback. This is pointless, said Sasuke. You wanted to know, responded Naruto. Now, where was I? Oh right, Ren continued to train hard. With hard work, she eventual L.Y. proved that one did need to be able to use jutsus to be a good ninja. Did you heard that guy sensei? Yes I did, such a youthful child. Oh dear Kami, sighed Naruto. I must work harder so I can be as youthful as her. I will start by doing 1000 one-handed push ups. If I can not do that then I will hop on 1 foot for 3 miles. And if my adorable student can't do that, then I will carry him up a mountain. With that started hugging and crying. Soon that evil genjutsu appeared. You know that one I'm taking about. The one with the sun setting and waves crashing on the beach. It's evil it tell you. Guy sensei. Lee. Guy sensei. Lee. Guy sensei. Lee. You know, right now I'm glad I left, said Naruto as he sweat dropped. Getting back to my story. Just finish it up loser. Ah, I was going to do that, said Naruto. He sweat dropped again. Flashback. It had been 3 weeks since the birthday party and Naruto had been away on a mission with his team. This time they had to track down some middle-aged blonde who had a huge gambling debt. This had been considered an A-rank mission due to who that person was. It was late when they got back. When they got to the gates, no one was there and they could see fires in the distance. What happened? Shouted Isaribi. Are we under attack? There was a small boom and Naruto's head shot in its direction. It was near where Ren lived. With that he ran towards her house. Haku and Isaribi ran to get some help. When Naruto arrived at the scene, he saw the dead bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Isui near them, and barely breathing was Ren. Naruto moved over to her and picked her up and held on to her. There was a stab wound on her side and part of her face looked like it had been shaved off. Naruto then saw him, Kisame, the man who had done this. Why did you do this? Said Naruto in a cold voice. I decided to weed out the useless filth in this village, said Kisame with a smirk. The weak have no real purpose. Besides, it was fun. I loved how that girl thought she could help her parents. The look on her face was priceless when I killed them in front of her. Naruto felt anger he had not felt in years. Every poor eye and his body screamed for the death of this man, this monster. Nothing would give him more pleasure than to rip him to shreds. Naruto felt the red chakra focus in his free and it formed a red claw in his hand. A second later he shot that claw at Kisame, who blocked it with his blade. However, the force still sent him back into a wall, leaving a large hole in it. A moment later he got back up. "Not bad, kid," he said with a laugh. "Why don't you come with me? Think of it, the two of us could rule this world." "Kisame, I will kill you," said Naruto. "I will take the Samahata and cut off your head with it." Naruto began to call upon the Kyuubi's chakra when a small hand grabbed his shirt. "And Naruto," said Ren. Naruto calmed down and was brought back to his senses. He didn't have time for a fight. He turned and ran to get her to the hospital while Jonin and Anbu ran towards Kisame. End flashback. In the end, Kisame got away and Ren died in my arms as I took her to the hospital. The death total was 300, mostly civilians. I have carried this doll ever since. In a way, I am letting a small part of her fight with me as a shinobi like she wanted. Naruto had a sad look on his face, like he was holding back tears. The stadium was in tears. Neji, who was now sitting in the stands, had rivers coming out of his eyes. The green beasts had waterfalls. Even Gaara had a tear drop. The only one who was not moved by that story was Sasuke. "So what?" he said. "She was weak and is better off dead." With that, he charged at Naruto in a fashion similar to Lee and launched a head-on attack. Naruto lifted a hand and caught the attack, shocking and stopping Sasuke. How did he do that? Do you feel no pity for someone who suffered a fate similar to yours? She watched as her family died the same as you did. The only difference was that she didn't make it. Sasuke was livid now. "Why should I care? She and everyone else in that village are losers. And you are the most. You left the strongest Shinobi village and went to the weakest of the five. Now I will show everyone how weak you are." Sasuke tried to move back but Naruto held him in place. "I pity you." With that, Naruto spun around while still holding on to Sasuke and then let go, sending him several yards away. Sasuke got up and decided to taunt him. He had to do something to get his opponent to lose his calm. "I bet you could have killed him. All you had to do was call on the fox and it would have been over. But that brat held you back and you're pathetic because you let her." Many eyes were now opening as Sasuke showed them his true character. Ino and the other fangirls became disgusted that they had actually liked him. Many people in the crowd felt the same way. Only Sakura and the council held on to their image of the Uchiha survivor. "Yes, I could have. With that many Anbu and Jonins I could have made sure of his death. But I chose to try and save the life of someone who was precious to me. And when I see Kisame I will use my chakra to defeat him." Naruto performed some hand signs and in his free hand, the other was holding the doll, was a ball of mist. Naruto pointed this ball at Sasuke and shouted, "Mist shotgun." The mist ball shot towards Sasuke and then split into hundreds of smaller balls. Sasuke tried to dodge but was hit by several of them. It didn't do much damage, but it hurt like hell. If they all had hit him, he might have passed out from the pain. "Weak jutsu, Dobi. I'll show you a real one." Sasuke began to run, threw hand signs and then shouted, "Chidori." Sasuke charged at the shocked Naruto. He remembered that sound. That was the same sound he heard when his sensei was killed. Now Naruto knew the jutsu that had killed the man he considered his father. As Sasuke moved in dangerously close, time seemed to slow down. They now seemed to be moving in slow motion. Sasuke was a few centimeters from his opponent's chest when Naruto sidestepped him and then stuck out his foot. Sasuke tripped and his attack hit nothing but the earth. A second later Naruto's foot was under Sasuke's stomach. With a powerful sky kick, Sasuke was sent up into the air. Naruto then moved his fist into pause. Ishin, and when Sasuke fell back towards the earth his gut landed on Naruto's fist. "Killing you now would be a waste of my time and chakra," said Naruto as the ref called the match. Naruto looked up and noticed that several Anbu looked like they were ready to attack. "Besides, I doubt I could walk out of here if I killed you." He looked at the doll once more and then put it in his pocket. Naruto began to walk to the stairway when he was halted by the ref. Naruto will now be fighting Shino. Shino nodded from the stands and made his way down. Naruto decided to ask a certain cage what was going on. With that he disappeared and reappeared in the cage's box. "Hey old man," said Naruto, What's going on? The chart said that Isaribi was next. There was a slight change in plans, Naruto, said the old man. The fights will be you versus Shino and then Gaara versus Isaribi, trying to make me lose by tiring me out. Fine, I guess I could humiliate another Leaf Nin. This got both the Mizukage and the Kazekage to chuckle. Naruto turned his back to them, but before he left he spoke again. I want to apologize for some of the things I said earlier. With that he left, fulfilling the promise he had made to Isaribi. When Naruto got back down he noticed that Shino was already waiting for him. At this moment, Naruto wished he had a spare change of clothes. Thanks to Sasuke, he was shirtless and his pants only went down to his knees. He still had the strap that held his blade at least. Begin. At that, Shino's bugs came out in full force and went straight at Naruto. Naruto grabbed his sword and shouted, "Dance of the full moon." The bugs began to hit the rotating blade and many of them were killed. Shino had lost at least half of his bugs and had nothing else to fight with. Calling the bugs back, B began to think of a new strategy. However, before he could think of anything, Naruto had appeared in front of him and began to punch him several times in the face in rapid succession. Shin-Oh fell down to the ground and the match was ended. "So, do you have any more clothes?" asked Haku as Naruto walked onto the balcony. He shook his head. He had given his spare outfit to Hinata and Right. Now he didn't have the time to go to the spot he had hidden her and undress her. "Do not fear," shouted Guy who had appeared out of nowhere scaring the shit out of everyone. "I have the solution to all your problems." "Please lower your voice," said Haku. "Very well, my youthful friend. To solve the Naruto's unyouthful problem I give him this." With that, Guy pulled out a green spandex outfit similar to what he was wearing. "I also have this." Guy whipped out another outfit from his back. This time it was the orange jumpsuit. Everyone just stared at him. A second later he was seen flying out of the contestants' balcony and became a star. Kakashi saw this and mentally thanked them. Then he went back to reading his porn. A few seconds later, Gaara and Isaribi were on the field and ready to fight. Gaara's arms were crossed and his gourd was uncorked. Isaribi looked at him and began to calculate her advantages. There was still a lot of water left on the field from her last match. Also, sand was weak against fire and water. She had a chance. Begin. Isaribi stared first. Water shark missiles. Several blasts of water shot at Gaara in the shape of sharks. His sand deflected the attacks. However, after each one attacked the sand became useless. Gaara's eyes narrowed. He figured out what she was trying to do. He willed all of his sand to shot up above Isaribi. Soon, the sand shot down at her and Isaribi shouted, "Water encampment wall." She was then surrounded by a twister of water. However, the sand didn't continue the attack. Instead it backed off and went for the top of the twister and shot down the middle where it was dry. When the jutsu ended, Isaribi was in a desert coffin. "I give up," she said. Gaara undid the jutsu and Isaribi walked away. She met up with Naruto along the stairways and wished him luck. A minute later, Naruto and Gaara were having a staring contest. Up in the stands, only 2 people were left in the betting pool. The daimyo of Water Country had placed a good deal of money on Naruto. The Wind daimyo had done the same thing with Gaara. Whoever won this would be filthy rich. Many of the people in the stands were silently hoping for Gaara's victory. Some people just never change. "Before we begin, I would like to thank you for sparing my teammates' lives," said Naruto as he began to smile at Gaara. "I only did it because the girl spared my sister," he replied. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say that you cared." Gaara's eye began to twitch. "Maybe you're getting soft." Tick marks appeared on Gaara's head. "Let's begin," he replied in an angry tone. "Don't come into this angry," said Naruto in a serious tone. "Let's show these people what we can do. I mean, how often do people get to see 2 demon vessels fight each other?" This took the crowd by surprise. "I see," said Gaara. "You are like me after all. Except, you are not insane." "Well, that's a matter of opinion," said Naruto with a chuckle. "Now, let's have some fun." "Done, thank God." Well, in case no one has figured it out by now, each member of the Mist team specialize in one of the 3 forms of water. Haku has ice, Isaribi has it in its natural state, and Naruto no. Some mist and steam jutsus. There will be more of them in the next chapter. I figured it would be cool to do this. Now it's time for a poll. Next chapter will end the chunin exam and the mist team will be leaving the village. So, by the time I am done with the next chapter I hope to have a good deal of votes. The poll is for the fate of Hinata. Should I make this a harem or no? Don't worry, Isaribi and Naruto are staying together. Like hell I'll brea those two up. They look so cute together. But, I also like Hinata. As I said in an earlier chapter, I'm just sick of there being so many of them. She just comes up and says the bit about how she feels and they end up together. Boring. I believe in working for love. But, I don't want to turn this into a bad fic, so I'm letting you all decide. I'm so nice. Also, in Brown Eyes Meets Blue, I finally did something I always wanted to see. Naruto using the harem jutsu to get that C-ranked mission. Well, keep on reading and I'll see you next time. Chapter 15. There have always been a few things that I never liked with the chunin exams. First and foremost was that Naruto was never promoted. I mean, in real life you can't say I give up in the middle of a battle. A leader must be able to make plans up quickly, encourage his teammates, and must be strong in the face of uncertainty. He proved his quick thinking in the first fight with Zabuza. In the first test, he was able to dispel everyone's fears. And if going up against Neji isn't staying strong in the face of uncertainty, then I don't know what is. I bet Kakashi didn't even mention that part of the fight in his report. Naruto is a good leader if people give him the chance. Did I just see guy fly past my window? Oh well, enough of this rant. A lot of people have complained about the fight with Sasuke. I know how you all feel. I wanted to kill him. However, I have to think realistically. Remember, everyone knows that Naruto has the Kyuubi inside of him or believes that he is the Kyuubi. I don't think that they would have just sat there as I indicated with the Anbu getting ready to strike. To them, Sasuke is the last Uchiha and they need him to revive the clan no matter how much of an ass he is. Another reason is that Naruto can't waste too much of his chakra on someone like Sasuke. He has to save it for his main opponent, and that is Gaara. When fighting a demon vessel and plan on using your own chakra, you might want to save every drop. Naruto just wanted to play with Neji for a while and his other two fights were more of annoyances to him. Don't worry, I got Someth ing really evil plane for his death and I want to savor each one of his humiliations until then. The poll as of now is this. Harem, 21. No harem, 9. Many of you are wondering how this can work out. As Blah the Sixth said, Naruto has done a 180 personality-wise. But remember, Hinata likes Naruto because she sees him as a hard worker and he is proof that with hard work a person can change. That is what she loves about him. Now, not matter what happens, I will not make this story into some sort of goofy and silly story. Well, not entirely. I have to have some humor. There will be more kick-ass fights with better opponents that will challenge the Mist Gang. Romance and things of that Naruto are secondary. Just wait till you see who I have in mind for Haku. But if the no harem people get their way, I'll have to make some changes here and there. Hinata will be taken by Naruto and only Hinata. This is not up for discussion, so don't ask for Hanabi to be taken. The poll will end when I begin the next chapter. Now, let's have some fun. A breeze blew through the field as Gaara and Naruto stared at each other. Gaara had uncorked his gourd and Naruto had his hand on the handle of his sword. It was tense. The first one to strike would have the advantage, but if countered it could turn out to be disastrous. No one spoke a single word. The only sound that could be heard was Choji eating his chips. This was it, the final match of the chunin exams. In the medical wing, Sasuke was asleep and having an awful dream. Naruto and Itachi were fighting in front of him and they were on even grounds. Sasuke tried to run up to them. But no matter how hard he ran he could never reach them. Then they stopped fighting and looked at him. They both began to walk away saying that he was too weak to be in their presence. At that moment, Sasuke woke up. I think I'll make the fist move, said Naruto as he pulled his sword off his back. He then charged at Gaara whose sand began to spill out of his gourd. Hidden Mist Ultimate Kenjutsu, stealing the family jewels. With that cry, Naruto aimed his sword low, very low. Gaara's eyes went wide and put more chakra into his sand as it went to protect his vitals. The sword hit the sand. But it didn't stop. It only stopped when it was about 3 centimeters from the intended target. After that, Naruto jumped back several feet and then held up his sword in one hand and scratched the back of his head with the other. Meanwhile, Gaara was making sure that everything was still there. The crowd had a mix of reactions. Most of the men felt phantom pain and held on to their private areas. Kakashi looked pissed off that someone was copying him. The cages had a few words to say about this. "What was that?" asked the Hokage. "Don't ask," said the Mizukage. Zabuza showed him that move once when he was a kid and ever since then he has always wanted to use it. "Scary," said the Kazekage. "We all know who it really is and why he thinks it's scary. If you don't know, well, just think about his tastes and you'll understand." Back on the field, Gaara was staring at Naruto with a very pissed off expression. "What the hell was that?" he demanded. Naruto just shrugged and got into a battle position. "Just testing the waters," he said with a grin. "Well, better get serious now." He charged at Gaara at a blinding speed and swung his sword. Gaara's sand moved to block it and succeeded. Naruto continued like this and each time he put more and more power into each swing. Gaara's sand was becoming less and less effective and Gaara could see it. With each swing, the Kubikiri Haucho pierced through his sand more and more until it cut straight through. Gaara quickly changed to a fence and his sand began its attack. A wave of sand shot forward at Naruto. Who jumped back and began to dodge each strike. Soon, Gaara was using his sand shuriken jutsu which sent several sand projectiles at him. Naruto used his blade to block each one, slicing them in half. He then went back on the offensive and jumped up into the air and prepared for a two-handed strike that would double his power. Gaara quickly turned his sand into hands and sent them up and grabbed the sword, stopping it. However, Naruto let go as soon as the hands came together and fell to the ground. He charged at Gaara and shouted, "Steam claws." Like the name suggests, steam surrounded his hands and formed clams. He slashed Gaara's chest and pierced his armor of sand easily. Gaara had 4 long slashes across his chest. The sand quickly came back to him and Naruto caught his sword before it hit the ground. To saw Gaara was shocked was an understatement. No one had ever hurt him before. For the first time in his life, he was bleeding. For the first time, someone had been able to get past all of his defenses and hurt him. Gaara would enjoy killing him. "You will help prove my existence," said the sand user. "Happy to help," said a smug Naruto. His amusement was cut short as what looked like feathers began to fall from the sky. Sensing a genjutsu, Naruto released himself and noticed that those who didn't fell asleep. At that moment, Gaara began to change. Soon, his arm was covered with sand with strange designs on it. It ended with clawed fingers that just shouted death to my enemies. Gaara's face had also changed, or at least half of it. Half of it had also been covered with sand and his teeth had become sharper. Then there was his yellow and black eye. Soon Haku, Isaribi, Kin, and Zaku were standing behind Naruto. The sand team appeared next to Gaara. "Gaara," said their sensei. "We need to get you ready." "Shut up," growled Gaara. "I will kill him." "Gaara, this isn't." "Don't get in my way," interrupted Gaara. The sand Jonin backed away slowly as did his teammates. Temari looked very weak and needed to be supported by her brother. She motioned to her team to look up at the cage's box and they saw that the area was covered in some sort of purple box. "Looks like your invasion is underway," said Naruto after returning his attention to the sand nins. "Normally I'd say goody luck with it and we'd be on our way. But I don't think Gaara is done fighting ye. So he wouldn't be very happy if I left." Naruto then turned his head and began to give orders to his teammates. "Listen, our first priority is to get the daimyos out of here. Zaku, Kin, and Isaribi will dispel the genjutsu and move them out of here. Haku, I need you to pick up the package." "The package?" asked Haku. "Yeah, I hide the package in an old cabin in the woods," said Naruto as he turned his head back to the sand team. "I'm counting on you to get it and get it out of the village." "I understand," replied Haku. With that, he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. The others began to move out, but Naruto called out for Isaribi to stay for a moment. Be careful, he said. Orochimaru is behind this and I don't want you going after him. Not by yourself anyways. She nodded and ran off to catch up with the others. Uzumaki, growled Gaara, you are mine. Now wait one moment Gaara, said Baki. Before he could say anything else, he heard someone call out an attack. Dynamic entry, shouted Guy as he fell from the sky. About time he came down and took down Baki. I am here, the youthful green beast of the leaf. All hail the flames of youth. This was met with sweat drops and ghting the urge to kill from those nearby. Many of the now exposed sound and sand shinobi were thinking one thing. What the fuck, Guy, said Naruto. He learned the name from Lee as he rubbed his temples. Why don't you fight those sound guys and leave him to me? I don't know, responded Guy as he scratched his chin. I would be very youthful, said the blonde. That was all Guy needed to hear as he raced off to fight the sound. Too easy. Kit, you had better use my chakra. This kid is calling on the power of his demon. Now, how am I supposed to get stronger if I call on you every time there is trouble? This is a great chance to see if I'm stronger than the One Tail. That's not much of an accomplishment if you ask me. Naruto snapped back into reality as Gaara began to charge at him. Naruto charged as well and aimed his sword for Gaara's new arm. When their attacks hit each other, it was a draw. Gaara caught the sword with his sand and Naruto refused to give up an inch. Then, they both jumped back and began to circle each other. Up in the cage's box, the Hokage and Orochimaru were fighting it out. The Mizukage, well, he was killed shortly after the barrier was put up. Now, the rivers will run deep with the blood of your shinobi, said Orochimaru, speaking in biblical verse. They shall cry out, but they please will fall of deaf ears. No shall escape their fate. The Hokage's sweat dropped. Why are you talking like that? He asked. I'm adding to my evilness thanks to the Bible, said Orochimaru. The old man looked shocked. You read the Bible, but that doesn't make sense. It teaches forgiveness and love. You hate forgiveness and love. And what about thou shalt not kill? I don't remember reading that part, said Orochimaru as he put on his gloves and pulled out his copy from his back pocket. I just read the beginning and the end. Chiyuya sighed and wished she could get the hell away from that Looney Tune. The battle between Gaara and Naruto raged on into the streets. Each time someone tried to interfere, either Naruto or Gaara would kill them. It didn't matter who they were. No one would come between them and their fight. Above them, on the roofs of nearby buildings, watched Shikamaru, Sakura, Sasuke, and the Sand siblings. Gaara now had both his arms transformed and had a tail. His power kept rising and Naruto began to curse the fact that they were far from the water. He then decided to use a more powerful attack with his sword. Try this Gaara. Weapon upgrade. Wind. With that, small blades made of wind began to run along the Kubikiri Haucho, turning it into a chainsaw. This is my sword's special power that only an Uzumaki can do. It allows a person's affinity to strengthen the blade's power. With that, they charged again and unlike the previous times they had done so since Gaara's transformation, Naruto cut off Gaara's arm. A second later it reattached itself and Naruto simply cut it off again. Gaara tried again with his tail, but that was split in two. Impossible, cried Temari. How can he stand up to Gaara like this? Just then, Gaara finished his transformation. In a huge burst that sent everyone flying away, the giant form of Shukaku appeared in the middle of the village. Gaara appeared on the top of its head. Now, let's see how well you can entertain me, he said. Feigning sleep jutsu. Kit, this is bad. That jutsu lets Shukaku take over. I guess I have to let you take over. The size comparison is 2. Naruto was cut short as the giant raccoon took a step and destroyed a building. This building as one of the few places in the village that Naruto had happy memories of. The ramen stand. Oh, he did not just do what I think he did. He did Kit. Over in the distance, Haku was walking away from the cabin with Hinata in his arms. Over her eyes was a sleeping note. It was similar to the exploding ones in terms of shape, but they caused their victims to fall asleep. Haku was about to make his way out of the village when he saw the giant sand creature. A second later, the entire village was covered in a heavy mist. I see, said Haku. So, Naruto is going to use the mass hiding mist jutsu. I guess I'd better hurry. Over with Naruto, he had just finished the last hand sign for his most powerful jutsu. Demon Mist Beast Jutsu. With that, he stretched out his arms and the red chakra began to pour out of him. In a matter of seconds, Kyuubi was standing in front of Shukaku blaring his killer intent. They were matched size for size, but that was it. There was a huge power difference. Kit, I think you went overkill. I mean 6 tails worth of power to take this loser down. Why are you complaining? Asked Naruto as he took a knee. Just kick that asshole's ass and make it snappy or else. Kyuubi, since when did you become so pathetic as to take orders from a human? Trust me, this kid has some nasty torture treatments. With that, they began to fight. They started up CLOs and began with biting each other and lashing each other with their tails. This lasted for several minutes. During this time, several buildings were destroyed. Many shinobi stopped fighting and began to watch this sight. Shukaku, finally giving up on the close-range combat, launched an air bullet at Kyuubi and it punched a hole right through him. The hole was instantly filled up and Kyuubi gave his opponent a sick grin. My turn, he said. He opened his mouth and a ball of red chakra began to form. Unholy breath. The red ball became an energy wave blast that went right through Shukaku leaving a hole with its edges being turned into glass. While Shukaku began to refill himself, Kyuubi quickly grabbed Naruto with his mouth and then flicked him onto his head. Kit, this could go on forever. Neither of us has real bodies, so harming each other is pointless. The best way to end this fight is to wake up that sand brat. Let me guess, I go over there and shout, "Wake up," in his ear. No, you have to punch him. Oh, I really like this plan, said Naruto with a grin. With that, Kyuubi bolted towards the giant raccoon and bit down on its shoulder. Naruto took this as the perfect chance to leap off the kitsune and punch Gaara. The effect was immediate. Shukaku screamed that it was unfair and Gaara began to glare at Naruto. Gaara began to wrap his sand around Naruto to use his desert coffin to finish off the blonde. Naruto focused his chakra and was able to be free himself from the attack. Once freed, he charged at Gaara and delivered one last powerhouse punch that sent Gaara flying out of his sand beast and into the street below. That was for the ramen stand asshole, he shouted. Naruto was grinning until he realized the sand beast was beginning to dissolve and fell to the ground. Kyuubi just watched this and smirked. Life is good when I see you get hurt, brat. Kyuubi, said Naruto as he stumbled out of the hole he made. How would you like to listen to the Spice Girls? Or maybe I'll do something worse. Maybe make you wear green spandex. I'll just be going no, said the Kyuubi and he went back into Naruto. Gaara was just lying there. His body hurt everywhere, and his chakra was almost completely gone. How could he have lost? To someone who had never been defeated before, that was a good question. Never had he been hurt nor had he been forced to use some of the attacks he had used. But he had to while fighting Naruto and he had hurt him. What was his secret? What made him so strong? He turned his head and saw Naruto walking over to him, using his sword like a cane or a crutch. Stay away, cried Gaara. He was afraid of this person who seemed to keep going no matter what. Suddenly, he stopped. Gaara, I know who you feel. Being alone sucks like nothing else. I was there for a long time until I found people to recognize me, said Naruto who was panting. Why are you so strong? Like I said, I have people who recognize me as me, answered Gaara. They are my friends and are precious to me. I work hard so I can protect them and our home. I would gladly give my life of them in my village. Also, I love to fight strong opponents so I have to become strong myself. He paused for a moment. If you want to keep on the path you are walking, so be it. It's your life, do whatever you want. But, if attack my friends or home or anything that I hold dear, I'll kill you. Just then Haku, the other 2 sand siblings, and the leaf genins that were watching jumped into the area. Temari and Konkuro were next to Gaara and Haku held Naruto in a fireman's carry. Shikamaru, Sakura, and Sasuke were set in between the 2 ready to finish them both off. I believe that we should be talking our leave, said Haku. Yeah, agreed Naruto. Hey, where is the package? It's with the others, replied Haku. Haku noticed that Kankuro looked like he wanted to take them on but was stopped when Gaara spoke. No, he said, that's enough. The Sand siblings were shocked at this. Gaara sounded so defeated. Both the Sand and the Mist stared at each other of a second till Naruto spoke to Gaara once more. Remember what I said back in the forest, Gaara. Always use a condom. This caused Temari and Kankuro to just stare at their brother. After that, nothing in life is better than having the woman you love by your side. That's better, said Naruto with a sigh. He turned his attention to Temari. Your brother needs a girl. Set him up with one of your friends or something. And don't let him ditch the black, it looks good on him. He would have said more if Haku hadn't decided that it was time to go. In a whirlwind of leaves the two of them vanished from sight. The Sand trio made their move as well. Both Temari and Kankuro were carrying Gaara. As they moved out of the area, Gaara lifted his head to say something that shocked the both of them. Temari. Kankuro, sorry. Don't worry about it, said his older brother. It was TWO days later when the funeral for the third was held. All Leaf Shinobi were there to pay their last respects. Well, there was one extra guest. Up on one of the arcs stood Naruto in his spare cloths. Isaribi had Hinata switch into her spare dress so Naruto would have something to wear. He just stood there, keeping his presence hidden from everyone. Once everyone had left, Naruto came down from his hiding spot and walked over to the casket and stared at it for a moment. Well, I guess this is goodbye, he said. Funny, I thought it would be the other way around when I heard about this mission. If it means anything, I'll miss you. You were one of the few good people in this village. A wind blew hard and when it stopped, Naruto was gone. Sasuke was livid. Half of the Uchiha district was destroyed thanks to the fight between the demon vessels. Well, it was better than what happened to the Hyuga compound. Suddenly, he felt Naruto's chakra pass by and in less than a second it was gone. His hate of Naruto grew. That dobi, how dare he linger around here? I'll kill him. With that, Sasuke began to head out towards the gates of the village. He would chase down Naruto and kill him. Outside the village, Naruto's teammates were waiting with Zaku, Kin, and Hinata. Seeing Naruto walk up to them, they gave him a look that asked how he was. Well guys, he said, ignoring the looks, let's head out. Our next stop is Lightning Country. He looked at Hinata who was now struggling to get out of the ropes that bound her. Sorry, but you're coming with us. With that, Naruto picked her up and carried her under his arm. Two figures entered the Leaf Village. They wore black cloaks with red clouds on them. Are you sure he is here? Asked the Shark Man. Maybe, said his red-eyed partner. He could have been knocked out and captured. I am looking forward to seeing him again. Me too, replied Kisame. I hope I get to cut off his legs. Well, the chunin exam is done. Sorry if this chapter is a bit short but I did my best to drag the fight as long as possible. Now hurry up with those votes. Next time, meeting the Cloud Nin and Miss Ni. Itachi and Kisame figure out where Naruto is and follow him there. Sasuke gets his ass kicked, again. The poll ends and Hinata's fate is decided. Chapter 16. Just wanted to clear a couple of facts up. If Hinata is turned over to the Cloud, she will be treated like a slave. How is that better than if she stayed with her family? They will use her for human breeding. If it is a harem, it will be only Isaribi and Hinata. Isaribi will get most of that attention. I felt I had to bring those facts up after reading a couple of the reviews. I mean, my god, some people are heartless. If you don't pick harem, I can think of something else. But, hey, if you want me to be heartless I can do that. I just really don't want to. Chapter 17. I'm back all. First thing I would like to say is thank you to all the people who liked my jewel jutsu. The reason I took so long writing that chapter was because I couldn't figure out a name for it. It reminds me of my wet and sexy jutsu. Think sexy jutsu just getting out of a shower or pool, or my cosplay jutsu. Do I need to explain this? Or Ika world jutsu, a genjutsu that traps the enemy into a prevented paradise for that person. I gave those to Gaara in Naruto, Ninja of the Sand. Speaking of which, I got to update that one. It's my mega, no holding back, crossover. I can't believe that I had almost forgotten about it. Sure, it's not as good as this one, but it's my first work ever. Now here are the polls. Harem. 73. No harem. 23 Zaku. Thank you. I want to make a few things clear. 1. It's a threesome, so don't expect mass women chasing Naruto or anything like that. Personally, I wouldn't run. I had several women who wanted me. I'd be living the dream, man. 2nd, for all you people who thought Hinata and Haku should be together, I got something better planned. Smiley face. Some people have said that Hinata is better off at her own home than going to Cloud. I think both choices are equally bad. At home, she would have the bird cage seal placed on her by Hiashi, her own father, and he could use it whenever he wanted. Let's not talk about the physiological damage that could cause, or maybe the thought of suicide. Then, there is Cloud, where she would have been used for breeding. That doesn't sound nice. I couldn't use Hanabi because she is too young for something like that. To be honest, I never considered sending her to Cloud. Read chapter 12 carefully and you'll see that I had set something up a long time ago. Also, in case you forgot about who the other 4 members of the Swordsmen are, check chapter 7. Well, are you here for the story or to hear me speak right my mind? I hope it's both. Naruto was singing as he and his friends made their way to the border lightning country where the group was supposed to meet the Chunins. Rollin', rollin', rollin'. Though the streams are swollen, keep them doggas rollin' rawhide. Through rain and wind and weather, hell bent for leather. Wishin' my gal was by my side, all the things I'm missin'. Good vittles, love and kissin' are waiting at the end of my ride. Enough, shouted Kin. You have been singing that same song for the last week and a half. How about something else? Well, I don't have my karaoke box with me, said Naruto. Just deal with it. The two began to bicker as Zaku decided to ask Haku some questions. Hey Haku, how is this going to work? Well, replied Haku, it's not too complicated. We are to meet some Jonins at Air Border who will take Miss Hyuga the rest of the way. After they are done checking to make sure that she is a Hyuga, they will give us Yugito ni. We are doing it at the border because it's a more neutral area. After that, we rent a boat to take us to water country. What's it like there? When we left, there was a civil war going on between the daimyo and the rebels. However, it should be over now thanks to the assistance we got from the Cloud. And don't get me started on the bloodline hunt. The village is all right. Haku then went into a long ramble of laws and customs that went on in the village. These things included river dancing, the annual surfing contest, and many other things that don't want to write right now. Zaku was getting bored until, and we practiced bigamy. Zaku perked right up. In fact, Kin and Hinata, who was still being carried by Naruto, turned their attention to Haku, who was smiling like there was nothing wrong. You can't be serious, said Kin. Well, we lost a lot of shinobi during the war and have an overpopulation of women. Not to mention the graduation exam that takes away a lot of our future genins. Also, that incident with Kisame cut down our forces. So, bigamy was made legal and is heavily enforced. Some people do get divorces, like Mr. Isui's first wife. Why? Is something wrong? Zaku looked like he was holding back tears. I think I'm going to like it in Mist, he said. What kind of sane man wouldn't like a place where you couple have multiple partners? Kin, maybe, B was cut short as a fist slammed into his face. The owner, Kin, had this to say. Forget it. I wonder what happened to the gay pedophile, asked Isaribi as she changed the subject. Over in sound, Orochimaru was in a very bad mode. He was just realizing the depths of the third's damage to him. Sure, he knew he could no longer make hand signs. Now he was realizing that he could no longer touch little boys. Take that, you pervert. Damn you, sensei, he shouted in the playground he was currently standing in. No jutsus, no touchy, no Sasuke, I must be in hell. Then, he saw a small boy all by himself. Deciding to try at least, he walked over to the boy and unleashed his tongue. Before he could do anything, the boy's mother ran over and kicked him in the crotch. Behind him, Tayuya was mentally laughing her head off. Haha, serves you right, asshole. He can't even fucking touch them with that tongue of his. If he does, the mother just comes and kicks him in the fucking crotch. In the Leaf Village, one lazy Jonin was realizing something. Where is Sasuke? Oh, well, back to Ika. With that, he went back to reading his porn. Naruto and gang were now at the border. There waiting for them were 3 Jonins and a 17-year-old girl. She had blue cat eyes and her hair was tied into 2 ponytails. She was wearing blue pants and a white GI. Well, it took you all long enough, said one of them. He was wearing the standard Jonin uniform, had a thin mustache. And his hair was wrapped under bandages. Sorry, said Naruto with a smirk. I was having too much fun. Breaking into the Hyuga compound and beating them all down. Scaring Hiashi so bad he nearly pissed himself. The fighting at the chunin exam. It was all to die for. Is that her? Asked the same Jonin. Naruto nodded and set her down in front of them. Her hands were still bound by rope and there was tape covering her mouth. The Jonin walked up at her, knelt down, and grabbed her chin. You know, my brother was the one who was originally supposed to get you. With that he let go of her only to slap her a second later. Hinata fell to the ground with a bruise on her cheek. What the hell was that for? Shouted Isaribi, looking pissed. Just making sure there isn't henge, he said. He then let out a laugh and the other Jonins quickly followed. There are other ways, said Haku as he gave them an icy stare. He wanted to say more, but Naruto brought up his hand to silence him. Quote, I believe that we have held up our end of the bargain, he said in an uncaring tone. His eyes, however, showed that he was very pissed off. Now then, call you superiors and inform them that you have the girl. Then we will be on our way with Miss Ni. Fine kid, said a different Jonin in the back. He reached for his earpiece and gave it a light tap to activate it. We have the girl. He paused for a moment. Very well, sir. We will leave at once. He then turned to the first Jonin and gave him a nod. Well, Yugito, looks like you are a mist nin now, he said with a grin. Fine, she said. With that she began to walk away from the Jonins and over to the mist. She then looked at Naruto questionably. So, are you really the container for Kyuubi? Why are you asking question when you already know the answers? Asked Naruto. Yugito gave him a surprised look. Our prisoners can sense when another one of their kind is near. I thought would know better. Naruto then gave her a big grin. Well, enough of this mush, said the last Jonin as he moved to pick up Hinata. However, before he could, another figure entered the area. It was Sasuke and he looked like hadn't eaten well for days and there were branches in his hair. Hell, he was still wearing that black one-piece outfit he had worn in the chunin exam. It seems you were followed. I doubt he came because of Hinata, said Naruto as he turned his attention for the Jonin to Sasuke. Why won't you just leave me alone? Not until I kill you, Sasuke said with venom in his voice. I will kill you and then I will kill my brother. I would like to see that, said a voice behind Sasuke. Sasuke turned around and saw both his brother and Kisame standing behind him and took a step back. Well, I'm waiting, said Itachi. Let's see you kill Naruto. He is closer to our level than you are. This got Sasuke mad. No, he was livid. He had trained for years for this day and he would prove that he was ready to fight Itachi and kill him. He would kill Naruto and then kill all who stood in his way. Nice to see you again, Itachi. Uchiha, S-class missing nin wanted for killing his entire family except one Tem, said Naruto as he gave him a smile. The then glared at Kisame. Kisame Hoshigaki, former member of the Seven and the man who murdered 300 people in the Mist Village, said Naruto as he flicked off the shark man. The Cloud Nin were scared shitless. There, in front of them, were 2 of the most powerful and dangerous missing nins in history. Once their thinking came back, one of them decided to call up some backup. We need help now, he shouted into his communicator. Itachi and Kisame are at the border. This is not a test or a joke. He paused. Get the girl and let's get out of here. The other 2 nodded and moved to grab Hinata. Naruto, in a flash, moved in front of them while unsheathing his sword from his back. With 2 strikes of his sword, he killed all 3 Jonin. Sasuke watched this in awe. Yugito smirked. She didn't like them much since they sold her out. Haku, Zaku, Kin, and Isaribi were think, what the fuck is he doing? Kisame chuckled and Itachi just stared. Naruto, breathed Haku, you just killed our clients. You call it killing, said Naruto as he placed his sword on his shoulder, and I call it taking out the trash. It seems Sasuke was good for something after all. I was wondering how to throw the cloud off our trail. He gave Itachi a grin. I assume you followed Little Tem here from the Leaf Village. Wasn't that hard, said Kisame to Naruto disgust. He talks way too loud and about the same things over and over. I want more power. I will kill that Dobi Naruto. I will kill Itachi. That kid is like a broken record. Hey Itachi, can I hack off Naruto and that girl's legs now? Let's see if they will come with us willingly first, said Itachi. Aren't you all forgetting something? Interrupted Sasuke. I'm still here. Regrettable, said Itachi. How could we forget with your whining, said Isaribi. Shut it, said Yugito. Can I hack his legs, said Kisame. Just go away, said Haku, Kin, and Zaku. You're too weak to be here, said Naruto. Go back to the sandbox until you're ready for the big boys. This was the last straw. Sasuke activated his Chidori and charged at Naruto. Naruto sighed and disappeared and reappeared behind Sasuke to deliver a punch in the back of his head. Sasuke landed on top on the dead Jonin bodies and just laid there. That was sad, said Itachi. Now Naruto, will you and Yugito peacefully come with us? I don't know, replied Naruto. The company you keep puts me off edge. Also, I have things to do and my schedule is full. I think you can clear it, said Itachi calmly. Naruto, you are more like me than anyone else. Already in Anbu, your power is amazing. Our organization would like to have that power. The same goes for Yugito ni. Which power are you really talking about? Mine or the foxes? The foxes, said Kisame. With that, we can accomplish our goals. All we need to do is suck out that fox and then we'll be down with you. Problem is I'll die, replied Naruto. I am not going to be your tool. Do you really think you can take us both on? Said Itachi. Naruto smirked and reached into his back pocket for something special. He then pulled out a box of strawberry pocky. Itachi eyed his 1A&D only weakness and began to sweat a little. What are you going to do with that? Play fetch Mr. Weasel, said Naruto as threw the pocky box away for the area. Itachi began to fidget. He looked at Naruto and then in the direction that the box was thrown. Get the pocky or complete the mission. I'll be back in a moment, he said and raced for the love of his life. Sad, just sad. Guess this just leaves us, said Naruto as he stared down Kisame. He then turned to his friends. Watch yourselves. Kisame may be an asshole, but he is S-class. They understood what he meant. S-class shinobi are those who have much more power than the average jonin. They were the strongest class next to Kage. Naruto and Kisame charged at each other, both drawing their swords and wielding them with one hand. The blades connected and soon, the difference in strength became obvious as Naruto was thrown several feet. Kisame moved over to him while he laid there on the ground. Kisame was about to bring down the Samahata down. However, Naruto blocked the attack by placing one hand on the hilt and the other on the dull side of the sword. Impressive, commented Kisame. But how long can you last like this? Kisame began to put more power into his attack. Naruto looked like he was slipping and this caused Kisame to smirk. That ended as he moved to dodge the Senbons. I think you are forgetting about us, said Haku. As Haku spoke, Naruto began to get up. You are heavily outmatched and soon cloud reinforcements will be here. That's just fine with me, replied Kisame. I want to kill more. With that, he charged at Haku this time, only to be blocked by Naruto. Sorry, but you haven't finished your meal, said Naruto as he called up all of his chakra. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw 3 shuriken flying towards him. They impacted his arm and Kisame used his sword to throw him into his friends. Naruto glanced at who had thrown the shurikens and saw Itachi walking over to them with a stick of pocky in his mouth. I think we are just about finished, said Itachi. Think again, said Haku. Demonic ice mirrors. Itachi was soon surrounded by the ice mirrors Haku created from the moisture in the air. There may have been only 7, but at least it trapped Itachi. Soon, Haku's image appeared in all of them. I will take you out, he said as he held up his Senbon needles. He then began his attack, showering Itachi with his needles. However, When the first assault was finished, Itachi looked like he didn't have a scratch on him. Interesting power, said Itachi as his Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. Black flames shoot out and hit Haku's mirrors. Sensing the danger, Haku exited his mirror just in time. I never thought anyone could melt my ice mirrors, said Haku. At least, not in one attack. The Amaterasu is a special jutsu that an Uchiha can only learn once he achieves the Mangekyo Sharingan, said Itachi. It has other powers as well. Itachi. Once again, Sasuke was on his feet. This time he had activated his curse seal and had his Chidori activated. He charged at his brother, planning on finishing him with a single attack. This was not to be, as Itachi blocked the attack with one hand. Itachi spoke one word, Tsukuyomi. A moment later, Sasuke fell down and Itachi looked exhausted. We had better hurry up, said Itachi as he struggled to keep his eyes open. Then his eyes grew wide as he heard a sound that didn't sound very friendly. Get down. Everyone alive did that as a circular blade went whizzing above their head and was caught by Shiger, who was standing on a nearby tree. Been a long time, Kisame, said Shiger, the surgeon swordsman of the mist. On his back was a large blue cooler that was shaped like a casket. He turned his attention to Naruto. Hey brat, what are these guys doing here? Apparently, they were following an obsessive emo kid that I embarrassed during the exam, said Naruto with a grin. I take it you were able to do what I asked in my letter. Piece of cake, replied Shiger. You're lucky I got here when I did, or else you would have been shark bait. Well, killing Shiger will be fun, said Kisame as he licked his lips with anticipation. This ended as Kamatari Honjo, Jakatsu, and Zangulis stepped into view. We must leave, said Itachi. He then turned to Naruto. We will meet again. With that, the two vanished. Never a dull moment around you guys, said Zangulis as the remaining members of the seven walked towards the group. Naruto sighed as he placed his sword back on his back. This day looked like it was finally over. Now all he had to do was explain himself. What the hell is going on? Shouted Isaribi. What are they doing here? Yes, said Yugito, who had been watching the whole thing. He knew better than to tangle with the likes of Itachi and Kisame. Explain yourselves. I will, said Naruto as he went over to Hinata and untied her. I sent a letter to Shiger during that 1-month intermission. I asked him to prepare a body that would resemble a Hyuga's. And I did, said Shiger with pride. He set down the cooler and opened it. Inside was the body of a girl with short dark blue hair and looked about the right size. Shiger opened one of the eyes and they saw that it had been altered to look like Hinata's, lavender and pupil-less. I have been keeping this body on ice to slow the decay rate. I doubt that they will realize anything is up until it is too late. But, isn't this breaking our contract? Asked Haku. Not really, said Naruto with a smirk. We gave them Aneda and after that the mission was over. And as far as they know, all the blame can be put on the weasel and the shark. How did you know they would come? Asked Isaribi. I didn't, said Naruto with a shrug. That part 1 was still working on. I was hoping that the leaf would have realized something, but I guess they marked her off as dead and they are still looking for the body. Hiyashi will blame me, but I made sure to cover my tracks, and there's the fact that he will never admit to letting the Hyuga bloodline escape. Why didn't you inform us of your plan? Asked Haku. Well, started Naruto as he scratched the back of his head. If you can fool your friends, you can always fool your enemies. After that, they quickly placed the fake Hyuga body into position near the dead Cloud in Zes. Oh, it looked like they had tried to run off with her but were cut down first. Naruto gave the body a slash to make it look like they were all killed in the same fashion. Well, we'd better get going, said Kamatari. He then reached behind his back and pulled out a small package. He tossed it to Naruto. Those are the mist headbands for the new guys plus 1 extra. With that the 4 of them left. Naruto opened the package and tossed the forehead protectors to Kin, Zaku, and Yugito. There was one left over. He looked at Hinata. She was just sitting there, staring at him. He couldn't blame her for hating him. Will you guys give us a moment? He said with a smile. There was hesitation, but they did as he asked. Before she left, Isaribi shot one last glance at Naruto. Once they were gone, Naruto turned to Hinata again. I don't blame you for hating me, he said. His voice was quiet as he spoke. I was given a mission and I always complete them, regardless of what it is. I hope you can understand. He turned to leave, without giving her the protector. He felt he shouldn't force her. He was stopped by her voice. Why didn't you turn me over? She said without stuttering. Naruto turned around to face her once again. A small smile appeared on her face. Because I'm not your brother. He betrayed our friendship just to get what he wanted. I'm not like that, Hinata. No matter what happened, for some reason, I could never hate you like I did to him. I thought if I could make you hate me then this would be easier. But you never did. And being around you reminded me of how precious you were, or to me. In the forest, I wanted to abandon the mission and just say that we couldn't complete it. However, if I left you here after that defeat to Neji, I couldn't let that happen. That was why I did all this. Hinata looked like she was about to cry. She had dreamed about Naruto coming for her for years. In her dreams, he would break down the gates to the Hyuga complex and defeat her father. He would then whisk her away to some faraway land and they would be safe. Safe from the clan, safe from the village, and safe from all the problems of the world. But those were just dreams. Reality never works like that. But in some messed up fashion, they came true. Naruto did break down the Hyuga compound. He had taken her away from the village. What will happen to me now? She asked, afraid of the answer. I'm scared. That's for you to decide, said Naruto. Life never gives you a map. All it will give you are markers on your journey and it's up to you to decide which path to take. If you want, you can come with us to Mist. Or you could go home. Hell, you could go anywhere you want right now and no one can stop you. Well, maybe not Lightning Country. It's your life, do whatever you want. With that, Naruto stuck his hands in his pockets and began to leave. Hinata just sat there for a moment. Soon, Cloud Nins would be here so she would have to leave soon. She thought about what Naruto had told her. It was her life, but she had never lived like it was. She had always done what she was told to do by others. The only real choice she had ever really made was to defend herself against Naruto back in the Forest of Death. She could go to the Mist Village and start over. She could go to some small village and hope that she was never discovered. Then, she remembered what Haku had said about bigamy. She still had a chance to be with Naruto. Despite all he had done, she still loved him. He killed her brother, but he did betray him and was a power-hungry ass. He did kidnap her, but at the same time freed her in more ways than one. Sometimes he was a completely different person than she remembered and other times he was the same kind person that she remembered. He changed himself and that's why she loved him. Because he worked hard to change who he was. Down the road, Naruto walked up to Isaribi and the gang. Where is Hinata? Asked Haku. She's making her own choice, replied Naruto as they kept on walking. Wait for me, shouted Hinata. They turned around and saw Hinata running towards them. I would like to go with you all, she said when she reached them. Naruto smiled and handed her the last head plate. Welcome to the Mist, said Naruto. But please, keep your voice down. Now, to get to our next destination. The docks, said Kin. Wrong, replied Naruto. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy. We are a bit short on cash so we need to head to a casino and make some quick cash. But how? Cried Haku. I made sure there was enough money. Isaribi then glared at Naruto. You spent our money on ramen again, didn't you? She accused. Naruto's sweat dropped and gave a light chuckle. It was just so good I couldn't help myself, he said. Back in the Mist Village, the council was gathered to discuss the death of the Mizukage. The members of the council included 3 high-ranking jonin, 6 key clan heads, and 2 people voted into office. Personally, said one of the councilmen, I'm glad he's dead. His image made us look weak. To this everyone agreed. Now we must choose a new Mizukage. Someone strong and will lead us well, said a jonin. Many would love the job, said another jonin. But who is the strongest? It is not just a matter of strength, said a clan head. When we chose the last Mizukage, we looked only at his strength and look at what happened. We need someone who holds the ideals of this village close to their heart. Maybe Naruto Uzumaki, said a different clan head. From what I heard from the chunin exam, He was able to defeat Gaara, who has a similar condition as Naruto. Also he, like his sensei, has made his opinion on keeping our traditions and maintaining our strength. But he is too young, cried another. True, he has that demon's power to tap into, but he'd rather use his own. Also, do you think he will want to be cooped up in an office? We will need to think this over a lengthened period of time, said another person. With that, the meeting was closed to decide on other ideas. Well, there we are. Haku will be paired with Yugito and Tayuya. Zaku will be with Kin and an OC. Next time, meeting Tsunade and the fight between the legendary three. Chapter 18. Ah, it's good to be back. That last chapter was a bit silly, I'll admit that much. Personally, I was in a very silly mood and the previous chapters didn't have much humor in them. Also, I just wanted to see Itachi fetch. Those are my reasons. Hey, why am I explaining this to you? Just read and be happy with the blood and violence in this chapter. Also, later, I plan on making a lemon section for all of my stories. It will be separate, so this will still be teen and I can keep getting new people. I mean, those M stories are good, but few people go there. I don't believe it, said Zaku in complete shock. In only a few hours, said Kin. Yo, said Naruto. Put 20,000 on 11 black. They were in a casino in Tanzaku City and Naruto was bored as hell. Sure, he was winning a lot, but that happened a lot. There was no blood or violence in this and didn't give him the same buzz. Zabuza had trained him well in this field. With his speed, he could change the results in an instant and no one would know. 11 black, said the man as gave Naruto more chips. This brings your total to 4,800,000,000. To this, Naruto just sighed. Let's get something to eat and call it a day, said Naruto as he got up and collected his chips. A few minutes later, the Mist Gang walked out of the casino with a large sack of cash. They then began to look for a place to eat. Well, we now have enough money to go to Water Country, said Haku with a grin. In fact, we can travel first class and still have some spare change. We are staying for the remainder of the week, said Naruto. Why? Asked Isaribi. We need to get enough money for our new recruits, replied Naruto. These four have no money for clothes, a place to stay, savings, and so forth. So, we need to bleed this town dry, legally. This is so troublesome. At that, Hinata giggled. You sound like Shikamaru when you say that, she said. Really? Said Naruto. As that's so, well, how about this place? He turned and pointed at a bar on his left. Ah, I don't think we are old enough to go in there, said Kin. Please, scowled Naruto. Old enough to kill, old enough to hang out at a bar. Besides, they are excellent sources of information. Also, they might have karaoke. With that he entered the bar. The moment he did, a man on the other side gave him a dirty look. Hey kid, he said. You need to be in the presence of a guardian to enter. Naruto looked at him. He seemed to be strong to any normal person. However, to a shinobi, those muscles made him look like a lightweight. When Naruto didn't more, the man grabbed him. A second later that man was thrown outside with several broken ribs and missing all his teeth. He never saw a single thing. They found a large table and sat down. On one side were, in this order, Naruto, Isaribi, Haku, and Yugito. Across from them were also in this order Hinata, Kin, and Zaku. A few moments later a waitress came over and handed them some menus and left them to decide what they wanted. Back in the Leaf Village, Sasuke was in the hospital. After they realized that he was missing, they sent search parties to find Mai. He was found near the border of Lightning Country, completely naked and in a coma. So, asked Kakashi, he'll be alright. In time, replied the doctor. The cloud left him near their border in somewhat good condition. He is in a comatose state at the moment. We believe that it's due to a powerful genjutsu. There are also indications that something happened to his, well, lower regions. To put it simply, they milked him. Kakashi's eye widened at this information. That was low, very low. Well, continued the doctor, it could have been worse. How? Asked Kakashi. How could it have been worse? They could have taken his meatballs, said Zaku. I want a meatball sub with extra meatballs. The menu had a very wide variety of foods. I'll have 6 miso ramens, said Naruto. I'll have the perch special, said Yugito. I'll have the same, said Haku with his warm smile. I'll have the squid plate, said Isaribi. I'll have the sweet and sour chicken, said Hinata. I think I'll order the roast beef, said Kin. The waitress nodded and left. As they waited they couldn't help but overhear a loud conversation going on next to them. I was between a white-haired man, a blonde woman, and on the side was a woman with short black hair. Tsunade, the village wants you to be the next Hokage, said the man. Only fools dream of becoming Hokage, replied Tsunade. She picked up her glass and began to drink. What about Sarutobi-sensei? Asked the man. Don't you care that he died protecting the village? No I don't, she said. He died a meaningless death. They were interrupted by a laugh. They turned to Naruto's table and saw Naruto laughing hard. The others at the table had looks of shock that he would laugh at something like that. I'm sorry Granny, he said after a while. I just found what you said very humorous. Tsunade gave him a death glare. Don't call me that you brat, she growled. Jiraiya's sweat dropped. You two know each other, he asked. Naruto turned his head to face them and smirked. Several years back me and my team was on a mission to collect some debts, explained Naruto. At this Jiraiya nodded. That made sense. A moment later their food arrived and Naruto and company decided to dig in. Tsunade stared at Naruto for a while. Tell me what was so funny, she asked with a bit of venom. Tsunade please, begged Shizune. Just let it go. No, I want to know. A fool who speaks foolish things will always make others laugh, said Naruto as he finished his second bowl. He continued to speak in between bites. Last time we met, Shizune told us about your little brother and your lover. They both had dreams of being Hokage. If you believe what you just said then you believe them to have been fools. You are also the descendant of fools since your grandfather and his brother were both Hokages as well. He stopped eating and chuckled a bit more. And as for that comment about your sensei, I wonder what a meaningful is for someone like you. D always thought that those who died protecting what they held dear to them were worthy of praise. I guess that's not the same for you. You probably believe that death by alcohol poisoning is the way to go. Tsunade was pissed. No, she was beyond pissed. That boy had just insulted her family, the people she loved more than anything. She had lost them all to that village. And he just sat there and laughed at her. What right do you have to speak to me like that? She shouted. I have lost nearly everyone I have ever loved to that village. And you sit there and laugh. I meant no disrespect, said Naruto. You insulted them yourself and asked me to explain what I found humorous. With that Naruto got up and paid for the meal. He made his way to the door and the others followed him. Later on in the week, Naruto suggested a shopping trip for Zaku, Hinata, Kin, and Yugito. They needed new outfits because Water Country was much colder and they weren't used to the temperature. Well, for the girls at least. Zaku was going with them to carry their bags, sad fact of life. Before they left, he told Haku to go with them as well. Why do I have to go? Whined Haku. Because you need more masculine clothes, said Naruto as his eye twitched. Haku was in his pink outfit with his hair down. Do you all think there is a problem with the way I dress? Asked Haku to everyone else. Everyone began to mutter under their breath. Yugito stepped forward. Haku, the way you dress makes you seem less attractive, she said with her arms crossed. People stare more at you than us. It also sucks and they find out you're a boy then they think I'm a boy as well, said Isaribi. I think that you need a makeover, said Kin. I never got to do this back in the sound. I also think that Haku could use a change, said Hinata. She, Kin, and Yugito looked at each other and gave each other a nod. Moving quickly they grabbed Haku and began to drag him with them with Zaku following. Well, that should keep them busy for a while, said Naruto as he looked at Isaribi. So, just us for a while. What do you have planned? Isaribi asked with a smile. Naruto smiled back and wrapped his arms around her. I was thinking that every time I win a bet we make out a bit. I think I like that idea. About 6 hours later, Naruto had even more money and Isaribi was beat red. 6 hours of winning non-stop, she thought. When they saw the rest of their group coming they went up to meet them. Yugito was wearing a blue shirt, matching pants, and a red trench coat. Hinata had on a new jacket much like her old one except it wasn't zipped up. Now people could see her new black outfit that reminded him of that Ino girl. Kin had on a green long-sleeve shirt and gray pants with a lot of pockets. Haku's outfit made Naruto's eye twitch. It was a pink shirt that showed of his stomach with a heart on the front and a pair of tan-colored shorts. "Haku," said Naruto calmly, "what part of masculine don't you understand?" "But this looks good on me," said Haku. He then began to inch away as Naruto slowly went to grab his sword for his back. "Where do you think you're going?" asked Naruto as Haku bolted away from him at an incredible speed. Naruto soon gave chase and Haku's screams could be heard all the way in Wind Country. In the Sand Village, Gaara was doing what Naruto had last told him to do. That's right, he was trying to get a date. The problem was he didn't have a clue on how to get one. Usually, when he wanted something he just demanded it. But this was different. He didn't want to scare away the girls, so he decided not to force them himself. "Tamari, do you know any females that might like to go on a date with me?" he asked his sister. His timing was bad. When he asked, she had been drinking a soda and it's soon all over Konkuro. "So, our little brother is finally getting interested in women," joked his older brother. He then pulled out a familiar orange book. "This will help put everything into perspective." "He doesn't need that," yelled Tamari as she hit the puppet user on the head with her fan. "Gaara, I'll try to set you up on a blind date if you promise not to kill them." At this, Gaara just nodded. The next day they decided to leave, mainly due to the casinos not wanting Naruto to gamble there anymore. Also, he had caused a lot of damage as he beat down Haku for dressing more girly than ever. So, with some in their usually outfits, Naruto, Isaribi, Haku, and Zaku, and the rest in their new outfits, you can figure that out yourself, began to leave. Well, until they saw a path of complete and utter destruction and sweat dropped. "Naruto," asked Isaribi, "how much damage did you do?" "This wasn't me," said Naruto. "And we have to go this way to get to the pier." "Why do I have a bad feeling?" Orochimaru and Kabuto were fighting Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were fighting on top on one of the snake summons that was stuck in some mud. "Hey, I call it like I see it." Tsunade was on her knees after Kabuto had slashed a bit of his blood on her. Shizune tried to defend her but in the end failed. Now Kabuto was standing in front of the person known as the legendary sucker. "It looks like you lost," he said as he raised his kunai. Everything went in slow motion after he began to strike. Missed shotgun was heard and Kabuto jumped back just before he was hit by the many missed bullets. When he landed, Kabuto looked up and saw Naruto standing in front of Tsunade. Jiraiya and Orochimaru paused for a second to see what was going on. "Well, shame on you all for not inviting me to this party," said Naruto with a grin. "My invitation must have gotten lost in the mail." "This was a private party," said Kabuto. "I'll have to ask you to leave." "What a rude host," said Naruto. "If you still want to play, beat down the old hag, you'll have to get past me." Naruto then moved to grab his sword, but stopped when Orochimaru spoke up. "Naruto, why do you help them?" he asked. "They are not from your village and have never done anything for you. They are from the village that you hate. It makes little sense to side with them." "You're right," said Naruto. "They have never done anything to me. Nothing to hurt me, help me, or anything at all. And yes, they are from the place that I hate. But my hate for you is greater." Naruto turned to stare at Orochimaru. "You have ruined lives of people that I care about and are now attacking people who have never done anything to me. Now, it's time to make you reap what you sow." At that several attacks were called out. 1,000 flying needles of death. Zankaha. Quote. Dragon fire jutsu. Pressure cannon. Quote. The attack of Haku, Zaku, Yugito, and Isaribi were launched at Orochimaru. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru jumped to dodge the attacks. Isaribi growled in her transformer form and led the rest into the fight against him. "Now," said Naruto as he turned back to Kabuto, "where were we?" With that, he dashed to his opponent and in a single motion he grabbed his sword and slashed at Kabuto. Kabuto jumped back at the last moment, leaving a large cut that started from his right shoulder and went to his left hip. Not stopping for a second, Naruto moved in front of him and kicked him in the stomach. The force of the attack sent him into a rock. "Stay down," said Naruto as he started to walk towards where the other were fighting and placed his sword back on his back. He stopped. He felt someone grabbing his arms. Using a mule kick to get Kabuto off of him, he was soon freed. When Naruto turned around, he saw that Kabuto looked uninjured. "This is my special talent," said Kabuto when he saw the look of shock on Naruto's face. "I use my chakra to replace all of my dead cells with new ones. In other words, I can heal any injury that is inflicted on me." He stopped to adjust his glasses. "I bet you are wondering what I did to you. Simple really, I just used a medical jutsu to make your arms useless." Naruto tried to move them and found he couldn't. "Now, you are no longer a threat. Without your arms you can't make hand signs and can't use kenjutsu or taijutsu except for kicks." Kabuto expected Naruto to become afraid, to run away and leave everyone. That was not what happened. Naruto began to laugh. He stopped and hunched down and then quickly shot back up, sending his arms into the air due to the force. Then, a kunai came out of one of his arm warmers and was caught by Naruto's mouth. Naruto was glad Zabuza taught him how to fight like this in case of situations like this. "Only amateurs need their arms to win," said Naruto to a shocked Kabuto. Then, Naruto dashed at Kabuto again and slit his stomach. He didn't stop there. Naruto stabbed his right arm and delivered a kick to his side that not only sent him flying but broke several ribs as well. Moving quickly, Naruto appeared next to Kabuto and kicked him so that he flew into that rock again. As Kabuto bounced off of it, Naruto made an uppercut slash along his chest before he hit the ground and kicked him again. Kabuto tried to get up this time, but tried was the key word. He had healed all of his injuries but was now suffering from chakra depletion. He was tired and covered with his blood. "But how?" he asked. "I took out your arms. How could you beat me?" Naruto gave him an uninterested look and spat out the kunai. "My sensei taught me how to fight under any situation before his death. To never give up, even when you have lost something important. Simply giving up or running away solves nothing. If I ever did that, I would disgrace his memory and I would never be able to face him again in the afterlife." Naruto stopped and looked at Tsunade. She was now staring at him, listening to him. He smiled and turned back to Kabuto. "Besides, have you forgotten about the fox?" Naruto began to flex his arm to the shock of Kabuto. "You're not the only one who can heal themselves." Out of the corner of his eye, Orochimaru had watched the whole thing. He had been fending off 5 opponents. Zaku attacked him long range with his air blasts. Isaribi used her super strength and water jutsus. Haku used his ice mirrors to limit his fighting area. Yugito used fire jutsus at every turn. Jiraiya was wearing him down. Orochimaru only had his kusanagi and he was starting to tire. He had planned to retreat. But not after what happened to Kabuto. "I will not that brat ruin my plans." In a sudden motion that caught everyone off guard, he launched himself to where Naruto stood. Sensing the attack, Naruto grabbed his sword and swung it to block the snake. Their swords clashed and Naruto was holding off Orochimaru. Then, Orochimaru wrapped his tongue around Naruto's neck. "You can't win, brat. Soon you will let go of that blade due to a lack of oxygen. You know that if you take a hand off that sword I'll overpower you." He was cut off when a fist smashed into his face. He looked up and saw Tsunade standing next to Naruto who was rubbing his neck. "I don't want to think how that pedophile got his tongue that strong," he said. A moment later everyone was together. Kabuto had managed to stand up and was now next to his master. However, they were outmatched in terms of power and numbers against Jiraiya, Tsunade, Naruto, Isaribi, Haku, Zaku, and Yugito. "Naruto, are you all right?" asked Isaribi. "I'll live," he replied. "Why Tsunade? Why did you help him?" asked Orochimaru. "It is my duty as Hokage to stop you and bring you to justice," she replied. "And we'll help," said Haku with a smile. "After all, I am a hunter nin." Quote, "I haven't paid you back enough for messing with my body," growled Isaribi. "You used me like a pawn," shouted Zaku. "Time to even the odds," said Orochimaru. Summoning jutsu, Orochimaru soon stood on top of Manda. Tsunade and Jiraiya did the same and stood on top of Katsuyu and Gamabunta. Like hell you are leaving me out of this party, shouted Naruto. Mass hiding mist jutsu. Demon mist beast jutsu. Moments later, Kyuubi joined the trio. However, his position was very dignified of the greatest demon ear. Kyuubi, stop licking yourself. Hey, I was busy. And I don't feel like fighting right now. Kyuubi looked at Naruto and then gulped as he saw the look in Naruto's eyes. He was giving him the, I'll make life for you hell, look. Kyuubi became even more scared when Naruto smiled. Alright Kyuubi, he said. Time to come back. With that, Kyuubi vanished back into his cage. I'll take care of you later. The battle between the three senins was inspiring. Gamabunta was able to plunge his blade into Manda's jaw, pinning him to the ground. The Mist Gang watched as Tsunade began to pound on the snake summoner. Soon he was thrown onto the ground and the giant summons disappeared in a large puff of smoke. I'll be back, said Orochimaru as he sank into the ground. Kabuto disappeared right behind him. Everyone let out a sigh. It was over. Well, Naruto said after a moment, let's go. We still need to get home. He began to leave when Tsunade hit him over the head. Baka, she said, your friends need treatment after this fight. They also need to rest. Naruto turned to face her. We are fine, he said. Isaribi is a good medic and we have to get going. Naruto called Hinata. She and Kin were carrying the money bags that Naruto told them to hold when the fight started. Is everyone okay? I have some salves if anyone needs them. We're fine, said Naruto as he checked everyone out. Just cuts, scrapes, and mild chakra exhaustion. It's nothing to worry about. Why is a Hyuga with you? Asked Shizune. Hinata moved in back of Naruto, afraid that she would be taken back with them. Naruto just smiled. Just keeping her from becoming a caged dove, he said. Tsunade's eyes widened, understanding what he meant. So, they are still using the caged bird seal, she asked. When Naruto nodded, Tsunade blew a fuse. Those bastards. How can they do that to their own family? That village was created on the idea of helping each other and seeing each other like family. It's fallen far from that ideal, said Naruto in a sad tone. That's why I left and joined the mist. At least there they don't pretend to be something that they aren't. Granny, could you not tell anyone that you saw Hinata here with us? He was answered with a punch to the face. Don't call me that, she yelled. Hinata and Isaribi both went to his side to make sure he was all right. Tsunade smirked at this. She turned to Isaribi. Hey, when the brat wakes up, tell him I'll keep my mouth shut about you guys. Also, she pulled off her necklace and tossed it to the fish girl. Give him this. It's my way of saying thanks for getting my head straight. Isaribi nodded. A few days later, the Naruto, Haku, and Isaribi stood before the Mist Council. Very good, said one of them after they finished their report. The cloud got what they wanted, for a while anyway. And we got a Hyuga in the Hokage's favor. We are also impressed with how you handled yourselves during the invasion, said another. The Water Daimyo and well as several others now have increased faith in us since you helped them out. You three will be promoted to the chunin rank, said an elder member. Also, Naruto will become a member of the Seven. You three will be kept together, of course. We do not wish to break up a good team. After your next mission we will discuss promotion to the Jonin level. Thank you, said Naruto as he and the others bowed. May I ask if the next Mizukage has been decided? No, a new one has not been decided, said the first one. We are waiting for the right time to come. Until then, we will be making the decisions. A candidate has been chosen, explained the elder. We plan on waiting a year before giving him this new title so that he can continue to grow. At this the three chunins nodded. Good, said the second. Now, your next mission will start in a week. Your mission is to help in a rebellion. Our client is approaching other villages for some extra help. We will give you more information later on. Till then, you are dismissed. Later on, they met up with Kin, Zaku, Yugito, and Hinata. So, how is the house hunting going? Asked Haku as they walked over to them. Not so good, said Hinata quietly. There seems to be a shortage of space. That's not surprising, said Naruto. Now that the war is over, people are moving back into the village and some clans that went into hiding are coming back. Naruto scratched his head. Well, I guess you all can move into my place. That includes Haku and Isaribi. Really? Asked Isaribi before she began to hug him. Alright, that place rocks. But I like my place, said Haku. You're moving in with me and that's final. Are you sure we won't be a bother? Asked Hinata. I got plenty of room, he replied. Just don't touch my garden or damage anything valuable. Where's your joint? Asked Kin. Naruto pointed it out, hard to miss it, and everyone except Isaribi and Haku gasped. You live in a castle. Naruto nodded. Hinata began to blush. This was right out of a fairy tale. Her knight in shining armor was taking her to his castle. Now all she had to do was make him her knight. Ah, Naruto, what are we going to do in this village? Asked Hinata. Well, said Naruto, Kin, Zaku, and yourself will be joining the genin ranks. Yugito will be placed in the Anbu division. In time, the council will find better spots for you all. At this they nodded. Shall we go home then? Well, that's done. This was harder than I thought and I might have rushed it a bit. I just wanted this part done. For all you people who didn't like the fact that Sasuke isn't dead yet, don't fear. I need him for just a bit longer. Hope to get some reviews. Chapter 19. Welcome to the latest chapter. This chapter may seem to go a little fast, so sorry. I do my best. It would so help if you have seen the first movie. Fixed. Kakashi was standing on a boat heading for Snow Country. He had an even more bored look in his eye than usual. Well, if you can believe that. This was the first official mission his team had received since Tsunade had healed Sasuke. It was a simple A-rank mission. Guard Yukie Fujika's who played Princess Fune in the movies. It was a pain in the ass watching over the woman and his genins. Sasuke was brooding more than usual after what happened in Cloud. Sakura was still trying to get a date from Sasuke with no luck. Sai simply insulted everyone he met. Kakashi, called the director. We are going ashore for the next scene. Kakashi nodded. This morning, the boat came close to an island that hadn't been on the map. The simple explanation was that it was an iceberg. As long as he was there, he could protect Yukie from any danger. Also, he couldn't say no to his employers. The crew quickly got to work. Over to the side, Kakashi noticed three people who wore the Sa outfit who seemed to be having a bit of difficulty setting up the equipment. They wore long brown pants, white button-up shirts, and yellow hats that cast a shadow over their faces, hiding them. He was told that they were new, but something didn't sit right about them. Deciding to keep an eye on them, he and his team watched as Yukie and the others began to play their parts. Soon, there was a loud explosion that wasn't part of the script. Everyone looked up at where it came from. There stood a snow nin wearing armor and had light purple hair that was tied in a ponytail. Welcome to Snow Country, he said. He then glared at Kakashi. Well, if it isn't Kakashi Hatake. Nadare Roga, was all Kakashi said. Then, another snow nin with similar armor with wings and pink hair flew down and landed on an ice spike. We hope that you will come with us, Princess Koyuki, said Fubuki Kakuyoku. Kakashi turned his head and glared at the snow. A moment later, the third SN. Ao Nin popped out from underneath the snow. This one was heavier than the other two and had a metal arm. Looks like this as far as I can go, said Mizore Fuyukuma. As expected from the famous Kakashi Hatake. Protect Yukie, shouted Kakashi as the three snow nins began their attack. Kakashi went to face Nadare and the two began to exchange punches and kicks. Sasuke moved to intercept Fubuki. Sai and Sakura went up against Mizore, who was coming down towards them on a snowboard. I hope you won't run away again, said Nadare as he went through hand signs. Piercing Dragon Fierce Tiger. A large wave of ice shaped like a tiger shot towards Kakashi, who yelled out, Water Dragon Blast Jutsu. The result was Kakashi's dragon being frozen and Kakashi dodging the attack. Swallow Snowstorm, shouted Fubuki. A moment later, dozens of swallows made of ice were launched at Sasuke. Sasuke yelled, Grand Fireball Jutsu, and used his fire jutsu to melt the attack. Quickly, yelled Sakura to the actors who were just standing there. Get out of here. Yukie just stood there in utter horror at the scene in front of here. Princess, yelled her manager, Sandayu. Yukie's eyes widened. He knew who she really was. Sasuke kept his focus on his opponent. She yelled, "Ice Prison Jutsu," and tried to capture Sasuke. Sasuke jumped away and unleashed another fireball only to have it block. Sai and his ink clones were not having much success with Mizore. The Snow Nin quickly disposed of his opponent's clones with a series of punches and kick. Then, his mechanized arm hit the real Sai and sent him into a wall of ice. "Sensei," called out Sakura, "what is with their armor?" "It's called chakra armor," said Kakashi as he landed next to his student. "That chakra protects them from ninjutsu and genjutsu. It also strengthens their taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu." After he was down explaining, he jumped over to where Nadare was and they continued their fight. Back with the crew, director was yelling at them to keep filming at the cost of their lives. Only 3 people stood still. It was the group that Kakashi had eyed earlier. Then, in an instant, the 3 of them were gone. Mizore slid down towards Sakura until an ice mirror suddenly blocked his path. Due to the speed he was moving at, he was unable to avoid it and crashed. One of the 3 crew workers appeared on top of the mirror. The crew man grabbed his shirt and in an anime style ripped it off to reveal that he was a mist hunter nin. "Who are you?" shouted Mizore. "White dove from the village hidden in the mist," replied the masked nin. Sasuke was dodging the ice prison to the best of his ability. Then, the second of the 3 crewmen appeared next to Fubuki and punched her, canceling her jutsu. Like her partner, she tossed off her clothing to reveal Isaribi. Sasuke stared at her. "That must mean that he's here," spat Sasuke. "What is the mist doing here?" said Nadare. "Just doing a job," said a voice in back of him. Nadare turned around to face the last of the crew members. Like the other 2, he tossed off his disguise. This one wore black pants and no shirt. Instead, he wore the blue chunin vest which was left open. Around his neck was a necklace with a single gem on it. On his arms and legs were arm and leg warmer, and on his back was a very large sword. His face was covered by a mist Anbu mask that looked like a fox. Nadare jumped out of the way from Kakashi and the masked nin. "Who are you?" yelled Nadare. "Bloody Fox," he replied. Nadare's eyes widened. He had heard of Bloody Fox. Bloody Fox, an Anbu who was known for his savage killing style. He killed without mercy. What was he doing here? "We're pulling out," shouted Nadare as he did several hand signs. One-horned white whale, a whale made of ice, shot out of the ground from underneath them. Naruto smirked as the whale began to fall towards him. Weapon upgrade. Wind. With that, the Kubikiri Haucho became a saw with wind blades running across it. Naruto jumped and swung his sword with both hands and shattered the ice whale with one swing. The film crew who was filming this could only say that that was a great scene. A moment later, the 3 mist nins appeared on the deck. Bloody Fox stared at Team 7 for a moment, then took off his mask. Soon his piercing blue eyes were on them. "Why can't I get rid of you all?" he said with a sigh. Later on the ship, Kakashi was trying to get to the bottom of this. In the dining room of the ship were Kakashi and his team, the mist nins, the director, and Sandayu. "I'm sorry," said Sandayu. "I hired the mist nins to help take down Doto Kazuhana, who killed our daimyo in Snow Country. You see, Yukie is really Koyuki Kazuhana, the true ruler of our country. I realized that she might need extra protection, so I hired the leaf nins for her protection. It seems they are after her for some reason," said Haku. "Are they trying to eliminate her?" "Probably," said Yukie as she walked in. "I will be referring to her as Yukie to avoid confusion." "Princess," said Sandayu as he ran over to her. Sandayu got down on his hands and knees. "I'm sorry for deceiving you. But, you are needed back in your country. The fact that you are alive will give the people hope." "Hope is for fools," said Yukie. "In Snow Country, there is no spring. The dreams of the people will never come." "How can you say something like that?" asked Sakura. "Ever since the death of my father, my heart has turned cold and my tears have stopped flowing." Yukie said this in a bored tone, as if she were reading for a script for the first time. "Please, princess," cried Sandayu as he got on his hands and knees. "You must become our queen and overthrow Doto." "I refuse," said Yukie calmly. Then her voice changed. It had anger in her voice. "I refuse to go back. No matter how hard you try, you can very defeat Doto." Naruto began to chuckle. After a few moments, it became full-out laughter. "Hey Dobi," said Sasuke. "What's so funny? I just remember the last time I heard someone say that." Naruto turned to face Yukie. "You sound just like a brat I met back in Wave Country." "I would expect more from an adult." "We have to go back," said the assistant director. "No," said the director. "Think of it, we have a real unhappy princess here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. We can make the greatest movie ever." "Are you crazy?" shouted Yukie. "We have to get out of here." "Sadly, you have no choice," said Isaribi. "Now that Doto knows who you are, he will hunt you down till the ends of the earth. It's either run for the rest of your life until he catches you or fight." "Plus you're not the one who hired us," said Naruto. "Sandai hired us and will accomplish the mission assigned to us. After that, what happens to you isn't our concern. We should get more shinobi for this," said Kakashi. "Don't be a fool," said Naruto. "Me and my team are more than able to do this. Just keep your genins in line and out of our way. Remember, you're on babysitting duty." Kakashi narrowed his eye at the blonde. He hated to admit it, but he was right. His mission was only to guard Yukie, not fight a war. That was their job. "What do you mean we'd just get in the way?" shouted Sasuke. "I'm an Uchiha. I'm more than able to take on this Doto person." "Sasuke," said Kakashi in a serious tone, "it's not our mission." It was about an hour later and Naruto was eating a lunch that Hinata made for him. It was a little weird that the rice balls looked like him. He ate the anyways since they tasted good. Since Hinata had come to live with him, she had taken up the cooking duties since she was pretty good. "I see you're enjoying yourself," said Isaribi, who was standing next to him. She had a bitter look on her face. "What did I do, moron? Oh, and you know what's going on." "Of course, Kit, she thinks you're favoring Hinata instead of her." "Why the hell would she think that? I'm just eating a meal she made me." Single quote. "A meal that looks like you. She made that just for you and you just accepted it. This is stupid. Now go to her. Kit, you're living the dream. A girl on each arm, a sword on your back. And the only thing that you're missing is a motorcycle. Shut it, fuzzball." Isaribi began to walk away as Naruto was talking to the Kyuubi when he came to. He quickly got up and moved over and grabbed her arm. "Isaribi, if there is a problem you have to tell me," said Naruto. "There isn't a problem," she napped. "Like I believe that." Naruto quickly pulled Isaribi into a hug and held on tight. For a moment she struggled to get out. Then, she stopped and just rested her head against his head. "She's bigger by several inches." "You don't have to make things so complicated," said Naruto. "I was just eating a meal made by someone else. It means nothing." "But that could change," said Isaribi softly. "I know that I would have to someday share you, but I wasn't ready for this." Tears began to flow from her eyes. "I just want you all to myself. I hate the way Hinata looks at you. Isaribi, I promised you that I would never leave you for her. That was true then as it is now. I will always be by your side. Nothing could ever change the way I feel about you. Even if something does start between me and her, you will always come first. You were always there for me and I wish to do the same." "Thanks Naruto," said Isaribi, who had a few tears running down her cheek. "When we get back, I'll have a long talk with her." Naruto grinned. "Just don't bring any weapons with you." Isaribi made a pout. "You're no fun," she said. Then Naruto pulled her down and kissed her deeply. This moment was perfect. "And cut," shouted the director. Naruto and Isaribi turned, and saw that the camera crew had been recording the whole thing. The next day, Sandai took them to where they would be meeting the rebels. They drove there in snowmobiles. The path they took went through an ice cave. Once on the other side, a problem came up. "Yukie is missing," shouted the assistant director. Naruto let out a sigh and then glared at the leaf nins. Kakashi was reading his perverted book. Sakura was trying to a date from Sasuke again. Sasuke was brooding and Sai was doodling. "Can't you four do your jobs?" he asked. "Don't answer that, I'll do your job." With that Naruto took off. Yukie was running in the snowy forest, doing her best to try and get far away from her uncle. No, she wanted to get far away from this country. She had nothing here. Suddenly she tripped and began to roll down a hill. When she lifted her head, Naruto was standing in front of her. He stared at her with a piercing glare. That's what happens when you run from your troubles, he said finally. You end up tripping and come crashing down. Naruto picked her up and placed her under his arm. He couldn't place her on his back because of his sword. He slowly carried her back to the rest of the film crew. Soon they were in the ice cave. Why did you come for me? She asked. This was the first time she said anything since he had picked her up. Can't have a revolution without a leader, said Naruto. Also, those stupid leaf nins can't do their job. Then train track appeared on the ground. What's this, some kind of genjutsu? Naruto stared at the tracks for a moment. I see there is chakra in the tracks. These tracks are real. They were just under the ice. Then a loud noise was heard. A train, said Yukie. What's a train? Asked Naruto. He soon got his answer as it turned the corner. Shit. Naruto shifted Yukie so that she was now being carried bridal style. Naruto quickly began to run like his life depended on it because, well, it did. We're going to die, cried Yukie. Shut up, yelled Naruto. So far, he was outrunning the train. Have some faith in me. Another minute of two, Naruto finally reached the end of the ice cave and jumped off the tracks. As soon as the train passed, the two began to laugh. Well, that is common after surviving a near-death experience. It is nice to see you again, Koyuki, said Doto, interrupting them. He was speaking from a microphone on the back on the train with Nader standing next to him. He raised an eyebrow when Naruto stood up and blocked his view. Doto, shouted the voice of Sandayu. Everyone turned their heads to face him. He was wearing samurai armor and glaring at the ruler of Snow Country. Behind him was an army dressed in the same manner. For too long you have been a plague to our lands. Today we will claim back what you have stolen. The army cheered at that. I didn't think people like that were still around, said Dot with a frown. I'm very sorry, sir, said Nader. Would you like me to take care of them? No, said Doto with a smirk. Let me show them why opposing me is pointless. As the army of samurais charged, Doto gave a signal. The doors on the side of the train carts opened to reveal Doto's weapon, a multi-automatic kunai launcher. Soon a hailstorm of kunai was shot at the army. The film crew, who were hiding while shooting this scene, had hoped to shot a battle scene, not a massacre. Then Haku shouted out, "Demonic ice mirrors." Haku's ice mirrors appeared in front of the attack and blocked it. Then Haku made a motion like he was pushing something. The ice mirrors flew towards the train and destroyed the launchers. The train began to move out of the area, and as it crossed the bridge an explosion took out many of the cars. The army of samurai cheered. Princess, shouted Sandayu as he ran towards Yukie. We will win this war. Soon, your uncle will be gone forever. Yukie stood up and glared at him. This proves nothing, she said with venom. One victory means nothing. There is no spring in this country. This is a land that destroys dreams. Quit your whining, said Naruto. These people, for some reason I can't understand, seem to have faith in you. What would you? She started to say but was interrupted as a zeppelin appeared on the side of the cliff. Mizor's metal arm shot out and grabbed the princess and Fubuki appeared in the sky. She began to throw kunai with blue ball attached to their ends. When these hit the ground, they exploded and large ice spikes appeared on the ground, ready to impale anyone who was too close. Where's Naruto? Shouted Haku when they were gone. I'm so glad you decided to join us, said Doto in the control room to his niece. You have certainly become more beautiful. What do you want? Asked Yukie, getting to the point. Quote, the hexagonal crystal that your father gave you, he said. It is the key to the treasure. Treasure? Asked Yukie. This was the first she had ever heard of this. Yes, said Doto. I have looked all over for your father's treasure and all I found was information that said the key was that crystal. A moment later, the door to the control room was broken and Fubuki and Mizor came flying into the room. Naruto then calmly walked into the room. Well, better than fighting genins I guess, said Naruto with a smirk. Doto smirked as well as Nader pressed a button that sent a powerful electrical charge to the floor, knocking out Naruto. The last thing he remembered was Doto putting some odd device on his chest. Naruto woke up several hours later in a cell. His arms were chained to the ceiling and his feet were bound as well. Silently, Naruto cursed at himself for falling into this position. Worst of all, he could see his sword of the other side of the cage. Naruto tried to reach some of Hi's chakra but found himself unable to do so. Realizing it must due to the device on his chest, he gave up on that idea. Then he noticed that across from him was Yukie inside another cell. "That suits you," said Naruto with a smirk. "So, what's with this? There is no spring thing." "Why do you want to know?" asked Yukie, not looking at him. "We got nothing but time and I'm curious." Yukie sighed. Why father used to tell me that springtime was a warm and happy time. In this country, it is always cold. My father had a dream to bring spring to this land and make everyone happy. He told me that nothing was impossible if you followed your dreams. But then he was killed. After that, I spent every day running away from my uncle and the forsaken country. Then I was dragged back here. What a pity, said Naruto. Yukie turned her head to face Naruto. I'm so sorry other people need you. You are the only person who can help them, but all you can do is cry, why me? What about their pain and suffering? While you were living the life of a star, your countrymen have suffered under Doto's rule. Naruto began to force his chakra, causing electrical shocks to race over his body. He cried out, but kept going. Do you think I just whatever I want? No, sometimes I have to do what I am obligated to do. You are a princess, so act like it, damn it. At those last words Naruto freed himself. He got off he ground and then moved over to the bars to try and break them. Sadly, they were electrified. Talk about overkill, were the blonde's last words before he blacked out again. A few hours later, the GUARDS were running past Naruto's cell to check on an explosion when they saw him lying on the ground. They opened the cell to restrain him again and were quickly knocked out by the blonde. Naruto grabbed the kegs and unlocked his chains. He got Yukie out of her cage and his sword. The two of them soon began to make their way out when a snow nin blocked their path. Naruto charged at him and punched him in the gut. The snow nin puffed into Kakashi. Naruto, it's me, he said. I know, said Naruto. That was for not doing your job. Give me back my necklace, said Yukie to Kakashi. Sorry, he said as he tossed it to her. I figured that this was what they really wanted. Sasuke, Sakura, Haku, and Isaribi soon caught up with them and the entire group began to work their way through the fortress. They followed Yukie as she led them to Doto's chamber. She ran up the stairs towards him as the snow nins blocked stood in the way of the others. Thank you, Koyuki, he said as Yukie handed him the crystal. I am an actress, said Yukie as she looked at the shocked looks of the leaf nins. Then she pulled out a kunai that Naruto had given her earlier and stabbed Doto. An actress, remember. This is for my father. She pushed him and the two of them fell to the ground. A moment later Yukie got up and smirked at her dead uncle. Well, imagine her surprise when she found out that he wasn't so dead. He got up and the kunai hit the ground. It hadn't even pierced his skin. He tossed off his shirt to show them his black armor. This is the latest in chakra armor, he said as he grabbed Yukie. There was a loud explosion and the ceiling began to collapse. Naruto grabbed a rope and threw it at Yukie as Doto began to fly away. The rope wrapped around her arm and Naruto was soon airborne. But, shortly after takeoff, Doto noticed the rope and cut it, sending Naruto crashing to the ground below. Luckily for Naruto, several trees broke his fall. He lifted his head from the snow and let out a growl. That's it, he shouted. I have had it with that asshole. First my chakra and now this. I'm killing him out of principle. With that he began to run in the direction where Doto had gone. He stopped, however, when the camera crew came by and offered him a ride. Haku was facing Mizore and Fubuki. He easily dodged the attacks of Mizore on his snowboard and Fubuki's kunai. Both of them relied heavily on their tools and didn't have the training that Haku did. If you think your pale imitations of my bloodline can beat me, you are sorely mistaken, said Haku as Fubuki swung around for another attack. Demon Ice Prison. With that, Fubuki was boxed in by Haku's ice mirrors. Not wanting to waste chakra, Haku let the prison fall to the ground. How did you do that? Shouted Mizore as he charged at Haku. Our armor protects us for jutsus. Haku dodged his attack easily. That may be true, it was a dead-on attack, he said with a smirk. I saw your fight against the leaf and I saw how the armor works. Haku stooped for a moment to dodge another attack. Your armor creates a barrier that extends several inches past your body. It can't defend against anything outside of that range. Also, if your opponent's chakra is greater than yours, it can be pierced. Mizor went in for another attack when Haku called out his most powerful jutsu, Glacial Impalement. Large ice spikes shoot out of the ground and around Haku and pierced through everything in its path. This was the same jutsu that Haku used when he killed his father and the other people who tried to kill him when he was a boy. Slowly, Haku walked away. Mizor was pierced by his ice and was dead. Fubuki was still in his ice cage and would soon run out of air. This battle was over. Isaribi faced Nadare on the side of a cliff. Take this, he shouted. Wolf Fang Avalanche Jutsu. Isaribi ran towards the snow nin, dodging the snow wolves that ran down at her. As she dodged their fangs and claws, she transformed into her half-fish form. She neared Nadare and brought back her arm and focused her chakra into it. Then, she hit him with the combined strength of her transformation and a chakra-enforced arm. Her first went right through him with ease. Should have seen that coming, said Isaribi as she pulled her arm out of the ex-snow nin. Doto wasn't happy. No, he was far from happy. When he reached the spot where he was supposed to place the key, he received no treasure. It was a generator. All it did was make the area around it warmer. Then, to make matters worse, the mist brat with the Zanbato had arrived on a camera sled. Time to die, asshole, yelled Naruto as he charged. Doto just smirked. No, you die. Black Dragon outburst snowstorm. An icy black dragon with black eyes hit Naruto in the chest and threw him back several feet. Before Naruto could get up, Doto had moved in front of him and slammed his fist into Naruto, sending him into the water. In the water, Naruto began to lose conciseness. Soon he was in the spirit room. Well, you look like shit, kid. That device is blocking my chakra and it won't come off. Looks like you need my help. Say please. With that, Kyuubi began to laugh. Naruto smirked and soon the SpongeBob theme song began to play. No, you win, just make it stop. Up on the surface, Sasuke was charging at Doto. Chidori. Sasuke tried to attack but was knocked away. Was the best you got? Sneered Doto. Then, the hole in the ice where he had punched Naruto began to glow red for a moment. Then, there was an explosion and the sky was full of Narutos. That was a good nap, they all shouted. Now, time to die. I don't think so, yelled Doto. Black Dragon outburst. Snowstorm. This time, two dragons shot out and became a twister that destroyed all of the water clones. Doto, thinking he won, began to laugh like a maniac. Yukie was the first to notice him. Naruto was standing on the other side on the lake with the Kubikiri Haucho resting on his shoulder. Time to end this story with a sappy yet happy ending. Weapon upgrade. Wind. Naruto pulled a lot of chakra into the blade. So much in fact that it became visible. Yukie stared at him. Hope began to flow through her. Naruto, she shouted. I believe in you. This I already know, said Naruto as he charged. As he did, the sun began to rise. The light hit the generators and the reflected light hit the wind blades on the Kubikiri Haucho. Now, it looked like a power saw with blades made of the seven-colored chakra. Just like in her movies. When Naruto closed the distance, Doto threw a punch at Naruto. Sadly for him, Naruto read the attack and jumped up and cut him in half. The force of the attack destroyed the ice in the area completely. A moment later, the generator finished powering up. Like a blanket. Then area was covered with green grass and flowers. The director thought that they were in some parallel world. Then, an image appeared above the lake. There was a 10-year-old Yukie. Koyuki, said the voice of her father, what do you want to be when you grow up? A princess, said the young girl. What kind of princess? Asked her father's voice. A strong one, a kind one, she replied. Yukie was just watching as her father stepped into view. Then, tears began to flow. Well, as long as you believe in the future, your dreams will come true, he said with a gentle smile. There is something else I want to be. What is that? An actress. At this everyone laughed. About a week later, Yukie was crowned the daimyo of Snow Country. A large party was held in her Honor and to the nins who kept her safe and helped return her to the throne. The Leaf Nins were invited too. After her coronation, she spoke to all of the nins. She told them that the generator wasn't finished and soon winter would return. Some seemed sad by this, but she assured them that they would one day fix this problem. Before you leave, she said, the Mist Nins, I have some scrolls for you three. They belong to my uncle and the Snow Nins you faced. I'm sure you three will be able to put them to good use. Thank you, said Haku. It's a pity you have to give up on acting, said Isaribi. You were a great actress. Who said I can't rule and act, said Yukie with a smirk. She then held up the script for the next movie she was going to be in. Ika Ika Paradise, the movie. Then, the director walked over to Haku. Say, miss, would you like the supporting role, he said. There's only 3 sex scenes and I think you'd be perfect. Why does everyone think I'm a girl? Naruto just smirked at his best friend's discomfort. He then looked down at the autographed picture that Yukie gave him. The picture showed her kissing him on the cheek. What? He's a fan. Well, that's it for this chapter. Next time will be the Sasuke retrieval arc. I hope you all enjoyed this. Also, I added some AMVs to my profile, so check them out. Chapter 20. It has begun. That's right people, the retrieval that asshole named Sasuke Uchiha will be starting. Oh, the pain I have planned for him. Maybe even death if I get a lot of reviews. What? I like reviews. Before we start, I have something I would like to say. Last week was exam week for me. During my history exam, one essay question asked me what I would do to solve the problems in the Arab-Israeli conflict. I was stumped. Asking me on an exam what I think would be the best way to deal with the problem without bringing anything religious into the discussion. Well, maybe dissolving the border and sharing it might work, but I think both sides are just too stubborn to try this. Personally, I'm a fan of the act like children approach. Just kick everyone out of the country and say now nobody has it. Sure, it's impractical and would piss both sides off. But come on, it's a piece of land and both sides have been fighting over since WW2. That's what I think at least. Naruto held Hinata tightly. The battle to save her was over and the evil spell that had been placed on him was broken. He was free of the love spell. The evil witch, Isaribi, had been killed. Now, there was nothing to get in the way of their love. Hinata, said the handsome prince. How can I ever repay you for saving me? I'm sure you will think of something, said Hinata in a sexy voice. She then began to press her body to his. Maybe help me out of these restraining clothes. Naruto nodded and began to pull of her top. Hey Hinata, yelled Zaku. Hinata stopped writing and looked up at Zaku, her new teammate. What are you writing? And nothing, she replied as she tried to hide her notebook. Sadly for her, Zaku grabbed it from her and began to skim through it. He blushed as he read several sex scenes. Hinata, I never thought of you as the type, he said after a while. What, trying to give Jiraiya a run for his money? No, I just got bored and, well, started to write out some fantasies. You have more, yelled Zaku. Please let me read them. No, fine, he said with a small pout. Anyways, we are going on a mission. Something to do with some rain nins. Orochimaru was having a bad day. He was in hell. Tsunade didn't fix his arms and the pain was getting more intense. Now, his best option was to get a new body before it was too late. Now, all his hopes rested in the sound 4. I am so fucked, he said. It was a peaceful day in the Leaf Village. Everyone was doing their daily activities when, all of a sudden, something happened on the roof of the Hokage's tower. 4 large ice mirrors appeared above it. Then, the image of Naruto and Isaribi appeared in them. They were both holding microphones. In front of them was a karaoke box. Testing, said Naruto as his voice came from the loudspeakers. All right, it works. Then the music began. The song was Someday We'll Know by Mandy Moore. Isaribi, 90 miles outside Chicago, can't stop driving, I don't know why. So many questions, I need an answer. 2 years later you're still on my mind, Naruto. Whatever happened to Amelia Earhart? Who holds the stars up in the sky? Is true love just once in a lifetime? Both. Did the captain of the Titanic cry? Oh, someday we'll know. Isaribi, if love can move a mountain, both Someday we'll know Naruto. Why the sky is blue both. Someday we'll know. Why I wasn't meant for you, Isaribi. Does anybody know the way to Atlantis? Naruto. Or what the wind says when she cries. Isaribi. I'm speeding by the place that I met you both. For the 97th time. Tonight someday we'll know. Isaribi. If love can move a mountain both. Someday we'll know Naruto. Why the sky is blue both. Someday we'll know. Why I wasn't meant for you. Yeah, someday we'll know. Naruto. Why Samson loved Delilah. Both. One day I'll go Isaribi. Dancing on the moon both. Someday you'll know. That I was the one for you. Open up the world. Isaribi. I bought a ticket to the end of the rainbow Naruto. Watched the stars crash in the sea Isaribi. If I can ask God just one question both. Why aren't you here with me tonight? Oh. Someday we'll know. Naruto. If love can move a mountain both. Someday we'll know Isaribi. Why the sky is blue both. Someday we'll know. Why I wasn't meant for you. Yeah, someday we'll know. Naruto. Why Samson loved Delilah both. One day I'll go Isaribi. Dancing on the moon both. Someday you'll know. That I was the one for you. Once the song was over, the two of them took a bow and the ice mirrors melted away. Many people were left shocked. What was the demon brat doing back in the village? That thought was in nearly everyone's minds. After the mission in Snow Country, Naruto and his team had to make a stop in the Leaf Village to hand in a report. The reason was that when people of different villages went on missions involving similar objectives, it was customary for both sides to turn in reports to both villages. The reason for this was to get both sides of the story. For example, if a Sand Team A and a Cloud Team had similar mission that forced both sides to interact and someone from one of the teams died, tensions would rise. The one responsible, if it was because of negligence, might try to blame the other team for interfering. Or, for scouting mission, if one side saw something that the other didn't, it would help to place the pieces together. Kakashi had written a report that stated that his team had done a fine job and that their mission was a success. Naruto's report said otherwise. Naruto had written down the number of times Kakashi and his team lost the princess and how he and his team had to pick up their slack to complete their mission. His report also said that Sasuke had interfered during the battle with Doto. In other words, Naruto stated that they hadn't done their job and had only succeeded by piggybacking off of his team's work. To get proof, Tsunade had sent a message to Yukie to ask what happened by way of messenger bird. While she was at it, she also had sent copies of both reports to the Mist Village. She also sent the Mist a message saying that she wanted to get to the bottom of this and examine Isaribi and see if she could cure her. The reply from the East Village ordered the team to stay because, after reading both reports, wanted to get to the bottom of this as well. After all, if what they said was true, this would mean that more missions would come their way. So, after about a week of waiting, they were doing this karaoke. They had done other things in the village. The scrolls that had been given to them were sorted out. Isaribi was offered the Swallow Snow Storm Jutsu, but she declined. Naruto only took the Black Dragon Outburst Snowstorm Jutsu because of the large amount of chakra needed to use it. Haku got the rest and a summoning scroll to boot. So, during the week they trained in secret and practiced the jutsus. About 20 minutes after the little concert, they were called to meet with the Hokage. When they arrived, Kakashi was waiting with Shizune and Tsunade. The world must be ending, said Naruto as he glanced at Kakashi. That's enough, said Tsunade before Kakashi could respond. I have received word from the daimyo of Snow and am very disappointed in you Kakashi. 3 times she was lost taken by the enemy and you did nothing. You lied in your report and said everything was fine and that your genins didn't get in the way of the mist. I can't believe this. Now, she was rubbing her temples. I don't see what the problem is, replied Kakashi. We finished the mission that was assigned to us. How it was accomplished doesn't matter. How stupid are you, yelled Tsunade. We might lose jobs offered by Snow to the mist. Yo granny, started Naruto. Don't call me that, she shouted. Have you finished your tests on Isaribi? He asked as he indicated to her. She was very nervous about this. Half of her wanted to be normal again. She wanted to look like everyone else and live a relatively normal life. The other half wanted to keep her body the way it was. It was helpful to the village and gave her many useful advantages in other fields as well. Also, there was Naruto. Would he like her more without the scales, or would he think that she was shallow? The last of the tests were finished this morning. Meet me in the hospital and I will read you the medical information, she said. I have some things I have to talk about with Kakashi here, and I think it will take a while. The three mist nins gave a nod and left. As they walked over to the hospital, the three of them ran into a familiar face. How's it going, Lee? Said Naruto with a grin. I am feeling most youthful today, he replied in his good guy pose. I heard that Tsunade was able to repair the damage done in the preliminary fights, said Isaribi. Is that true? Yes, said Lee. Soon, I will be able to get back to my training and help my youthful teammates. Naruto, as soon as I am healed I would like the chance to fight with you again. I'm sure that can be arranged, said Naruto with a smile. However, you may want to practice a bit before you challenge me. I haven't been sitting on my ass and have become stronger since the exams. I see, said Lee. Then, in preparation for our fight, I will do 10,000 push-ups. If I cannot do that, then I will run 15 miles. If I cannot do that, I will walk up Hokage Monument on my hands. Right, said the three mist nins at the same time. Sadly, Lee didn't stop. He kept going and going and going. Eventually they decided to leave for the sake of their sanity. When they entered the hospital, they were sent to a room on the 3rd floor and waited. About 20 minutes later Tsunade entered with a chart. Isaribi, who was sitting on an examination table next to Naruto, held his hand tightly. Well, began Tsunade, for what I can tell, your genetic code has been altered. I have looked at various scrolls and have found no way to fix this. If I had research notes or something like that from the person who did this to you, I could come up with theories. I'm sorry, there is nothing I can do for you right now. Isaribi had her head down. That was the exact same thing Shigure had told her when she asked him. She was trying to hold back the tears. She knew this had been a long shot. Tsunade was the best medic nin ever, but even she didn't know everything. Naruto, sensing her sadness, draped an arm around her and pulled her over to him. It'll be okay, he said. We just have to find that jackass that did this to up and get him to tell us how to fix it. Then, we kill him. Tsunade yelled a voice that sounded familiar. A moment later Shizune was standing at the door, panting slightly. You must come quick, it's Ibiki, he's back with the same injuries. Why can't he and Anko have normal sex? Sighed Tsunade. She turned to face the mist nins. You three may leave now. I wish you all a safe journey. With that, she rushed out of the room to treat her most frequent patient. The three mist nins got up and began to leave. They stopped when they heard the voice of an annoying fangirl. In the room was Sasuke in a bed with his normal cloths on, Sakura trying to feed him some apples. And Sai who was drawing. Please Sasuke, said Sakura. You shouldn't have pushed yourself so much. You're lucky it was only minor chakra exaction. Well, what do we have here? Said Naruto as he stepped in the room. Sasuke glared at the blonde. For the last week he had tried to follow him around so that he could copy as many of his jutsus as possible. He had failed, miserably. Looks like you were actually training. The world must really be ending. I mean, first Kakashi is on time for something and now this. Shut up Dobi, spat Sasuke. I'm almost ready to kill my brother. Once my Sharingan is complete, I will finish both him and you quickly. Oh really, said Isaribi. Didn't look like that when we last saw you. Please, begged Haku to his teammates. Let's just walk away and be the bigger people. Cowards always say that, said the arrogant Uchiha. Naruto stared at him for a moment with a black expression. Then, he slowly walked over to him. Sai got ready for any kind of attack while Sakura was wishing she brought her kunai. When Naruto was next to Sasuke, and tapped him on the forehead with his index and middle fingers, sending the Uchiha down on the pillow. Sorry, but we don't have time for you little Sasuke, said Naruto with a grin. Sasuke was sent over the deep end. What Naruto had done was the same thing his brother used to do to him when he was younger. He was now seeing red. He hated the blonde more than ever, who was now walking away. "Fight me," shouted the enraged Sasuke. Naruto slowly turned his head and looked at Sasuke out of the corner of his eyes. "No," was all Naruto said. "Why not?" seethed Sasuke. "You are too weak," was the answer. With that, Naruto and his friends began to walk away until Sasuke crossed a very dangerous line. "Fine," he said. "Run away like a coward. Take that freakish fish whore and girly boy with you." This got him. Sasuke felt Naruto's killer intent flare. "Where would you like to take this?" asked Naruto without turning around. "The roof will work of just fine," said Sasuke as he got out of bed. Both teams walked up to the roof. Sasuke smirked as he stretched. He was sure that today he would defeat Naruto. Naruto simply set his blade down near the door. "This still seems too unfair," said Naruto. A moment later he brought his hands to his back. "Pity this is the most I can do. No hands or jutsus from me, Sasuke. If this doesn't get you to realize how weak you are, nothing will." "Shut up," yelled the enraged Uchiha as he activated his Sharingan. He charged at Naruto and began a series of punches. Each one of them hit Naruto in the face. Sasuke then kicked Naruto in the stomach and then jumped back to admire his work. Sadly for him, Naruto looked like nothing had happened. There were no bruises or any type of wound. "No way, you're weak," said Naruto in a cold tone. "Why are you so weak?" With that, Naruto vanished from sight and appeared behind Sasuke. Their backs were touching each other. Sasuke ran from the spot and began to run through hand signs. When he was one hand sign away from finishing, he turned around and saw that Naruto was gone again. Then, he felt something. He turned his head around and saw that Naruto was back to back against him. Sasuke turned around and slowly walked away from Naruto. "This is a fight," said Sasuke, trying to hide his fear. "Fight me." Then, he felt pain. Naruto had moved in front of him and kneed his gut. The sound of his organs being squished could be heard and he coughed up some blood. Sasuke then fell to his knees and held on to his stomach. "There," said Naruto in a cold tone. "I gave you what you wanted. Now, we are leaving." With that, Naruto began to walk to the door as his hands moved from his back to his sides. Sasuke, however, didn't feel the same. Naruto stopped when he heard the sound of birds. Turning around, he saw Sasuke with a Chidori in his hand. "Never take your eyes off the opponent, Dobi," spat Sasuke. "Now die." Sasuke charged at Naruto, who only glanced off to the side. "What is that Dobi doing?" "No matter, this time I will kill him." Before Sasuke could move any further, Kakashi appeared and flung him to the side. Sasuke's fist hit a water tower and pierced it. "Sasuke, the match was over," said Kakashi. "I'm sorry, but this fight was over before it began." "No," shouted the Uchiha as he pulled his arm out of the water tower. "I could have killed him. I was so close." "No you weren't," said Kakashi as he watched the three mist nins leave. "He was toying with you. I was watching the entire time." Sasuke glared at his sensei and then left. Later in the afternoon, Kakashi had tied Sasuke up to a tree to try to knock some sense into him. If it were up to him, he would have let Sasuke do whatever he wanted. However, he had orders from the Hokage. She wanted a stop put to his "kill my brother" lifestyle. She also wanted Kakashi to start teaching him some self-control and Sakura, something. "Let me go," shouted Sasuke as the struggled to be free of the wires. "Sasuke," said Kakashi as he remembered what the Hokage told him to say, "you need to stop this. You need to let go of this vengeance and start to live your own life." "Shut up. I bet you wouldn't be saying that if I killed everyone you cared about." Kakashi winced at this. "Perhaps this is why I was asked," thought the Jonin. It would be hard because everyone I care for is dead," said Kakashi. Sasuke stopped struggling and looked up at his sensei. "But, I moved on. I found new people and try not to live in the past." You have found some people who want to be close to you." With that, Kakashi undid the rope and left. He felt that should have been enough. Later that night, Sasuke was still sitting in the tree thinking. Naruto is powerful and says that it comes from protecting what is precious to him. But, Itachi is stronger than him and he killed everyone he cared for. I need power to avenge my clan and then rebuild it. Then, Sasuke remembered what Naruto had once said. Flashback. Hey Sasuke, said Naruto. Why are you training so hard? I mean, what is the reason behind all your hard work? I train so that I may one day kill my brother and then I will rebuild my clan. I may be out of line here, but shouldn't it be the other way around? Sasuke glared at Naruto. Yes, you are out of line. What do you mean by that, Naruto? Asked Kakashi. Well, he is the last Uchiha. If he fights his brother first and loses, then won't that mean his clan bites the dust? At this, Sasuke began to sweat. I mean, if it were me, I'd just focus on restoring my clan so that if I fail, there is a backup ready. But hey, I'm just a nobody and you're a genius. End flashback. Remembering that, Sasuke gritted his teeth. Naruto was saying that he didn't stand a chance and never would. That he was a failure. Then he remembered what the blonde told him at the chunin exams. Flashback. That was the first and last time that we met, said Naruto as he finished up his story. He understood the difference between earning and stealing power. As you are now, you'll never be able to defeat him. You're just so pathetic. With that, Naruto and his friends walked away, leaving behind a stunned room. End flashback. Sasuke's anger rose as he remembered all the times he was defeated. In the Forest of Death, in the final rounds of the chunin exam. The incident with Itachi, and now Toti. Nothing he did could close the gap between them. It was as if Naruto was like a mountain that always stood him his way. A wall that couldn't be destroyed. Soon, he was surrounded by 4 members from the Sound. What do you want? Asked Sasuke. We have come to help you, said Sakura. Orochimaru is willing to give you the power that you need. What makes him think that he can do that? The Sound 4 smirked and then they all went to level 1 of their cursed seals. See this shithead, said Hyuga. This is just level 1. We can go to level 2 thanks to Orochimaru. Now, are you coming with us or are you going to stay in this shitty little village? The next day, the Mist team was walking back home. They had left shortly after the fight with Sasuke. While walking, a messenger nin appeared before them. Naruto Uzumaki, he asked. Naruto raised his hand and was given a letter. The messenger nin left after Naruto opened it and began to read. It says that the prick left the village and needs to be rescued, he told the others. All of her other shinobi are out on other missions. And needs help. She has already contacted the Sand Village, but doubts that they will make it in time. She is asking if we would help. I see no reason why we should, said Isaribi. Well, continued Naruto, it says that Orochimaru is behind this. Apparently, he wants the Sharingan for himself. In that case, said Isaribi with a grin, let's do it. I agree, said Haku. We might be able to capture one of them and bring them back for interrogation. I agree, said Naruto. Maybe if I'm lucky, Sasuke will resist and I will be forced to kill him. Well, hope to get a lot of reviews. Peace. Chapter 21. Some people have asked me not to kill Sasuke. They say let him live so he can be used as comic relief. This is causing me to rethink the whole kill Sasuke thing. Now, see what you have done. I'm questioning myself as a true hater of Sasuke. I hate red coats. On a different matter, in a review of Brown Eyes Meets Blue, someone told me that they were reporting me for abuse. The reason? I did some okamis and some polls. I take a deep breath personally. Abuse is when you cut and paste someone else's work to your story and claim it as your own. Or taking someone else's OC without permission. In the words of Dennis Leary, whining fucking maggot. Then he is telling me because I put in the bitch song, modified for Sakura hihi, that the rating is wrong. We are teens, or at least I hope we all are, and swearing is something we are used to. M ratings are for lemons and extremely graphic violence. If swearing was so bad, then every story with Hyuga in it would have to change to an M-rated story. At least one of M. Why fans had the nerve to tell him to grow up. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest. Enjoy today's chapter. Choji was in trouble. No, that was an understatement. Jirobo was much stronger than he thought. So far, he had used 2 of his 3 pills and was now drained of his charka. Jirobo was in his level 2 form, finishing his chips off. The Sound Nin now had red skin and his eyes were yellow. Those chips tasted awful, complained Jirobo. I had better finish you off now before the others get too far away. He began to move toward Choji with the intent of killing him. Choji reached for his last and most dangerous pill, the red one. Before he could pull it out of its case, the mist team appeared in front of him. Jirobo stopped in his tracks and glared at them. "So," said Naruto, "it looks like we just missed the Leaf group." He turned around and looked at Choji. "By the looks of it, we made it in time." "So, you three think you can take me on?" asked Jirobo in a smug tone. "I am one of Orochimaru's elite guards. You are nothing compared to me." "A fat ego to match a fat boy," said Naruto with a smirk. "This will be over quickly." Naruto began to move towards Jirobo, but was stopped by Isaribi. "I'll handle him," she said in a serious tone. "You and Haku go on ahead. I'll patch up the Leaf Nin after I finish Tubby here and then catch up." "Fine," said Naruto after several moments. Then both he and Haku disappeared and reappeared several feet behind Jirobo and walked towards the forest. "Just be careful." With that, they leapt into the trees and vanished. "Looks like your friends have abandoned you," said Jirobo as he got into a fighting stance. He had to make the quick. The longer he was in this form, the shorter his lifespan became. "I'm sorry to say you're wrong," replied Isaribi as she began her transformation. "Well, no, I'm not sorry. We ever leave each other because we have something you will never have." She was now in her half-fish form. When she was like this, she could use some water jutsus without a source. It also increased her strength. "I see," said Jirobo with a smirk. "So that's who you are. You're that piece of trash that Orochimaru experimented on." Earth Mausoleum Dumpling. The large dumpling-shaped boulder shot towards Isaribi and Choji and, from what Jirobo could tell, hit them. He smirked. "An Earth user," said the voice of Isaribi. Jirobo turned to his right to see her untouched and Choji leaned against a tree. "How boring. This won't take long." Pressure cannon. Isaribi opened her mouth and a stream of pressurized water shot out. She hit Jirobo before he had a chance to use any defensive jutsus. He was sent back several feet. Before he could get up, Isaribi was standing over him and yelled out her next attack. Important body points disturbance. The attack sent a pulse of chakra to his brain stem and when he tried to get up, he realized he couldn't. "What have you done to me, bitch?" he shouted as his arms and legs randomly moved about. "The jutsu I hit you with has redirected the nerve signals that your brain sends out," she said. "It will wear off eventually, but you won't live that long." Mini Water Prison Jutsu. The smaller version of the water prison slammed onto Jirobo's head. After a few moments his limbs stopped moving and the cursed seal retreated. Flashback. "I see you are done with your original jutsu," said Zabuza as he walked over to where Isaribi was training. She was holding her sphere on water in her hand for the first time. "Hi sensei," said the 10-year-old Isaribi. "There are still some problems though." "You realized," said an amused Zabuza. "Your jutsu is best used on people smaller and weaker than you are. So it's useless," she said with a sigh. She had spent a month modifying IT's original to a smaller size and now she realized how ineffective it was. "On its own, yes," he replied. "However, with your knowledge of the human body you can figure out a way to immobilize your opponent. That jutsu is, after all, a cleaner way to finish off your opponent." End flashback. She remembered that conversation as she walked over to Choji. Her sensei had been correct, there was a way to keep the opponent down and make him helpless so that she could use her jutsu the way it was meant to. "Don't worry," she said when reached Choji. "You'll be fine in a couple of minutes." Her hands began to glow green as she began to heal him. Zaku and Kin were staring down 3 genin rain nins that were in the forest area of Water Country. Their mission was to take down their sensei, a traitor to the Leaf Village. Both sides recognized each other from the chunin exams. The rain nins were wearing the same brown outfits and mouthpieces. "I see you two switched sides," said one of the rain nins. "This is a surprise. The only surprise here is that you guys have the balls to enter our new home with a wanted man," said Kin. "You should have realized that in all of the major shinobi Nato that there would be orders to have him killed on sight." "Tell us where he is and we'll go easy on you," said Zaku. "Why don't you make us?" the leader of the 3 yelled as the 3 got ready to fight. After all, they outnumbered them. Kin smirked as she threw two of her needles, one of them having a bell on it, which they dodged. This would be easy. She remembered their skills during the chunin exam. They were cowards that hide from their opponents and waited until they were tired. She then activated her genjutsu and the three stopped moving around. The genjutsu caused them to hallucinate and see dozens of Kins and Zakus. Now tell us what we want to know or else, said Kin as she let the threat hang. Of course, they would get the, or else, either way. They just didn't know it. I'd like to see you try, woman, said the one-eyed rain nin. Wrong answer, said Zaku as he raised his arms. He aimed them at the one-eyed and the no-eyed rain nins. Zankaha. The two nins were quickly blown away by his jutsu. Zaku now aimed his arms at the remaining nin who was sweating up a storm. One last chance. Tell us what we want to know or get double what they got. Fine, he said. Quote, I'll tell you as long as you don't hurt me. Aoi-sensei is, he was cut off as Aoi Rokusho landed a kunai in his student's neck. He then appeared before the two Miss Genins. He a dark blue bodysuit with an umbrella on his back. I hate it when students are disobedient, he said. He then grinned at the two mist nins. How would the two of you like to join the rain village? Not interested, said Zaku. Same here, said Kin. Maybe you should think about this more carefully, said Aoi. Your country's civil war just ended and you lost your Mizukage. In fact, you have yet to replace him. Right. Now the Rain Village is planning to take a step up and become one of the 5 great nations by destroying the mist. If you help out, I'm sure the Rain Village will be more than happy to make you 2 chunins. Let me think for a moment, said Zaku. Zankaha. The 2 air streams hit Aoi, only to have him turn to smoke. A clone. Nice try, said Aoi who was in a tree. He garbed his umbrella and threw it into the air. Rain of needles. Hundreds for Senbon needles shot out of the umbrella and fell towards the 2. Zankaha. Zaku's attack sent all of the needle away from them, leaving a stunned Aoi. Ya no, you kind of suck being a jonin and all. You think so, said an angered Aoi. Then I'll just have to use my secret weapon. Well, that confirms it, said Kin with a deadpanned look. If you need to use your best against 2 genins then you really do suck. Aoi jumped off of the branch and reached into his back kunai holder. The thing was, what he pulled out wasn't a kunai. It was a sword sheath. Pushing some chakra into it, a blade of electricity formed. Sensing the danger, Kin and Zaku jumped out of the way before Aoi landed. You like it, he said with a smirk. This is the Raijin blade that once belonged to the Nadaime Hokage. Whoever holds this sword is invincible. You should have accepted my offer. Now I will kill you. Both. He really isn't that bright, said Kin. No, he isn't, replied Zaku. Not liking this taunting, Aoi charged at the 2 in front of him. Kin jumped out of the way while Zaku prepared his best jutsu. Zankakyokua. This attack, however, did nothing as the target used a substation and replaced himself with a clone. Aoi appeared behind Zaku who moved at the last moment, only getting a small zap of the sword. Kin tried her bell trick again, however that was cut short. Literally, as Aoi used the Raijin to destroy both needles. Do you really think that 2 little genins could take on a jonin wielding the Raijin? He asked. He then noticed that they were still smirking. What is so funny? How stupid you are, said Zaku. First, you told us your plans so once we get back we can inform our superiors. That's impossible since you 2 are going to. He was cut off as an attack was called out from behind him. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Then, it began. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Aoi fell to the ground as Hinata finished sealing the last of the chakra points. The plan had worked perfectly. Zaku and Kin drew everyone's attention to them and then, if needed, she would strike from behind. That was mistake number 2. Said Kin as she walked over to him and picked up his stolen sword. All Genin's teams are made of 3 members. Aoi moved his eyes to see who had attacked him. A Hyuga wearing a mist protector. Impossible, he said. How? You will never find out, said Hinata. She then turned to her teammates. So, we bring him in for questioning. Normally no, said Kin. Our orders were to find him and kill him. But, with the information he just provided, that can't happen yet. Neji was breathing hard. He had one arrow in his shoulder courtesy of his spider-like opponent. The next one would get him for sure if he didn't think of something quickly. He activated his Byakugan and saw the next arrow coming his way. He saw something else, something that caused him to swear mentally. Before the arrow could connect, a large blade cut it in half. Standing in front of him was Naruto and Haku. "I told you," said Naruto without turning around, "that the worst punishment was to live." "Shut up," said Neji. "I had a plan." "Becoming a human target isn't a plan," replied Naruto. Haku then took a step forward. "What's up, Haku?" "Naruto, I would like to handle this one myself," said the Ice Master. "We have a mission to complete and we are a hit behind. If Sasuke crosses into Sound territory, we fail." "Just promise me you won't die," said Naruto. "I haven't thought of dying since we first met," replied Haku. Flashback. Haku, age 7, was sitting next to a dumpster in Water Country. It had been a few weeks since he had killed his parents and was in a deep state of depression. Every time he closed his eyes, the events of that day seemed to play over and over in his mind. His clothes were filthy and his stomach was empty. His eyes held the look of defeat in them. "Hungry?" asked a boy in front of him. Haku looked up at the boy. He had blonde hair, clear blue eyes, and whisker marks on his face. His clothing looked like it was a bit too big for him and for a warmer climate. He was holding out a half-eaten loaf of bread. "No thanks," said Haku. "I could hear you tummy rumbling from a long ways away," said the blonde. "You're hungry, so eat. You might die if you don't." "No," replied Haku as he began to cry. "I don't deserve to live. Why, I'm a monster." Haku looked into the blonde's eyes and was taken back. When he heard the word monster, a mix of emotions ran through his head. Anger, loneliness, hatred, and sadness. "Why do you think you're a monster?" asked the blonde. "I'm different," said Haku. "I can make water do what I want and turn it into ice. My daddy found out and he, killed my, mommy. He then, tried to kill, me. But I killed him first." Now Haku was in full-blown tears. The blonde walked over next to Haku and sat down next to him. "I'm different too," he said, causing Haku to stop crying and listen. "I never knew why I was hated. All the adults gave me glares or would hit me if I am too close. I only had 2 friends in my entire village. But one of them was a liar and betrayed me. He told me before I left that I was a demon that everyone wished dead." Naruto turned his head to face Haku. "Do I look like a demon?" "No," said Haku quietly. The blonde nodded. "Does death mean that things will be better?" the blonde asked. "I think so," said Haku. "I mean, it'll make everyone else happy and then people like us won't suffer. But then, we'll just be giving them what they want. What about us? Are we just going to roll over and take it? What I want is to show everyone how foolish they were for treating me the way they did. I want those who betrayed me pay. I won't be in this garbage heap forever. One day, I'll become the strongest shinobi ever. That way, they will have to recognize me." He turned to Haku. "Your way just sounds way too easy. Besides, what I know about death is that once it happens, everything is over. I'm Naruto, by the way." Naruto held out the bread and smiled at Haku. "I'm Haku," he replied as he took the bread. End flashback. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. Damn, this isn't the time for trips down memory lane. He then looked at a smiling Haku. Haku then pulled out a all rectangular device and tossed it at Naruto, who caught it. "I'll take care of him," said Haku. Fine, said Naruto as he walked away. Later. With that, he vanished into the tree. Haku now looked in the direction of his opponent. He closed his eyes and began to think of a plan. Kidomaru was amused. "So I have a new playmate. And a cute one at that. Maybe if I am lucky Orochimaru will let me keep her as my prize." He began to chuckle a bit at the thought of all the fun games he would play with her. "I'll let you all think whatever you want to think about that." "What's so funny?" asked Haku, who was now to his left. Kidomaru jumped to a nearby branch and glared at him. He noticed that behind Haku was an ice mirror. "All right bitch," he said, "let's play." Spider sticky gold. A golden spike shot out of his mouth and headed for Haku, who dodged it with ease. "It's bastard," said Haku with a scowl. "I'm a boy." Demonic ice mirrors. A total of 6 mirrors formed, 5 around Kidomaru and 1 above him. Haku stepped into one of the mirrors and then began his attack. Soon, he was throwing his Senbon needles at the sound nin in every direction. When it was over, he noticed that the Spider Man was covered in his sticky gold and using it as armor. Seeing this, Haku cancelled his jutsu before wasting any more of his chakra. Kidomaru did the same with his armor. "Let's finish this freak," shouted Kidomaru as he lunged at Haku. While he was in the air, he pulled out some throwing spike made of sticky gold out of his mouth. "Who are you calling a freak?" Haku shouted back. Piercing Dragon Fierce Tiger. A tiger made of ice shot towards Kidomaru, freezing everything in its path. It hit its target, freezing him completely. When Kidomaru's body hit the ground, it shattered into 1,000 pieces. Back at Orochimaru's lair, Orochimaru was in great pain. He needed a new host and fast. What was taking his elites so long? Then he remembered Kabuto's report that said the mist was helping. Damn, he hated that team. He decided to get up and watch some puka, when he heard a voice call out to him. "Lord Orochimaru," yelled Kabuto as he came running in. He was carrying some medical files under his arm. "What is it?" asked the snake man. "Sir, before the evasion I was able to acquire several medical files that I felt might spike your interest. One of them was of Tenzo Yamato, who has the Mokuden bloodline. So, one of my experiments succeeded," chuckled Orochimaru. "Yes, but I found something that you will want to see. It's the file for Naruto Uzumaki. When he was born EY did a blood test and found out who his father is. It's okay, I hope you all enjoyed this. The Haku flashback was something I have been meaning to do for a while." In Chapter 5, Haku claimed that he owed Naruto. This is what he meant. "I just could never find the best place to put it." Well, hope you are all ready for more fights and surprises. Chapter 22. Alright, I know you are all going to hate me when this is over. But I had this plan doing the chunin exam section. So just save your judgment until the end. Also, it might be a bit short, so sorry again. Said Kabuto. Everyone in the room was shocked at this new piece of information. Orochimaru, one of the greatest shinobi and gay pedophile on the planet, has a son. Imagine his shock. "What?" he screamed. "How did that happen?" "Well, you see," began Kabuto. "When a man and a woman love each other very much." "I know how it happens," snapped Orochimaru. "I just don't remember ever having sex with a woman." "Are you sure?" asked Kabuto. "Think hard. It had to be about 13 years ago. Anything happened back then that jumps out at you?" Orochimaru closed his eyes and began to think. He was a busy person 13 years ago. Hell, he's still a busy person. He then remembered a woman he met with long blonde hair and blue eyes. As the memory played in his head, he began to sweat. When it was over, it left him with only one thing to say. "Oh shit," said Orochimaru. "I just remembered." Flashback. He was sitting at a bar a few villages away from the Leaf Village. His sensei had just chosen the new Hokage and it wasn't him. And he wanted that job. That way he could gather every jutsu and legalize his experimentations. He also liked the desk, it was very nice. "Sensei," said a small Anko who had a stern look on her face. "We have a mission to finish. Remember, we'll finish it tomorrow," he replied after taking a sip of sake. "Today, I just want to get smashed. It is a good day to drink," said a woman next to him. She had long spiky blonde hair that wasted up into one long ponytail. Her clear blue eyes had an odd purity to them. She was dressed in a Mist Jonin outfit. "I hear that," said Orochimaru in agreement. "So, why are you drinking on this fine night?" "Left my home village," she replied. "My clan is dead except for me and now I'm taking in the world. See it all before my clan bites the dust. Why not try to revive it?" "I don't want to do that because it's my duty or some shit like that," she answered. "Besides, I'd make a lousy mother. Can't even cook to save my life. Now, why are you drinking?" "Someone else got the promotion that should have gone to me," said Orochimaru as he took a sip of his sake. "I'm older and more experienced than that little punk and he gets the title of Kage. Makes me want to join up with a bunch of loonies trying to take over the world or start my own village." "Cages suck," said the woman as she took a sip of her sake. The Mizukage to a stupid fool who is weakening my former village. Please, he can't even get out of his office. The two continued to drink and talk throughout the night. They complained about their cages, loving the single life, and so on. Things got out of hand after a while and they were asked to leave. That's when Orochimaru's memory got a little shaky. One moment, he's yelling at a mailbox for jumping in front of him, and the next he is waking up in bed. And he's not alone. Must have found a lost little boy, thought the snake man. He turned his head and what he saw shocked him. No, I slept with a woman. I will never live this down. Now he was faced with a problem. How does he handle this? He racked his brains and remembered something his teammate told him when waking up in these kinds of situations. He quickly got dressed and left the room without waking her. As he was leaving, he told the innkeeper to put the bill on the woman in his room. Oh, come on, what did you expect? He then grabbed Anko and ran like the devil was after him. 3 weeks later, she was. End flashback. I don't believe this, said Orochimaru. It was only one time. How could you leave her with the bill? Asked Kabuto. Shut up or I won't play tea party with you again, threatened Orochimaru. Yes sir, said Kabuto as he hung his head. Shikamaru and Tayuya were facing off against each other. Shikamaru was using his shadow neck bind, while Tayuya was trying to overpower him. Suddenly, there was a powerful gust that blew the swearing redhead away. This was courtesy of Tamari, who had just arrived. At that moment, Gaara was helping Lee and Sai fight Kimimaro, and Konkuro was helping Kiba fight Saken and Ukin. Where the hell do all you pieces of shit come from? She demanded. She then flicked off Tamari. I'll kill you in one move, said Tamari with an amused look on her face. This seemed to piss off the redhead. I'd like to see. She began, but she was cut off as a foot used the back of her head as a spring, knocking her out. The owner of the foot was Naruto, who was just noticing he stepped of someone. Sorry, he yelled as he continued to run. I'm in a hurry. Well, that was troublesome, said Shikamaru. He looked over to Tamari and saw that she was pouting. What's wrong? I wanted to have a fight scene, she cried. With that, she latched onto Shikamaru and sobbed on his chest. Women are so troublesome, he said quietly. Naruto ran like the wind trying to catch up to Sasuke. He was still far behind, and if he didn't stop him from reaching Sound Country, he would fail a mission. He hated it when he failed. It would also mean that Sasuke beat him. No way in the 9 hells was that happening. Quickly running around Gaara's fight, Naruto made his way to the Valley of the End. Kit, there is more at stake than your pride. Shut it, fur face. This is none of your business. Yes, it is. If Sasuke goes with Orochimaru, he will quickly advance and become like Madara Uchiha. Never heard of him. Madara was a woman of the Uchiha clan brat. But then you wouldn't know about her. The Uchiha clan erased all evidence of her existence 200 years ago. Really? Why did they do that? She was the most evil person on the face of the earth. She killed without a thought and found pleasure in making other people suffer for as long as she could. The clan didn't want anyone ever to repeat her actions. When our paths first crossed, I had just destroyed her village and most of its inhabitants were killed. One of them happened to be her lover. She swore she would hunt me down and kill me. That's when she turned to the darkness. She fueled her Sharingan with hatred and vengeance. Like Sasuke, she claimed to be an Avenger. 10 years later she faced me after killing 1 million people herself. She came closer than anyone in history at killing me. Not even the fourth could compare to her power. But he did defeat you. There is a difference between killing and defeating. The jutsu he used that day called upon the Shinigami to seal me away. But Madara, she nearly defeated me with her own power. Do you think Sasuke will take his vengeance so far that he will murder 1 million people? I wouldn't put it past him, Kit. I really wouldn't. And if Orochimaru is pulling the strings, he'll do much worse. With that, Naruto hurried up a bit. Sasuke was standing by the border between the two countries. In his hands was a magic 8-ball. What he was about to do was a big decision and he needed help, and the magic 8-ball was the only thing he trusted in these kinds of decisions. Should I go through with this? He asked as he shook the object. He then read its answer. Most definitely. That's kind of sad, said Naruto as he appeared before the emo boy. To put one's faith in such a useless object is sad. Shut it, Dobi, yelled Sasuke. He then calmed down and smirked at Naruto. I'm glad you're here. This will give me the perfect chance to try out the power that Orochimaru gave me. I didn't come all this way just to indulge your whims, said Naruto as he crossed his arms. I'm here to take you back to the Leaf Village, and if you resist then we'll have to make you come with me. Fight back too hard and I will kill you. I refuse to go back to that pathetic excuse of a village. They will just hold me back. Even if you take me back I will just escape again and again until I am with Orochimaru so that he can give me the power that he promised. Nothing I can do that will change your mind, asked Naruto. No, said Sasuke. He saw Naruto pull a black object from behind his back and pressed a button. What was that? Now it was Naruto's turn to smirk. A recording device, he said as he put the machine back behind his back. Now I have proof of your intentions and that I did give you a warning. Now no one can twist the facts around. So please resist as much as you can and give me a reason to kill you. Like hell you will, yelled Sasuke as he activated his fully mature Sharingan. He then threw several kunai with invisible wire attached to them and missed Naruto intentionally. The kunai seemed to redirect themselves in the air and wrap Naruto around a rock. Sasuke then yelled, Dragon Fire Jutsu. The fire that took the shape of a dragon shot down the cords and hit Naruto. Sasuke was about to smirk when he realized that it seemed too easy. Was that your best? Asked a voice next to him. When Sasuke turned he saw Naruto in his burning first stance. You were in my field of divination. 8 trigrams 64 bombs. Naruto then launched at Sasuke. And began to hit his chakra points as Sasuke stepped backwards. 2, 4, 8. At this point, Sasuke stepped over the edge and Naruto followed him, not stopping his attack. 16, 32, 64. By the time Naruto was done they had both hit the water below. When Sasuke resurfaced he saw that Naruto was already standing on the water's surface. Sasuke quickly stood on the water and got into a fighting position. Naruto just smirked as he raised his hand. He decided to end this now. Sasuke's eyes widened as he saw Naruto's hand prepare to snap. He remembered his fight with Lee and his brain went into overdrive. Then, with his Sharingan, he noticed something was odd about Naruto's chakra. A theory came to Sasuke's mind and decided to test it out. As soon as Naruto snapped his fingers Sasuke clapped his hands. Nothing happened, no boom or any other sound that would indicate an explosion. Sasuke still stood, alive. I see you figured out how I activated my bombs, said Naruto as he raised an eyebrow. I guess you do have some talent after all. I had a little help, admitted Sasuke. After your fight with Lee, I asked Kakashi-sensei how you made his arm and leg explode. He told me about how you injected red chakra into him and then when you gave the signal they exploded. I just could never figure out how the signal part worked. Until now that is, with my Sharingan, I was able to see that you concentrated your chakra into your fingers. I figured that you planned to release it into an air wave the moment you snapped, sending it in all directions. Once your chakra hit the red chakra, it causes a chain reaction and would explode. The only way to stop the explosion was if another loud chakra-filled noise was to intercept and block yours. That's what I figured at least. Very good Sasuke, said Naruto with a smirk. You were the first person ever to figure out how to stop that jutsu. Not even Haku was been able to figure it out. Naruto vanished and then reappeared next to Sasuke. But figuring out one move won't save you. Naruto then let out a powerful kick to Sasuke's side and sent him several feet away. When Sasuke landed, he decided that he would have to use the cursed seal. Looks like I'll have to use my true power against you, said Sasuke as the black marking spread over his body. This time Sasuke vanished and appeared in front of Naruto and began a series of punches that were mostly dodged. Only 6 out of 15 hit Naruto. After he was done, Sasuke put some distance between the two of them. You see my power. This is all thanks to the cursed seal that Orochimaru gave me. Quote, I take back what I said earlier, said Naruto as he sighed. That power isn't yours, it's borrowed strength. It just makes you more pathetic and I didn't even think that possible. Shut up, growled Sasuke. Grand Fireball Jutsu. Naruto gave another small sigh and prepared his jutsu. Water Wall Jutsu. Sasuke's fire hit Naruto's water and the result was that the valley became one large steam room. Sasuke's vision was blocked and he was starting to sweat up a storm. Can't see me, can you? Well, I won't keep you waiting. Steaming Fang's jutsu. The stream began to take on new shapes. Foxes. At least a dozen of them, and they were flying towards Sasuke. Sasuke threw a kunai at one of them and it dispersed. Sensing one coming from behind, he began a spinning kick and destroyed it. Before he could lower his leg, a steam fox bit it. The other 9 changed and Sasuke was bitten from all sides. After a minute, they vanished, leaving a bleeding Sasuke. Was pant the best pant you got? Said Sasuke, trying to act thought. There is now one here to impress, said Naruto as he calmly walked over. It will never happen with me. You attack with any plan and expect me to be defeated by sheer power alone. Attacking without forethought is merely a barbaric act, not a brave one. For example, I can easily counter any fire jutsu you have thanks to my speed in the water. I can then turn the resulting after effect into an attack. Shut up, you cocky bastard, shouted Sasuke. Chidori. Quote. Sasuke then charged at his enemy with his hand charged with electricity. Steam claws. Naruto's hand was now covered with steam in the shape of a sharp claw. Naruto ran into Sasuke's attack and ducked at the last moment before it should have hit him and slashed at Emo Boy's chest. Sasuke took several steps back and was then punched in the face by Naruto, sending him into a wall. An assassination jutsu should only be used on a person once, said Naruto to the whole. The more times it is seen, the easier it is to counter. Didn't your sensei tell you that? That's when it happened. Sasuke stepped out of his hole. However, his skin had turned a dark, grayish color and there was a black star-shaped mark on the bridge of his nose. The weirdest part was the hand-like wings on his back. Now it is time to finish this, said Sasuke. He jumped up into the air and began to flap his wings and flew towards Naruto with blackish lightning in his hand. Habataku Chidori. Naruto just grabbed the handle of his sword and waited for the right moment. One Sasuke was close enough. He vanished and reappeared behind Sasuke. He then swung the blade and cut off his right wing and arm. How? I'm an Uchiha and he is nothing. You never were anything special, said Naruto as he began to walk away. At that moment Kakashi appeared at the scene. Shit, thought Naruto. I missed by chance. Not noticing Kakashi, Sasuke activated his Chidori without any seals and charged one last time. Naruto simply snapped his figure and Sasuke Uchiha exploded. Sasuke, shouted the boy's sensei. By the time he got down to the bottom of the valley, the remains were floating downstream. He then glared at the blonde responsible for this. Your orders were to bring him back alive. Naruto tossed Kakashi the scroll he received from Tsunade. Those are my orders, said Naruto. I was ordered to stop Orochimaru from getting the Sharingan. If Sasuke resisted, used extreme force, and was unwell to come back, then I could kill him. And he did, so I killed him. Now, if you excuse me. With that, Naruto vanished, leaving Kakashi alone. Please, begged Temari. Just wake her up so we can fight and I can kill her. I'm sorry, said Haku with his hands raised. Isaribi was busy tying up to Yuya while Haku dealt with Temari, Kankuro, Gaara, Lee, and Shikamaru. But we are going to need her for interrogations. Temari then went into puppy dog pout mode. Just let it go, said Gaara. The Leaf team can't take her back because the villagers would kill her for taking the Uchiha. We can't let her on a 2-day trip back the sand. Just leave her with them and let's go. I had to sell my first date thanks to this mission. I'm glad to see you taking my advice, said Naruto as he appeared in the area. I just wish you had kept the black look. That red outfit looks more like a school uniform than for battle. Gaara just shrugged and Naruto sighed. He then pulled out the tape recorder and threw it to Lee. Give that to the old hag. Make sure that only Tsunade hears it. Lee nodded. Where is Sasuke? Asked Shikamaru. Dead, replied Naruto. Troublesome, said Shikamaru. With that, the 3 groups of nin separated and left for their own villages. I know a bunch of you are wondering how steam is useful. Trust me, it can be very dangerous. Watch The Bone Collector, which has a perfect example. If you have seen that movie, you know what I mean. Well, until next time. Chapter 23. Time for an update for all of my loyal fans. I hope you all liked how I killed Captain Emo because I sure did. If only I could have Naruto do it all over again. Wait a minute, I can. But now I'm going to concentrate on some new missions, the next chunin exam, you'll find out why later, and another movie arc or two. Then, once all of that is out of the way, a short time skip. I was asked, recently, why I hated Kakashi so much. For those of you who have read my stories, you will notice that I never paint him in a positive way. When the series first began, I thought he was all right. That ended, however, once the wave arc was finished. After that, he sees that Team 7's teamwork is beginning to fall and does nothing. He then throws them into the chunin exam while Sakura still doesn't have any skills. Sasuke thinks he's king of the world, and Naruto is in need of some strategy. Then he drops Naruto with Ebisu and goes all out with Sasuke so he can win his fight with Gaara. In case he didn't realize it, Neji was the previous rookie of the year and wasn't a pushover. Later, when Naruto asked to learn the Chidori, Kakashi gave him a 10-second mini lesson and gave up. And that was before Jiraiya said he would take over Naruto's training. Hell, I feel that if Sasuke hadn't left, Kakashi would have never taught Naruto about elemental manipulation. That is why I hate Kakashi. Naruto let out a sigh as he walked towards the classroom. Why did they choose me for this assignment, he thought. I'm not cut out to be a sensei. That's more of a Haku thing. He's the nurturing on. And I'm the kill him before they know what hit him type. Flashback. Naruto stood before the Mist Council as he finished giving his report on the Uchiha retrieval mission. Hyuga had been sent into the interrogation department and had shown signs of wanting to leave the Sound Village. Something about Orochimaru being crazy. I see, said one of the elder councilmen once Naruto was finished. Where are your other teammates? Isaribi is right now at the hospital with Shigure. Haku is doing his best to get the Sound Girl to officially swear her allegiance to the Mist and divulge any and all information on Orochimaru and his village. He replied, the swearing is a problem though. You have problems with her joining? Asked a council member. No, said Naruto. She just swears a lot. The entire council sweat dropped at that. Uzumaki, began a clan head, what is your opinion on the Uchiha development? Naruto closed his eyes for a moment and began to gather his thoughts. It could get tricky, he said. In the past, the Leaf Village has relied heavily on the Uchiha clan as intelligence officers, interrogation, spies, and fighters. Their ability to copy jutsus allowed the village to gain power and develop counters for the enemy jutsus. When Itachi Uchiha killed the majority of his clan, the village took a hard blow. On the whole, the village placed all of its hopes on Sasuke Uchiha to restore the clan rather than working hard to fill the gap left after the incident. Several people have tried to take the place of them in various fields, but from what I saw during the times I was there, they are only seen as temporary fillers. So, they spoiled Sasuke and gave him what he wanted with little question. Sadly, they blinded themselves to an awful truth. He had every intention of betraying his village if it meant he could kill his elder brother. The population of that village most likely wants revenge. Even though he betrayed them, they will call out for my blood, and if it is not handed to them they will demand war. Luckily their new Hokage isn't a fool. Thanks to the Sound and Sand invasion, the Leaf Village is operating at a minimal level. In order to save face and quickly rebuild the village, they will have to concentrate on missions and rebuilding their forces. The same can be said with both the Sound and Sand villages. So we could attack now while they are weak, stated a War Hawk member of the council. Naruto shook his head. That would be foolish, he said as he received a glare from the councilman. We have recently finished our civil war and our forces are running low. It is only thanks to the Cloud Nins that we were able to do it at all. Right now, we are running low on both Chunin and Jonin. In fact, before I left for the snow mission I heard there are still several Genins waiting for an instructor. If we did attack now, the odds are that we would win only due to the element of surprise. But, after that the village would be in danger of attacks from other countries and we would most likely have little resources left to fight. Our main concern should be to replenish our forces and gain new clients. The council began to talk to each other in hushed tones. After a few minutes they stopped and turned their attention back to the blonde spiky-haired Jonin. "You have done well," said one of the younger councilmen. "You have truly earned the rank of Jonin. The information you have brought us will be very valuable in the future." "Thank you," said Naruto as he gave them a short bow. "Now for your next assignment," said the elder once again. "As you said earlier, we need more shinobi, but we lack the Jonin instructors needed to do so. Since you have left, several genin teams were created, but one still needs an instructor." "I don't like where this is going," said Naruto with a worried look. "Naruto Uzumaki," said the elder, "you will be the Jonin instructor for Genin Team 14. End flashback. To make things worse, the council want them to be ready for the chunin exams in 4 months. 4 months to take the 3 leftovers and turn them into chunin material. The only advantage they would have was that the exam would be taking place in mist rather than sand this year due to their recent invasion. The first genin that was on the team was the Rookie of the Year. Unlike in the Leaf Village, the Jonin instructors got to choose who they wanted on their team. Many people would think that everyone would want the number 1 rookie, but that's not always true. Naruto, along with the majority of the shinobi, saw a pattern of arrogance and superiority when it came to the number 1 rookie. According to the academy records, this kid was the second coming of Sasuke. He had skill that raised a few eyebrows with his skills and had his own fangirl and fanboy club. But he thought of others as a hindrance and unworthy of his time. It was people like that who got the team killed. The second member of the team wasn't put on a team due to what clan he belonged to. The Chirin clan had many skilled members, but their fighting style freaked people out. It was a pity, seeing that his scores in class were pretty good. They had moved to the Mist Village after the fall of the Hidden Dragonfly Village and had been integrated into the village. As a clan, they were the same in the fact that they didn't say much. The last one was an eye raiser because she was the dead last. This might not seem so strange in other villages, but in the Mist Village the dead last student just didn't make it due to the final exam. That's right, a fight to the death. Her grades were hard on his eyes and her instructors said that her fighting style was the worst they had ever seen. The report also said that she was the heiress of one of the noble families. For a moment, Naruto believed that money might have played a part in her getting to this level until he remembered the clan head. To put it simply, he made Hiashi seem like a teddy bear. One thing was for sure, Naruto had his work cut out for him. In the empty classroom, the 3 genins were waiting for their new Jonin instructor to arrive. "Where is that idiot?" yelled Ryu Ito, as the number 1 rookie of the year. He hated to wait for anything. He had dark green hair that went down to his shoulders and teal-colored eyes. He was wearing a red shirt with one long sleeve on his right arm and gray pants. He wore his forehead protector around his waist like a belt. "He is probably returning from a mission," said Mega Chirin in a calm tone. He was wearing a white trench coat with a black shirt and black pants. His black hair was slicked back and he was wearing pointed sunglasses. His forehead protector was tied around his left arm. If you were to stand close to him, which nobody ever wanted to, you could hear a soft humming sound. "It's not like he's late," said Sake Urizen in a quiet tone. She had light blue hair that was styled to look like a heart and glasses worn in front of her light blue eyes. She was wearing a yellow Chinese shirt and white pants. She wore her forehead protector around her head. "Please be patient." "Shut up, loser," snarled Ryu. "When I want your opinion I'll ask. Other than that, don't ever speak to me. Your hostility is unnecessary," said Mega. "I agree," said a new voice in the room. Everyone turned to the door and saw a boy no older than 13 wearing his protector on the side of his head. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker marks on his face. He wore a Jonin vest, black pants, and was wearing a necklace. On his back was a large Zanbato. That is not a good idea to have if you 3 are going to be working together. "Who are you?" demanded Ryu. "Why are the people called Rookie of the Year so stupid?" asked Naruto to no one in particular. "I am your new instructor. Meet me in training area 32 in half an hour." With that, the blonde Jonin vanished. "What the hell?" shouted Ryu. His teammates ignored him and walked out of the room and began the long journey to Area 32, which was on the other side of the village. In the lair of Orochimaru, The snake man was crying while looking at the disembodied head of one Sasuke Uchiha. Said head was in a jar of preserving liquids that would keep the cells from dying for a while. Sasuke, sobbed Orochimaru, I so wanted you, now look at you, you're just a sob head. Sir, said Kabuto as he walked into the room. There may be a way to bring him back to life. You remember Itachi, right? I think his genetic research might be able to help. Yes, said the now uplifted Orochimaru. We can make Sasuke bigger, stronger, faster, and better. Kukukukuku. Naruto, you may be my son, but I will never forgive you. I will rebuild Sasuke and train him to kill you. Let's go Kabuto. With that they headed for Sea Country, to begin the process that would bring back Orochimaru's newest prize. In the Cloud Village, the doctors were checking on the women that had accepted Sasuke's seed. So far, about 15 of the women had begun to show signs of pregnancy. One could only imagine their joy when they heard of the last Uchiha's death. Soon, it would be their time and they would use the bloodline that their enemy had used against them to take their revenge. It was 35 minutes later when Team 14 finally showed up. Naruto could only give them a disgusted look. You're all late, he said. Being late could get your allies killed. Remember that. Who the hell do you think you are? Shouted Ryu. Naruto grinned at him. That's right, he said. We haven't given our introductions. I'll start. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are karaoke, ramen, training, dating, and swords. I dislike arrogant people, brooders, and people who have no one precious to them. My dream is to surpass everyone in this village and rebuild my clan. Now, ladies first. My name is Sake Urizen. I like cooking and flower arrangement. I dislike people who are cruel. My dream is to make my father proud of me. That sounds familiar, thought Naruto. He then indicated to Mega. My name is Mega Chirin. I like bugs and dislike people who step on them. My dreams are unimportant. Well, I don't know how to respond to that. Naruto then nodded in the direction of Ryu. Finally, my name is Ryu Ito. My likes are fighting and proving that I'm the best. My dislikes are people who think I'm just some kid. My dream is to prove to everyone that I am the best. Alright, said Naruto as he pinched the bridge of his nose. I have made up my mind about the three of you. In short, you all suck and shouldn't be shinobi. What? Screamed Ryu. But sensei, we just meet, said Sake in a quiet tone. Mega just stared at his new sensei. That is true, but first impressions are everything, said Naruto. He then pointed at Ryu. You let everything anger you and think that everyone else is inferior to you. He then pointed to Mega. Your unwillingness to let others in will make it hard for them to trust you. Finally, Naruto pointed at Sake. You are the weakest and there are a lot of flaws with your skills. These flaws will get all of you killed. Just who do you think you are? Demanded Ryu. You're no older than us. There's no way you are a jonin. Who did you have to suck up to get that vest? He is a jonin and he has earned that vest, said Mega. Ryu turned to his teammate. How do you know? He demanded. Mega adjusted his glasses before he spoke. He is the one called the Bloody Fox of the Mist Village. Mega then turned to Naruto. My father has spoken about you many times. Wait a minute, said a shocked Ryu. He's the Bloody Fox. No way. Not wanting to continue this, Naruto cleared his throat. I don't care if you believe that I am the Bloody Fox or not, said Naruto. I am your jonin instructor. Tomorrow will be your first lesson. Depending on how you all do, I will decide when you will be able to go on missions. Meet me here at 7 a.m. and not a minute later. Dismissed. With that, the three left their new sensei and began the trip to their own homes. Before they got too far away, Naruto spoke up. Sake, a word before you go. Sake turned around and Naruto could see the look of fear in her eyes. It was as if she already knew he was going to say something awful about her. She slowly walked over to Naruto and stopped a few feet away from him. Yes, sensei. I was wondering how you passed the genin test, Naruto said simply. The report the academy gave me didn't give the details and I am curious. Oh that, she said as she looked away. I tripped. Naruto raised an eyebrow and gave a slight smirk. He then motioned her to continue. When the fight started, I knew I was going to lose. I thought that I should just get it over with, and so I charged. I then tripped and my kunai flew out of my hands and into my opponent's neck. Naruto could only chuckle at that. He had never heard of anyone passing the exam on accident before. But then again, as the saying goes, there is always a first time for everything. I see, he said. Well, I hope you have been training, because I will not go easy on you. Sasuke gave him a nod of understanding and started for her home. Once she was out of sight, Naruto sighed and then closed his eyes. So, what do you think? I've seen worse, said Isaribi as she cancelled her genjutsu that hid her from sight. She was standing right behind him. So, what do you think? I think I'm going to have a headache, he replied as he turned to face her. He then walked over to her and kissed her on the lips. Luckily for me, I know the best cure for that. So, feel like Italian tonight? Sure, she replied. Ryu entered his house with a frustrated look on his face. Before his first day at the academy, his father told him that to be the best he would have to train an hour longer than the other students. And he did just that. Every day he trained an hour longer than everyone else just so he could be the best and advance quicker. He promised his father before he died that he would make their family proud and be the strongest shinobi in the village. But his sensei, Naruto Uzumaki, was about the same age and had a higher rank. Did he have some kind of bloodline limit? The rumors about him said no. The rumors said that he had passed the genin test without attending a single class and was later placed into Anbu. He was also known for his own jutsu that caused a person to explode. When Ryu got to his room, he went right over to the picture of him and his father. I will not let this bring me down. If he can do it, then so can I. Mega walked into his apartment that he shared with his mother and father. I was tight, but they could deal with it. Honey, cried his mother. You're home. So, did you meet with your sensei? At this moment, Mega's father walked in. Yes, said Mega. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. I see, was all his father said. Father, what was Naruto sensei like when you worked with him? The man was silent for a moment. He is complex, he said. He does things his own way and is very serious when it comes to being a shinobi. He despises anyone who takes the easy path for strength or relies solely on their bloodline. What does he think of our clan? Asked Mega. His father gave him a smirk and started to walk to the kitchen. Before he entered, he turned to his son. He doesn't give a damn. Sasuke quietly closed the door to the front entrance of the family estate. She hoped that she could get through the night without seeing her father. As she turned a corner to head to her room, that thought turned into wishful thinking. I see you are back, said the head of the Hiruzen clan. When will your mission start? I do not know, father, said Sasuke with her head down. My sensei said that tomorrow there would be a test to see when we would start. Sasuke could feel her father smile. She knew why he wanted to know. He was hoping that she would get K.D. during a mission so her half-brother would be able to become the next heir. The only reason he didn't kill her himself was because she wasn't worth the mess she would leave. Very well, he said. Quote, I will have to have a talk with your Jonin instructor tomorrow. Please tell Uzumaki-sama that I will be speaking with him tomorrow night. With that, he walked away. Well, sorry for the late update. I was busy here and there. I just got done with summer school and got a second job. Also, I stopped writing so I could watch the final episode of Stargate SG-1. I was hoping for something more. At Lee, Saint let the world know about the Stargate or have O'Neill marry Carter. Well, I can always hope for another Stargate series. Yay to Ani Monday. Chapter 24. Damn. Chapter 363. Damn it to hell. You want to know why? Here are my top 4 reasons. Number 4 is the Deidara is dead. I knew it would have happened sooner or later, but not this soon and like that. Number 3 is that Manda is dead. I was looking forward to a summon battle with Naruto and Sasuke and seeing that snake get it by Gamabunta. Number 2 is that Tobi is dead. We don't even know what he was good at. All we ever saw was him running away and annoying everyone. And the number 1 reason is drum roll, Sasuke didn't die. That bastard. Now I'm sure that most of you have noticed the similarities between my OCs and Sasuke, Hinata, and Shino. Well, I did this to show that there are other people in this world who have similar problems and personalities. It's a small world and all that. So, let's begin. Sake was the first to arrive at training area 32. It was a habit of hers to get up before everyone else in her clan and leave because she couldn't stand their cold stares. She was clumsy and forgetful. She liked to stop and smell the flowers. And in a clan full of shinobi, that was seen as weakness. She was weak in a clan that didn't tolerate weakness. She had hoped that becoming a shinobi would have made things better. But it didn't. It only made things worse. Every time she went to work on a clan jutsu, her half-brother or her father would be there and mock her skills. They weren't fast enough or strong enough. Nothing ever seemed to be good enough for them. Sometimes her father would drop the bomb and state that her mother should have killed her at birth than allow her to embarrass the clan. On those days he would run to her room and spend the rest of the day crying. Naruto was awaked by the sound of an argument. It continued as he showered and got dressed. Naruto then made his way to the main floor. ND stopped at the doorway of the kitchen. "How could you do that?" yelled Hinata from the kitchen. "Yes," yelled. She had a very pissed-off expression on her face that she reserved for situations like this one. "It's not like I used your name," said Zaku as he raised his hands in defense. "It's going to be done by anonymously. That still doesn't give you the right to publish my stories without my permission," yelled Hinata. She then began to strangle Zaku while activating her Byakugan. Naruto, who had been watching all of this without them noticing, cleared his throat. "Naruto," cried Hinata, as she let go of the now blue-faced Zaku. How much of that did you hear?" she asked as she pressed her fingers. "Enough," said Naruto while getting over the shock of how fast Hinata could revert back to her normal self. "So, what kind of stories were they?" Instead of answering, Hinata's face went red and she fainted. Naruto sighed and turned his attention to Zaku. "Why don't you see for yourself?" said Zaku with an evil smirk. "The book is called Midnight Fantasies, and is out right now." Meanwhile, Kakashi was reading said book. By the look of his blush and the number of times he had to replace his mask due to nosebleeds, it was better than Jiraiya's. Hell, Jiraiya was standing next to him reading the same book and was looking pale due to the blood loss. "Maybe," said Naruto as he looked at the clock on the wall. He had to be at the training field in 5 minutes. He then turned his attention back to Zaku. "When Hinata wakes up, remind her that Shigure wants to see her. Also, Haku and Yugito are away on a mission to meet up with some rain nin." With that, Naruto left. Zaku, not wanting to be around Hinata when she woke up, left a sticky note on her forehead with the message and left to hide somewhere. About 3 minutes later, Naruto appeared before his 3 students. Mega and Ryu had already arrived in training field 32. This was a good field because of the small lake in the center of it and small patches of trees here and there. Here, water jutsus could be used by the rookies and there was plenty of room to cut loose. He motioned for his students to gather around him, and once they did, he began to explain the rules. "All right," said Naruto with a smirk. "Before I will allow any of you to go on a mission, I need to know how good you are. So, we will be having a little test. In order to pass, all one of you has to do is hit me once." As he said this part, he pointed to his chest. "We will be doing this every day until it happens. So, it will take as long as it takes." Ryu, not wanting to wait, quickly pulled out his kunai and rushed at Naruto. Naruto grabbed his forearm with one hand and used his other to knock the kunai into the air. A half seiko. Later Ryu was tossed back with his teammates and Naruto caught the kunai. "Shit," said Ryu as he rubbed his arm. "Not bad," said Naruto as he twirled the kunai with one finger. A surprise attack is a good idea when fighting someone stronger than you. However, your motions were too slow and I could see them coming a mile away. Naruto stopped twirling the kunai and threw it to the ground in front of Ryu. "I suggest you begin now. You only have until noon." With that the 3 vanished. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, Hinata was making her way to Shigure's office at the hospital. To say that she was nervous would have been an understatement. She was scared to death. Not only was this man a member of the 7, but was also the most skilled medic in the village. He specialized in reattaching limbs and experimenting in body enhancement. This made sense in a village that prided themselves as shinobi swordsmen. People were bound to lose an arm or a leg in training. Why whoa, old someone like him what to see someone like her. She came to his door at the top floor, she knocked softly. Come in, came a voice from the other side. Hinata gulped and entered. The room looked like a normal office. There was a desk, some filing cabinets, and diplomas on the walls. Next to the desk was his circular sword. Shiger looked up from his paperwork and gave Hinata the warmest smile he could. Ah, Miss Hyuga, thank you for stopping by. Please sit down. He indicated to a seat in front of his desk and Hinata walked over to it and sat down. I bet you are wondering what I want to talk to you about. I am a little curious, said Hinata with a blush. Well, let me get to the point and end that curiosity, he said. What he said next was simple and straight to the point. I want you to be my apprentice. Hinata let out a small gasp. This had not been what she was expecting. She had thought that she was going to get some sort of precaution to keep her tied to the village, like a bomb in her chest. Why me? She asked once she got the courage. Several reasons, said Shiger. The first is your bloodline limit the Byakugan. It allows you to see through objects like people's skin and see things that are typically hard to see. If I taught you my medical knowledge, you would have an easier time than me at attaching limbs. It will also help you with my kenjutsu style. My Saint apprentice lost his hand so many times that he just gave up. Then there is the fact that you already have some medical knowledge. I have heard that you make your own healing creams. That is a USEF. Skill to know when you have many patients and not enough chakra to reach them all in time. Let's not forget your perfect chakra control. For this job, anything less than the best will not work. And when it comes to a Hyuga's chakra control, they are the best. When he said that part, Hinata lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry, said Hinata. But I'm not the best. In my clan, I'm seen as a failure. Shiger gave her a stern look. Listen Gaki, everyone starts out like that. When I was first asked to train so that I could become a member of the Seven, I couldn't even hold a sword properly. You are still young and have your whole life in front of you. Wait until the end to say you had no skill and that you lived a worthless life. Hinata was speechless. She hadn't expected him to say something like that. From what she had been told about this village, she had expected more of a degrading lecture. Clearly, the images painted by her former village had been false. I'm sorry, she said as she stood up. I would like to be your apprentice if you will still have me. Of course, said Shiger with a grin. Now, I want you to meet me here tomorrow at 6 in the morning and we will begin your training. With that, he dismissed her and went back to his paperwork. While they were in hiding, Naruto began to make some assumptions based on what he knew about their families. At most, they should each know about 3 jutsus outside what the academy taught them. At worst, they hadn't trained a day since and had been sitting on their asses waiting for a sensei. Naruto, believing that it was always best to overestimate the opponent, went for the first option. Sake was hiding at the tree line while she prepared to attack with her clan's jutsu. She had reached into her pouch and pulled out several slips of paper and began to get to work with them. Mega was also hiding in the wooded area, watching Naruto closely. He had decided that it was best to wait and see what his sensei could do before he did anything. Naruto suddenly grabbed his blade and swung it to intercept several kunai being thrown at him. So you decided to go first, said Naruto with mild amusement. All I have to do is nick you, said Ryu. Doesn't sound too hard. If that's what you believe then come on, said Naruto as he made a beckoning gesture with his hand. Ryu didn't move at first. He just glared at Naruto with hate and then began to make some hand signs. When he was done he yelled, "Water blade." As a sword of water formed in his hand, please refer to the waterfall mission. That's a little outside your skill level, said Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Careful, you might hurt yourself. Shut it, snapped Ryu as he got into a stance. The tip of the blade was now point D at Naruto and he had shifted his weight for a lunging attack. I'll show you how I passed the genin exam. With that, Ryu charged at Naruto at his top speed. He then brought his sword back and swung it. However, Naruto caught the jutsu between his index and middle fingers. To say Ryu looked shocked would have been an understatement. But how? He asked. Naruto smirked and then made a scissor motion with his fingers, cutting the water sword. A jutsu is more than some hand signs and using the right amount of chakra, said Naruto. He then punched Ryu and sent him flying backwards. Maybe I'll teach you about it someday. This is bad, thought Sake as she finished her preparations. Before her were several origami flapping birds and a couple inflated paper balloons. I sure hope that this works. She then began to make some hand signs and then whispered, origami beast imitation jutsu. Quote, Naruto, meanwhile, slowly made his way toward Ryu who was just lying on the ground. Come on, said Naruto. I didn't hit you that hard. Before he could take another step forward, he jumped to dodge the assault of the paper birds. After all they needed to do was land one hit on him, no matter how weak it was. As the birds came back for another assault, Naruto yelled, missed shotgun. And tiny missed bullets shot down the origami birds. Oh no, cried Sake as she watched her attack fail. Well, that was pointless, said a voice behind her. Sake turned around and saw Naruto as he made a chopping motion to knock her out. Or, at least that was what he planned to do. However, Sake turned into a small paper doll. A paper clone, he thought. That's when he heard a sizzling sound. He then noticed the paper balloons that Sake had placed. They had been made from large exploding tags. Oh shit, he said as they exploded. From Mega's viewing point, he smirked. Impressive for the dead last, he thought. Sake used her origami beast imitation jutsu to grab his attention and left a paper clone in her place. Once he destroyed the clone, her great paper explosion jutsu activated. A pity it didn't work. It was true, Naruto had just sent a water clone to deal with her. Mega could now see how difficult it would be to hit him. Cheap tricks wouldn't work on him. He knew what to expect from them based on their clans. In order to win, they would need to think outside the box. Back with Ryu, he was just now getting up. Naruto was standing a few feet away with his sword back on his back. His arms were crossed and his eyes were closed. That's when realization hit Ryu hard. He's not even taking us seriously. Are we really that weak and outclassed? That was when he saw Mega running towards Naruto from all directions. When the first one reached Naruto from the behind, Naruto shot his elbow backwards into where his gut should have been. However, that Mega was just a normal clone and exploded in a puff of smoke. With a kick and 2 more punches, he destroyed 3 more clones. Then, when he went to strike a Mega on his right, it dispersed into 100 or so dragonflies. Then, a kunai shot out from the swarm and Naruto caught it like he did with Ryu's water blade. I think we are done, said Naruto. Hiding missed jutsu. With that, Ryu's vision was blocked. The only things that his senses picked up on were the sounds of struggle and 2 loud thumps on both his sides. Slowly, the mist began to retreat and Ryu saw both of his teammates next to him. Before him stood Naruto. I was expecting more from the rookie of the year, he said with a disappointed look on his face. Or perhaps it was a look of disinterest. Then, Ryu felt a powerful wave of killing intent coming from the blonde. He began to see himself and his teammates being cut into tiny pieces by the Jonin's blade. I see you are finally beginning to understand. In my eyes you are scum that I can choose to ignore or destroy. At the rate you 3 will advance, it would be better if I just killed all 3-0. F you now and put you out of your misery. Then he grinned. But, since I'm a nice guy, I'll give you a choice. Ryu, I want you to choose between Sake and Mega. One of them will die and then those that remain will go on missions. Make your choice. Ryu was shocked. His sensei was changing the rules that he made earlier. Now he had to make a choice between Sake and Mega. Sake, the girl he had always treated coldly and took every opportunity to degrade. For some reason, it felt wrong to sentence her to death. Mega, well, he didn't know him that well. Hell, no one knew him that well. But, he was skilled. Me, said Ryu. Naruto raised an eyebrow at him. What was that? Asked Naruto. I said me, said Ryu. Kill me and let them go on missions. I attacked without thinking and was the first to go down. I should be the one to die. Naruto then turned to Sake. Do you agree with that? He asked. No, she said. I think that we all failed. But Ryu has been able to beat everyone in our class. I'm only here by accident. If anyone should die, it should be me. No, said Mega. I should have tried to help you both out there. Instead, I used you both so I could gauge my opponent. I should be the one to die. Isn't it funny how when people think they are going to die they become so honest with themselves, said Naruto as he rubbed his chin. Well, meet me at the tower tomorrow to get our first mission. He began to walk away when Ryu stood up. What the fuck was all that about? He shouted. Naruto turned to face him and gave him a sheepish smile. What, you didn't like my little lesson? Sensei, said Sasuke. I think what Ryu is trying to say is what was the point of everything that you did? Why did you have us fight you when you knew we had no chance at winning? Why did you ask Ryu to choose who would die? Well, the fight was for me to see how well you fought. You see, I refused to allow any of my students to go on pointless D-rank missions. So, I needed to know how well each of you fought. And, even though none of you could put a scratch on me, I'm sure you can handle some C-ranked missions with my supervision. The second part was to get you all to realize something. When people think they are going to die and are offered the chance to live by sacrificing someone else, one of two things happen. They either sacrifice themselves or their teammates. Now, while it is all well and good that you were thinking on how to save your teammates, what I wanted you to realize was that you each contributed to your loss. Sasuke believes that her being here is an accident. That attitude will not do. Mega used you two as pawns so that he could analyze me. Sadly for him, we are short on shinobi and need everyone we got. We can't be that wasteful. And Ryu, you let your anger rule you and that path leads to self-destruction. You will end the same as he did. As who did? Asked Ryu. Sasuke Uchiha, the last Sharingan user in the Leaf Village. He died by my hands because he was nothing but an angry emo boy who let his arrogance guide his actions. Would you believe he was also the Rookie of the Year? Replied Naruto. At this, Ryu gulped. Then Naruto smiled. Well, see you all tomorrow. With that, Naruto left the three to their own thoughts. Ah, thanks Ryu for not choosing me, said Sasuke. Ryu turned to her and a deep blush came over his face. He then tried to hide it by getting up and turning away from them. Please, I knew he wasn't going to kill us, he lied. I was just playing along. Well, I'm going to go train. Don't listen to him, said Mega once Ryu was gone. He was trying to act tough. My dragonflies could tell he was scared. Thanks Mega, she said. Perhaps we could train for a while. Mega raised an eyebrow from behind his glasses. Wouldn't you rather go home and get something to eat first? He asked. Sasuke just shook her head and adjusted her glasses. Very well. In another part of the village, an angry Isaribi was walking with Kin. They had both picked up some groceries when they had run into a member of the hospital staff who told them that Shigure had picked his new apprentice, Hinata Hyuga. I can't believe that bitch, growled Isaribi as she made her way back to the Uzumaki castle. Does she think that she deserves better treatment because she's a Hyuga? She doesn't seem the type, said Kin as she defended Hinata. Besides, I thought that you sucked at Kenjutsu. That's not the point, said Isaribi. Shigure is the best medical nin in the village and I am passed up for her. I have proven my loyalty time and time again and she just walks in and gets the red carpet treatment. Well, I guess I can see why you're angry. But getting angry won't solve anything. You're right, I'll take action. With that, Isaribi began her own evil laughter that would put Orochimaru to shame. Later in the day, Naruto was found walking out of the Mizukage Tower with a big grin. He had reserved his team their first mission. It was simple, easy, and would get them out of the village. Finding someone's lost pet seemed boring, but it seemed the best. A moment of your time Uzumaki-sama, said a voice from behind him. Naruto turned around to face the head of the Urizen clan. What do you want? Asked Naruto out of annoyance. The man before him had a forced grin on that Naruto didn't like at all. I simply want to make sure that you are challenging my daughter enough, he said. I was hoping that you could take your team on some more difficult missions. For now C rank, said Naruto. Your dog, HTER did well today and I feel that she can handle missions like this. But, perhaps, an A-ranked mission would be best. I heard of a very simple one that involved a Rakan of the Rain Village. With you there, I'm sure they would make it out in one piece. Perhaps, said Naruto as his eyes turned red. Now, cut the crap. I am no fool so don't play me for one. You just want your daughter to be killed on a mission. Right now this village needs everyone if we are to survive against outside threats. Naruto's eyes slowly began to change back. Now, if that is all, I will be going. The head of Hiruzen clan watched as Naruto walked away. So his daughter would live past her first mission, it didn't matter. Sooner or later she would run into danger and would be killed. All he had to do was make a few bribes to get some members on the council to see things his way. After all, everyone had their price. Elsewhere, Haku and Yugito were looking at several boats that were slowly making their way to the shoreline of water country. On the side of the wooden boats was the rain symbol. On each boat was at least 24 shinobi ranking from high genin to mid chunin. According to the information Mist had, they were sent to start up a base of operations. You ready, Haku? Asked Yugito. Haku made no reply, he just made several hand signs and then the water began to freeze starting at the shoreline. It slowly crept over to the boats and locked them into place. There you go, said Haku. Now you won't get your fur wet. Yugito gave him a smirk and then walked onto the ice. The rain nins were now getting out of their boats and charging towards Yugito. That's when she changed into a large, flaming, two-tailed cat creature. With one swing of her claws, she slaughtered many of the rain nins. Those that saw this began to run back to the boats and tried to melt the ice. Sadly for them, Haku's ice was fused with chakra so that it would take a lot more than what they had to melt it. Haku turned around and covered his ears. No matter how many times he had seen and heard things like this, he would never get used to the sound of people screaming for their lives. Hope you all enjoyed this chapter. Can anyone guess what the first mission is? Chapter 25. Well, sorry for the long wait. I have other stories out so, anyways, I hope you are all doing well and enjoying the end days of summer. It seems that in the manga, Itachi and Naruto had a conversation and Pain's location has now been disclosed. Oh, and Sasuke has found his brother. Wouldn't it be nice if they sat down and talked about their feelings and resolved all of their differences? Where the hell did that come from? Must be all this tea that I'm drinking. I'm going back to Coke. Now before I begin with the story, I have a question. Why the hell would I send them to chase the Fire Lord's cat? Sorry, his ugly wife's cat who has every reason in the world to want to run away. Personally, I would help it get away. But that's not the point. No cat in this chapter. You are all wrong. Except unknown Nin 345, you get a cookie. Naruto was lying on the ground as he watched the clouds roll past him in the sky. He had sent high-S genins to retrieve the target a little over an hour ago. The mission was simple. The owner lost his pet in the land of rivers near the border of the land of wind and the ocean. The owner had thought of using sand or leaf nins. But mist nins were cheaper. The mission was ranked C due to it being outside of the village in a non-shinobi nation. Naruto let out a sigh. Part of him felt that he should have gone with his genins. This was their first mission after all. But the odds that something going wrong was slim to none. They were far from the major roads where bandits like to hang out and the three of them should be able to handle them if they run into them. If they, for some reason, run into other nins they were told not to engage but hide. Also, Naruto was wearing a communicator in case they needed him. The sounds of people approaching him pulled the blonde jonin from his thoughts. Getting up, he saw that it was his team. On Saki's shoulder was a Sol creature. Is that it? He asked. It is just like the client described, said Mega. Tanned fur with black feet. It was easy, said Ryu. The stupid thing fell for the oldest trap in the book. Upon being called stupid, the creature began to growl and hiss at Ryu. What the? He began but was cut off as the small creature jumped off Saki's shoulder and attacked. It quickly began to bite and claw at Ryu's face and dodged the boy's attempts to get it off of him. Naruto, who had been chuckling at his student's misfortune, in a single motion grabbed the creature by the skin of its neck and pulled it away from Ryu who fell to the ground. This is how you deal with a cat, said Naruto. Mega, Ryu, and Sake's sweat dropped. Ah sensei, I believe it's called a ferret, corrected Sake. Naruto blinked at this and then turned his attention back to the ferret. The ferret blinked innocently back at Naruto and gave the ferret version of the puppy eyes jutsu. Naruto just gave the ferret a deadpan look and handed it back to Sasuke. "Just put it in its cage so that we can return it," he said as he began to walk away. Sasuke nodded and took out the cage from her bag and placed the ferret in it. After putting the cage back to her bag, she took out some bandages from a side compartment and went over to Ryu. However, when she went to apply them, he pushed her away. "I don't need any help," he said as he looked away. Sake's look became saddened and she looked down. "I just wanted to help," she said quietly. Mega shot Ryu a dirty look and then Ryu let out a sigh. Before he could say anything, however, Naruto called out to his team. "Let's get moving, people," he yelled. "The sooner we get this mission done the better." Sasuke silently got up and began to walk over to her sensei. Mega shot Ryu another dirty look before he too began to follow Naruto. Soon Ryu was all alone. "What I'd do?" he asked no one. In Sea Country, Sasuke opened his eyes for the first time in a long time. Before him were Kabuto and some dolls. Apparently, the right-hand man of the Snake Sennin was having a tea party with the severed head of one Sasuke Uchiha, although Sasuke didn't know he was just a head. "Oh, you're awake," said Kabuto when he noticed Sasuke's eye twitches. In a flash he began to seal away his dolls into a summoning scroll along with the rest of his tea set. "I'll go and tell Lord Orochimaru that you are awake." With that he quickly left the room. Sasuke ordered his body to follow but found that he couldn't. He couldn't even move his head to look down. All he could see was what was in his range of vision. Scared, Sasuke began to think back to his last memories. Flashback. Sasuke stepped out of his hole. However, his skin had turned a dark grayish color and there was a black star-shaped mark on the bridge of his nose. The weirdest part was the hand-like wings on his back. "Now it is time to finish this," said Sasuke. He jumped up into the air and began to flap his wings and flew towards Naruto with blackish lightning in his hand. Habataku Chidori. Naruto just grabbed the handle of his sword and waited for the right moment. Once Sasuke was close enough, he vanished and reappeared behind Sasuke. He then swung the blade and cut off his right wing and arm. "How? I'm an Uchiha and he is nothing. You never were anything special," said Naruto as he began to walk away. At that moment Kakashi appeared at the scene. "Shit," thought Naruto. "I missed my chance." Not noticing Kakashi, Sasuke activated his Chidori without any seals and charged one last time. Naruto simply snapped his finger and Sasuke Uchiha exploded. End flashback. Now Sasuke was confused. He remembered being blown up. The pain had been intense even if it had only been for a few moments. So, how did he get to Orochimaru? Hell, he wanted to know how he was still alive. Soon, Orochimaru walked into the room. "So Sasuke, how are you feeling?" asked Orochimaru with a grin. "Why can't I feel my toes?" asked Sasuke slowly. "Hell, why can't I feel any part of my body?" Orochimaru sighed and pulled out a mirror out of nowhere and showed Sasuke the truth. He took it pretty well, all things considered. "Fought," he screamed. He was a head with tubes sticking out of the base. The tubes went into a machine behind him that pumped blood into his brain and allowed him to speak and other things that are far too numerous to mention. "That magic 8-ball lied to me. I'm slightly worse off than I was in that stupid village. Now I'll never be able to kill Itachi." Kabuto's sweat dropped slightly. "Slightly? Is he kidding me? Are you done yet?" asked Orochimaru as he cut into Sasuke pity party. "Now, I got good news for you. We are right now in the process of cloning you a new body. We would have done something like this earlier. But we didn't have the genetic samples back then. Also, there is a slight chance something might go wrong. But, if it works then your new body will be superior in every way. My leading geneticist tells me that he might be able to give you my bloodlines and more power than you ever dreamed." "Good," said Sasuke as he regained his composure. "Then I can kill that Dobi as well as my brother." At this, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. "I think you should stop calling my son that," said the Snake Man. "After all, it appears that he inherited my brains." "What?" shouted Sasuke. "He's your son, but you two look nothing alike." "I'll give you the simplified version," said Orochimaru. "I got wasted and woke up the next morning to the boy's mother. Apparently, he inherited her looks." With that he clapped his hands. "So, While we wait, let's play Mr. Potato Head with Sasuke. Back with our hero, Naruto was leading his genins to the town where they were to drop off the ferret. Sasuke was carrying the ferret in her backpack. Mega was staying into space as he walked. Ryu was wondering what the hell he did wrong. Suddenly, Naruto spoke up. "So Ryu," he began, "I have been meaning to ask you something." "What is it, Naruto-sensei?" asked Ryu. "Do you have any clues about the person who killed your father?" asked Naruto. Ryu and the others stopped walking and just stared at the back of his sensei. Naruto turned his head around and spoke again. "Do you think you are the only person who has lost a loved one and held a grudge? I have seen that look in your eyes for far too many people. For the longest time, I held that same look. Are you trying to say do as I say not as I do?" growled Ryu. Naruto now stopped walking. "I don't believe in that hypocrisy," he said. "It's your life. Do what you want with it. Just don't ignore the people around you or betray those you call comrade. That isn't the path to strength." With that, Naruto began to walk again. "Hurry up, you three. I want to get this mission done before nightfall." The three genins quickly gathered their thoughts and followed him. A couple of minutes later they were walking over a bridge. This was when Ryu decided to answer. "Only one, sensei," he said quietly. "The man who killed my father took his heart out while it was still beating. That is all I know." "I see," replied Naruto as they got off the bridge. Suddenly, he stopped and looked over to the horizon. In the distance, there were large black pillars of smoke. Naruto got a really bad feeling about them since they were coming from the direction that they were supposed to be going to. He then turned to his students. "You three stay here. I'll be back in a moment." Before the genins could say anything, Naruto had vanished from sight. "How the hell does he move that fast with that big-ass sword on his back?" asked Ryu to no one in particular. Naruto jumped from tree to tree until he reached his destination and his fears were confirmed. The smoke had indeed come from the village, or what was left of it. Homes were destroyed and several of them were on fire. Naruto began to make some quick observations. This is too organized to have been done by bandits. And shinobi would never leave footprints for others to trace. So, who could have done? Naruto was then cut off as he heard Sasuke scream over the communicator. "A few minutes ago, I can't believe we traveled all this way just to find someone's lost pet," whined Ryu. "What kind of C-rank mission is this?" "The lowest," replied Mega. As Naruto-sensei explained earlier, D-rank missions stay within the village where the odds of us getting hurt are almost non-existent and the mission are more like chores. A C-rank mission involves leaving the village and the most danger we will face are low-level shinobi or bandits. Most likely the second of those choices." "I know that," snapped Ryu. "But sensei could have taken us with him. I mean, we are here to learn how to be real shinobi. So, how are we supposed to learn when he leaves us out of important stuff?" "Well, he probably," began Sasuke but was cut off from continuing as Ryu held up his hand to silence her. He was looking around with an intense look on his face. Soon, Mega was following his lead. "We're being watched," said Ryu. "Sasuke, put on the communicator in case we need sensei's help." Sweat fell of his cheek and he gritted his teeth. "I don't think we can handle all of them." Sasuke nodded and quickly pulled out the device. As soon as she put the earpiece on and turned on the device, Allah! RGE man in armor jumped out and caused the girl to scream. "Sasuke," came Naruto's voice from the headpiece. "Hang on, I'm coming back." Sasuke, meanwhile, was trying to think of what she should do next. But she was afraid. This was the real thing. This wasn't her sensei she was fighting, but an enemy that would not lose a moment of sleep after killing her. As the enemy moved toward her, Sasuke did the only thing that her mind was telling her to do: defend yourself. She raised her arms and braced herself for the blow. But Ryu intercepted the enemy with a flying kick and knocked him out of the way. "What's wrong with you?" shouted Ryu. Then, several more soldiers jumped out of the woods and into the open. "Shit! Water blade!" When the sword finished forming, Ryu drove it into the first enemy and then kicked him down. Mega was also dealing with the enemy. 3 of them surrounded him. 1 in front and the others at his side. They then charge at him all at once by jumping into the air with maces in hand. Bug wall. Quote, said Mega as his dragonflies came out of his jacket and surrounded him in a green and blue dome. The attack was easily deflected by the power of this jutsu. Ryu continued to slash at his opponents one after another. However, no matter how many times he did this, they would just get back up. Mega was in the same situation. "What are these guys?" asked Ryu as he hacked off an enemy's arm. The armor's arm fell off, but there was no arm inside it. It was as if the suits were alive. "This can't be good," said Ryu as he began to fear for his life. The enemy, he realized, couldn't be killed because they weren't alive in the first place. Sake, meanwhile, was still paralyzed with fear, and seeing one of her teammates slash off a guy's arm didn't help much. Some of the enemy noticed this and charged at her. Sake covered her eyes and prepared for the worst. However, it never came. Naruto had jumped down from a tree, with sword in hand, and cut one of the enemies in half. The others jumped back as Naruto then swung his sword onto his shoulder. "So, why are you attacking my genins?" he asked as he stared past the soldiers. Mega, Ryu, and Sake turned their attention to where Naruto was looking and saw a new figure. He was dressed in silver armor and was wearing a helmet. The teen made no reply as he drew out a dagger and pointed it at Naruto. Following the unspoken command, the soldiers charged at the missed Jonin. They jumped into the air so they could crush him in a dog pile, but Naruto had other plan. Once they were in his range, Naruto began to slash at them at an incredible speed. It was so fast that all anybody saw was a flash right before the soldier became mulch. Now there was only one enemy left. The lone knight that stood before Naruto tightened his grip on his dagger. "What do you expect to do with that butter knife?" asked an amused Naruto. The difference between their weapon's size and power was clear. The knight, in answer to the question, waved his weapon across his chest and it lengthened. "Raging thunder," shouted the knight as a wave of emerald green energy erupted from his sword in a slashing motion. "I don't think so." "Weapon upgrade. Wind," countered Naruto as he unleashed his own attack. Their attacks connected and the result was a large explosion that sent everyone flying and destroying several nearby trees. Naruto and the knight were the first to get back up. Naruto had landed on a pile of fallen trees while the knight was next to a cliff. Naruto charged at the knight and missed his target after the knight ducked. In his crouching position, the knight lunged upward into Naruto's exposed chest. He smirked as he saw the blade enter the younger teen's chest. The smirk faded as Naruto turned into water. "What the?" he thought. "Weapon upgrade. Wind," he heard Naruto yell from above him. The knight looked up and saw Naruto falling down toward him with his wind-modified sword ready to cut him down. There was only one thing to do. "Raging thunder," he shouted. Once again, there was an explosion. Only this time, it took out the cliff. "Sensei," screamed Sake as she ran out of her hiding spot and rushed over to the new edge of the cliff. She quickly pulled out a party streamer and, grabbing one end, threw the other end down. Paper binding jutsu. The paper warped around Naruto and Sake braced herself. This would have been a good idea if she was stronger or if Naruto wasn't still holding onto his sword. As soon as paper tightened, Sake was pulled down along with her sensei. Sorry for the shortness. Please review Chapter 26. Well, once again, sorry for the late update. I'm sure most of you know that I have started up a new story, Wind Lord. Also, while I was writing this chapter I was also writing BEMB. Then there was the fact that I wanted to end the Seinen arc in Tales of the Fox Sage. With that all said, it turns out that I gave Sake similar powers to Conan. Can you believe that? I was wowed when I found out. Oh, and with Jiraiya, I would like to say he is being very brave right now. Me, after hearing Pain's plan, I would step away from the crazy man. Yeah, also, what would happen if the others found out about it? I mean the rest of the group thinks that they are going to be taking over the world. I can only hope that they get super pissed. What does the Rinnegan do? And what is Madara's true goal? Is it the same as Pain or does he have his own agenda? Well, let's get started. Naruto slowly opened his eyes as he regained consciousness. Looking upward, he noticed that he was in a tent. He slowly got into a sitting position and looked out of the opening. Outside there were people sitting around a fire. Some of them were working with dough and others were playing instruments. He then decided to look around in the tent for clues to where he was. The first thing he saw was the backpack that Sasuke had. It looked empty. He turned his head to the right and saw Sasuke. She was lying on a mat, covered in bandages. Naruto then turned his head to the left and saw a teen with shoulder-length blonde hair. Naruto's eyes narrowed when he saw the armor near the boy. "Ah, you're awake." Naruto turned his head towards the sound of the voice. From behind a curtain, an old man came out. He was dressed in bright-colored robes and an odd hat. His skin was wrinkly, had a mustache with a long beard, and a large red nose. "I guess you saved me," said Naruto. "Thanks, old man." "Of course he did, Baka," snickered Kyuubi. "Yes we did," said the old man as he sat next to Naruto. "You and your friends were lucky we happened to be passing by. If we hadn't, then you all would have floated down the river. You and your companion over there," points to the other blonde, "are healing rather quickly. The girl, however." "What's wrong with Sasuke?" demanded Naruto. The old man just sighed. "I'm afraid that her injuries were too severe," he said with reluctance. "We did our best, but I'm not sure if she'll make it. Poor girl. The only thing we can do is, hey, what are you doing?" What Naruto was doing was getting up. There was some pain, but he could deal with that. After all, he had been trained by Zabuza, and because of that he had a high tolerance to pain. Naruto made his way to Saki's bed and knelt beside it, placing his palms face down above her. Then red chakra tentacles came out of them and began to roam over her body, and soon, beneath her bandages, her injuries began to heal. Little did they know that Temujin was watching them. "What is that power?" he thought. "We could use that to complete our goals." The next day Naruto and Sasuke were moving along with the caravan. As it turned out, they were the clients who hired them to find their Narigui. The client, Kahiko, thought that there was something wrong with it. He claimed that Narigui didn't like strangers and stayed with their caravan. However, the ferret was staying close to the blonde knight. Naruto, of course, didn't care. It only irritated him when the old man would start to cry about it. Once the caravan stopped, so the animals could get something to eat, Sasuke and Naruto did their own things. Sasuke dead to learn more about the caravan's history and to get to know the man who had attacked them. Naruto, on the other hand, had a bone to pick with Kahiko. "What do you mean you won't pay us the full amount?" asked Naruto slowly as he tried to keep his cool. "The contract stated that you return Narigui to us at the village," said Kahiko as he rubbed his beard. "Therefore you didn't fully hold up your end." Naruto's eye twitched. "It was destroyed," snarled Naruto. "You're lucky that you didn't get there or else you would be dead. Besides, it doesn't matter where we give you your pet, it was just a meeting point." While Naruto was saying this, he was silently reminding himself that he couldn't kill the client. Well, at least not until they got paid, and he made sure that it looked like an accident. "I'm also covering the medical bill," said the old man quickly. "Plus we did fish you and your subordinate out of the water. You owe us. That's why we will only pay you 1/10 of what we had agreed upon." "No chance in hell," said Naruto as he crossed his arms. "I healed myself and Sasuke. And the contract says to deliver your cat thingy." "Ferret," interrupted Kahiko. "And his name is Narigui." "Whatever," cried Naruto as he was getting fed up with this. "It was more trouble than it was worth. We did the job and we are going to get paid. One way or the other." As Naruto finished this sentence, his left hand slowly moved towards his blade. "Any questions?" Kahiko gulped. "And no," he said quickly. "Naruto-sensei," cried Sasuke as she ran to where the two were. Naruto let out a small sigh as his hand returned to his side. He then turned to his panting student. "What's happened?" asked Naruto. "Temujin is gone," cried Sasuke. Naruto just raised an eyebrow. "Oh right, you don't know. That's the name of the guy who attacked us. I saw him earlier putting back on his armor and decided to talk to him. After we introduced ourselves he began to ask about our powers. I told him it was chakra. And then he said he wanted to borrow it. I didn't know what to say because I was confused. Then he left and Narigui followed him." "Narigui left," cried the old man. Sasuke nodded. With that, Kahiko began to cry like a baby. "Narigui, why have you left us again?" He continued like this for several minutes and then pointed at Naruto. Go get him. Ah, you haven't paid us for the last time we got him, deadpanned Naruto. But you didn't bring him to the site like we agreed upon in the contract, stated Kahiko. Naruto's eyes began to twitch. Here we go again, thought Naruto. Like I said earlier, it was destroyed, yelled Naruto. Once again, the old man began to cry. Only this time it was louder so everyone could hear it. So this is what mist nins are like, he wailed as he turned his back at them. I knew I should have hired those leaf nins. Naruto's eye began to twitch. They at least get the job done and make sure that the client is happy. Fine, said Naruto with his teeth gritted. Oh, he was not a happy camper. But when we get back you will pay us the full amount or else I'll be having cat soup. Sensei, it's a ferret, corrected Sasuke. Whatever, screamed Naruto as he threw his hands into the air. Over with Ryu and Mega, they had finally made their way down the side of the cliff. Do you see them? Asked Ryu as he looked back and forth. No, said Mega, their bodies were most likely taken downstream. It is doubtful that we will find them. We should return to the village so we can report the deaths of Sensei and Sasuke. He then turned around to leave. No way, said Ryu as he grabbed Mega's shoulder. We should look for them. Mega was silent as Ryu paused. Remember that test that Sensei gave us? Well, I do. Flashback. The second part was to get you all to realize something. When people think they are going to die and are offered the chance to live by sacrificing someone else, one of two things happen. They either sacrifice themselves or their teammates. Now, while it is all well and good that you were thinking on how to save your teammates, what I wanted you to realize was that you each contributed to your loss. Sasuke believes that her being here is an accident. That attitude will not do. Mega used you two as pawns so that he could analyze me. Sadly for him, we are short on shinobi and need everyone we got. We can't be that wasteful. And Ryu, you let your anger rule you and that path leads to self-destruction. You will end the same as he did. End flashback. Remember, said Ryu, we were selfish back then and I don't want to be like that again. Sensei would look for us and confirm our deaths before marking us off. So let's look for him. Very well, said Mega as he turned to face Ryu. The two then traveled along T.H. River side for a while until they saw some tracks. Deciding to follow them, they moved away from the river. A little later they came across an old campsite. Do you think they came this way? Asked Ryu. Mega said nothing as he spread his arms to allow his dragonflies to leave his body to search the area. They flew around the area for a bit and then returned to their master. My insects have found their scent, said Mega as he adjusted his glasses. It seems you were correct, they are indeed alive. Of course I was, said Ryu as he crossed his arms, and a smug look appeared on his face. I am the #1 rookie of the year. Now let's go find them. With that, Ryu turned and began to follow the tracks. I must refrain from complimenting him, thought Mega. His ego is far too massive. I doubt that there is anyone else with one as large as his. Achoo, sneezed Sasuke as he woke up. A short while ago the doctor had put him to sleep so that he could be attached to his new body. As Sasuke sat upright, he felt a tingling sensation down his back and, wait, he had a back. He jumped out of his bed and began to look for a full-length mirror. He wanted to see his new perfect body. Not finding one in the room he was in, Sasuke went out into the hall and proceeded to check every room. When he finally found one, he screamed. The body was the right size for his age. The skin tone was a perfect match. In fact, everything was the same except for two things. One was that he had breasts the size of Ino's. How could he not notice that until now? The other was that his one-eyed monster was now the size of a baby carrot. It's bigger than my old one, said an amazed Sasuke. Which brings up the question. Was it a scream of joy because of his little buddy? Grew a bit, or one of horror due to the breasts? And you all wondered why I brought him back to life. Hee hee. As Ryu and Mega were leaving the old campground, a large rumble shook the earth. Out of the corner of their eyes they saw birds taking flight from behind a rock formation. Upon turning around they saw it. They didn't know what it was. It was made of metal. It was tall, going from the bottom of the canyon to the top. Its shape reminded them of the skyscrapers that were found in the major cities, but it was moving. Silently, they decided to check it out. The inside was easy to get into despite the number of guards. They were the same ones they had seen with the knight. Well, except for two. They were female knights with bright neon-colored armor. Ryu and Mega were able to hide from them on a ledge above a room that they entered. Luckily for the two mist nins, there were windows on the ledge that they could look through. Looking inside, they saw many tubes. At one end were things that looked like fish. Bowls with children suspended in a strange liquid inside of them. The other end looked like a faucet above a conveyor belt. The woman in the blue armor walked over to a lever in front of them and kicked it. She then to turn a valve. "How much longer do I have to take care of these brats?" said the blue one. The one in the green armor chuckled. "It's not good to have a bad temper, you know," she said. "I know that," said the blue one with a huff. "Don't worry," said the green on. "When we find the stone of Gelul, we will be done with them. We just have to be patient until then." The machine began to do its work as the liquid was emptied from one bowl and then quickly replaced. Then, from the faucet, a putty-like substance came out and rolled down the belt. As it did, it took on the shape of one of the soldiers, armor and all. Ryu made a slight movement that caught the attention of the Blue Knight. The two rushed out of the room and began to search the ledge. They found nothing. Elsewhere, Sake and Naruto jumped from tree to tree so they could catch the ferret again. As far as missions went, this was getting very annoying for a simple C-ranked mission. "Sensei," said Sake suddenly, after a mostly silent trip. "I'm sorry about earlier. I don't know what you are talking about," said Naruto without turning his head. "When we first encountered the soldiers, I panicked," she said. "I just watched as Ryu and Mega did all the real work. I didn't do anything. I'm just so." "Drop it," said Naruto. "It happens every now and then for rookies on their first real mission. Even with the village graduation exam, it still occurs. The reason is because, in the exam, you are fighting someone who you have some idea what skills they have. Out here, however, you have no idea. In the end, you did try to help me and that counts for something. Besides," Naruto turned his head to look at Sake and gave her a grin, "the same thing happened to me on my first mission." Sake felt better after hearing that, but not much. "I still feel useless," she mumbled. "Trust me, Sake, you have a lot of potential," said Naruto as he turned his head back so he could see where he was going. "The academy teaches the basic skills and stuff that you need to know for life after graduation. However, they have a tendency to overlook strategically minded people like you. When we get back to the village, I'll help you refine your skills." "Ah, there he is." Temujin turned as Naruto and Sake landed beside him. In front of them was a mobile fortress. "I see you both came," said Temujin. "That is good. Hado Ma would be interested in meeting the both of you." With that, he began to walk into the fortress. Normally, Naruto wouldn't even consider entering an enemy's mobile fortress of doom. Well, unless he was ordered to. Or perhaps if there was a lot of ramen inside. Normally, Naruto would have simply demanded the cat ferret be handed over to him and left. However, having seen the soldiers and having an invitation to meet with the boss was enough to get him to consider. He could more easily evaluate the enemy and see if they posed a threat. "Fine," said Naruto as he began to walk forward. "Let's meet this Hado person." With that, they entered and the soldiers paid them no mind. They just went along with their business and the group entered an elevator. When the group reached the top floor, there was a ding and the door opened. The three of them left the elevator and stepped into a room that was made of marble. Decorating the walls were painting that looked rather old and valuable. In the middle was a stairway and at the top was a throne. This room just screamed boss's lair. Sitting on the throne was a pudgy middle-aged man. He had orangish hair and blue eyes. He wore white robes and had a blue cloak wrapped around his body. On his head was a hat that resembled that of a bishop. As the three entered his sights and Temujin kneeled before him, he put away the book he was reading. "Ah, you're back, Temujin," he said. "And these must be the people with the interesting power." "Yes, Hado-sama," said Temujin. "Allow me to show you." With that he pulled out his blade and swung it at Naruto. In response, Naruto grabbed his own sword and easily blocked the attack. Of course, it was like blocking a toothpick with a steak knife. Guess which one Naruto had? Show Hato-sama your powers. You could have asked, said Naruto with a grin as he put a little more of his strength into the sword. That's enough, said Hato as he came down the stairs. But Hato-sama, said Temujin. Fighting is wrong and should be avoided, said Hato. He then turned to Naruto and Sasuke. I am very sorry. We are just a little on edge because we are so close to completing our dream. Dream? Questioned Sasuke. Yes, said the blonde knight. The land we come from is a war-torn one. Many people have lost their lives in the senseless combat. The Hato-sama came. He had a plan that would end the combat and create a utopia for us all. What's a utopia? Asked Sasuke. It will be a place where there are no wars or fighting, answered Hato. Everyone will be able to live their lives in peace. That sounds wonderful, exclaimed Sasuke as she clasped her hands. Yes it does, said Hato. Would you two be interested in helping? Sorry, but no, said Naruto, who wasn't sorry at all. We only work for our groups when they make a request at our village. Besides, if this utopia ever came true we would be out of a job. I see, said Hato as a soldier came and handed him a piece of paper. Hato quickly read the note and looked alarmed. The unit that was near Wind Country has been whipped out. Temujin, go check it out. Yes sir, said Temujin. He turned to leave when Hato spoke up again. Temujin, where did you get that ferret? He asked. He followed me from the caravan, said Temujin. Now I must be off. With that he rushed off. We'll help out, said Naruto. Think of it as a demonstration of my village's strength. Hato nodded as Naruto and Sasuke left as well. Caravan said Hato. About 20 minutes later they neared the ocean. That's when Sasuke spoke up. Sensei, why did you agree to help? She asked in a low voice. Intel, replied Naruto in an equally low voice. I want to know what else they got. Besides, I don't trust them. They say they're creating a utopia but their actions are more like an army slaughtering everything in their path. You know that smoke I went to check on the other day? Well, it turns out it came from the village where we were supposed to drop that cat. Ferret, interrupted Sasuke. Whatever, hissed Naruto. The point is that the village was destroyed. There were no survivors. Sasuke did her best to hold back her gasp. Remember Sasuke, always be suspicious of everyone. Sometimes the most dangerous enemies are the ones who are smiling at you, waiting for you to let your guard down so they can stab you in the back. When Naruto said this he gritted his teeth. This didn't go unnoticed by Sasuke. Sensei, did that happen to you? A long time ago, replied Naruto as he thought of Hiro. We're here, said Temujin suddenly as they arrived at the beach. And there it was, the other mobile fortress, except it was half buried in the sand. Slowly they made their way to it and went inside. There they saw indications of a powerful battle. Floor tiles were bent of missing. Every so often they would see a hole in the wall. All of the soldiers looked crushed. Finally they came to a room where children lay dead on the floor. They looked like were trying to get out of large fish bowls but couldn't do it in time. Pay no attention to them, said Temujin as Sasuke went to check for a pulse. Creating the soldiers was the only thing they were good for. Some utopia, said Naruto as he took off his Zanbato. Now I want the truth. If I like what you say I might only cut off an arm or a leg. Naruto, said a new voice. Sasuke looked up to see a guy in a cat suit wearing makeup. What are you doing here? You do know you are at the border of river and sand country, right? Not now Kankuro, said Naruto without looking up. My mission got complicated. Naruto then turned his full attention on Temujin. Now I won't ask again. What's going on? Chapter 27. Well, I'm back with another chapter. Jiraiya is dead and it looks like Sasuke has defeated Itachi. Why Kami? That was too short. Itachi, I am so disappointed in you there are no words to describe it. Even my cat is disgusted with it. And when are we going to see more Naruto action? It is his manga after all. Oh yeah, I heard about a new movie that's coming out soon. Too bad Sasuke is in it. Maybe Naruto will kick his ass. We can only hope. Well, have a happy new year. I want to get this out before the New Year's Eve but oh well. Let's rock. Now tell me what's going on, demanded Naruto. Temujin turned around to face Naruto and pulled out his sword. It is like Hato-sama said earlier, said Temujin. We are creating a utopia. Then what about them? Asked Naruto as his eyes narrowed and indicated to the dead children. So far you have acted like an invasion force that is killing everything in its path. How will that create a utopia? What good will it be when everyone is dead? Sometimes sacrifices are needed to obtain what you need, said Temujin calmly. Funny, said Naruto with no trace of amusement. It seems like everyone else is doing the sacrificing while your Hato-sama sits on his fat ass. You have no right to speak that way about Hato-sama, yelled Temujin. It is for his vision that we fight for and are willing to give our lives. We are willing to make any sacrifice if it can help achieve his dream. But why? Asked Sasuke, who had begun to hold her chest tightly. Why create a world that doesn't have your friends? Why kill people who you have never met nor ever done anything to you? I just don't understand this at all. Temujin was a boo. To say something back when two others joined the party. What are you doing, Temujin? Demanded a woman in red armor. She was standing in a doorway several feet upwards. Next to her was a woman in green armor. You're supposed to be looking for the stone of Gelul. Temujin was about to say sorry when compressed sand that was shaped like two rectangles shot out of the wall and slammed into each her in an attempt to flatten the two women. As the smoke cleared, a new figure stepped into the open. Sasuke was a bit shocked by his appearance. He was dressed in red in an outfit that reminded her of a high school uniform that she had seen in a manga. The outfit seemed to match his short red hair. His eyes seemed to have dark circles around them, but she couldn't be sure since it was dark in the room. But she could see the tattoo on his forehead that said love. On his back was a gourd with red markings on it. In a strange way he reminded her of a tanuki she once had as a pet. That was until her father killed it to punish her. She then watched as the boy in red chased after the girl in the red armor. Get going, Temujin, yelled the woman in green as she dashed away from the one Naruto called Kankuro. Sorry, but you're not getting away that easily, said Kankuro as he tossed some kunai at her. This left Sasuke and Naruto to fight Temujin. Gaara's fight started with him chasing the red-armored woman down a dark hallway. Then she stopped suddenly and looked like she was ready to fight. Too bad for her that Gaara had been ready this whole time. Gaara sent out his sand and used it like several whips trying to attach on her. She dodged them with grace while wearing an insane smile. She then stopped moving and yelled, "Tornado lightning." Bolts of lightning came out of her hands and raced towards Gaara. His sand automatically began to block the attack. As the woman moved her hands and arms, the lightning seemed to move as well. It seemed like she could use her element as a whip as well. However, Gaara's sand blocked it all. Was that it? Asked a bored Gaara as his sand shield was still floating up between him and his opponent. Rain of sand. From the floating sand shoot needles that raced towards the woman. Once again she was able to dodge the attack with ease. Well, if you can call doing backflips, cartwheels, and things like that while dodging dozens of needles of sand easy. I can't, can you? Eventually she created a shield of lightning that blocked all of the needles and then sent a shock wave that stopped the rest that were to come. Back with Kankuro, he was chasing the girl in the green armor down a hallway. She wasn't having an easy time of it since Kankuro was throwing poisoned kunai at her. Things were looking good for the puppet user until the hallway turned pitch black and his opponent vanished along with it. A genjutsu user, observed Kankuro. Then the face of his opponent appeared before him. It was huge. It was at least 5 stories high. He could see everything including her pores and developing crow's feet. Welcome to the country of the dead, she said as zombie-like creatures came out of the ground. Here you will join them in their eternal suffering. Then Kankuro felt himself begin to fall. He looked downward and began to scream as he saw he was falling into a pit of lava. Back with Gaara, his opponent's last jutsu seemed to cause his sand to temporarily freeze up. He realized this when she jumped up close to him and his sand seemed to be frozen in place. He managed to jump back a bit and pulled out more sand from his gourd. He tried to use it in a stabbing motion but missed. The woman pulled back her right arm as if she were getting ready to punch him, except there were sparks around her fist. Thunder up, she shouted, before an impact that sent Gaara through a wall and onto a large pipe. Not cute at all, she said once she stood at the other end of the pipe as the smoke cleared. Then, tentacles of sand raced out of the smoke and grabbed her by her legs and hands. They then spread her in an X position that just screamed hentai. Gaara just stood on the other side with a blank expression as he said, "Desert coffin." More sand appeared and created a dome around her body. Before he could use his other jutsu in combination with this one, there was an explosion as sparks flew out of the sand. When the woman emerged from the sand, she looked different. Half of her body looked like a blue ape, and a fat one at that. Her armor expanded along to accommodate her physical increase. "I see," said an unimpressed Gaara. "You're a taijutsu user who transforms your body in order to increase your power." "Exactly," she said as he finished her transformation. She then ran towards Gaara with the grace and silence of a stampede of elephants. Gaara sent more sand at her, put a dome covered her body whenever it got too close. "Fool, that won't work against my plasma ball. Take this." She then punched the ground right in front of where Gaara was standing, causing him to fall down. And it was a long ways down. When Gaara landed, he landed on a steel crate that someone had left there. The ape woman landed on her feet on the floor, leaving a small indentation. Slowly she moved over to where the sand user lay and saw his face crack and then fell apart. It was an empty shell. "Is this your first time dealing with a shinobi?" asked Gaara, who was standing unharmed behind her. "You're still alive," she said aloud. Gaara's only answer was, "Flowing desert dragon." Sand flew in from the outside and filled the room. Outside, the sand covered the entire mobile fortress. Gaara was now outside staring at the sand for signs of his opponent. Then was a rumble and Gaara turned his head to the source of it. From the ground came the ape woman with her plasma ball activated. "Your sand won't work against my electricity," she said with a laugh. She then began to charge at him again. "That is if you have electricity," said Gaara. "Die," she screamed. Then Gaara made several hand signs and said, "Thunder god of the sand." Sand needles shot out from his gourd and flew into the sky. When they landed, they became GHTNING rods and began to drain all of the ape girl's lightning. Desert funeral. Need I say more? Meanwhile, Kankuro was having some trouble. He had stopped falling but was now being choked by the genjutsu user. "Die," she said with a wicked smile on her face. Imagine her surprise when his face began to dissolve and was replaced with the face of Karasu. It opened its mouth and shot several kunai at her. While it hit nothing, it was able to dispel the jutsu. "I missed my chance," said Kankuro in his hiding place. He then sent his puppet after her with him fighting as well. He was able to move to an edge where he believed he could corner her. He threw some more kunai at her and she jumped into the air and transformed into a bat girl. And not the one from the comic books. She opened her mouth and sent out a gas which blinded Kankuro. Once she was outside, she saw Temujin on the ground. His opponent was the spiky-haired blonde with the large sword. Slowly the mist nin walked towards Temujin with his sword resting on his shoulder. Thinking quickly, she created more gas and sent it downwards. Once Naruto couldn't see anything, she picked up Temujin and the two flew away. Soon the smoke cleared and everyone could see again. "Sensei!" cried Sake as she came out of the hole that Naruto had created during his fight with Temujin. "Should we follow them?" "No," said Naruto. "We should finish our mission and find the rest of our team. We can handle this mission, so don't worry," said Gaara as he walked over to Naruto and Sake. Sake blushed as she hid behind Naruto. "Hey!" yelled Kankuro. Everyone looked up and saw Kankuro hanging from a railing that was hanging several feet over nothing. Apparently he had tried to go after the bat girl and was now playing hangman. "Can someone lend me a hand?" Naruto said nothing as he threw the Kubikiri Houcho at Kankuro. "Hey, wait a minute!" screamed the puppet user as the Zabuza swung towards him. It missed him but cut the railing itself, causing Kankuro to fall into the water. "There you go," said Naruto as his sword flew back into his hand. "I hate that guy," said Kankuro as he bobbed in the water and watched Naruto and Sake leave. Back at the caravan, things were looking bad. The animals lay dead on the ground. Food and supplies were either smashed or scattered on the ground. Several people were injured. "That's pretty bad, isn't it? Where is the stone of Gelul?" demanded the culprit, the woman in the blue armor. She was holding Kahiko by his neck with a sick smile on her face. "I know it's not here, so tell me where it is in. D'I'll think about letting you go with your life." "I don't No, Kahiko managed to say. Lair, said the woman. She was about to put pressure on the old man's neck when someone shouted, water whip. Before she could react, a strip of water wrapped around her arm, and in her surprise she let go of the old man. She quickly turned her head to see Ryu and Mega. We have some question, said Ryu as he tightened his grip on his whip. As he did this, the water around the woman's arm tightened. I bet you think you have me, she said. She then transformed into a werewolf and let out a howl. Ryu had to cancel his jutsu to plug his ears. The wolf woman then leapt into the air and retreated. Damn, said Ryu. They never covered werewolves in the academy. Mega said nothing as he walked over to Kahiko. I'm sure you know something about this stone of Gelul, said Mega. Why do they want it so badly? The old man just turned his head away from Mega and said nothing. Very well then, I was just asking because we overheard them talking earlier. If you have nothing else to say, then we had better get back to searching for our missing comrades. With that, Mega turned and started to walk away. Wait, said Kahiko. Are you comrades of Sasuke and Naruto? Did someone call? Asked Naruto as he appeared in a whirlwind of leaves with Sasuke on his back. He then turned to his other two students. What took you two so long? It was late at night when Temujin arrived where the caravan once stood. Hato had ordered him to return because he believed that they knew something about the stone. At once, without saying a word, he began to look through the remains. Then, without warning, he felt something hit the back of his neck and then the world went back. Temujin woke up later in a cave. Inside were the people of the caravan and the mist nins. He tried to move and realized that he was all tied up. What happened? He asked. I did that, said Naruto. I used silent killing to sneak up on you and knock you out. Naruto, said Kahiko calmly, let me speak. He then turned to Temujin. Who would have thought that people like you would have information about the stone, said Temujin. Why are you looking for the stone after all this time? Asked Kahiko. Don't you know of the terrors? We need it to complete our goals, said Temujin. Then, a hologram appeared over Temujin's heart and displayed an oval-shaped green crystal. Just as I thought, said Kahiko. The Gelul crystal. He then turned to the mist nins. Long ago when our country was destroyed, some of our ancestors crossed the ocean with the Book of Gelul and the Gelul crystal. This boy here did not come here but has instead returned. Only those in the main branch of our clan can control the Gelul at its fullest. So what is this Gelul? Asked Naruto. No one knows what the stone is made from, said Kahiko. Long ago a vein of it was discovered by our ancestors. With it we were able to create a large empire. They were able to perfect medicine, create plants that they grew to maturity in one night, and created great research. But that was a long time ago, and with great powers come great disasters. People fought over the stone and it eventually led to wars. In a blink of the eye our empire was destroyed and our people left to wander the earth. After that, the stone was sealed away. But, why didn't they destroy it? Asked Sasuke. Only those in the main branch can do that, said the old man. Sadly, we have lost all of the main branch members, so all the rest of us can do is guard its location. Temujin smiled. After hearing that story makes me want it ever more, he said. It is the perfect tool to achieve our goals. I will get that stone no matter what the cost. Baka, said Ryu. Didn't you hear a word that he said? Power is nothing more than power, said Temujin. The only difference is who commands that power. Only Hato-sama can wield power like that to create a utopia. That power goes beyond human understanding, said Kahiko. It must never be revived. I will find it, said Temujin as they broke free of the ropes. He then moved behind Kahiko and put his sword against the old man's throat. No one made a move. And you will tell me where to find it. I will not, answered Kahiko. If you kill me, the secret of its location dies with me. Then I have no choice, said Temujin. He then grabbed the old man and a child and ran out of the cave. Naruto and the others moved to the exit when a boulder was placed in front of it. Does he really think he can get away from us? Said Naruto with a smirk. Sensei, said Mega, how are we going to find him? He is most likely on his way to the location of the Stone of Gelul and we don't know where it is. Why should we even bother? Said Ryu. It's not part of our mission. True, said Naruto. However, he took our client and without him we don't get paid. And besides, this guy is pissing me off. He then went to Osaki's backpack and pulled out Narigui. Alright cat. Ferret, said his 3 students in unison. Whatever, said Naruto. You are going to find Temujin or else I'll see if your feet are luckier than a rabbit's. Understand. Narigui, for his credit, nodded. Naruto then turned to his students. Oh. Okay, let's get this boulder moved now. It was some distance from the cave to the temple where the stone of Gelul was found. It had a South America fell to it and was crumbling. Once they arrived there, Temujin let the child go and held up his sword. A green light shot out of it and signaled Hato to their location. After that the 2 of them made their way into the temple. They walked until they found themselves in a large room. In the center of it was a walkway that led to a dead end that was shaped like a 3-leaf clover and had engravings on it. The 2 of them made their way on to the pedestal when Naruto and his team showed up. Hey, he shouted, give back the old man. You came to save me, said Kahiko with tears in his eyes. I guess, said Naruto with a deadpan look. You do owe us money. Is that the only reason? He asked. When Naruto nodded, Kahiko began to cry again until he was interrupted by a large drill breaking its way through the ceiling. Attached to the drill was a platform and on it were Hato and the 2 remaining women. Hato-sama, said Temujin as he took a knee. The vein of Gelul is here. Thank you Temujin, said Hato with a smile. You worked really hard, didn't you? As a result, our utopia is right before our eyes. Now, let's go. He began to walk back to the control of the giant drill when he became surrounded by dragonflies. Sorry, but we have some questions, said Mega. Naruto, is he a friend of yours? Asked Hato. Yes he is, said Naruto. He is one of my comrades. Naruto then faced Mega. Mega, I think I have an idea on what's going on. He then looked at Hato again. Fat man there is claiming to create a utopia where there is no war and the weak have no wants. However, his actions speak differently. If he really was trying to create a utopia then he would be trying to use a more peaceful method instead of killing and destroying everything in his path. My guess is he found that book the old guy was talking about and wants the power of Gelul so he can rule the world or something like that. Naruto then crossed his arms. Seriously, bad guys have no imagination. They all want to rule the world. Personally, I think they have a deep-seated need to overcompensate their own shortcomings. I see, said Kahiko as he moved over to a circle on the floor. If it is as Naruto says then I know what I must do. Oh, said Hato with some amusement in his voice. And what would that be? To destroy this evil stone once and for all, said Kahiko as he stepped on the stone circle and then led up on it. The area where the 2 of them were standing on then sank into the ground in an instant and a stone cover slid on top of it. Well, that was exciting. Next chapter will be the last chapter in this movie arc. I'll try and have it up in a month. Till next time. Also, which of Naruto's genins would is your favorite? Chapter 28. Sake, Ryu, and Mega are sitting on a couch with papers in their laps. Sake. Darth Valgov could not do his usual author's notes this time. Lately, he has become like Golem from the Low Road of the Rings while he waits for the Arc of Truth that will be coming out soon. Ryu. Kind of sad really. To think that nut job created me. Mega. Remember, that nut job, as you call him, can also get rid of you. Ryu. Anyways, before the chapter starts, we would like to answer some questions that you have all been writing to the great Darth Valgov. Mega. Suck up, Sake. The first question is why Naruto sensei is showing favoritism when Darth Valgov hates Kakashi for doing the same thing? The answer is that Naruto sensei thinks I need the most help since I'm here by accident. Begins to tear up. I'm sorry if you hate him because of me. Mega. Moving on. The next question asks where do I keep my dragonflies? Sake. Ryu. Sake. Aren't you going to answer it? Mega. I would rather not. It is a little revolting. Ryu. Okay then, I'm next up. Why was I created? Because I'm amazing. Mega. I thought it was because Darth Valgov wanted to show that most people who were rookie of the year are arrogant asses and that he wants to humble you. Ryu. Then why didn't he make me humble to begin with? Mega. Go into his room and ask him yourself. Ryu. Hell no, he's crazy right now. Sake. Am I related to Conan? The answer is no. Darth Valgov, when he made me, had no idea what she did. He had intended her to be Haku's mother, but now that's out the window. Oh, thanks for voting for me as your favorite genin. Ryu. I didn't get one vote. They just can't see how great I am. What? Yelled Hato as he pulled out the book. Is that even possible? Quickly he began to scan the book, but after a few seconds he threw it down in frustration. He then jumped down to the walkway and began to walk towards the center platform along with several soldiers. Just where do you? Began Naruto. But, once he was close enough, Hato smacked him across the room with great power. Naruto went sailing into a pillar, crashed into it, and fell to the ground. Shit, he said as he got up. That was my bad. I never thought that he was that strong. He then watched as Hato smashed the ground with the same hand, causing the passageway to be uncovered. Hurry, he said, I'll follow after you. Get the fortress out of here. Hato-sama, called the girl in the blue armor. We won't make it in time, said Hato. Just do it. Then, 4 orbs appeared behind his back. He jumped into the hole he created and the orbs stretched out into winds. The then made a controlled fall downwards along with his men. Sensei, called out Sake. But before she could do anything, the Batgirl appeared in front of her. I'll play with you, little girl, she said with a laugh. Over with the girl in the blue armor. She was walking back into the fortress when her danger senses kick in. She jumped into the air to avoid a swarm of dragonflies that had been sent by Mega. She then turned around and saw both of the male genins ready to fight. You little brats think you can take me on? She asked. Down below, Naruto had gotten up and ran right for the hole. He jumped in and used his sword like a skateboard as he fell down, yelling how he would kick their asses. Kahiko and Temujin had both landed at the bottom and walking into a room. I was made of bricks and was circular. There were pillars all around and in the center was something that looked like a podium. What is this? Asked Temujin. According to traditions, it is called the ceiling room, answered Kahiko. It seems like it is just as the legends described it. Even though I have never been here before, I feel a bit nostalgic. Temujin began to stare at the walls and saw pictures on them. Then, he saw one was completely black and walked over to it. Kahiko saw this and walked over to it as well, ready to explain the meaning behind it. Our ancestors sealed this area away. Who created it to depict the horrors of the stone? What is it? Asked Temujin. It's a picture of despair, answered Kahiko. Just like this picture, the empire was lost without a trace. How promising, said Temujin as he touched the wall. A smile appeared on his face. Coming this far would be pointless if the keystone of Gelul isn't all-powerful. Kahiko's face became twisted into rage as he pointed at the pure black wall. Don't you think it is terrible when you look at it? He demanded. This picture shows that too much power creates destruction. Whether people have Gelul's power or not, people will fight, said Temujin with his back turned at the old man. So we just need to use it for righteousness. I see, said the old man as he reached behind his back and pulled out a dagger. Although the stone of Gelul is right up ahead, I won't let you get any farther. He then held onto the dagger tightly and charged at Temujin. Mega and Ryu were now running for their lives. Their opponent had turned into some half-wolf-looking creature and seemed to up her speed. The fight had changed to a narrow pathway in the cave, but with her speed she was able to knock Ryu down, turn around, get Mega. Turn around again, and get them both before they got up. Sake was having a hard time as well. She threw several kunai at the Batgirl and she dodged them with ease. Is that the best you can do? Asked the Batgirl. How sad. With that she began to laugh her head off. Sake took cover on a ledge and began to feel sorry for herself. She knew she wasn't a real genin. She had just lucked out. The situation right now was proof that she wasn't any good. She was horrible. All she really had going for her was good chakra control and she was good at strategies. That's when she remembered her conversation with Naruto. Flashback. When we first encountered the soldiers I panicked, she said. I just watched as Ryu and Mega did all the real work. I didn't do anything. I'm just so. Drop it. said Naruto. It happens every now and then for rookies on their first real mission. Even with the village graduation exam, it still occurs. The reason is because, in the exam, you are fighting someone who you have some idea what skills they have. Out here, however, you have no idea. In the end you did try to help me and that counts for something. Besides, Naruto turned his head to look at Sake and gave her a grin. The same thing happened to me on my first mission. Sake felt better after hearing that, but not much. I still feel useless, she mumbled. Trust me Sake, you have a lot of potential, said Naruto as he turned his head back so he could see where he was going. The academy teaches the basic skills and stuff that you need to know for life after graduation. However, they have a tendency to overlook strategically minded people like you. When we get back to the village I'll help you refine your skills. End flashback. Taking a deep breath, Sake decided to at least try. Holy shit, screamed Ryu as he and his teammate jumped off a cliff in the cave. As they fell, Mega turned around and saw their opponent jump over as well. He LD up his arms and yelled, "Dragonfly missiles." And a dozen or so green dragonflies shot out and hit the werewolf. She was thrown back a bit, but landed on her feet like them. This looks bad, sighed Mega as he turned around and began to run with his teammate. It doesn't matter where you go, yelled the wolf girl. I can smell your blood. She then opened her mouth and a powerful blast of sound. That sounded like a howl came out of it like an energy blast. The attack missed them and she repeated the attack with the same results. The rocks that were hit were shattered to bit. Don't you have any other attacks? Asked Mega. All I have are close-range water-based jutsus, snapped Ryu. Then, the two of them came across a structure that looked like wind chimes. I think I have an idea. Hen the wolf girl arrived at the spot where the wind chimes were. She began to sniff the air for them. After a moment, she slowly walked onto the chime platform and looked up. There, in the middle, was Mega. Before she could do anything, hundreds of dragonflies came out of Mega's sleeves and began to fly around the werewolf. All she could see was green and all she could smell were the insects. What's this supposed to do? She asked with a laugh. She prepared for another sonic howl when a rope made of water latched around her throat. A moment later the dragonflies returned to their owner and he saw Ryu up on a chime as he tightened his jutsu's hold on her. She tried to release her attack but couldn't. The pressure from her attack kept building and building. Slowly the two genin watched as her neck seemed to inflate until it exploded. Ryu and Mega landed on the ground near the corpse. How did you know this would happen? Asked Mega with interest. To be honest I didn't, answered Ryu with a shrug. I just thought of her attack like a balloon. She stores her air and gives it a bit of pressure before releasing it, creating her attack. Then I remembered when I was younger when I squeezed too hard on a balloon and it popped. I just thought the same thing might happen. What would you have done if your plan failed? Asked Mega. Not a clue, answered Ryu. Sake grabbed several dozen sheets of paper and began to fold them into spiders. When she was gone she grabbed the rest of her party streamers and placed them on their backs. She then yelled out, "Origami beast imitation jutsu," right before she began to toss them at the Batgirl. Sadly for Sake, she missed her each time as the Batgirl flew around with ease. Such poor aim little girl, laughed the Batgirl. She stopped however when she saw Sake smirk. I wasn't trying to hit you, answered Sake. Then the Batgirl noticed that the ends on the streamers were locked into the rocky floor in front of Sake. She looked down and saw the paper spiders racing across the floor in all directions and then walk up the walls. Once they got to a certain height they would use their hind legs to cut the streamer and sink it into the ground. Then, they would sink in the new end and travel to a different spot. Their speed was so incredible that in a matter of moments it looked like a red, green, blue, and yellow web. The Batgirl then noticed that most of the paper was placed at the exits. In front of Sake were only a few threads, 10 at most. Then she noticed Sake had sunk to her knees and was breathing hard. Let me guess, she said with a grin. This little stunt works like a spider's web. If I touch one of these streamers then I'll be stuck. But, you don't have the strength to do this whole room. The only ones I have to worry about are the ones at the entrance. Sasuke gave her a shocked look that caused the bat freak to grin wildly. I guess the fastest way to get out of this is to kill you. With that she hot down towards Sasuke at a ballistic speed. When she neared the ones in front of Sasuke, she saw the girl smirk once again. It was too late. The Batgirl tried to fly through the streamers and they didn't become stuck to her. Instead, they were as sharp as a sword and cut through her like butter. Her pieces landed near Sasuke while the blood splashed all around. Not bad, said a new voice. Sasuke turned around and saw Gaara and Konkuro. She was right when she said I didn't have enough chakra to cover everything, admitted Sasuke. So I concentrated on defending myself and placed more paper on the XC. So she would think that I was trying to keep her from leaving. You bluffed, said Gaara with a nod. Not bad. Ah, why is your face all red? Are you sick? No, said Sasuke quickly as she turned around to hide her blush and her slightly blood-soaked face. Kahiko was thrown back towards the center of the room, his dagger dripping with some of Temujin's blood. Temujin turned around and didn't pay any attention to the cut on his left arm. Did you really think you could beat me with that? Demanded Temujin. Slowly, the wound healed itself. That's not possible, said the old man as he slowly got up. But that wasn't the point. Kahiko moved over to the center of the room before looking at a confused Temujin. Look at the design on the floor. It's an old style of summoning, used to summon a certain thing. What are you thinking? Demanded Temujin as he watched Kahiko. Kahiko raised the dagger over his head. We shall be destroyed together, he yelled. However, an invisible force knocked the dagger out of his hand. Then, a part of the wall exploded. There, standing in the hole in the wall was Hato and 3 soldiers. I don't know what you were trying to do, said Hato in an arrogant tone. It seems like I made it here in time. Are you okay, Temujin? He asked as he stepped into the room. Temujin walked towards him and met him in between the old man and the new hole in the wall. How did you do that? Asked Temujin. With this, said Hato as he took off his gloved hand to reveal a green stone embedded in it. That's the stone of Gelul, said a shocked Temujin. Yes, said Hato as he pinted his hand to a wall. It's just like it was written in the book. I can blast object without touching them. To prove his point the stone glowed and a piece of the wall was destroyed. That book, said Kahiko as he pointed at Hato. Do you mean the Book of Gelul? Where did you get it? Oh, I just bought it from a traveling merchant, said Hato casually. Lair, screamed Kahiko. I thought something was strange. But in order to get that stone you must have destroyed Temujin's village. At that, Temujin's eyes widened as he remembered that day. And why would someone like me who wants peace do something like that? Asked Hato. Now tell me, where is the vein? Like I would ever tell a monster like you, said Kahiko. But Hato wasn't listening as something rose from the ground. The evil man walked over to it and realized it was a control device of some kind. This must be the key to opening the vein, declared Hato. You mustn't do it, yelled Kahiko. Hato ignored him. Then, Narigui the Wonder Ferret jumped at him. However, an energy barrier blocked the poor critter and threw it backwards. His owner cried out and rushed over to his fallen pet. As he picked up the ferret, a shard of the stone that was in the animal's body dropped to the ground. Oh, so it had a piece of the stone in him, observed Hato. How sad. Another unfortunate sacrifice. Those at the top must always make the hard decisions. I've had it with you, screamed the old man. Hato simply pointed his hand at Kahiko. Looks like there will be another sacrifice, he said as the stone glowed. A second later Kahiko was thrown into the air. After he landed, Kahiko tried to get up but Hato kept pointing the stone at him. Looks like I still don't know the full power of the stone. Oh, well, the stone glowed once again. But this time the blast was intercepted by Temujin's sword. What is the meaning of this? Temujin. I'm sorry Hato-sama, said Temujin as he took a knee. But the vein is right in front of us, so I don't see the point in killing a powerless old man. Temujin, said Hato, you were in the way. But Temujin just stayed there with a shocked look on his face. Slowly, the face of the man who killed his parents came into view. Peaceful my ass, said a voice. The soldiers turned around in time to see themselves get cut in half by Naruto's sword. Slowly, Naruto W. walked into the room with his sword on his shoulder. Now, don't tell me Mr. I want peace and fluffy bunnies is resulting to violence. Temujin, said Hato, don't space out on me and kill them. They were necessary sacrifices, said Temujin slowly as he got up. What's wrong with you? Asked Hato. Take care of things like you always do. But Temujin just kept muttering to himself. Temujin, I'm disappointed in you. I guess you are just low class like your parents were. Temujin looked at Hato with a shocked look on his face and Hato began to laugh. I can't believe you never figured it out. But you were such a cute. He was cut off as Naruto flung his blade at Hato. The blade pierced the evil asshole and impaled him into the wall. A moment later Naruto Simple appeared in front of him and grabbed the handle. With a show of strength he pulled it out and lifted it and Hato into the air. To think such a weak pile of shit has caused me so much trouble, said Naruto. He then got into a position that looked like he was going to throw a frisbee. Now get off my sword you piece of shit. With that he flung the man off his blade and into the wall, creating another hole. Ah, that looked a little too easy, said Kahiko. That's because I'm not done yet, yelled Hato. Everyone turned their heads to look at the hole and standing in it was a completely healed Hato. Behind him was the vein he had been looking for. His hair had turned white and his skin was now gray. The four orbs were back as well. He jumped down and grinned at them. Thank you Naruto. I now have what I need to rule the world. You lied to me, said Temujin as he readied his sword. He was about to charge but Naruto held up his hand to stop him. If that stone can heal him that well then we will have to up our game, said Naruto as his eyes turned red. Hato's orbs then turned into tentacles and then shot at Naruto. Die you son of a bitch, he yelled with an insane smile on his face at the tentacles hit the area where Naruto was standing. With this stone I cannot be beaten. We'll see about that, said Naruto's voice from behind him. You are in the range of my divination. 8 trigrams 64 bombs. With that, Naruto began his attack as he began to hit Hato's chakra points. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. With the last attack, Hato fell to the ground and Naruto began to calmly walk away. What the hell did you do? Asked Hato. Naruto didn't turn around, but raised his hand and readied his fingers to snap. Just making sure there's nothing left to heal, he said. With that he snapped his fingers and with that Hato went boom. That was a little extreme, said Kahiko. Also a little anticlimactic after everything that happened. What? Asked Naruto. Were you expecting some huge fight? A novice with a blade is not a warrior. He may look like one, but when faced with the real thing he will always lose. Naruto then looked at the center of the room. Hey, I heard you say that this room summons something. What is it? A black hole, answered Kahiko. Then let's get the fuck out of here, said Naruto as he moved to the exit. I'm going home and getting a date. Sake. Darth Valgov would like to ask a favor. Would you like him to get to the next chunin exam or do some of the filler episodes? Mega. Hopefully he'll get back soon to look at the reviews. I heard him leave with a tent to wait by the store. Chapter 29. Sorry for this very long overdue update. The truth of the matter is that I got stuck in the middle. It was so annoying. No matter what I tried it didn't feel right. So I moved on to my other stories and came back to this one every once in a while to try to get past my mental block. And here we are. I really like what is happening in the manga. Sasuke is getting his ass kicked big time. But I wonder why he hasn't tried suppressing his opponent's demonic chakra like he did with Naruto. Oh well, doesn't really matter as long as Sasuke gets killed. Then we can get back to the real star of the manga. Let's rock. I see, said Tsunade. She was in her office with Haku standing in front of her. 2 days ago Haku had arrived in their village with 3 unconscious men. After Tsunade had checked them out, she had begun to question the teen on why he was in Fire Country. As it turned out, he was trailing a Nin who had taken over a gold mining village. So you believe that Raiga Kurosuke is the one in charge? Very sure, said Haku. Ever since the Rescue Sasuke mission, all hunter nins have been sent out looking for various missing nins. Raiga is one of the top priority cases that we are handling. I have been following clues and rumors for a while now, and I was about to confirm it when I found those three floating in the river. Haku then let out a sigh. Perhaps it's a good thing that I did bring them here. If Ryga were to catch me or find out I was on to him, he would have either killed me or make a run for it. Sounds to me like you don't think you can beat him, said Tsunade. Haku lowered his head a bit. Perhaps, he said slowly. It has been a while since he was last seen, and we Avenue no way of knowing if his skills has grown or diminished. In any case, said Tsunade as she leaned back in her chair. We will have to take care of this problem as soon as possible. I'll send out a genin team as soon as possible. I'm afraid that my village has other plans, said Haku. What's that supposed to mean? Asked Tsunade as her eyes narrowed a bit. Ryga was one of the 7 legendary swordsmen, replied Haku. In his possession are twin blades that are meant to be passed down from master to apprentice and have been since the creation of the Hidden Mist Village. Getting THM back. K is our top priority, as well as ending the traitor's life. As soon as I arrived here, I contacted my village to inform them of the situation. Before I was called to meet you, I was informed that a Ms. T team is waiting right in front of the gate. We shall be the ones to take care of this situation. Yet this is happening right here in Fire Country, said Tsunade. I can understand that, said Haku. But we cannot just leave this in your hands. We must confirm the death of Ryga and make sure that we are the ones who have disposed of his body. I'm sure you would feel the same way if you found that one of your missing nins was found in our country. You would want to make sure that none of your village's secrets were uncovered while we examined his body. In that, we are the same. If we leave this in your hands, your council might try to take advantage of the situation and take the body and swords for ourselves, finished Tsunade. Then she smiled. If I recall correctly, your team took some souvenirs during chunin exam. Haku began to sweat a bit. He had to admit that she had them there. After all, they had taken Hinata out of the village. Very well then, said Haku after a bit as he considered his options. How does this sound then? We will work together on this one. We will take care of Ryga and keep his swords while you take care of the small fries and keep the money. That sounds fair, said Tsunade as she picked up a sheet of paper. I have a capable team of genins that are ready to go. So, who did your village send? Outside of the Leaf Village stood Naruto and his genin team. Ryu was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and a very bored look on his face. Mega was staring at some insects that were buzzing around. Sake was admiring some wild flowers that were growing nearby. As for Naruto, he was pacing back and forth as he waited for Haku. Where is Haku? Demanded Naruto, who was getting tired of waiting. Maybe we should go in, said Sake, as she turned her head to face her sensei. Yeah, sensei, said Ryu. I don't see why we can't go in. Because, said Naruto as his eyes narrowed. I don't like this hellhole. Why is that, sensei? Asked Sake. Naruto turned his head to look away from her and look into the village where he had been born. The place that only held painful memories for him. For a moment he thought about telling them about how he was treated only slightly better than an animal in this place. How he had left it and found a true home in the Mist Village with his true friends. Should he? With a sigh, he knew the answer. Let's just say that I have a history with this place and leave it at that, said Naruto. The looks that he was getting from his genin said it all. Saki's eyes seemed to widen lightly and seemed to shimmer, which told him that he had hurt her feelings a bit by not telling her. Ryu scowled in annoyance before he turned his head away. Mega, well, it was hard to tell his expression. The only thing that Naruto did notice was that one of his eyebrows rose a bit in interest. Well now, said a cheerful voice. Everyone turned to look into the village and saw that Haku was now walking towards them. That's an interesting way to refer to your hometown. Naruto folded his arms. I spotted considering this place as home when I left, replied Naruto. Anyways, we're not here so I can face my past again. Did you tell the Hokage that we would be handling this? I did, said Haku. But she insists that they help out. The problem is happening here in Fire Country after all, and it is only natural that she would like to have a hand in stopping Ryga. Well, maybe she should have been paying more attention to what has been going on instead of drinking sake all day, said Naruto. I was about to go on a date with. Anyway, said Haku quickly, interrupting Naruto. We are taking with us a Leaf Genin team and the clients on this joint mission. They'll be here at any moment. A few seconds after Haku said those words, a cloud of dust came shooting towards the mist nins. The Genins covered their eyes to protect them from the dust, and when they lowered them they saw a new figure standing before them. This new person wore green spandex with orange arm and leg warmers and had a bowl cut. Creepy eyebrows, said Mega. The other two Genins nodded. Naruto, said the gray N-clad Genin loudly, causing the mist Genins to wince. It is good to see you once again on this youthful day. I look forward to working with you and perhaps, when this is over, having a rematch with you. Naruto smirked. Perhaps, he replied as he shook Lee's hand. A moment later 5 more people showed up. 3 of them were civilians, most likely the clients. The other 2 were Lee's teammates, a bun-haired girl and a Hyuga. Lee, you should have begun Neji, but stopped when he saw Naruto. He then narrowed his pale eyes at the blonde and let out a small amount of killer intent. Why are you here? I ask myself that every time I see these ugly walls, said Naruto with a smirk. How is Hinata? That's a good question, said Neji. We have no idea where she is, but we have some ideas. Officially, she is Mia. However, you were the last one to be seen with here. Naruto's smirk became wider. Are you accusing me of something? He asked as he reached behind him to grab the handle of his sword. Because if you are, then do it and stop wasting my time. Neji looked at Naruto and then at the sword. Realizing that he would get his ass kicked, he backed down. Seeing this, Naruto let go of the handle. This should be an interesting mission. Alright everyone, listen up. Haku has found evidence that the Kurosuke family has taken over the Katabami gold mine, which lies near the border of river country. Now, normally I wouldn't be interested in something like this, except that the leader of the Kurosuke family is Raiga Kurosuke. This mission has 3 parts. Part 1 will be to bring the clients back to their home. Part 2 will be to take down the thugs who work for Raiga. Parts 3 will be to take care of Raiga. Parts 1 and 2 will be handled by you guys while me and Haku take care of Raiga. If you have a problem with this, feel free to whine while we walk. Hold on, said Neji. Who put you in charge? Neji, whispered Tenten. So, you think you should be calling the shots, said Naruto in an amused tone. I didn't know that you knew Raiga's fighting style and jutsus. I didn't know you knew his habits. I didn't know that you had become a Jonin since last we met. Fine, said Neji with gritted teeth. You made your point. Good, said Naruto as he turned to leave. Back in the village hidden in the mist, the girls were taking some time off at the spa. Right at that moment Tayuya, Kin, Yugito, Hinata, and Isaribi were all getting the full body treatment. They were all in tubs filled with mud, wearing some kind of goop on their faces with cucumber slices over their eyes. Ah, it's been forever since I've done this, said Isaribi. We didn't have places like this in Sound, said Kin. Right Tayuya. Tayuya only grunted in response. Had one, but I never went, said Yugito. I've done this once before, said Hinata. It was with some of the women from my clan. This is so fucking boring, said Tayuya with a yawn. Let's talk about something more interesting. Alright, said Kin. Have you asked Haku out yet? What? Cried out Tayuya and Yugito at the same time as they both sat up suddenly with enough force to shoot the cucumber slices off their faces. Slowly the others took off their own slices and stared at the 2 girls. Although no one could see their faces, both girls were burning red with embarrassment. Well, said Kin, that was unexpected. Damn you, growled Tayuya as she glared at Kin. Next time tell us who you're talking to. Right, said Kin as she began to relax again. I don't believe it, said Hinata. I mean, Haku is the total opposite of both of you. Like you and Naruto, said Yugito. What's that supposed to mean? Demanded Hinata. Let's see, said Yugito. You have the confidence of a kitten while Naruto is a tiger. Well, I'm not surprised, said Isaribi before Hinata could say anything. Haku's femininity balances out both of your combined tomboyishness. I mean, you're both so bloodthirsty and Haku is so kind and gentle that it makes a perfect match. A chill filled the room. Are you saying that we aren't feminine? Demanded Tayuya. You have got to be shitting me. Let's show her bloodthirsty, yelled Yugito. A half an hour later the spa had to close to some much-needed repairs. It has taken me all this time to get past this scene. Starting to get dark, said Haku. Maybe we should make camp soon. Yeah, said Naruto. That might be a good idea. There is no need, said Lee loudly. Up ahead is a place where we can stop and rest. I have been there before. Lee then gone to tell a long story about how he had ran a ridiculously long time and was healed by some curry. Sake listened to him in awe, taking in every word. That's amazing, she said. This curry of life sounds incredible. Naruto-sensei, could we stop and get some? I don't see why not since it's on the way, said Naruto. Since we have some time, said Neji, we should be getting ready. Uzumaki, what can you tell us about this Ryuga? He's insane, said Naruto as if it were common knowledge. I only met him a couple of times before he left the village and I was young. What I remember about him is that he uses lightning-based jutsus and his swords act like lightning rods, making him insanely powerful during a lightning storm. He also has this nasty habit of giving people funerals while they are still alive. Why does he do that? Asked a shocked Tenten. In his mind, said Haku, it's the best way to remember the good times he had with the person he is burying. He even cries while he recounts the times that they shared. I remember back when I was younger my parents telling me that if I misbehaved Ryuga would bury me in the park, said Mega. I believe that many parents did that as well. Yeah, said Naruto. After he left, kids began to see him everywhere. Shinobi were dispatched almost nightly because some kid thought he saw Ryuga coming out of his or her closet with a shovel. They would start screaming, and when the parents arrived in the room the kid thought that Ryuga used a genjutsu to hide himself. Naruto then let out a chuckle. Pity they didn't know that Ryuga was never really all that good with genjutsus. Might have saved some of us a trip. I remember one time I was called out to see if Ryuga was hiding in some kid's tree fort, commented Haku. Soon a small building came into view up ahead. It was a restaurant with a large sign that read Curry of Life. In front of the building was an old woman. Upon seeing the old woman, Lee ran towards her, grabbed her, picked her up, and began twirling her around while crying out, Ba-chan. The old woman laughed, happy to see the green-colored genin. Lee, it is good to see you again, said Sancho. She then noticed the others walking towards them. And I see brought friends. How wonderful. Come in, come in. As she hustled them into the curry shop, one of the clients pointed at the nearby mountain. Just over that mountain, said the client, is the Katabami gold mine. Once inside the curry shop, they were quickly seated and then served. At first, no one wanted to eat it as it looks to be a little too strong. However, Lee dove into with. Just after one bite, his face turned bright red and continued to eat. With a shrug, everyone else began to eat as well. However, after one bite everyone began to scream in pain and went right for their water glasses. Well, everyone else except for Sake, who was eating it like it was nothing. This is most excellent, said Lee when he was finished. Oh, where is Karashi? I haven't seen him since we arrived. He left shortly after we meet you, said Sancho. I think it was because he met you that he was inspired to become stronger. When he left he said something about joining the Kurosuke family. At that, everyone became very still. I'm sorry to hear that, said Haku. Naruto, cried Lee, we have to do something. Karashi is in great danger. I agree, said Naruto as he stared into his empty glass. It is our job to take him out as well as the rest of the Kurosuke family. And that is what we will have to do. But sensei, cried Sake. Maybe we could. Listen, interrupted Naruto. He willingly joined them and helped them take over the Katabami gold mine. He is willingly helping them oppress and kill the people living there. Naruto then looked at Sancho. I am sorry, but he must face the consequences of his actions. The best you can hope for is that he was never able to join or is elsewhere at the moment. I see, said Sancho quietly. She then looked out the window. It's getting late. If you want you can stay here for the night. We don't have time, said one of the clients. One of my friends was buried only a few days ago. We can still save him. He's dead by now, said Naruto. Most likely he ran out of air a few hours after they buried him. And even if he hadn't, he would have died due to dehydration. Your friend is dead. No, sobbed the client. You're wrong. I know he's alive. Baka, muttered Naruto under his breath. Later that night, the client left the curry shop and made his way to the mining village. As quietly as he could, he began to search the graveyard for the spot where his friend was buried. When he found it, he fanatically began to dig him up with his bare hands. Well, look who's back, said a voice. The client looked up and saw he was surrounded by men in dark cloaks. Behind him, the one who had spoke to him, was Ryga. Looks like we'll be having a funeral,